In a fantastical journey to the world of Dragon Ball, Luo Tian emerges as a Scion from Planet Vegeta. At the outset, he cleverly trades a technological marvel, a starch sausage, for a simplified version of Ultra Instinct from Whis, only to unexpectedly cultivate the power of an angel. From that moment forth, Luo Tian dedicates himself to the arduous pursuit of becoming an angel. Years later, during the 88th regular assembly of the universe's gods of destruction, Kaioshin's and apprentice angels, all the deities convene around a table. Suddenly, Beerus rises abruptly. Luo Tian, please stand up for a moment. Luo Tian, perplexed, responds. Beerus insists to stand up for a moment. It will be quick. With curiosity, Luo Tian complies. Beerus declares, what I mean to say is, all of you present are worthless. Luo Tian retorts, Beerus, sit down, I wish to partake as well. Beerus counters, as an angel, why do you lack martial virtue? Chapter 1. The Power of an Angel. In the year 737 of the Age of the Universe, on Planet Vegeta in the 7th universe, the summer twilight envelopes the night sky like a mysterious black veil, twinkling stars, swaying gently. Luo Tian gazes upward, lost in contemplation. Hey Luo Tian, you certainly are relaxed, finding time to daydream here. A youthful yet haughty voice suddenly resonates from behind him. It is none other than Prince Vegeta, the Scion heir. At merely 5 years of age, Vegeta is small in stature, with his characteristic upright black hair clad in battle armor, and his tail swaying gently behind him. You should take a good look at your battle power, Vegeta asserts, pressing a button on the scouter atop his eyes. Beep beep, the scouter reveals a signal. 3 seconds later, Vegeta stands aghast, confusion and bewilderment etched across his face. Battle power of 200? Vegeta exclaims in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? How can this be? Just 3 days ago, your battle power was 1,000. A year ago, it peaked at 20,000. Why does your battle power diminish with training? Vegeta's claims are indeed accurate. Luo Tian once boasted a maximum battle power of 20,000, leaving King Vegeta utterly shocked. The rapidity of Luo Tian's ascension was so astonishing that even King Vegeta was taken aback, unable to react before Luo Tian reached 20,000. By the time King Vegeta considered confronting Luo Tian, he felt he had little chance of victory. Moreover, Luo Tian appeared to harbor no ambition, and his parents were trusted allies of King Vegeta, leading to the matter being quietly set aside. Vegeta, Luo Tian sighed, stepping closer to the young prince. Although Luo Tian is also 5 years old, he stands about 2 centimeters taller than Vegeta. You should address me as your highness. Vegeta protests, displeased with Luo Tian's form of address. With a swift motion, Luo Tian snatches the scouter from Vegeta's eyes. That is my scouter. You, give it back. Vegeta's youthful face pales as he exclaims loudly. Yet this boy possesses incredible speed. How has he achieved it? Vegeta, remember not to rely on the data of this device, said Luo Tian, gently squeezing it in his hand. Crack. The detector emitted a sharp sound, shattering into several pieces, with numerous components slipping from Luo Tian's grasp. You dare to destroy my detector? Vegeta fumed, his anger palpable. I'll see if I can repair it, Luo Tian mused. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Repair it? What does that mean? Luo Tian took a deep breath, his expression growing solemn, and suddenly a radiant orb, reminiscent of stars, appeared in his hand. The brilliant flame, albeit somewhat murky, swiftly enveloped the shattered detector. Instantly, the broken device began to restore itself at a visibly rapid pace. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? Approximately 30 seconds later, the detector, which Luo Tian had crushed, reverted to its original form before Vegeta's astonished gaze. You. What was that technique just now? Vegeta stammered, his youthful face displaying sheer incredulity. Angel's power, Luo Tian replied slowly, articulating each word. Angel's power? What is that? Vegeta asked, momentarily perplexed. You're still young, you'll understand when you grow up, Luo Tian said, patting Vegeta's shoulder. Who are you calling young? You speak as if you were older than I am. Vegeta retorted, baring his teeth. That's of no consequence now, Luo Tian remarked, turning to leave. Vegeta, you've destroyed my detector, and you say it's of no consequence. I see. You intentionally came to flaunt your extraordinary abilities, didn't you? Return my detector, Vegeta commanded. Luo Tian casually tossed the detector back to Vegeta. Vegeta caught it deftly and quickly donned it over his eyes. He then pressed a button on the device. Beep beep. A signal emanated from the detector, immediately displaying Luo Tian's combat power value. Combat power 100? Why has it decreased again? Vegeta questioned, perplexed, and hurriedly asked, I heard you trained according to a peculiar book, which caused your combat power to drop. Luo Tian paused, retrieving a book from his pocket and tossing it to Vegeta. Smack! Vegeta caught the book and quickly glanced at the cover. There really is a book? Guide to the Ultimate Freedom Training? Vegeta muttered, his face a mask of confusion. Indeed, it is through this training that I acquire my current abilities. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Luo Tian smiled. Where did you get this book? Vegeta asked, momentarily stunned and bewildered. Oh, you remember last year when a cat and a blue-skinned individual visited our planet? Luo Tian replied with a smile. Are you referring to the god of destruction, Beerus, and his attendant? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, and his body quivered violently. Indeed, Lotan affirmed with a nod. I exchanged this book with that individual named Whis using a technological and somewhat dubious method. You trained with the skills within this tome, and your combat power plummeted from 20,000 to a mere 100? Vegeta was utterly astonished. Yes, Lotan nodded once more. Vegeta gazed at Lotan as though he were a fool. Is he truly simple-minded? At the age of 4, you possessed a combat power of 20,000 among our Scion kin. You are undoubtedly a prodigious warrior. My father even intended to groom you as my personal guard. Yet you squandered an entire year, allowing your combat power to dwindle to 100. You are truly a remarkable talent. Lotan and Vegeta shared a reasonably amicable relationship. Their ages were comparable, and Lotan had once been a genius warrior, the kind of child that King Vegeta often lauded. Vegeta had also grown up in an environment overshadowed by Lotan, and the shadows cast upon his young heart had expanded almost to the size of Planet Vegeta itself. Fortunately, since last year, Lotan's combat power had not only stagnated, but had also seen a steady decline. Vegeta suddenly felt as if every day was a sunny one, waking from dreams with a smile. Lotan held a certain admiration for Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball narrative, Vegeta is portrayed with remarkable depth. He evolves from a proud warrior into a father and husband imbued with a profound sense of responsibility. Conversely, in Dragon Ball Super, the protagonist, Goku, has devolved into a mere combat-driven brute. You've squandered your combat power to learn such trivial skills. Vegeta appeared to grasp the situation. That's about the gist of it, Lotan replied gently. This book is now yours. I have mastered it, and I will continue to hone my abilities for further enhancement. TCH, I have no interest in such worthless trinkets. Vegeta resolutely shook his head. Despite his words, driven by curiosity, Vegeta nonetheless perused the contents of the book. Ultra Instinct enables the body to instinctively perceive surrounding dangers without conscious thought, allowing for reflexive movements that maximize speed and reaction time. Condition: one must possess a tranquil heart, free from distractions, and maintain an optimistic and proactive mindset. Upon reading the description of Ultra Instinct, Vegeta's face contorted with disdain. Instinctively perceiving danger without conscious thought? Though merely 5 years old, Vegeta quickly grasped the implication of this statement. In other words, mastering this allows one to evade various threats, correct? You can interpret it that way. Lotan nodded softly. Lotan, we are Scions. We are a warrior race. Can mere evasion lead to victory in battle? Vegeta's expression grew increasingly scornful. Lotan refrained from responding. And yet, the cultivation condition mentioned here suggests possessing a tranquil heart? What ist? Vegeta chuckled softly. Have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan? A tranquil heart? The Super Saiyan is the mightiest warrior in this universe. Naturally fierce and tempestuous, if one truly possessed a tranquil heart, they could never become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta. Chapter 2. Do you possess healing arts? Luo Tian found himself transported to another realm. As an avid fan of Dragon Ball, he stumbled upon Bados' manuscript, which seemed to unveil the gateway to a new world, captivating him with its narrative. On a moonlit night, he inexplicably traversed dimensions and became a Scion on Planet Vegeta. Amidst his bewilderment and astonishment, he felt a mix of excitement and disappointment. The thrill stemmed from finally entering the Dragon Ball universe, embodying a warrior of the fierce Scion race. However, his discontent arose from the unfulfilled desire to become an angel. While indulging in Dragon Ball Super, Luo Tian was particularly enamored with the angelic beings who epitomized divine qualities, possessing eternal life and boundless abilities. Among them, 3 exceptionally beautiful celestial sisters stood out: Bados of Universe 6, Margarita of Universe 11, and Kusu of Universe 10. Bados, in particular, captured his admiration. Despite the difference in skin tones between angels and scions or earthlings, he deemed it inconsequential. After all, being divine, altering one's physical appearance should be a trivial feat. Luo Tian was of the same age as Vegeta, his parents distinguished warriors under King Vegeta's command, belonging to the elite fighters. Tragically, shortly after his birth, his parents perished in a catastrophic meteor strike while on a mission in their spaceship, leaving him an orphan in the vastness of space. The Scions, known as a martial race, often engaged in interstellar battles, leading to many casualties. Consequently, the once thriving planet Vegeta now harbored only a few thousand inhabitants. Numerous orphans like Luo Tian existed, and at times he yearned to voice his grievances. The so-called warrior race, the Scions, lacked even the most fundamental survival skills in the cosmos. It was astonishingly simple for an adversary to obliterate their home planet if they could not match their strength. Luo Tian exhibited remarkable talent, his battle power reaching an impressive 600 at birth, nearly rivaling Vegeta. By the age of 4, he elevated his power to a staggering 20,000. However, he felt this was still insufficient. In contrast, King Vegeta trembled in fear. From that moment onward, Vegeta lived under the shadow of Luo Tian's prodigious potential. Strangely, after that day, for reasons unknown, Luo Tian's battle power began a rapid decline. King Vegeta conducted a discreet investigation and discovered that a peculiar sausage consumed by Luo Tian, gifted by Whis, the attendant of Beerus, had somehow contributed to this downturn. Over the span of that year, Luo Tian dedicated himself to studying the cultivation methods outlined in the book he received, yet his battle power continued to plummet. In just 1 year, it dwindled to a mere 200. While King Vegeta felt a sense of relief, he was also deeply pained by the downfall of what could have been a brilliant warrior. The attendant beside Lord Beerus is truly a source of frustration. Moreover, what sort of sausage did you serve to that being named Whis that rendered it so unpalatable, causing him to be such a nuisance to you? On one occasion, King Vegeta even summoned Luo Tian and earnestly advised him to abandon his study of that peculiar book. Yet, Luo Tian remained unperturbed, steadfastly pursuing the cultivation methods within its pages. King Vegeta ceased his attempts at persuasion. Ultimately, for King Vegeta and the multitude of Scions, Luo Tian was deemed utterly ineffectual. However, Luo Tian found joy in his endeavors. While others perceived Whis merely as the attendant of the god of destruction, Luo Tian, as a devoted Dragon Ball enthusiast, recognized that Whis was the true deity, a being he aspired to become, an angel. During the Tournament of Power, universes that faced defeat would be obliterated by the hand of Zeno, resulting in the instantaneous disappearance of all gods and planets within those universes. Only the angels would remain. It can be understood that even the gods of destruction are merely the elite selected from the cosmos. In contrast, angels are inherently divine, possessing extraordinary strength. Moreover, only by becoming an angel can one truly cherish beings like Beerus and the others. Wouldn't you agree? As a mere human, what qualifies you to engage in deeper studies with them? Thus, one must commence training in Ultra Instinct, at least within the narrative of Dragon Ball Super. Goku's path in Ultra Instinct is essentially a journey toward becoming an angel. However, this path appears exceedingly arduous. Yet, for Luo Tian, the prospect of becoming a genuine angel renders any challenging journey trivial. After a year of diligent study, Luo Tian finally dissipated much of the energy he had previously cultivated and managed to coalesce a somewhat murky form of angelic power. Although this angelic power is not pure, it does possess some fundamental effects associated with it. What can angelic power accomplish? Through a year of research, combined with his prior experiences as a Dragon Ball aficionado, Luo Tian has gained a clear understanding of angelic power. It can be likened to a universal energy or, more fittingly, an all-encompassing magical energy. There is nothing inconceivable that cannot be achieved. Angelic power can be transformed into various forms, including, but not limited to, destruction, healing, restoration, magic, fire, telekinesis, insight, and resurrection. Naturally, due to the insufficient purity of the angelic power he can currently manifest, he is unable to reverse the flow of time. Nonetheless, for Luo Tian, this marks a small step toward the path of becoming an angel. In essence, the cultivation of Ultra Instinct is the refinement of angelic power. Throughout this process, Luo Tian will gradually comprehend the essence of Ultra Instinct. The reason he dissipated his previously cultivated energy is that it was of little use, vastly inferior when compared to angelic power. Despite the current lack of purity in the angelic power he has gathered, it signifies progress on his journey. According to Luo Tian's understanding of angelic power, if the purity of true angel's power is deemed to be 100, then his own angelic power currently possesses a mere purity of 1. However, even with a purity of only 1, if this angelic power were to be transformed into destructive force, it could effortlessly bring about cataclysmic devastation. If one were to attribute a combat capability to such a meager amount of angelic power, Luo Tian opined that it would surely reach an astonishing height of at least 1 billion. This, mind you, is with a purity of just 1. Primarily, it is because Luo Tian has yet to fully dissipate his own energy. Should he succeed in completely dissipating all of his energy, he believes that the purity of his angelic power would increase, and his combat prowess would rise exponentially. Luo Tian gazed up at the starry sky, shaking his head vigorously. There I go again, lost in my thoughts. In the vastness of the cosmos, spacecraft occasionally descended upon Planet Vegeta. According to the timeline, it would not be long before Frieza annihilated Planet Vegeta. It was time to depart from this planet. Luo Tian had no desire to play the hero or engage in the cliché narrative of saving Planet Vegeta. Moreover, The true puppet master behind the destruction of Planet Vegeta was not Frieza, but the god of destruction, Beerus. This was not due to any personal vendetta against the Scions. Rather, the existence of Planet Vegeta had severely disrupted the balance of the universe. Of course, Frieza harbored some personal motivations as well. Luo Tian contemplated following the spacecraft from Vegeta to leave the planet, having no intention of provoking Frieza. What? Do you wish to accompany me to battle among the stars? Vegeta quickly grasped Luo Tian's intention. When do you plan to depart? Luo Tian inquired. I would never take you along. You would only hinder me. Vegeta scoffed, raising his head high. Your combat power is only 100. Taking you with me would be utterly embarrassing for a prince like myself. Are you not aware that I specialize in healing techniques? Luo Tian replied with a mysterious smile. Healing techniques? Vegeta was taken aback, staring unblinkingly at Luo Tian. Luo Tian maintained his smile. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled how Luo Tian had just restored the shattered device. You see, if I can repair a mere device, how much more can I mend your injuries? Luo Tian smiled, suggesting, if you doubt me, why not give it a try? Try it. Vegeta was momentarily stunned. Chapter 3, Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. With a swift motion, Luo Tian appeared behind Vegeta in an instant. His speed was so incredible that Vegeta did not have time to react. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he shook his head and searched for Luo Tian's whereabouts. I'm right behind you, came Luo Tian's voice from behind. Vegeta, startled, mechanically turned his head, his eyes widening as he beheld Luo Tian. With a resounding clap, Luo Tian struck Vegeta's nape. Of course, Luo Tian infused this strike with a hint of angelic power, transforming it into a concentrated burst of energy. Refraining from converting the angelic power into destruction. If transformed into destruction, Vegeta could very well be reduced to mere ashes by Luo Tian's strike. Nevertheless, Vegeta was sent sprawling forward, blood spraying from his mouth as he fell. Thud! He collapsed onto the ground, feeling utterly defeated. A look of shock washed over Vegeta's face. His expression shifting repeatedly, his eyes filled with boundless horror. How could I be injured by this kid Luo Tian? How is that even possible? I must have been careless. Failing to evade. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could someone with a power level of merely 100 injure me? In the innocence of his youthful heart, Vegeta's thoughts remained quite straightforward. I shall attempt to use my healing technique now. Luo Tian stepped forward, a swirling mass of murky angelic energy enveloping Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta's injuries began to heal at an observable rate. In less than 10 seconds, his wounds had completely mended. Vegeta leaped from the ground, astonished by the changes in his body. Luo Tian also sensed Vegeta's aura, realizing that his combat power had not increased as a result. This was because Vegeta was not in a near-death state moments ago. Even with healing, his combat power would not double. Is it truly healed? Vegeta was astounded. I wasn't mistaken, was I? Remember to call me when you set off. Keep in mind that the planet I'm taking you to is quite extraordinary. After speaking, Luo Tian soared into the sky and swiftly departed. Wait, am I overlooking something? Are we just going to let the fact that you injured me slide? Since Luo Tian's birth, he had never encountered so many Scion compatriots. Bardock, Goku's biological father, had returned from outer space due to Frieza's summons. Bardock bore a striking resemblance to Goku, the only difference being the long scar across his face, a testament to the battles he had endured. Additionally, a furry tail swayed behind him in the wind. Bardock, it's been a long time. I can't believe you're still alive. Bardock fell into contemplation, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Those members of Frieza's army seemed to be inquiring about the legendary Super Saiyan. Lutra added, Super Saiyan. Bardock paused slightly. Is it the legendary Super Saiyan? Indeed, the hero of legend. Lutra nodded proudly. The Super Saiyan, a widely revered figure among the Scions, said to be the strongest in the universe. Of course, in this context, the universe refers not to the 12 universes but to the entirety of the 7th universe. In my understanding, there are two types of Super Saions, the ordinary Super Saiyan and the legendary Super Saiyan. Luo Tian approached, smiling in a manner reminiscent of a little adult. Upon seeing Luo Tian's sudden appearance, both Bardock and Lutra were momentarily taken aback. Who could this be? Isn't this our prodigious youth, Luo Tian? Lutra remarked with a smile, unable to resist pressing the detector perched upon his eyes. He then clicked his tongue in astonishment, shaking his head in dismay. You should take a look at your combat power. I truly cannot fathom how it has dwindled to a mere 100. That's hardly a concern. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Lutra and Bardock exchanged glances, the latter casting a deep, questioning look at Luo Tian. Bardock had heard whispers regarding Luo Tian's past. After all, he was once an exceptional warrior with a combat power of 20,000 at the tender age of 4. Yet, in just a year, that power had plummeted to 100. Of course, Bardock was oblivious to the peculiar book and its training methods that Luo Tian had pursued, having been away engaged in warfare for so long. As if you possess any profound understanding of Super Saions. Lutra scoffed. You ought to examine your own combat power. a promising talent reduced to this. How much do you know about Super Science, Luo Tian? Bardock inquired, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Bardock's expression grew contemplative. Ha! Rutra burst into laughter beside them. Luo Tian, you mentioned that through diligent training, one can become an ordinary Super Saiyan. Why did you exclude yourself from that equation? I'm afraid I can no longer transform into a Super Saiyan, Luo Tian sighed. Is it because you've become inept? Rutra mocked once more. No. I might very well skip the Super Saiyan transformation entirely and ascend directly to Super Saiyan God, Luo Tian stated, gazing lazily at the sky. You truly are a braggart. Moreover, to become a Super Saiyan, one first requires certain cells, and the genesis of these cells is quite simple. One must possess a tranquil heart. Luo Tian smiled as he shared this insight with Bardock and Rutra. Cells? A tranquil heart? What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Rutra was taken aback. Bardock, you are commendable. Your state of mind is relatively serene, and you have already begun to cultivate these cells, but it's still insufficient, Luo Tian remarked, disregarding Rutra's confusion. However, as long as you maintain this mindset, I believe that soon enough, you will become a true Super Saiyan. Will I truly become a genuine Super Saiyan? Bardock was momentarily stunned. Ha ha ha, Bardock, you can't possibly believe him. Rutra laughed even harder from the sidelines. Luo Tian shook his head, choosing not to engage with Rutra's mockery. He had spoken to Bardock in such a manner because he understood that, at the moment of Planet Vegeta's destruction, Bardock might very well traverse back a millennium. The legends of the Super Saiyans had indeed stemmed from Bardock himself. Allow me to weave this narrative, Luo Tian mused as he prepared to depart. Just then, two guards approached swiftly from a distance, landing beside Luo Tian. Luo Tian, the prince has instructed that we gather at the spacecraft launch base at precisely 10 p.m. Tardiness will not be tolerated, one of the guards announced. Next time, do wear a communicator for easier contact, another guard remarked, gesturing towards the device affixed to his own eye. Next time? Understood. I appreciate your assistance, Luo Tian nodded. Next time indeed. If my calculations are accurate, Planet Vegeta will soon face a catastrophic strike. There shall be no next time. After delivering their message, the two guards promptly took their leave. Luo Tian, are you planning to venture out? Bardock asked, momentarily taken aback. Yes, Luo Tian affirmed. Did not Frieza state that we are not to leave Planet Vegeta for the time being? Rutra grumbled. That is his concern, not mine. Luo Tian replied with a shake of his head, turning to depart. That lad is rather arrogant, Rutra muttered through clenched teeth. Does he truly believe he remains the prodigious youth of yore? Bardock observed Luo Tian's receding figure in silence, his expression betraying a hint of gravity. Super Saiyan. Bardock murmured to himself. Bardock's wife, Jine, who was responsible for logistical support, primarily overseeing the nourishment of the warriors, was not a fighter herself. Not all Scions were combatants. Many, due to their inferior battle power, served as auxiliary support personnel. After all, the strength of a race is intrinsically linked to its logistical capabilities. Given Jine's relatively low battle power, her contributions were limited to such roles. Bardock, Jine exclaimed with delight, rushing to embrace him. The couple had not seen each other for an extended period, making this reunion all the more precious. Perhaps this gathering was merely a prelude to tomorrow's farewell. As a warrior race, reality often bears a cruel truth. The streets are quite lively, Bardock reflected, having not witnessed such vibrancy in ages. What of Raditz? He inquired. Prince Vegeta? Partnering with that troublesome fellow? Bardock wiped his brow in silence. Indeed, Jine responded. Is Kakarot still in the nursery pod? Bardock questioned. Upon entering the inner room, Bardock beheld Kakarot peacefully sleeping within the pod. The resemblance between them was striking. It was evident he was Bardock's son. He has grown so much, Bardock marveled. Indeed. He resembles you closely, particularly with that distinctive hairstyle, Jine concurred. A brief silence ensued. Why must it be this way? Jine asked, her confusion evident. Why should he be thrust into danger as an exiled child? This is for Kakarot's sake, Bardock murmured with a heavy sigh. What has transpired? Jine felt a sudden unease welling up within her. Frieza is scheming something. I have a foreboding sense of doom. Bardock's expression grew increasingly grave. That night, Bardock stealthily commandeered a spherical spacecraft, placing Kakarot inside. Under the cloak of night, Bardock bore the weight of the spaceship as he guided Jine to a desolate wilderness. The chill of the cold wind whispered through the barren hills, a stark reminder of their isolation. There was not a soul in sight. Perhaps a testament to the innocence that Bardock felt had been inadvertently imparted to him. With a soft chuckle, he acknowledged the absurdity of their situation. Inside the spacecraft, Kakarot was wailing incessantly, as though sensing an imminent separation from his parents. Kakarot, please cease your cries, Bardock urged gently. Jine, shall we escape together? She proposed. It is futile. The scanners will locate us swiftly, Bardock replied, shaking his head as he set the spaceship down upon the ground. The navigation system was programmed to chart a course towards a distant planet known as Earth. Jine manipulated the controls and addressed Bardock and Kakarot. Although the food resources on that planet are plentiful, the other resources hold little value. It is rather an inconspicuous, yet favorable planet. If Bardock is merely being overly cautious, we shall soon return for you. Remember, do not gaze at the full moon for too long. I will inform Raditz of this as well, Jine added. Ensure your survival. Bardock waved at Kakarot within the confines of the spaceship. Farewell, Jine, he said, a tinge of reluctance in his voice. Kakarot, with wide eyes, stared up at his parents. His innocent visage filled with confusion. Mommy, Daddy, are you abandoning me? With a whoosh, the spaceship ascended into the sky, swiftly departing Planet Vegeta under the watchful eyes of Bardock and Jine. At precisely 10 o'clock that evening, Luo Tian arrived punctually at the spacecraft launch site. There, a total of 5 individuals had gathered. In addition to Vegeta, there were Raditz, Goku's brother, along with Nappa and 2 other Scions. Among these 5, only Nappa had matured into adulthood, while the others were of a similar age to Luo Tian. Hey, Luo Tian, you're late. Raditz approached him with a bemused expression. I was not offering you praise. Raditz wiped the sweat from his brow. Let us depart, Vegeta commanded, addressing those present. Your Highness Vegeta, is it safe to leave now? Nappa expressed a hint of concern. Did not Lord Frieza decree that we must remain on Planet Vegeta, forbidding our departure? Humph. Does this prince require permission to go where he pleases? Vegeta scoffed. Go if you wish. Nappa lowered his head, quickly affirming his desire to accompany them. A minute later, with a swift motion, a small spaceship pierced through the planet's atmosphere, soaring into the vastness of the cosmos. In the boundless expanse of the universe, the spacecraft housed none other than the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God, you say? Frieza chuckled, reclining in his pram, his eyes gleaming with endless mockery. Lord Frieza, I believe this is merely a Clich D hero's tale, Belibru remarked, shaking his head. Belibru, a minion resembling a frog, serves as Frieza's caretaker, attending to his daily needs. I am well aware of this, yet I refuse to entertain even a hint of unease. Frieza scoffed, his gaze narrowing as he surveyed the distant blue planet of Vegeta. His eyes squinted into sharp triangles. After all, Scions are a proud and haughty race, utterly unworthy of becoming my devoted servants. It is time for their annihilation, but I, Frieza, have always been somewhat merciful, so let them perish along with their planet. What a pity, for the Scions are indeed formidable warriors, Belibru lamented. Moreover, this matter is at the behest of Lord Beerus, Frieza abruptly added. Lord Beerus? The god of destruction, Beerus? Belibru's voice trembled with apprehension. I do not wish for a third party to learn of this, Frieza warned, casting a sidelong glance at Belibru. Just then, a subordinate entered the room, prepared to deliver a report. Upon hearing Frieza's words, the subordinate froze, caught in a limbo of indecision. Chapter 5, Departure from Planet Vegeta. What have you overheard? Frieza inquired with a smile directed at the newly arrived minion. My Lord Frieza, I heard nothing at all. In truth, I am deaf, the subordinate hastily knelt. Oh, is that so? Frieza chuckled, his eyes igniting with a deadly brilliance. In an instant, the unfortunate minion was reduced to ash, utterly and irrevocably deceased. Belibru, however, wore a smile, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Oh, the great Lord Frieza, that individual was merely reporting about someone named Luo Tian. Belibru wiped the sweat from his brow. Frieza, a minute later, another minion hurried in, succinctly conveying the details regarding Luo Tian. Oh, his battle power has plummeted from 20,000 to 100 in just 1 year? He truly is a genius. Frieza remarked with a grin, his eyes gleaming. The subordinate dared not raise his head, humbly remaining on his knees. I had hoped for more. I even naively believed his battle power might soar from 20,000 to 100,000, Frieza said, shaking his head in disappointment. My Lord Frieza, although the Scions are a warrior race, their base battle power cannot exceed such heights unless they transform into great apes. Belibru scoffed disdainfully. I cannot wait that long. Let us plan our actions for 1 month hence. Frieza's smile grew increasingly sinister. Might this raise suspicions among the survivors? Belibru queried. Ha ha ha. We can simply claim they were unfortunate enough to be struck by a massive meteorite. Frieza cackled uncontrollably, nearly doubling over with laughter. In the midst of his mirth, Frieza suddenly spotted a small spacecraft launching from Planet Vegeta, streaking across the sky with a brilliant trail of light, rapidly departing towards distant star realms. Frieza's smile froze upon his face, and his expression turned grim. He immediately ordered Belibru to investigate who had the audacity to emerge from Planet Vegeta at such a time. The results of the inquiry arrived swiftly. Oh, Vegeta? Loden? Frieza mused, stroking his chin, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Belibru left his subsequent thoughts unspoken. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Let them be. Frieza, his countenance dark, shook his head. A brief silence ensued. Belibru, have you ever heard of pig farming? Frieza suddenly chuckled. What do you mean, Lord Frieza? Belibru asked, perplexed. When raising pigs, one must first fatten them until they are plump and white. Only then do they taste exquisite. Frieza smiled benignly at the small spacecraft receding into the distance. Does Lord Frieza mean to treat Vegeta and the others as pigs? Balubru realized with clarity. Precisely. Let them remain. Frieza chuckled softly. Isn't that a bit too many pigs? Balubru inquired. Frieza pondered momentarily and indeed felt the number was excessive, instructing. Then let us keep Vegeta and Loden, along with 2 other Scions, totaling 4 pigs. Ha ha. Adding 1 more would equal the number of the Jinyu Force. Balubru laughed heartily. Just as the laughter faded, Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force strode in, his brow furrowed with displeasure. Balubru, you have gone too far. We are not pigs. Jinyu glared at Balubru. Ha ha ha. Merely a jest, just a jest. Balubru said, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. Is there something you need? Frieza turned his attention to Jinyu. Lord Frieza, this time we of the Jinyu Force are willing to take the lead in the assault on Planet Vegeta. Jinyu bowed respectfully. There is no need for such formality. A planetary destruction device will suffice. No one shall escape. Frieza waved dismissively. Are you truly going to annihilate Planet Vegeta? Jinyu remarked with evident regret. The resources on that planet are quite valuable. Would it not be a pity to destroy it? Are you instructing me on my duties? Frieza's demeanor grew icy. I suddenly feel I have not witnessed the fireworks of planet destruction in quite some time. Jinyu quickly responded with a smile. Frieza's cold expression gradually transformed into a grin. Just as they were conversing, another spherical spacecraft soared into the sky, passing near Frieza's ship. Who was that now? Frieza squinted his eyes. Lord Frieza, it is a Scion infant with a power level of merely 2. One of his subordinates reported immediately. Should we bring it down? Balubru inquired. Only a power level of 2? Frieza laughed heartily. Let it be. Even if allowed to grow, it will amount to nothing significant. Inside Loden's spacecraft. After approximately an hour of flight, Raditz asked, Prince Vegeta, which planet shall we head to next? Loden, what do you think? Vegeta turned to inquire of Loden. That sounds splendid. Aside from myself and Vegeta, the 4 of you may each take your own ship and depart, commanded Luo Tian. Raditz's smile gradually froze. While Naba wore an expression of sheer astonishment, the other 2 Scions appeared equally bewildered. Hey, Luo Tian, are you not planning to bring them along? Vegeta inquired in a hushed tone. Luo Tian nodded. What purpose would it serve to bring so many? It lacks significance. Besides, the larger the target, the more conspicuous we become to Frieza's men. Did you hear that? You 4, be off with you. Vegeta decisively instructed Raditz and Naba, his tone rather brusque. Naba, Raditz, the other 2 Scions, you summoned us to form a team, and yet you 2 intend to fly solo? That is quite unreasonable, Raditz murmured, though he dared not defy the order and promptly entered the spherical spacecraft. Naba and the other 2 Scions followed suit, boarding their respective ships. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 spacecraft launched from the smaller vessels, leaving behind 4 brilliant trails of light in the vastness of space. Chapter 6. I hold no interest in Super Scions. Hey, Luo Tian. Vegeta was about to speak, but Luo Tian gently raised a hand to halt him. He then gestured towards the scouter perched on Vegeta's eyes. Vegeta, not one to be easily fooled, promptly understood, removing the device and covering the microphone with his finger. What? Are you concerned about someone overhearing our conversation? Vegeta huffed, casting a curious glance at Luo Tian. I merely wish to avoid any unnecessary complications. Luo Tian responded with a faint smile. Are you suspecting Frieza? Are you worried he might be eavesdropping on us? Vegeta quickly deduced. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, Luo Tian praised, giving Vegeta a thumbs up. Humph, no need for your flattery. Vegeta snorted, casually asking. So, what is the name of that unique planet you mentioned? Namek, Luo Tian articulated clearly. In the vast starry expanse of the universe. Aboard Frieza's spacecraft, Frieza remained seated in his hovering pod, a faint smile gracing his features. However, within that smile lay a chilling undertone. Lord Frieza, the latest intelligence indicates that 4 mini-spherical spacecraft have detached from Vegeta's ship. Naba, Raditz, and 2 other inconsequential Scions are aboard those vessels, reported a subordinate. Oh, they've separated? Frieza narrowed his eyes, contemplating. It seems that the Scion Prince and the once genius warrior, Luo Tian, intend to act independently. Baliblu pondered aloud. Dodoria, Zarbin. Frieza called out. Upon his command, Dodoria and Zarbin swiftly entered the chamber, bowing respectfully before Frieza. Dodoria and Salza, 2 brothers, bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance, both possessing broad, corpulent figures and a peculiar pink complexion adorned with unsightly growths. Yes, Lord Frieza, the Dodoria brothers bowed in unison. I shall make them understand that no matter what schemes they conjure, they are but trifles in the face of absolute power. Frieza sneered repeatedly. The brothers remained silent. Go now, Frieza commanded with a wave of his hand. As they departed, he added, do not underestimate them. The brothers set off towards the launch bay of their spaceship. Hey, Dodoria, how about I go capture Vegeta? Salza proposed. Salza, with your meager combat prowess, do you not fear falling into a trap? Dodoria scoffed. You must acknowledge that Vegeta's battle power is at least 15,000. Mine is 17,000, surpassing him by 2. Salza confidently patted his chest, causing the growths upon him to quiver slightly. Do not forget about the once great warrior, Luo Tian, whose battle power once soared to 20,000. Dodoria furrowed his brow. Brother, fret not. That fellow Luo Tian has been rendered powerless, has he not? Salza chuckled. Dodoria fell into contemplation, wavering in his resolve. Dodoria, my dear brother, rest assured. Nothing will go amiss. Salza smiled. They are merely two little Scions. How could they possibly pose a threat? Exercise caution. Do not be careless. Dodoria finally made up his mind, nodding in agreement. Await my good news. Salza then slipped into the spherical spaceship. As for Luo Tian's spaceship, Namek? What is so special about that planet? Vegeta inquired, momentarily taken aback. You shall discover it upon your arrival, Luo Tian replied with a smile. So mysterious. Vegeta scoffed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Luo Tian, however, was not offended, for he understood Vegeta's inherently rebellious nature. He cherished that very defiance in Vegeta. If he were to be tamed into a docile sheep, he would cease to be Vegeta. After their exchange, Vegeta, feeling a touch parched, approached the bar of the spaceship and poured himself a glass of water, gulping it down eagerly. Luo Tian ignored Vegeta's remarks and sighed softly, gazing at him. My prince, what is your greatest wish? My greatest wish? Why do you ask? Vegeta, having finished his drink and wiping the water from his lips, momentarily appeared perplexed. Luo Tian smiled enigmatically, lowering his voice. Think carefully. It pertains to our journey to Namek. Namek? A wish? Vegeta pondered deeply. What connection does Namek have to my wish? I truly do not comprehend. What is my greatest desire? Ah, I remember now. My greatest wish is, of course, to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta hastily inquired. Are you saying that on Namek you can help me fulfill this wish? You can make me a Super Saiyan? Don't jest. With a scoff, Vegeta added. If you could truly transform me into a Super Saiyan, why haven't you achieved that form yourself? I have no interest in becoming a Super Saiyan, Loden replied, shaking his head. What, then, piques your interest? Vegeta asked, perplexed. Angels, Loden stated. More angels? Is it the kind of angelic power you mentioned? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. That wondrous ability to heal? Loden remained silent. What a peculiar fellow, showing no interest in becoming a Super Saiyan, Vegeta muttered under his breath, before curiously asking. Then tell me, how does one become a Super Saiyan? Chapter 7. Someone is pursuing us. To become a Super Saiyan, the first requirement is to possess a peaceful heart. Loden remarked. Thus, from this moment forth, you must maintain tranquility within your mind. I have no intention of maintaining a peaceful heart. Stop deceiving me. That's merely the foundation for your angelic training. I refuse to be a healer. I aspire to be a powerful warrior. A warrior who can force Frieza to the ground. Vegeta gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes filled with boundless anticipation. At this age, Vegeta was most prone to daydreaming, a tendency that would linger into his adulthood. Suddenly, Loden turned his head sharply, casting a quick glance behind them. What's wrong? Vegeta mirrored his actions, looking back. Someone is closing in, Loden declared abruptly. Is it Frieza's men? Vegeta paused momentarily, then swiftly grabbed his scouter and placed it over his eyes. Beep, beep. Instantly, the scouter displayed a combat power reading. Combat power, 17,000. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, his voice trembling. It's 2,000 higher than yours, Loden remarked calmly. Vegeta mechanically turned his head, fear flickering in his gaze as he clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. It's Dodoria's brother, Salza. What does that scoundrel Frieza intend to do? Perhaps he merely wishes to invite us for tea and conversation, Loden replied with a smile. Do you truly believe that? Vegeta quickly removed his scouter, covered the microphone, rolled his eyes, and exclaimed, I need to find a planet with a moon to transform into a great ape and obliterate him. That's unnecessary. Have you forgotten that I can heal? Loden chuckled nonchalantly. As long as you are sufficiently injured by him, I shall administer healing, significantly enhancing your combat power. At that moment, Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he broke into a foolish grin while gazing at the expanse of stars outside. Indeed, I possess exceptional healing. What do I have to fear? Wait a moment. Without a scouter, how do you know someone is pursuing us? Vegeta asked, puzzled. I previously told you not to rely on the scouter, Loden smiled. You must learn to sense the energy of others, thereby discerning their strength and location. Such an extraordinary skill exists? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. There remains much for you to learn. Luo Tian smiled faintly. As if you possess far greater knowledge than I. Vegeta scoffed, rolling his eyes. Enough of your banter. Let us descend upon a planet, for we Scions are unable to survive in the vastness of space, which is our greatest vulnerability. Luo Tian sighed in resignation. Although he had begun to harness the angelic power, its purity was still lacking, indicating that he had not yet attained the status of an angel capable of existing in the cosmos. This was evidently unrealistic. To truly become an angel, a long and arduous journey lay ahead. Mastering the true essence of ultimate freedom was merely the first step. Luo Tian contemplated that if he could refine the purity of his angelic power to around 10, he might unlock the Super Saiyan God form. With a purity of approximately 15, he could likely achieve the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Refining the purity to around 20 might grant him access to the Ultra Instinct sign. Achieving a purity of 30 would probably allow him to attain the true Ultra Instinct, represented by the silver-haired state. Of course, these were merely Luo Tian's estimations. Was there a connection between refining angelic power and the Super Saiyan God transformation? Indeed, there was. The Super Saiyan God form was the initial step toward divinity for a Scion. It represented a small but significant transformation of energy into divine power. In his previous life, Luo Tian often observed debates among Dragon Ball fans regarding the strength of Super Saiyan 4 versus Super Saiyan God. The crux of the debate was whether Super Saiyan 4 was more powerful than Super Saiyan God. In essence, Super Saiyan 4 was the result of a quantitative change in energy, whereas Super Saiyan God represented a qualitative transformation. In Luo Tian's perspective, when the foundational differences were minimal, the strength of Super Saiyan 4 was at least equal to that of Super Saiyan Blue. Why greater, you ask? Because the Super Saiyan 4 form could be sustained longer. Even if one were to lose consciousness, they could maintain that state. However, Super Saiyan Blue could not boast the same endurance. Thus, even if both parties were evenly matched in power, Super Saiyan Blue might falter in a prolonged battle. These were merely Luo Tian's conjectures from his previous life, and their accuracy was uncertain. Now that he had traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, it was the perfect opportunity to verify which form was indeed superior. He believed that guiding Vegeta toward the Super Saiyan 4 path would be an excellent choice. However, before that, they needed to address a critical weakness of the Scions, the inability to survive in the vastness of space. This was a point of great frustration for Luo Tian. Shalat, why are you pursuing me? Vegeta had already established contact with Shalat through the communicator. Humph. The prince's whereabouts are of no concern to you. Vegeta huffed. Even without the moon, I can make you regret crossing me. Vegeta suggested. How about we battle on that planet ahead? Oh, confidence seems to radiate from you. Vegeta, remarked Shalilia with a chuckle. Whoosh, whoosh. Two spacecrafts streaked across the starry expanse, trailing brilliant flames as they sped towards a distant, ochre-hued planet. Approximately a minute later, the spacecraft descended upon the planetary surface with a thud. Creak. The hatch of the spacecraft swung open. Luo Tian and Vegeta emerged, the latter having heeded Luo Tian's suggestion to forego bringing a scouter this time. Vegeta was keen on keeping Luo Tian's healing abilities a secret from Frieza. The two parties soon encountered one another. Vegeta, you ought to take a good look at your battle power. Shalilia laughed lightly. My battle power stands at 17,000, while yours is merely 15,000. I must say, as the Prince of the Scions, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, your battle power has surely surpassed that of King Vegeta, hasn't it? Chapter 8. Are you healing Vegeta? What does that amount to? Vegeta scoffed. Luo Tian, the once great warrior now reduced to a battle power of merely 100? Truly a marvel of a genius. Your strength diminishes with each training session. Shalilia exclaimed, laced with disdain. Luo Tian chose to ignore him, feeling no inclination to engage directly. Having a battle-hungry subordinate at his side was quite fortuitous. Why don't you both take me on together? Shalilia sneered, beckoning towards Luo Tian and Vegeta. No need for that. One is sufficient to deal with a scoundrel like you. Vegeta retorted with a cold snort, unleashing his energy. A brilliant flame enveloping him in an instant. Then, like a streak of light, Vegeta darted towards Shalilia. Swish. In the next moment, Vegeta's form flickered, vanishing directly in front of Shalilia. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Shalilia. Bang! Vegeta swiftly delivered a punch to Shalilia's lower back, sending him sprawling forward. Vegeta pursued, launching a powerful kick that sent Shalilia soaring into the heights. Whoosh! Vegeta ascended, swiftly positioning himself directly above Shalilia. Bang! Performing an inverted kick. He struck Shalilia squarely in the chest. Instantly, Shalilia plummeted like a projectile, crashing heavily into the ground, leaving a substantial crater in his wake. Vegeta descended, forcefully stomping on Shalilia's head. Crack! The scouter perched atop Shalilia's eyes shattered beneath Vegeta's foot. Vegeta leaped once more, soaring to a great height, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that cascaded down upon Shalilia's position. Boom! The area surrounding Shalilia erupted into a cloud of dust and debris. Clap! Vegeta landed opposite Shalilia, panting heavily, feeling the weight of exhaustion wash over him. Moments ago, Vegeta had seemingly unleashed the full extent of his energy. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed the battered form of Shalilia. Yet, unscathed would not aptly describe her condition. She was covered in grime, her armor in tatters from Vegeta's onslaught. However, she bore no grave injuries. After all, a disparity of 2,000 in combat power is significant. What? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. What's the matter? Your attacks appear ineffective. Don't they, Vegeta? Shalilia stepped towards him. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth and raised his hand, unleashing an energy blast towards Shalilia. Bang! Shalilia swiftly swatted the energy blast aside with a powerful slap. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his face darkening further. Now it's my turn to attack, isn't it, Vegeta? Shalilia laughed heartily, advancing step by step. This is bad. Vegeta clenched his teeth and charged forward, aiming a punch at Shalilia's head. Smack! Yet, with a slight lift of her hand, Shalilia effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist. Is this all you've got, Vegeta? It seems the gap of 2,000 in combat power is far from trivial. She bellowed with laughter. Vegeta's countenance twisted in distress. Bang! Shalilia delivered a brutal headbutt to Vegeta, eliciting a scream from him as blood streamed from his forehead. Bang! Without hesitation, Shalilia unleashed a powerful kick, sending Vegeta soaring into the sky. In a flash, Shalilia ascended and positioned herself directly above him. Ha ha ha! She cackled, delivering a decisive kick to Vegeta's midsection. Woo! Vegeta cried out in agony as he plummeted like a meteor. Boom! He crashed heavily onto the planet's surface, the ground trembling violently and creating a deep crater. Smack! Shalilia landed at the edge of the crater, forcefully stomping the ground. Vegeta was violently jolted from the pit, ascending momentarily. Smack! Shalilia seized Vegeta by his tail, hoisting him up with ease. She refrained from applying excessive force, wary of inadvertently causing fatal harm. Blood spurted from Vegeta's mouth as he sensed his life slipping away. Nevertheless, with the powerful healing prowess of Luo Tian as his backing, he refused to surrender. Hey! Vegeta opened his mouth wide and bit down on Shalilia's hand. Shalilia cried out in pain, forcefully slamming Vegeta back to the ground. After landing, Vegeta crawled awkwardly towards Luo Tian. Humph! Are you a dog? Shalshalia rubbed her hand, sore from Vegeta's bite. Her teeth gritted in anger and coldly remarked, I never anticipated you still had the strength to flee. However, can you escape from the palm of my hand? As she spoke, Shalshalia cast a playful glance towards Luo Tian. Hey, Luo Tian, the once gifted youth, will you accompany me? Or shall I reduce you to the state of Vegeta before taking you to meet Lord Frieza? Shalshalia inquired with keen interest. Just wait a moment, Luo Tian replied, raising his right hand slightly, conjuring a swirling mass of murky angelic energy. Instantly, a radiant flame, akin to the brilliance of stars, enveloped Vegeta. Vegeta's injuries visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. What are you doing? Shalshalia momentarily faltered, sensing that something was amiss. It's nothing, just a moment, and it will be fine, Luo Tian grinned. Are you treating Vegeta? Shalshalia, not one to be easily deceived, quickly realized the situation. Chapter 9. How fortunate to have your healing prowess. Do Scions possess healing abilities? Shalshalia's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating. So, your intention in not enhancing your combat prowess was solely to master healing? Alright, Vegeta, Luo Tian called out. With a sudden leap, Vegeta sprang from the ground, swiftly assessing his body, his face lighting up with boundless astonishment. Is it really healed? Shalshalia's brows knitted tightly. Well, it's decent enough, Luo Tian responded with a smile. Humph. Even if you possess healing skills, what does it matter? Even if Vegeta recovers 2 or 3 times, he still won't be my match. Shalshalia sneered, her hand aimed at Luo Tian. However, I shall not allow you to heal him any longer. First, I will render you incapable of self-sufficiency. With that, Shalshalia unleashed an energy blast from her hand, hurtling it towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian showed no intention of dodging. Hey, Vegeta bellowed, delivering a powerful slap that sent Shalshalia's energy blast soaring into the sky. What? Shalshalia was taken aback, not expecting Vegeta's fierce response. In her mind, the energy blast she had just released possessed enough strength to severely injure both of them. Of course, Vegeta might have evaded it. But Shalshalia was astonished that he had not only stayed put, but had also swatted her blast away. With a swift motion, Vegeta transformed into a streak of brilliant light, charging upwards and colliding headfirst into Shalshalia's chest. Ugh! Shalshalia spat a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling instantly. Vegeta followed up with an uppercut that struck Shalshalia squarely on the jaw. She flipped through the air, crashing to the ground, feeling utterly defeated. Vegeta spat, a triumphant expression gracing his face. Shalshalia wiped the blood from her lips and struggled to rise from the ground, casting an incredulous glance at Vegeta, then at Luo Tian nearby, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. How could this be possible? Shalalia's face was filled with astonishment as she asked, Why do I feel as though your fighting power has somehow increased? Do you not know? Vegeta replied with a light chuckle. Know what? Shalalia was taken aback. We Scions are reborn in the face of death, and our combat power experiences a significant enhancement. Vegeta laughed heartily. Well, what did you say? Shalalia's expression shifted dramatically. Luo Tian, can you sense what my fighting power is? Vegeta inquired. Approximately 18,000, Luo Tian pondered. Only an increase of 3,000. Vegeta felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. That's not bad. But I fear it may never increase again, Luo Tian remarked. Vegeta, what do you mean by that? What do you mean it may never increase again? Vegeta did not dwell on it further. 3,000 is 3,000. Now my fighting power stands at 18,000, surpassing this fellow by 1,000, making it more than sufficient to deal with him. Although he claimed to have a 1,000 advantage in fighting power, in reality, Vegeta held an overwhelming upper hand. Prior to this, Shalalia had already engaged in battle, exhausting her energy and diminishing her combat effectiveness, compounded by her injuries. In contrast, Vegeta had fully recovered, not only returning to his peak, but also enhancing his combat power. 18,000 fighting power. That is impossible, absolutely impossible. Shalalia yelled, disbelief etched in her eyes. You shall soon discover whether it is possible. Vegeta scoffed coldly, swiftly dashing to stand directly opposite Shalalia. Shalalia was utterly stunned, her pupils reflecting boundless terror. Prepare to die? Vegeta shouted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Shalalia soaring into the sky. Boom. Vegeta unleashed his energy to the fullest, a colossal force that instantly engulfed Shalalia. When the chaos subsided, Shalalia had been obliterated into fragments by Vegeta's devastating assault. Panting heavily, Vegeta gasped for breath, clearly having expended a significant amount of energy. It was evident that the price of utterly annihilating Shalalia was substantial. Vegeta's energy reserves were nearly depleted. Quick, Luo Tian, assist me in regaining my energy, Vegeta commanded. Vegeta, do not rely solely on my healing abilities for everything. Luo Tian sighed, noting that for such energy restoration, he could simply snack on something to recuperate. Vegeta, forget it. He did not wish to depend on others. Now that Shalalia is dead, Frieza may be able to locate us through the tracking system on our spaceship, Luo Tian mused, realizing they needed to find a way to destroy the ship's tracking system. Humph, there is no need for such trouble. Vegeta wore a triumphant smile. And an ingenious idea suddenly struck me. Perhaps there was a way to defeat that fiend, Frieza. Oh, what is it? Luo Tian inquired. You can beat me half to death, and then heal me. This way, my fighting power will continuously escalate. Vegeta's face radiated with fervor, his youthful countenance brimming with boundless anticipation. A request of such caliber is indeed a first for me, Luo Tian remarked with a sigh. Humph, with your kind of healing, I shall swiftly ascend to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta laughed heartily, patting Luo Tian on the shoulder. Rest assured, Luo Tian. Once I transform into a Super Saiyan and claim the title of the strongest in the universe, I shall not neglect you. Beating you half to death is not out of the question. Luo Tian gently shook his head. Is there a problem? Vegeta paused, perplexed. What is it? He asked curiously. Do you know Frieza's fighting power? Luo Tian queried. Humph, how formidable can he be? At most, 200,000, Vegeta speculated, then grinned with pride. As long as my power exceeds 20,000, I can transform into a great ape and crush him into the ground. Chapter 10. Do you know Frieza's fighting power? You underestimate Frieza far too much. Luo Tian slowly shook his head. Then enlighten me. What is Frieza's fighting power? Vegeta demanded. Luo Tian gradually extended 5 fingers. 500,000. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, though he was not overly shocked. He lowered his head to analyze, realizing that this foe's power exceeded his expectations. It seemed he needed to elevate his strength beyond 50,000, and then transform into a great ape to contend with him. You can become a great ape. But Frieza won't transform? Luo Tian added lightly. What did you say? Frieza can transform? How is that possible? Vegeta's face momentarily froze in disbelief. To my knowledge, Frieza not only can transform, but can do so several times, Luo Tian sighed. Several times? Vegeta trembled involuntarily. At least 3 times, Luo Tian stated. Vegeta fell silent, his complexion turning increasingly grim. As for his fighting power, during his first transformation, it seems his strength can reach the staggering height of 1,000,000, Luo Tian supplemented. Fighting power of 1,000,000. Vegeta's voice rose several decibels. There is nothing to be astonished about, Luo Tian replied. What? Vegeta exclaimed. In his second transformation, his power is at least 2,000,000, Luo Tian continued. Vegeta felt a sense of unnaturalness envelop him, his expression stiffening further. In his third transformation, his base fighting power is approximately 3,000,000, Luo Tian revealed. 3,000,000. Vegeta's face drained of color. This means my base fighting power must reach at least 300,000 to stand a chance against that fiend. I am not finished yet, Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta remained silent. This is merely Frieza's base form. If he were to unleash all his energy, his maximum fighting power could soar to an astounding 120,000, Luo Tian stated calmly. Vegeta's lips quivered uncontrollably, his body shuddered momentarily before he collapsed onto the ground, his complexion as pale as death. He gasped for breath, feeling as though he were on the brink of suffocation. A combat power of 120 million? Could this possibly be true? If it were, I would not be surprised if even a mere fart from him could obliterate me. Vegeta's mental state crumbled. If this were indeed the case, what a terrifying monster this individual must be. For a full 20 seconds, silence enveloped the air. I'm not deceiving you. I overheard it during a casual conversation between the god of destruction, Beerus, and Whis. Luo Tian casually remarked. The god of destruction, Beerus? Did he really say that? Vegeta's expression turned incredulous. That's not the focal point. Luo Tian shook his head. Vegeta exclaimed. You've said so much. And this isn't the focal point? The fact that Frieza possesses such formidable combat power isn't significant? The crux of the matter is, with his level of power, how many times must one be gravely injured to surpass it? Luo Tian pondered aloud. Let me calculate. If luck permits, and each injury only yields a mere 3,000 points of increase, how many times would that amount to? Vegeta once again felt a pang in his heart. Based on the premise of a 3,000 point increase per injury, sustaining serious injuries 1,000 times would only elevate his power to 3 million. To reach 300 million, one would need to be gravely injured 10,000 times. Vegeta's composure began to fray. 10,000 serious injuries? Who could endure that? In truth, Vegeta was unaware that upon the brink of death, one could experience a rebirth, often resulting in a dramatic increase in combat power. Of course, there were times when the increase was merely negligible. Yet, on some occasions, it could multiply exponentially. Take Goku. For instance, during his battle against Captain Ginyu on Namek. At that time, Goku's base power was approximately 180,000. After being gravely injured by Vegeta and placed in a healing chamber, his power surged to 3 million upon recovery. Vegeta experienced something similar, though his gains were slightly less pronounced than Goku's. When Vegeta first arrived on Earth, his combat power stood at 18,000. After a near-death experience, it rose to 24,000. Following his intense battle with Zebon, where he sustained severe injuries but was subsequently healed, his power reached around 35,000. Later, after encountering the Ginyu Force and suffering yet another grave injury, his combat power skyrocketed, estimated to be over 500,000. This prompted Jinyu's comrade, Whis, to naively believe that the scouter was malfunctioning upon witnessing such a reading. It was this significant surge in power that emboldened Vegeta to confront Frieza, whose strength had reached 530,000. Subsequently, after an encounter with Krillin that left him feeling utterly defeated, and after being healed by Dend, Vegeta's power increased to approximately 2.5 million. Despite this, he remained no match for Frieza's fourth transformation. However, as the saga progressed, neither Goku, Vegeta, nor even Gohan could attain further energy boosts through near-death experiences, as such enhancements had their limits. They have already reached the pinnacle of their training. Moreover, as far as I know, the enhancement of combat power through such means has its limits. Once a certain threshold is crossed, no further improvement can be attained. With a sigh, Luo Tian approached and patted Vegeta's shoulder, advising him, therefore, do not take such shortcuts. Training is a gradual process that cannot be rushed. Vegeta fell silent, his young heart deeply wounded. According to your calculations, even if I become a Super Saiyan, I may not stand a chance against Frieza, right? Vegeta's face turned pale. Perhaps, becoming a Super Saiyan is akin to a transformation? Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta was taken aback. For instance, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, one's power might increase 50-fold. Luo Tian stated with a grin. So, how much combat power must you attain to suppress Frieza into the ground? Vegeta responded, TCH, what baseless nonsense. Vegeta huffed. Is becoming a Super Saiyan truly a transformation? Let us move on. There's no need to dwell on this matter. Luo Tian stepped towards the spacecraft. Chapter 11. I fear I cannot become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta quickly followed, pressing. What about you, Luo Tian? Me? Luo Tian hesitated. Will you always remain a healer? Vegeta inquired. Don't you wish to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta was at a loss for words. In my current state, I fear I may never transform into a Super Saiyan. Luo Tian shook his head. Is it due to insufficient combat power? Vegeta asked. Indeed, Luo Tian nodded, adding, however, I might become a Super Saiyan god. Vegeta fell silent. You really know how to boast. Then let us compare and see whether the Super Saiyan or the Super Saiyan god is more formidable. Vegeta scoffed. After all, he was still a child. Despite a brief emotional collapse, he quickly cast aside the terrifying combat power of Frieza. Is there even a need for comparison? The title Super Saiyan god has 2 more words than Super Saiyan. So naturally, the Super Saiyan god is superior. Luo Tian smiled. Is that a valid basis for comparison? Vegeta retorted irritably. Luo Tian ignored Vegeta and went directly to the side of the spacecraft. Let me give it a try, Luo Tian said, slowly raising his hand and placing it upon the spacecraft. With a clap, he unleashed a murky divine power. In an instant, the divine energy enveloped the spacecraft. What? Does your so-called divine power also have the capability to destroy the spacecraft's navigation system? Vegeta was taken aback. All right, it's already destroyed, Luo Tian nodded. Is it really that simple? Vegeta's eyes widened as he immediately flew to the spacecraft where Shala was, attempting to locate his own vessel on the control panel. Beep. Lost contact. Please search again. The display screen flashed. Vegeta's expression turned to one of astonishment, momentarily dazed. Is this truly resolved? Whoosh. In truth, Luo Tian merely sought to locate the spaceship's positioning system using the power of angels, and to his surprise, he successfully found it. Since it could be located, destroying it would be exceedingly simple. With a trace of angelic power, Luo Tian obliterated the locator. His intention to demolish the spaceship's positioning device was not born from fear of Frieza. Rather, he wished to prevent Frieza from disturbing Namek during this crucial period. After all, Luo Tian was about to embark on a journey to Namek with Vegeta. Should Frieza learn of Luo Tian's whereabouts, he would undoubtedly dispatch minions to pursue him, and the presence of such bothersome flies would only add to his troubles. At present, Luo Tian faced a significant shortcoming, his inability to survive in the vastness of space. If confronted by an opponent like Frieza, who was not merely toying with him, he could easily annihilate the planet where Luo Tian resided. Even if Luo Tian could harness angelic power, he would still perish in the void of space. Although angelic power could be transformed into air, how long could it sustain him in the cosmos? Thus, Luo Tian's foremost desire was to swiftly devise a solution to this vulnerability. He had already conceived a remedy: to summon the eternal dragon of Namek and wish for the ability to exist in the vacuum of space. Given the capabilities of the Namekian dragon, he believed this wish should not pose a challenge. Luo Tian and Vegeta boarded the spaceship. Whoosh. The vessel transformed into a brilliant streak of light, swiftly departing the ochre planet and ascending into the starry expanse of the cosmos. Namek, here I come. In another star system, on a certain planet, Dodoria effortlessly dispatched the two Scions aside from Raditz and Nappa. Nappa and Raditz trembled in fear, fully aware of Dodoria's overwhelming power, which had reached a staggering level of 23,000. Humph, this is the consequence of your reckless actions. Dodoria's countenance was frigid as he narrowed his eyes at Nappa and Raditz. The corners of Nappa and Raditz's mouths twitched uncontrollably, beads of sweat breaking out on their foreheads. However, Lord Frieza is quite merciful. As long as you two behave, you shall not be harmed, Dodoria said with a smile. Nappa and Raditz remained silent. Maintain communication. Be at the ready, and obey Lord Frieza's orders. Can you manage that? Dodoria inquired with an affable grin. Nappa and Raditz nodded vigorously. Very well, Dodoria said, stepping forward. Nappa and Raditz quaked even more violently, feeling as though their legs were no longer under their control. In the face of such overwhelming strength, they understood that even fleeing would lead to their demise. All right, I shall take my leave. Take care of yourselves, Dodoria declared, and without further complicating matters, he boarded his spaceship and departed. Once aboard, Dodoria immediately attempted to establish contact with his brother, Shalza. However, there was not a hint of signal from Shalza's end. What is happening? Doria suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that my brother has met with misfortune? Anxiety gnawed at Doria's heart. Without delay, he pressed a few buttons on the control panel of the spacecraft. In an instant, the location of Shasha Laya's spacecraft was displayed. Doria then searched for the vessel belonging to Luo Tian. Beep, communication lost. Please search again. Doria paused momentarily, his expression shifting dramatically. After a brief hesitation, he promptly established contact with Frieza's spacecraft. On Frieza's ship, he sat in a stroller, gazing out the window at the blue planet of Vegeta. From this vantage point, Vegeta bore a resemblance to Earth, radiating the brilliance of a sapphire. Chapter 12. He will become your rival in love and conflict. Oh, so, they have managed to disable the tracking system? Frieza was not particularly surprised. Perhaps, replied Barablu, nodding. Inform the team that any sightings must be reported immediately. Frieza commanded Barablu. Understood, Lord Frieza, Barablu bowed respectfully. Thus, it appears that Shasha Laya may have been killed by Vegeta and Luo Tian, correct? A shadow passed over Frieza's countenance, his eyes narrowing in anger. Frieza was not enraged merely by the loss of a subordinate, but rather by the realization that he had underestimated the two Scions. Doria requested to investigate the location of Shasha Laya's spacecraft. Barablu continued, let him go. Frieza nodded in agreement. An hour later, a disc-shaped spacecraft descended upon the planet where Luo Tian and the others had landed. Doria quickly located his brother's vessel. He then scanned the surroundings, discovering signs of the battle between Vegeta and Shasha Laya. Among these traces, Doria keenly discerned the remnants left by Shasha Laya. He approached and picked up a fragment of his brother's skull, his face contorting with horror. Shasha Laya, you fool. I warned you to be cautious. Yet you refused to listen. And now, you've fallen victim to that wretched Vegeta. Doria clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Without a moment's pause, he boarded his spacecraft and departed the planet. Vegeta, Luo Tian, you two had better beware. I shall ensure your annihilation. I will avenge my brother. Doria shouted within the confines of the spacecraft, releasing the pent-up fury within him. Meanwhile, Luo Tian and Vegeta's ship sped through the cosmos. Luo Tian took the opportunity to disable the listening system on Vegeta's scanner. This angelic power is truly effortless to wield. It is indeed divine. Are you suggesting that on Namek, any wish can be granted? Vegeta exclaimed with astonishment. Precisely, that object is known as the Dragon Ball. Luo Tian had nothing to conceal as he smiled and introduced the concept. A total of 3 wishes could be granted, with each of us entitled to one. Have you decided upon your wish? The ability to survive in the vastness of space? What merit does such a wish hold? It is but a hollow aspiration. Vegeta regarded Luo Tian with a perplexed expression. I certainly do not wish to meet my demise in the cosmic abyss, Luo Tian replied with a smile. Suit yourself. Vegeta shook his head, deeming Luo Tian rather foolish. He then murmured softly, I have long heard tales of the Namekians and their wondrous abilities. I never imagined they could also create Dragon Balls to fulfill 3 wishes. Therefore, when you arrive on Namek, be courteous to its inhabitants. Recklessness will yield no wishes. Luo Tian nodded and added a directive to Vegeta. Humph, I need no guidance on how to conduct myself. I am fully aware of what to do. Vegeta stood by the window, gazing out at the vast expanse of the starry sky, unable to suppress a scoff. As they conversed, Vegeta suddenly caught sight of a spherical spacecraft darting across the cosmos, swiftly veering in another direction. Peering intently, he noticed a child within the vessel at the moment it turned. A Scion? Vegeta paused, then seized his scouter, pressing a button. Beep, battle power, 2. He quickly discerned the opponent's power level through the device. Vegeta pondered, I recall now, that little brat is Bardock's son. What was his name again? Kakarot, Luo Tian interjected. Yes, Kakarot, a lowly warrior, truly pitiful, with a power level of merely 2. Vegeta shook his head, lamenting the disgrace brought upon the Scion race. Enough with your boasting. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Vegeta snorted, expressing his disbelief. Luo Tian remarked, I foresee that Kakarot may very well become your lifelong rival, filled with love and enmity. Vegeta retorted, love and enmity? Kakarot is a female? He was taken aback, for he distinctly perceived the child as a boy. Luo Tian wiped his brow discreetly. What? Do you truly believe that child could become my adversary? Vegeta scoffed with disdain. Indeed, Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. Humph, such baseless nonsense. Vegeta huffed, pondering the whereabouts of that child. Where is he headed? Was he recently banished from Planet Vegeta by father? Or did Bardock secretly release him? Observing the trajectory of the spacecraft, Luo Tian speculated, it is highly likely he is bound for Earth. Vegeta investigated the information regarding Earth, revealing disappointment on his face. This planet holds little value, yet its sustenance appears quite abundant. After a pause, he continued, I understand now. Kakarot's father must have deemed him too ineffectual to endure the ruthless competition among Scions, thus exiling him to that planet. It mirrors the fate of my brother, Tarbal. Father also found him lacking and sent him to a world with scant resources. Luo Tian ceased his chatter, choosing instead to delve deeper into the exploration of his angelic powers. Humph, I shall take a nap first, he declared, while Vegeta hastened to the sleep chamber for rest. Days slipped by, and 10 days later, Luo Tian stood at the window of the spaceship, gazing at a distant, sizable green planet. It was none other than Planet Namek. Chapter 13. Why has your battle power disappeared? Vegeta joined him, unable to restrain his curiosity. This planet is quite substantial, he remarked. However, after uttering these words, he turned his attention to the scouter, examining Luo Tian's battle power readings. Upon seeing the results, Vegeta instinctively slapped the scouter, his expression one of bewilderment. What is going on? Why does the scouter not display your battle power? Is it malfunctioning? He removed the device from his eyes and scrutinized it closely. Because I no longer possess any battle power, Luo Tian replied with a faint smile. What did you say? You have no battle power? What does that mean? Vegeta stammered, momentarily taken aback. It means exactly what it says, Luo Tian clarified. Your expression suggests you find this rather exhilarating. Vegeta stared at him incredulously, as if confronted with a fool. That is unimportant now, Luo Tian chuckled softly. Through the course of these 10 days of training, Luo Tian had successfully dispelled all the energy within him. He was now left solely with divine power. Moreover, the purity of his angelic power surged from a mere 1 to an impressive 5 upon the eradication of all other energies. It seemed that the energies he had previously cultivated had indeed influenced the purity of his angelic power. With the purity of my angelic power reaching 5, I shall henceforth devote myself entirely to its cultivation, unencumbered by any extraneous energies. Remember, when you encounter the Namekians, be courteous. Do you understand? Luo Tian cautioned, his gaze fixed on Planet Namek in the distance, directing his words at Vegeta. Humph, are you instructing me? Vegeta huffed, visibly displeased. Let us descend upon Planet Namek, Luo Tian stated, withholding further commentary as he maneuvered the spaceship gently towards the planet, landing near a village. Once the vessel had settled, the hatch opened, and both Luo Tian and Vegeta emerged, finding themselves amidst the village. At this hour, the able-bodied villagers were out at work, leaving behind 3 elderly individuals basking in the sun. The arrival of Luo Tian's spaceship had not gone unnoticed by the Namekian elders, who quickly rose from their seats, their expressions turning grave. Upon witnessing Luo Tian and Vegeta, the village elders' demeanor shifted, a wary gaze directed at them. Who are you? What brings you to Planet Namek? Luo Tian regarded the 3 Namekians and soon recognized one of them, Elder Muley, following the passing of the Grand Elder of Namek. This Elder Muley was poised to ascend as the new Grand Elder. As for the 2 elderly Namekians, Luo Tian noticed that one of them appeared somewhat frail. Moments ago, when he rose, he nearly stumbled to the ground, fortunately being supported by his companion. Allow me to observe, their battle powers are 300, 400, and 500 respectively. Vegeta pressed a button on his scouter, swiftly revealing the battle power readings of the 3 Namekian elders. Greetings, we are Scions, and we come in peace, Luo Tian began to say. However, before he could finish, Vegeta interrupted him. Humph. We have come to Namek to fulfill our wishes. Bring forth your Dragon Balls so that this prince may behold them, Vegeta declared bluntly. Luo Tian retorted, what did I say earlier? Humph. How I conduct myself is of no concern to others. Vegeta scoffed. In an instant, Luo Tian moved, appearing behind Vegeta with a speed so remarkable that Vegeta could not react in time. With a swift motion, Luo Tian struck, landing a blow on the back of Vegeta's neck. Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, his consciousness fading. In the next moment, he fainted under the watchful gaze of the 3 Namekian elders. My sincerest apologies, my companion lacks manners, Luo Tian sighed. The elder Muley found himself momentarily at a loss. This child certainly acted with decisiveness, rendering his companion unconscious in an instant. I can sense a malevolent aura emanating from your companion, Elder Muley remarked after a brief silence, casting a wary glance at the unconscious Vegeta. And what of me? Luo Tian smiled. Elder Muley looked back at Luo Tian, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Why does this young man possess such a unique charm? It evokes a desire within me to look up to him. Who exactly is he? It wasn't long before Elder Muley noticed the tail behind Luo Tian, leading him to deduce the young man's identity. He too is a Scion, and such an alluring one at that? Could it be that I possess a visage filled with sunlight and warmth? Luo Tian grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. The 2 elders remarked, this child certainly knows how to articulate. What brings you here? Elder Muley inquired, his brow glistening with sweat. Your companion has already stated that you seek the Dragon Balls, he continued. Just as he spoke, the previously mentioned Namekian elder suddenly collapsed, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Delta. The elder beside him exclaimed, his face paling in alarm. Delta, what has happened to you? Elder Muley asked. Worry etched across his face as he hurried to check on his fellow elder. Another case of negative energy syndrome. He sighed. When did Delta succumb to it? Elder Muley inquired solemnly. I sensed something was amiss with him earlier, but he insisted on pushing through without revealing it. The elder shook his head. I fear he may already. His words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. The elderly man known as Delta appears to be nearing the end of his days. Negative energy syndrome? Luo Tian stepped forward, casting a curious glance at the unconscious figure on the ground. The elder's body was entwined with dark tendrils, and his face was shrouded in ominous shadows. Muley and the elder beside him exchanged glances with Luo Tian before redirecting their attention back to Delta. It seemed as if he were besieged by a peculiar and malevolent energy. Indeed, young man, you speak the truth, Muley sighed. Our planet's harsh environment has allowed this negative energy, or what you refer to as malevolent energy, to run rampant. A considerable number of Namekians are exhibiting similar symptoms, with some cases resulting in death. We have dubbed this phenomenon negative energy syndrome. Chapter 14, Negative Energy on Namek. As long as we can eradicate the negative energy from his body, he can be cured, Luo Tian proposed. Such a task is far from simple. This negative energy has fused with his very being. Only a select few Namekians, blessed with robust resistance, have survived. The majority have succumbed to its onslaught. The elder replied gravely. I shall attempt to assist in expelling the negative energy from him, Luo Tian declared as he stepped closer. You believe you can cleanse him of this negative energy? The elder was taken aback, incredulous. Even the Grand Elder has no means to counteract this energy. Young man, we appreciate your kindness, but this negative energy is not easily vanquished. Muley's expression grew increasingly somber. Currently, we are cultivating a plan on Namek, which serves as the most effective remedy for negative energy. However, to entirely eradicate it from Namek will require at least 20 years, a daunting trial for our people. Without further ado, Luo Tian raised his right hand, and a radiant orb of light, akin to the stars, materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, he directed the brilliant light onto Delta's form. Upon contact, the dazzling energy swiftly eradicated the dark tendrils enveloping him. 3 seconds passed, and the shadows upon Delta were utterly obliterated. Suddenly, Delta opened his eyes wide. Muley and the elder beside him stared in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer bewilderment. With a sudden burst of energy, Delta sprang to his feet, startling Muley and the elder, who nearly collided in their shock. Careful, or you might strain your back, Luo Tian cautioned. Muley and the elder exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as they regarded Luo Tian. Little one, what are you saying? Are you cursing me? Delta retorted, somewhat irate. I feel as though I have regained at least 10 years of youth. Only 10 years. It appears my training is still woefully insufficient, Luo Tian lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Moments earlier, while bestowing angelic power upon Delta, he had inadvertently rejuvenated him as well. The method of rejuvenation through angelic power is, in truth, quite simple. One merely needs to utilize this celestial force to restore the aging cells. However, to Luo Tian's disappointment, the transformation has only rendered the elderly man a decade younger. Given that the lifespan of mexing people is considerably extended, living 300 to 500 years is not an uncommon feat. Thus, 10 years is rather insignificant for them. Elder Muley, what is this lad saying? Delta inquired, casting a curious glance at Luo Tian before turning to Muley. Muley coughed, discreetly wiping away his sweat. The other elderly gentleman appeared equally bemused. Delta, you ought to express your gratitude to this young man. He has assisted in eliminating the negative energy from your being, Muley remarked with a sigh. Indeed, he was the one who assisted me? Delta paused in astonishment. Muley and the elder beside him nodded in affirmation. After a brief moment of hesitation, Delta stepped forward, bowed, and apologetically stated, Young man, I sincerely apologize and thank you for saving me. It was nothing. Merely a small act of kindness, Luo Tian replied with a slight smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. Then, Luo Tian raised his gaze to the sky, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. However, there is quite a bit of negative energy here. It is no wonder you fell victim to it, he mused. Let me see if I can eliminate this negative energy completely. Oh, you can eradicate this negative energy? Muley exclaimed in astonishment. Delta's face mirrored his shock, while the other elder widened his eyes in disbelief. I shall merely attempt it, Luo Tian smiled. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The three elders fell silent. This young fellow had good intentions, yet his words were somewhat jarring. Luo Tian took a deep breath, his expression grave, as he gradually conjured a radiant sphere of light, reminiscent of the stars. The brilliance of this luminescent sphere was comparable to that of a Dragon Ball from mexing. Is this size acceptable? Luo Tian queried, glancing back at the three elders. Muley, Delta, and the other elder also wore expressions of confusion. What do you mean? How are we to know if this size is suitable? Transform, Luo Tian commanded sharply. In an instant, the star-like light sphere morphed into a golden orb, radiating a resplendent golden glow. Change again. Luo Tian directed the golden sphere, swiftly condensing a crimson pentagram at its core. Muley's eyes widened in astonishment, while Delta and the other elders stared in disbelief. Isn't that a Dragon Ball? They pondered, baffled by the similarity of the energy Luo Tian had conjured to the Dragon Balls. Go forth, Luo Tian proclaimed, raising his hand to launch the condensed Dragon Ball skyward. With a whoosh, the Dragon Ball, formed from angelic power, soared rapidly into the heavens, bursting into golden brilliance. Subsequently, these celestial energies transformed into streams of crimson light, shooting outwards around the planet, as if a red meteor shower had commenced. The crimson meteors collided with the negative energy, swiftly engulfing and obliterating it. Approximately an hour later, the power of the angel has thoroughly eradicated all negative energy from Namek. The luminous sphere in the sky, reminiscent of a Dragon Ball, gradually became transparent. With a decisive pop, the sphere accomplished its mission and vanished completely. Well, there shouldn't be any significant issues now, Luo Tian remarked, glancing upwards and calling out to Muley. Muley was left astonished, while Delta and the elderly man beside him displayed expressions of sheer disbelief. By the way, I have also cured those afflicted with negative energy syndrome. I believe there will be no further complications, Luo Tian smiled. Chapter 15, I am not an angel. For Luo Tian, this was also a means of cultivating the power of the angel. The essence of angelic power must be continuously utilized to refine it further and enhance its purity. If left dormant, its purity would increase at a considerably slower pace. This time, Luo Tian's assistance to the Namekians proved immensely beneficial for them. However, he also reaped substantial benefits himself. Luo Tian felt that he had nearly exhausted all the angelic power within him. Perhaps, upon reconstitution, the purity of the angelic power would further augment. Are you an angel? Muley asked, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Luo Tian. Not just yet, Luo Tian replied, shaking his head. He understood that Muley's reference to an angel pertained to one who rescues all beings, rather than the angels of the Dragon Ball universe. Muley wiped the sweat from his brow. What do you mean, not just yet? Muley and the three elderly men quickly examined the nearby negative energy. To their astonishment, they discovered that it seemed to have entirely vanished. You have completely eliminated the negative energy from our village. You are our benefactor. Muley exclaimed with fervor, even reaching out to grasp Luo Tian's hand warmly. Meanwhile, the unconscious Vegeta on the ground was entirely overlooked by Muley and the others. There's no need for gratitude. It was a mere trifle, Luo Tian smiled. Being able to assist you in overcoming this hardship is, for me, an act of virtue. Indeed, indeed. Muley laughed heartily. Then inquired, by the way, I still don't know your name. I am Luo Tian. It's inconsequential. He waved his hand dismissively. The nameless elderly man beside him fervently wiped his brow. Why is it inconsequential when it comes to introducing me? Is that polite? Luo Tian. You have come to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls, haven't you? Muley asked amiably. Indeed, I have also come for a bit of sightseeing. Luo Tian nodded. Regarding the Dragon Balls, since you have saved Namek, I have decided to take you to meet the Elder, Muley declared resolutely. The Elder? Luo Tian feigned ignorance. However, just as Muley's words fell, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Muley's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Yes, it is the Elder. You already know. My lord, what? You will come personally? Very well, I shall await your esteemed presence here. Soon after, Muley seemed to hear another remark from the Grand Elder, his eyes betraying an overwhelming shock. Had the entire negative energy of Namek been eradicated? Muley exclaimed in disbelief, is that true? He glanced astonished in the direction of Luo Tian. Just by condensing a mere orb of light, had he truly annihilated all the negative energy from Namek? This little fellow is indeed remarkable. All right, I understand, Muley responded respectfully. The communication came to a close. Luo Tian, have you really eliminated all the negative energy from Namek? Muley wiped the sweat from his brow. All the negative energy has vanished? Delta gasped. Another elder remained silent, yet the astonishment in his gaze was palpable. The three elders Na Veli believed that only the negative energy surrounding their village had been dispelled. Little did they know that the entirety of Namek's negative energy had been obliterated. A sphere of energy the size of a Dragon Ball had effortlessly resolved a crisis that had plagued Namek for centuries. Because of this negative energy, many Namekians had been forced to leave their homeland. To their surprise, today, it had been completely resolved. If we are to do something, let us do it thoroughly. Merely eradicating the negative energy of a village is hardly commendable, Luo Tian remarked nonchalantly, smiling. Muley and the others fell into silence. Why do we get the impression that you are showing off? I am truly not an angel. I am merely an ordinary Scion, Luo Tian added as clarification. Muley. Delta. Elder. The three were left speechless. We never suggested you were an angel. That was merely a metaphor. Ahem, Luo Tian. The Grand Elder has learned of your heroic deeds in saving Namek and has decided to visit you personally, Muley declared. The Grand Elder is coming in person? Delta and the other Elder exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with astonishment. However, upon reflection, they realized it was not so surprising. This Luo Tian was indeed a benefactor to the Namekians, effortlessly resolving a crisis that had persisted for centuries. However, the Grand Elder is quite far from here. It will take him over an hour to arrive, Muley added. How can I accept such an honor? Luo Tian lamented. Did I not say it was a mere trifling matter? Since he is the Grand Elder of your Namekians, it is only right that I should go to pay my respects. With that, Luo Tian seated himself upon a nearby chair. Muley. Delta. Elder. The three silently wiped their brows. You say you wish to personally greet our Grand Elder, yet you sit down instead? Oh dear. I sat down inadvertently. How rude of me, Luo Tian replied, somewhat apologetically. Muley and his companions were at a loss for words. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes brightened, and he turned to gaze at a Dragon Ball resting on a pillar, pointing towards it. Hey, what is that? That ornament is quite unique. Could it be a Dragon Ball? Muley wiped his sweat once more. Delta was left both amused and exasperated. The Elder chose to remain silent. After a brief hesitation, Muley hurriedly stepped forward to hold up the Dragon Ball and presented it to Luo Tian with both hands. Is this for me? Luo Tian inquired calmly. Ah, indeed. My suspicions were not misplaced, Luo Tian pondered as he examined the Dragon Ball in Muley's hand, noting that its red stars outnumbered his own. This one contained 3 red stars, while his orb held merely 1. The Dragon Balls total 7, with stars ranging from 1 to 7, Muley explained reluctantly. Understood. Luo Tian nodded. Muley remarked, after all I've said, you respond with just understood? Thank you. Then I shall not be polite, Luo Tian replied, accepting the Dragon Ball from Muley's hands. Muley smiled, feeling a sense of relief. He believed that even if the Elder were aware of his intent to collect the Dragon Balls, he would not be stingy, especially since it was Luo Tian who had saved the entirety of Namek. Furthermore, if one's wish were somewhat excessive, it might not be granted anyway. After all, to make a wish, one must use the Namekian language. Given that Luo Tian was unfamiliar with it, any wishes would necessitate translation through them. By the way, Luo Tian, do you have a wish you hope to fulfill by collecting the Dragon Balls? Muley inquired. Elder Muley. My father once told me that learning a foreign language can be immensely beneficial, Luo Tian said, placing the Dragon Ball on the nearby table. Shifting the topic as he looked at Muley. Learning a foreign language? Muley was taken aback, suddenly sensing something amiss. It seemed this young man was leading him astray. So, Elder Muley, would you be willing to teach me the Namekian language? Luo Tian pressed on. Before Muley could respond, Delta, standing nearby, patted his chest and volunteered, of course. Leave the teaching of the Namekian language to me. Muley thought to himself, I can't shake the feeling that this boy's motives for learning our language aren't entirely pure. Delta laughed heartily, adding, moreover, having you learn our Namekian language would be a source of pride and honor for us Namekians. Muley chose to remain silent. When would you like to begin learning, Luo Tian? Delta asked. Ah, what an eager little fellow, Delta remarked, wiping his brow. Subsequently, Delta generously provided a brief overview of the characteristics and pronunciation of the Namekian language. Luo Tian listened attentively and made earnest efforts to learn. An hour swiftly passed, and Luo Tian had grasped some fundamentals of the Namekian language. While he could not converse fluently with the Namekians, he felt confident that making a wish to Shenron would pose no significant challenge. The elder had yet to arrive, but Vegeta had rubbed his head and opened his eyes, now fully awake. Upon seeing Luo Tian engaged in cheerful conversation with the three Namekians, Vegeta sprang up from the ground, filled with indignation, staring furiously at Luo Tian. Just as Vegeta prepared to unleash his fury, Luo Tian spoke up. Allow me to introduce you to His Highness, Prince Vegeta of the Scions. Luo Tian gestured towards Vegeta as he spoke. Muley and the others inquired, is he truly your prince? How disrespectful of you to have knocked him down with a mere slap. Humph, Luo Tian, spare me your flattering words. Are you not aware of what you just did to me? Vegeta retorted, his voice laced with anger. Humph, such nonsense. Vegeta fumed, his ire palpable. This is for you, Luo Tian declared, picking up a Dragon Ball from the table and tossing it to Vegeta. For a moment, Vegeta was taken aback, but he swiftly caught the Dragon Ball. Luo Tian nodded eagerly. Have you made your wish yet? Vegeta inquired hastily. I was merely waiting for you, Luo Tian replied with a smile. As the prince, you should be the first to make a wish. Besides, it is said that after a wish is granted, the Dragon Balls turn to stone. Muley interjected. What are you two doing? Your conversation sounds rather off. Do I sense a scheme against your prince? Humph, that's more like it. Vegeta's anger began to dissipate. In the next moment, a triumphant grin spread across his face, followed by hearty laughter as he clutched the Dragon Ball and exclaimed, let me, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan. Then, silence enveloped the scene. A cool breeze swept through, tousling Vegeta's hair. Vegeta suddenly felt a wave of dismay. Why didn't you say so earlier? You dare to toy with me. He glared at Luo Tian, seething with indignation. Someone is approaching. Luo Tian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he rose and turned to glance diagonally behind him. What? Vegeta was taken aback and followed Luo Tian's gaze. Vegeta, the individuals arriving possess formidable combat power. You must not act impulsively, Luo Tian advised. Formidable combat power? Who are you trying to fool? Are there still powerful beings on Namek? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Without hesitation, he activated the scouter affixed to his eyes. Beep. Warning. Combat power. 200, 002, 100, 022, 000. Bang. The scouter emitted a series of erratic beeps before exploding. Vegeta gasped, shutting one eye in astonishment as he gazed into the distant sky. Who is it? Has that Dodoria fellow come after me? Vegeta's expression shifted through various shades of disbelief. Soon, two figures with green skin began to materialize in the sky. Namekians? Vegeta's focus sharpened on the two newly appeared Namekians above. Luo Tian also directed his attention skyward. The two Namekians included an elderly figure and a younger warrior. Luo Tian recognized them immediately. They were the Grand Elder of Namek and the sole combat-type Namekian, Nail. Chapter 17, Bloom My Moon. The Grand Elder still possesses the ability to fly. However, after 25 years, the life of the Grand Elder will reach its end, rendering him incapable of even the slightest movement as he sits in his chair. Nairo, who accompanied the Grand Elder to this place, learned from him about the annihilation of the negative energy on Planet Namek. Nairo was eager to discover the identity of the individual who eradicated all the negative energy on Namek, thus saving the planet and restoring health to all the ailing Namekians. The two of them hovered high above, gazing down with a commanding perspective. Are they Scions? Nairo asked, momentarily taken aback as he whispered to the Grand Elder. They are mere children, the Grand Elder replied with a benevolent smile. Let us descend. It is impolite to remain above while hosting guests. Yes, esteemed Grand Elder. Nairo quickly responded. The two began to gracefully descend, soon appearing before Luo Tian and the others. Esteemed Grand Elder. The three elders, Muley and his companions, immediately bowed in respect. Rise, the Grand Elder smiled, turning his attention to Luo Tian with warmth. You must be Luo Tian, the one who saved Planet Namek and all its inhabitants. Thank you. It was nothing, merely a small effort on my part. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. Vegeta, however, wore a puzzled expression. What does that mean? Has someone invaded this planet? Is it Frieza's men? Are those Dragon Balls? The Grand Elder quickly noticed the Dragon Balls beside Luo Tian and immediately understood. You and this young one have come for the Dragon Balls. Haven to you? Indeed. Luo Tian nodded. Hey, who are you calling a young one? Vegeta huffed in annoyance. You are a benefactor to us Namekians, and we offer you the Dragon Balls unconditionally. Assisting you in fulfilling your wishes, the Grand Elder stated sincerely, recognizing that Luo Tian bore no trace of malevolent energy. Such a notion would be peculiar, for Luo Tian possessed the power of an angel, a divine essence. Moreover, his mental fortitude had been remarkably honed over the years. However, when the Grand Elder turned his gaze toward Vegeta, his brow furrowed with concern. This young one exuded an aura of malevolence. He did not seem very amiable. Very well. I shall not hold back, Luo Tian replied, in full agreement. The Grand Elder, however, was unfazed. After all, to make a wish, one must use the Namekian language. If your desires are overly extravagant, we will not assist in fulfilling them. As a gesture of gratitude for Luo Tian's salvation of Planet Namek, the Grand Elder continued. As our guest, we offer you the finest water from Namek. With a gentle motion, the Grand Elder conjured a bottle and presented it to Luo Tian. Luo Tian accepted the bottle, took a sip, and found the taste delightful and refreshing, reminiscent of the mineral water from his past life. Thank you, he remarked. It tastes sweet, like the mountain spring. The Grand Elder, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean by that? What is the finest water on Namek? Vegeta, unable to contain himself, interjected, we don't drink water. Is there nothing delectable to eat? Vegeta fell silent. A brief pause ensued. Humph, whose power level was so formidable just now? Was it that individual beside you? Vegeta cast a wary glance at Nail, who stood beside the Grand Elder. Nail met his gaze calmly, choosing to ignore him. How could it be? The power of the Namekians could not possibly surpass that of the Scions. Vegeta felt a surge of discontent within him. Nail was the only combat-oriented Namekian, and it must be acknowledged that he was indeed quite strong. The Grand Elder let out a hearty laugh. Vegeta fell mute, feeling a pang of embarrassment. A proud warrior of the Scion race, bested in power by a Namekian, what a disgrace. Now, I shall request all the elders to present the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder smiled, and then suddenly slapped his forehead, shaking his head in lament. Alas, I forgot to bring my Dragon Ball. Grand Elder, I shall retrieve it. Nail bowed respectfully. Then I entrust this task to you. The Grand Elder nodded. However, Nail felt a twinge of unease. After all, the aura emanating from Vegeta was rather sinister. Nail considered it somewhat unsafe to leave the Grand Elder here. Dear young one, might you accompany me to fetch the Dragon Balls? Nail inquired, looking at Vegeta. Why should I go with you to retrieve the Dragon Balls? Vegeta retorted, his tone brimming with indignation. Vegeta, my royal prince, what did I previously say? Do you not wish to fulfill your wish? Luo Tian admonished, his voice tinged with irritation. Vegeta pondered seriously for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, follow me. Nail soared into the sky, and Vegeta immediately ascended as well. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into radiant streaks of light, swiftly departing the scene and heading towards the Grand Elder's abode. Nail had already sensed Vegeta's malevolent aura and intentionally sought to challenge him by gradually increasing his speed. Vegeta gritted his teeth, pushing his energy to its utmost limits in a rapid pursuit. However, the gap between them only widened. As Vegeta chased, he tragically realized that Nail had vanished from sight. Damn it! Vegeta seethed inwardly, feeling a wave of frustration. After a brief hesitation, Vegeta raised his right hand, his expression growing increasingly grave. With a crack, a shimmering sphere materialized in his palm. Panting heavily, Vegeta was clearly expending a substantial amount of energy to form this sphere. Namekian, do you think you can outrun this prince? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what a true Scion is. Vegeta scoffed, hurling the gleaming sphere high into the air. Then, he clenched his fists tightly. Blossom my moon. Vegeta called out loudly, his youthful face adorned with boundless anticipation. Chapter 18. Vegeta's Great Ape Transformation with a Crack. A luminous sphere in the sky erupted into a brilliant blaze, forming a full moon. Vegeta gazed upward at the artificial moon, his body gradually swelling, his mouth and nose protruding, revealing a set of sharp fangs. Simultaneously, a coat of black fur began to sprout from his form. The Great Ape Transformation had commenced. Vegeta transformed into a colossal black gorilla. Was it in that direction? Vegeta turned to the spot where Nappa had previously vanished, grinning widely. With a roar, he surged upward like a rocket, maximizing his velocity and leaving a blur in the air behind him. Nappa was flying ahead, having sensed that Vegeta had been left far behind, a smirk gracing his lips. Still not convinced, little brat? Now you understand the disparity between us, don't you? However, in the next instant, Nappa suddenly felt an enormous energy surge rising ominously behind him. What was happening? Nappa's smile faltered. Such overwhelming power. He quickly turned to look back and saw a shimmering sphere glowing in the distant sky. What on earth was that? Nappa was taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was suddenly confronted by a massive, shadowy figure barreling toward him. Whoosh! The great ape, now transformed, sped past Nappa with incredible swiftness. The sheer size of Vegeta's form created a violent gust, knocking Nappa off balance. Struggling to regain his composure, Nappa stared in disbelief at the enormous creature before him, his expression shifting from shock to fear. Who are you? He stammered, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Nappa could distinctly sense the overwhelming presence of energy emanating from Vegeta, at least 4 times greater than his own. At this moment, Vegeta's battle power had indeed reached an impressive height of at least 160,000, though he had expended considerable energy to conjure the artificial moon. His power had dipped slightly from 18,000 to around 16,000. Thus, in his great ape form, Vegeta's battle power stood at 160,000, while Nappa's was a mere 40,000. The disparity was unmistakable. Hey Namekian, weren't you just flying swiftly? Why not continue? Vegeta scoffed, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Humph, who are you calling a little kid? Vegeta's indignation simmered within him as his large, furry hand reached forward. Nappa was taken aback, his expression shifting rapidly, as he hastily attempted to evade. Yet the gap between them was insurmountable. Vegeta's battle power soared at 160,000, while Nappa's remained at only 40,000. A staggering 4-fold difference. Nappa wished to escape, but it was futile, akin to a mouse confronting a cat. Vegeta's grip ensnared him effortlessly. Nappa struggled, but it was in vain, his face paling in despair. I am the Prince of the Scions. You should address me as your highness. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, opening his mouth to speak directly at Naru. Naru, terrified, felt utterly insignificant before this being, as if he could barely occupy a fraction of his presence. However, Vegeta did not press the matter further and gradually released his grip, allowing Naru to breathe again. Naru paused momentarily, bewildered by Vegeta's intentions. Lead the way, Vegeta commanded with a huff. Naru, silenced, could only grit his teeth and hasten his pace. Meanwhile, Vegeta followed leisurely behind, a look of boundless pride etched upon his face. A mere Namekian dares to flaunt before me? As they flew onward, the artificial full moon in the sky receded further into the distance. Once they surpassed a certain threshold, Vegeta's form instantly reverted to its normal state. Ah, so it is the exceeding of a boundary that triggers this transformation, Naru deduced swiftly. Additionally, Vegeta's energy had notably diminished, reduced by at least 10-fold. Thus, this transformation indeed amplifies his strength 10-fold. What a formidable race. A single metamorphosis grants a 10-fold increase in power. Truly, they are a warrior race. Naru chose not to retaliate against Vegeta. He certainly would not stoop to engage with a mere child. In the village of Mule, the elder expressed his profound gratitude to Luo Tian, bowing deeply. Luo Tian, we once again extend our heartfelt thanks. It is you who have saved our planet and all Namekians. Elder, you are excessively courteous, Luo Tian replied hastily. If you continue with such formalities, I shall no longer be so polite myself. The elder was taken aback. I have heard that the Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. Since you are so courteous, I shall request those 3 wishes for myself, Luo Tian declared. The elder, along with Mule and the others, were rendered speechless. The elder cleared his throat in resignation. Mule felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Oh, elder, you have no idea how shameless this fellow is. I am utterly befuddled by him. Very well, then. I shall grant you all 3. The elder acquiesced with a nod, conceding readily. After a brief silence, the elder inquired curiously, what wishes does Luo Tian desire to fulfill? He quickly added, I do not wish to pry into your privacy. If you prefer to remain silent, that is entirely your choice. All right, I shall remain silent. Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. You truly won't say? The elder pressed. Will you not share your wishes shortly? This lad is kind, yet his words often provoke irritation. You must be enjoying your time with our prince, am I correct? The elder attempted to shift the topic, glancing towards the direction where Naru and Vegeta had vanished. I cannot say for certain if it was enjoyable, but our prince did transform into a great ape not long ago, Luo Tian explained with a smile. Do you see that distant light? It is the artificial full moon he conjured. A great ape? I have heard that your Scion race can transform into great apes to enhance their energy. Is that true? The elder's expression shifted slightly, revealing his concern. The elder widened his eyes, revealing a face full of shock and bewilderment. A 10-fold increase in combat power. How terrifying. Why has he transformed in such a manner? Did a conflict arise between the two? An ominous premonition suddenly gripped the elder. Let us pray together now. Chapter 19, Divine Dragon. Are you familiar with the tale of Aladdin's lamp? Gradually, the elders from several nearby villages arrived, clutching Dragon Balls. Upon reaching this place, they immediately approached the elder to pay their respects and shared the news regarding the negative energy from Planet Namek. The elders had all noticed that the negative energy from Namek seemed to have vanished. Those compatriots who had previously suffered from ailments had mysteriously been cured. When the elder revealed that Luo Tian was their benefactor, The Namekians present exhibited expressions of astonishment. It was evident to all that this young benefactor appeared remarkably youthful, almost like a child. Nevertheless, the Namekians were very polite, promptly bowing to Luo Tian in gratitude. By now, 5 elders had hurried over from afar. Gathering a total of 5 Dragon Balls, combined with Elder Muley's singular ball, they had amassed 6. Only the Elder's Dragon Ball remained, and they would soon have all 7. A few minutes passed, and suddenly, 2 bright streaks of light zipped across the sky. Am I merely a lackey? It seems I haven't done anything at all. Why has Luo Tian sent me away? Yet, in the next instant, Vegeta spotted that they had successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. His heart raced with excitement. Nella too presented the final Dragon Ball to Luo Tian with both hands. Luo Tian placed the 7 Dragon Balls together. Now, I shall make a wish, he said politely to the elder. Very well, the elder nodded. However, Vegeta's eyes gleamed with determination as he rushed forward, shouting at the 7 Dragon Balls, Dragon Balls, grant me the power to become a Super Saiyan. And then, silence ensued. All the Namekians present stared at Vegeta as if he were a fool. Vegeta remained dazed for quite some time, failing to notice any changes in his body. Luo Tian, you deceived me. Did you not say that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls would grant any wish? Vegeta exclaimed, glaring furiously at Luo Tian. Does that even matter? When it is important? Why can't I make a wish? I want to become a Super Saiyan. Why does my body not respond at all? Vegeta demanded in exasperation. Ahem, Prince Vegeta. It's not that simply gathering the 7 Dragon Balls allows you to wish. One must summon the Eternal Dragon. The elder sighed helplessly, hastily clarifying. Summon the Eternal Dragon? What is that? Vegeta felt utterly disheartened. The elder ceased further explanations and promptly called upon the Eternal Dragon in the Namekian tongue. As his words fell, the sky instantaneously darkened to an inky black. In the next moment, 7 Dragon Balls radiated a golden light, which coalesced into a luminous pillar that soared into the heavens, transforming in midair. With a resounding clap, the electric light morphed into a majestic azure dragon. This dragon, plump and somewhat endearing in appearance, spoke with a booming voice that resonated through the sky. Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, declare your wishes. I shall do my utmost to grant you 3. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by an unfathomable surprise. Luo Tian, Prince Vegeta, behold our Namekian dragon, known as Porunga, the god of dreams. The elder said with a smile. It was Luo Tian's first encounter with Porunga, filling him with profound emotions. From his current vantage point, Porunga appeared as a colossal entity, akin to a great beast spiraling in the sky. This time, all 3 wishes are yours, the elder declared with joviality. Can we make wishes now? Vegeta, having learned from past experiences, was cautious this time, refraining from hastily voicing his desire. He recalled the embarrassment of his previous failures, which had left him humiliated on Planet Vegeta. It was prudent to ascertain the circumstances before proceeding. Indeed, Porunga's voice resonated. State your first wish. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement. The fact that the dragon permitted wishes signified hope. Hey, let me, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan, he quickly proclaimed to the dragon. Porunga, however, paid him no heed. Dragon, grant me an Aladdin's lamp, Luo Tian casually stated in the Namekian language. The elder was taken aback, never anticipating that Luo Tian would utilize their sacred tongue. Heh, I taught him, Delta replied proudly. Though his fluency may be lacking, his intent is unmistakable. Muley silently wiped his brow, increasingly convinced that Luo Tian had mastered the Namekian language solely to articulate his wishes. This boy is quite cunning. Vegeta turned. Perplexity etched on his face as he regarded Luo Tian. Hey, Luo Tian, is that some kind of bird language you're speaking? He queried, bewildered. The elder and the assembled Namekians glared at him indignantly. What nonsense is this child uttering? That is our sacred Namekian language. Porunga continued. The Aladdin's lamp you mentioned can summon a genie to grant a wish upon rubbing it, correct? Are you implying that I cannot fulfill your wish without this genie? Luo Tian nodded vigorously. Indeed, that is precisely my intent. You, being the dragon, seem to possess all knowledge. A moment of silence ensued. I knew it would be a challenging request. Let me reconsider my wish, Porunga finally replied. As Luo Tian spoke, he once again made a wish in the Namekian language, declaring, my wish is for the universe to be free of conflict, for everlasting peace to reign. Porunga, the dragon, replied, I regret to inform you that this wish cannot be fulfilled. Cold sweat began to bead on Porunga's brow. Is that so? It cannot be realized? Luo Tian was taken aback. Indeed, the existence of humanity inevitably brings about discord. Even the gods cannot avert it. Porunga wiped his forehead. Chapter 20. Let me, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan. If that wish is unattainable, then let me amend it. I wish for all the inhabitants of this planet to possess the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. How about that wish? Luo Tian inquired. Of course. When it comes to making a wish, I still have to use the Namekian language, Luo Tian added. I apologize, but I can only grant one person the ability to survive in space at a time, Porunga said, wiping his forehead once more. I suddenly feel rather useless, Porunga thought, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Then grant me the ability to survive in space. Luo Tian sighed, his face clouded with discontent. Very well, Porunga nodded. A tinge of guilt in his crimson eyes, and an invisible energy quickly enveloped Luo Tian. Luo Tian distinctly felt as if his body had opened up all meridians. An indescribable sense of relief washing over him. It seemed he could now survive without the need to breathe. At times, life is indeed filled with miracles. Your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish, the dragon Porunga sighed. I suddenly feel as if I owe you something, Luo Tian mused. The elder and Muley exchanged glances, both releasing a long sigh of relief. It appeared that despite his penchant for mischief, this lad had a kind heart and had not made any excessive wishes. Vegeta, speak your wish, Luo Tian encouraged, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. What is going on? What was that language you just spoke? Vegeta hurriedly asked. It was the Namekian language, Luo Tian smiled. It seems that making a wish requires the use of that language. Wait a moment. When did you learn the Namekian language? Vegeta inquired, somewhat perplexed. That is no longer important. If you don't hurry and make your wish, the dragon will vanish, Luo Tian urged. Vegeta clenched his teeth, his expression darkening as he muttered. Did you hear about all this from Beerus and his companion? No. Luo Tian shook his head. Not. Then how do you know? Vegeta asked curiously. We have a book that serves as a trivet at home. I picked it up the other day and casually flipped through it. It contained all sorts of bizarre accounts, and to my surprise, they turned out to be true. Luo Tian reflected. Such a book truly exists? Vegeta remarked. I was merely joking, Luo Tian replied. The ancient god. What was his name? Luo Tian inquired with curiosity. Yamoshi. Luo Tian answered. Yes, that's right, Yamoshi, Vegeta nodded, then rolled his eyes at Luo Tian. How could that book possibly be used as a trivet in your home? I have no idea, Luo Tian shook his head, pondering. I never expected Yamoshi to have chronicled his travels in a book. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Luo Tian is undoubtedly familiar with the identity of Yamoshi. Yamoshi is the Super Saiyan god encountered by Beerus in his dreams, and he is the true Super Saiyan god. The eternal dragon Porunga, the Grand Elder, and the Namekians present, each one more speechless than the last. It is not about using a book to prop up a pot. The eternal dragon is waiting for your wishes. Why are you two still chatting? When did you find the time for such trivial conversation? Ahem. I am still waiting for your second wish. The eternal dragon Porunga could no longer contain his impatience. Luo Tian. Convey to him that my wish is to become the legendary Super Saiyan. This is my desire. Vegeta scoffed and instructed Luo Tian. Speak properly. Is this how you plead for assistance? Luo Tian reprimanded. Vegeta trembled in anger. However, given that Vegeta needed something from someone, he reluctantly suppressed his commanding tone, twitching his lips as he quickly reorganized his words and reiterated his wish. Luo Tian articulated Vegeta's wish to Porunga in the Namekian language. I'm sorry, but this wish cannot be granted, the eternal dragon Porunga stated. Why do you keep voicing wishes I cannot fulfill? Vegeta retorted. What did you say? You mean you cannot make me the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta felt a wave of despair wash over him. Indeed, this wish cannot be granted, Porunga replied. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, because you are not the legendary Super Saiyan. Suddenly, Vegeta's spirits lifted considerably. Then tell me, who is the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta clenched his teeth and inquired. Is this question your wish? Porunga asked. Vegeta remained silent. Vegeta, do not squander your wish. Does it truly matter who the legendary Super Saiyan is? Luo Tian scolded from the side. I know the answer. I will inform you shortly. You know who the legendary Super Saiyan is? Vegeta was taken aback. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, although I cannot make you the legendary Super Saiyan, I can tell you how to become a Super Saiyan, Porunga added. What did you say? Is there a difference between the two? Vegeta was bewildered. Is it not obvious? My prince. Luo Tian sighed. One has the word legendary, while the other does not. Simply put, one is the legendary Super Saiyan, and the other is an ordinary Super Saiyan. Do you understand now? Vegeta silently wiped away his sweat. Is there such a distinction? Today has truly been enlightening. After a brief silence, Vegeta pondered carefully and asked, then tell me, how can I become a Super Saiyan? Confirm once more, is this question your wish? Porunga inquired. Chapter 21, Vegeta, the legendary Super Saiyan? Indeed, tell me, Vegeta nodded. Once again, Vegeta felt his heart ache. Vegeta, have I not already explained to you how to become a Super Saiyan clearly? Luo Tian sighed. Do you really wish to squander a wish? Humph. I want to hear this dragon speak for itself. Who knows if what you say is true? Vegeta retorted, filled with skepticism. You must understand, this is your sole wish. Luo Tian insisted. Humph, isn't there another wish? Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta, you must grasp one fundamental truth. Never be overly greedy. One wish is sufficient. Luo Tian admonished. Patting Vegeta's shoulder, Vegeta remained silent. The Grand Elder observed the exchange with a knowing smile, while many Namekians present rolled their eyes. Do not be so greedy. Is that truly your counsel? Just moments ago, You were yearning for a dragon god, hoping to secure multiple wishes. Indeed, it seems that humanity has a tendency to impose strict standards upon others while allowing themselves leniency. Of course, as long as I uncover the method to become a Super Saiyan, I can forego other wishes. Vegeta huffed, arriving at a revelation. If I can attain the status of the universe's strongest, what need have I for further wishes? I am still young. I do not require immortality. Once I achieve true supremacy in the cosmos, I shall consider additional wishes. Very well, let us grant you that, Luo Tian conceded, nodding. He then articulated Vegeta's wish in a somewhat halting Namekian tongue. Dragon, we kindly request a thorough explanation regarding the Super Saiyan. This is our wish. The Super Saiyan, began Porunga, is categorized into the legendary Super Saiyan and the ordinary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan is a widely spoken of warrior among Saiyans. Born once every 1,000 years, and one must possess the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan to become one. Ordinary Saiyans without the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan cannot transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. So neither Luo Tian nor I possess the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta mused indignantly. Indeed, Porunga affirmed with a nod. Vegeta cast a deep glance at Luo Tian, feeling a sense of equilibrium restore within him. Having a legendary Super Saiyan by one's side would certainly be disheartening. Yet, who among them could be deemed the legendary Super Saiyan? Could it be that Kakarot Luo Tian spoke of? That seemed unlikely. His battle power was merely 2. How could a warrior with such meager strength be a legendary Super Saiyan? Wait a moment. Something stirred in Vegeta's memory. He recalled overhearing that among his contemporaries, aside from Luo Tian, there was another exceptionally gifted warrior. It seemed he was exiled by his father. What was his name? Could it be that individual was the legendary Super Saiyan? Whether one speaks of a Super Saiyan or the legendary Super Saiyan, both are transformations. Though you may not become the legendary Super Saiyan, you can still strive through your own efforts to transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan. The voice of Shenron Porunga resonated high above, proclaiming that a transformation into an ordinary Super Saiyan could amplify one's power by 50-fold. What? 50 times? Nera's expression shifted dramatically. That little brat's great ape transformation was already formidable, but to think an ordinary Super Saiyan transformation could enhance power by such an extent? Vegeta, turning to glance at Luo Tian, recalled that Luo Tian had previously mentioned that the Super Saiyan form might indeed be a transformation, and it turned out to be true. To achieve the transformation into an ordinary Super Saiyan, one must first possess a serene heart. A tranquil heart fosters the birth of special cells within. And when one's combat power reaches a certain threshold, and these cells become saturated, a significant emotional surge can facilitate the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Shenron Porunga elaborated on the nature of the Super Saiyan state, and added, "Your second wish has been granted. Please state your third wish." Shenron, we have no further wishes. Thank you. Luo Tian replied with a gentle smile. One should not be overly greedy. I initially considered asking for 100 more wishes. Very well then, farewell. Porunga nodded. And in an instant, his form dissipated. Whoosh. The 7 Dragon Balls swiftly ascended into the sky. Shortly thereafter, they fell rapidly from their altitude. Thud thud thud. The 7 Dragon Balls landed beside Luo Tian, now transformed into stone. The sky regained its brightness. Luo Tian had heard that the Dragon Balls of Namek, once granting wishes, would not scatter across the world but rather gather together. The Dragon Balls of Earth also originally congregated in one location, but due to the greed of humanity, the Guardian of Earth had caused them to disperse. The Grand Elder regarded Luo Tian with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Though this young lad could be somewhat exasperating with his words, such restraint was indeed rare. With one wish remaining, to forego it is quite uncommon. Porunga remarked. Let them possess tranquil hearts. It appears that Luo Tian already embodies such serenity. However, their prince seems somewhat tempestuous and could benefit from further refinement. Do you truly not require a third wish? Vegeta, taken aback, immediately turned to Luo Tian. With a nonchalant expression, Luo Tian replied that his greatest desire was simply to acquire the ability to survive in the vastness of space. Overcoming this limitation would make future endeavors significantly easier. As for wishes of immortality, Luo Tian felt that the Dragon of Namek might not be capable of such feats. Moreover, once he trained to become a true angel, his lifespan would naturally extend to eternity. This was hardly a concern. Grand Elder, Elder Muley, and esteemed friends, we must take our leave, Luo Tian said with a smile, addressing the gathered Namekians. Very well, do visit us again, Muley said, stepping forward to clasp Luo Tian's hand warmly. Certainly, Luo Tian nodded, then inquired. How many days until the Dragon Balls regain their power? Muley suddenly felt disinclined to speak. Were you dissatisfied that only one wish remained? Ahem. Since only one wish was left, it would take approximately 80 days for the Dragon Balls to restore. The Grand Elder silently wiped his brow. Yet he still offered an explanation. The Grand Elder remarked. Afterward, Luo Tian bid farewell to the Namekian and, accompanied by Vegeta, boarded the spaceship. The spacecraft soared into the sky. Whoosh! It pierced through the planet's atmosphere, leaving a brilliant trail of light as it swiftly ascended into the vastness of space. Watching the direction in which the spaceship vanished, the Grand Elder fell into contemplation. Chapter 22. Is he a god? Grand Elder, is there something troubling you? Nailu inquired. This young lad, Luo Tian, may very well become a great deity in the future, the Grand Elder replied with a smile. A god? He is a god? Nailu was taken aback, momentarily stunned, his face displaying sheer astonishment. Mu Li and the other Namekians also looked at the Grand Elder with curiosity. If my conjecture is correct, the unique energy fluctuations emanating from him should be the aura of a deity, the Grand Elder reflected. Could he be the so-called Super Saiyan god? Mu Li asked in astonishment. Perhaps he will journey even further, the Grand Elder replied with a slight smile. A brief silence ensued. After all, he effortlessly saved the entire Namek, a feat that ordinary humans would find exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. The Grand Elder lamented. Even the eternal dragon Porunga could not erase the negative energy from our Namek. All the Namekians present fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Delta knelt, and, bowing towards the starry sky, proudly proclaimed, I once taught a god to speak the Namekian language. The Grand Elder and Mu Li exchanged glances. The other Namekians silently wiped their brows. In the vastness of space, within Luo Tian's spacecraft, Vegeta remained silent throughout their journey. After approximately 10 minutes of flight through the starry expanse, Luo Tian finally spoke. Let us not mention it. It's rather disheartening. He sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, we can consider ourselves the most talented warriors of our generation, right? And yet, we are not the chosen ones. Now that you mention it, I feel even more disheartened. Vegeta replied. We are, after all, the most gifted warriors of our era, yet we are not the legendary Super Saiyans, while those legendary figures are someone else entirely. How vexing. Forget it. Vegeta dismissed the subject with a snort. Perhaps he is already dead. Luo Tian responded. You are quite ruthless. What do you mean? Luo Tian asked. Taken aback. I sense it's a trap, Vegeta huffed. A trap? Luo Tian was somewhat perplexed. Is everything that dragon said true? Vegeta questioned, half convinced. False. All of it is false, Luo Tian sighed. Humph, I knew it was a lie. You must have conspired with the Namekians while I was unconscious to put on a show for me, Vegeta scoffed. Luo Tian was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Vegeta, observing his youthful countenance. In a moment of uncertainty, Luo Tian found himself at a loss for words. You are truly remarkable, he remarked. Do you think I am so idle as to feign a performance with those Namekians? Surprised, aren't you? Vegeta, with a disdainful snort, observed Luo Tian's astonishment. Convinced that his assumptions were indeed correct, Luo Tian was nearly choked with disbelief. Why does that dragon echo exactly what you said? Vegeta narrowed his eyes, directing a piercing gaze at Luo Tian. Explain this to me. All right, you have a point. You are exceptionally talented, Luo Tian sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Huh, I was right, wasn't I? Vegeta continued to scoff, his tail waving in triumph. I told you that Dragon's words were eerily similar to yours. And that nonsense about a peaceful heart? Utterly absurd. Disinterested in further banter, Luo Tian turned to leave. As he departed, he could not help but utter. You are truly a hopeless case. Who is this Ado? Quite famous, I presume? Vegeta paused, perplexed. Indeed, quite renowned. Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. Then tell me, what is this Ado's battle power? Vegeta's interest was piqued. Luo Tian mused. I recall a game I played in the past. His strength was 21, intelligence 16, politics 15, charm 20, and leadership 18, though I cannot recall the rest. Vegeta was bewildered. What sort of nonsense is this? What are you even talking about? Without further engagement, Luo Tian proceeded to his room, but Vegeta swiftly followed. Hey, don't walk away, he implored. Is there something else, my royal highness? Luo Tian sighed. Humph, you promised to take me to a planet of unique character, and this is what you present? Vegeta was somewhat displeased, contemplating Vegeta's rebellious nature. Luo Tian pondered whether he should seek a different subordinate. Who would be suitable? Suddenly, a thought illuminated his mind. Broly. Yes. Should I pay him a visit? I believe having Broly by my side would be far more advantageous than dealing with this Vegeta. Moreover, Broly could accompany me in training. Vegeta is simply too weak at the moment. Furthermore, someone as headstrong as Vegeta must endure Kakarot's brutal challenges and the tumult of love and rivalry to truly grow. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Luo Tian inquired abruptly. Humph, being with you is dreadfully dull. I had hoped your healing abilities would enhance my combat prowess quickly, but I've come to realize that I must strive for improvement on my own, Vegeta declared, pride swelling within him. I am the most gifted warrior. I do not require anyone's assistance. Then perhaps we should seek out Raditz and Nappa? Luo Tian suggested. That sounds acceptable. It is certainly preferable to your tiresome pacifism. Vegeta nodded. I had initially expected to engage in some serious battles on Namek. Were it not for your interference, I would have already leveled that planet. Very well, I shall guide you to Raditz and the others. Does this satisfy you? Luo Tian did not oppose. The detector has been destroyed. How do you intend to locate them? Vegeta inquired. Our spacecraft has only lost its positioning system. However, the communication system remains intact, allowing us to reach out to them, Luo Tian replied. You are indeed correct. Vegeta's eyes brightened as he promptly approached the spaceship's communicator to establish contact with Raditz. Raditz's voice soon emanated from the speaker. Prince Vegeta? We are on planet Curiate, a world rich in resources that we have recently conquered. We could fetch a handsome price for it. Raditz quickly responded. Chapter 23. A reunion with Nappa and Raditz. Raditz was momentarily taken aback. You have come to find us. Previously, you drove us away, insisting we act independently. What has prompted this change of heart? What? Are we not welcome? Vegeta queried. Welcome, of course. It would be our honor if Prince Vegeta would join forces with us, Raditz replied. Splendid. Vegeta's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. At least Raditz, my subordinate, is more compliant and knows how to flatter me, unlike that disrespectful Luo Tian. By the way, Prince Vegeta, there is something of grave importance. Raditz's tone abruptly grew serious. What is it? Vegeta asked. The two unfortunate souls who teamed up with us have been slain by that wretched Dodoria. Now only Nappa and I remain. Raditz gritted his teeth. Dodoria claimed that our unilateral actions warranted their deaths. Humph, that settles the score. I have already dispatched his brother. Vegeta chuckled darkly. Dodoria, you say? Raditz exclaimed. Taken aback. I heard his combat power has soared to 17,000. Humph, my battle power now stands at 18,000. Vegeta declared proudly. Prince Vegeta's combat power has risen to 18,000? Raditz exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, for I am a prodigy, Vegeta beamed radiantly. Wait for me there. I shall arrive shortly. With a swift motion, the spacecraft changed course, soaring through the cosmos towards the region of space where Nappa and Raditz awaited. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spacecraft. As Vegeta and Raditz conversed, the communication lines controlled by Frieza allowed his minions to promptly receive the exchanged messages. Lord Frieza, we have received news from Vegeta. One subordinate reported. Where is he? I must slay him to avenge my brother. Dodoria clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he coldly glared at the reporting minion. Frieza narrowed his eyes at Dodoria, who immediately faltered and fell silent. What did Vegeta say? Frieza inquired, intrigued. Frieza was perplexed by Vegeta's intentions. Logically, since Vegeta and Luo Tian had damaged the spacecraft's communication system, they should not have been able to contact Nappa and Raditz. Perhaps the spacecraft's positioning system has malfunctioned. Speculated Belibulu. The fact that he was able to eliminate Xiao indicates that his combat prowess has surpassed hers. Frieza mused, in that case. With that, Frieza turned his gaze towards Dodoria. Dodoria immediately bowed, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Dodoria, Vegeta still holds value for me. I do not wish for you to seek vengeance at this moment. Do you understand? Frieza commanded with a stern expression. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria bowed once more. You may leave now, Frieza gestured dismissively. With a face clouded by resentment and bitterness, Dodoria exited Frieza's chamber. Lord Frieza, shall we keep Vegeta? Belibulu inquired. I am curious to discover how he has managed to elevate his combat power so swiftly. Something must have transpired during this time. Frieza sat in his hovering pod, his tail swaying rhythmically, a smile of intrigue gracing his face. He has slain Xiao, indicating his power has reached at least 18,000. Previously, it was only around 15,000, correct? Belibulu analyzed. A sudden increase of 3,000 is rather fascinating, Frieza remarked with a cold snort. Lord Frieza, I have heard that Scions grow stronger when challenged, often enhancing their abilities during combat. Belibulu smiled. In his battle against Xiao, Vegeta likely seized an opportunity for growth. You make a valid point, Frieza nodded slightly. Though his expression darkened, it seems that a minor boost in power has led him to become arrogant. I must devise a means to teach him a more profound lesson. Simply eliminating him would be too lenient. Isn't Lord Frieza intent on nurturing a pig? Belibulu suggested with a mysterious smile. Oh, pray tell, Frieza replied with a smile. Have you ever played online games, Lord Frieza? Belibulu inquired playfully. Very well, forgive my impertinence, Belibulu quickly added, apologetically, in games. Characters that level up quickly typically face opponents of similar strength to gain substantial experience points, which in turn enhances their abilities. Conversely, if they encounter monsters significantly above or below their level, one risks being swiftly defeated while the other gains no experience. What exactly are you implying? Frieza's expression darkened. Oh, how intriguing. You truly are clever, Belibulu. This is a psychological game of life and death. Frieza narrowed his eyes at Belibulu. Belibulu bowed respectfully. However, I find it appealing. Frieza smiled faintly. You flatter me, Lord Frieza. Belibulu bowed again. Proceed as you suggest. You shall oversee this matter, Frieza commanded. Yes, Lord Frieza, Belibulu agreed readily. 20 days later, Luo Tian's spacecraft descended upon the planet Curiate. Nappa and Raditz promptly came forth to greet him. The two had previously been so frightened by Dodoria that they nearly lost control of themselves. As Vegeta arrived, it seemed that the two had gained a formidable support, bringing a sense of reassurance. "Prince Vegeta, you have finally come," Raditz exclaimed, casting a somewhat ingratiating glance at Vegeta. "We have specially prepared a lavish feast for you." Nappa quickly added, "Let us indulge in some food. I find myself quite hungry." Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Following closely behind Vegeta, Loten ventured into the distance. The four soon found themselves within a grand castle, the palace where the Curitan's king resided, now proving to be quite useful. "It's a delightful coincidence," Nappa smiled. Chapter 24, The Destruction of Planet Vegeta. The group entered the palace together. Loten sensed carefully and discovered that all the inhabitants of the planet had been exterminated by Nappa and Raditz. Such deeds were not uncommon for Scions. They typically annihilated all life on a planet before selling it off. Loten had become accustomed to this, feeling no particular sorrow for the planet's people. He cultivated the power of an angel, possessing a tranquil heart rather than one of benevolence. This tranquility meant maintaining an unshaken composure regardless of the gravity of the situation. In this world, as in Loten's previous life, the law of the jungle prevailed. Feeling a pang of hunger himself, Loten reflected on the unsatisfactory food aboard the spaceship. It had been far too long since he had savored delectable meat. He then enjoyed a hearty meal with Nappa and Vegeta. On Planet Vegeta, a sinister chuckle erupted from Frieza as he brandished a crimson planet-destroying ball. Surrounding Frieza were his minions, including the Ginyu Force, Zarbon, and Dodoria. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light surged upward from the planet, striking at Frieza's subordinates. It was Bardock, Goku's father, who had appeared on the scene. "Frieza!" Bardock bellowed, gathering a colossal energy sphere in his hands and launching it towards Frieza above. With indifference, Frieza pressed his right hand downward, directing the massive planet-destroying ball towards Bardock's location. With a resounding crack, Bardock's energy sphere was shattered by the overwhelming force of the planet-destroying ball, which continued its descent. Alarmed, Bardock swiftly raised his hands and knees to fend off the impending destruction. Yet, the moment his hands met the planet-destroying ball, a wave of lethal dread enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, Bardock was obliterated by the planet-destroying ball, leaving no remnants behind. The destructive force plummeted downwards, soon crashing upon the surface of Planet Vegeta. A thunderous explosion resonated across the cosmos as Planet Vegeta erupted in a brilliant display akin to fireworks. With the obliteration of Planet Vegeta, Frieza's maniacal laughter echoed through the void. "Lord Frieza, today is a day worthy of celebration. Let us dance in your honor," proposed Ginyu. "Frieza, what? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed?" Raditz, upon receiving this news, was left utterly astounded. "Lord Biliblu, is this truly the case? It is with great sorrow that I must inform you. A colossal meteor has unexpectedly hurtled through the cosmos, colliding with Planet Vegeta, shattering it to pieces and igniting a catastrophic explosion in its core." "Such is the grim tale," sighed Biliblu. "Was there no one to detect the meteor in advance?" Raditz exclaimed. With that, Biliblu ended the call. Raditz widened his eyes, his expression shifting dramatically, and immediately conveyed the devastating news to Vegeta. "There's no way I can ascend to king now," Vegeta remarked nonchalantly while gnawing on a chicken leg. "Raditz, it seems only the four of us Scions remain." Raditz chuckled, stroking his chin and gazing out the window at the sky. Nappa remained silent. Vegeta continued to eat his chicken leg, outwardly unfazed. Luo Tian had long been aware of Planet Vegeta's impending demise, and thus felt little surprise. "I just recalled that my mother mentioned I have a brother who was sent to some distant planet by my parents." Raditz scratched his head. A brief silence following before he turned to Vegeta. "Your Highness, you too have a brother, do you not?" "Humph, he is a worthless fool. Why bring him up?" Vegeta scoffed, then glanced at Raditz. "Your brother's name is Kakarot, right?" "Indeed, Kakarot," Raditz affirmed with a nod. Luo Tian interjected, "Your brother Kakarot will become my lifelong rival." Suddenly, Vegeta burst into laughter, unable to contain himself at the mere thought. "Raditz, ha, that jest is quite amusing." Nappa, who had been mostly silent, erupted into hearty laughter. "Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" Raditz, bemused, replied, "My brother is merely a low-class warrior. How could he possibly be a match for His Highness Vegeta?" "Having had my fill," Luo Tian declared, patting his stomach while reflecting momentarily. "The mission of becoming an angel is a weighty responsibility." Luo Tian understood that the angelic race could survive without sustenance. They consumed food purely for the pleasure of its taste. Angels could forego meals and sleep without consequence. However, Luo Tian still felt hunger, indicating he was merely human, far from divinity. "I must continue to refine my abilities." After nearly a month of rigorous training, Luo Tian's angelic power had reached a new level of purity, now attaining a remarkable purity rating of 8. Based on his calculations, should he elevate his angelic power purity to 10, he might unlock the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Of course, these were merely his estimations. Their accuracy would ultimately require validation through experience. "Vegeta, are you not planning to join me?" Luo Tian inquired as he rose to address Vegeta. Humph. There is nothing exhilarating about following you. What I crave is the thrill of battle across the various planets, not to accompany you in learning the language of birds. Vegeta fumed at the mere thought. Accompanying this fellow Luo Tian only provided a modicum of satisfaction when they vanquished a mere Lilia. After a 10-day journey to Namek, however, all his wishes remained unfulfilled. That shameless Luo Tian conspired with the Namekians to deceive me. I see now, you want me to practice healing. As the prince of the Scions, I shall not engage in such tedious tricks. That dragon dares to claim I am not the legendary Super Scion? Humph. Who else but this prince is worthy of such a title? That dragon is clearly fabricating tales. And to grant 3 wishes. I do not believe you can survive in the vacuum of space. Vegeta rolled his eyes, choosing to disregard Luo Tian altogether. Chapter 25. Planet Wampa, then let us part ways, Luo Tian replied without insistence. Go on, Scions have their own methods of combat, and do not require your assistance. Vegeta huffed in response. Do your best. I hope when we meet again in years to come, your combat power will have increased, rather than remaining at a mere 18,000. Luo Tian patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Humph. By the time we meet again, my combat power will have soared beyond 100,000. Vegeta replied with a confident smile. Indeed, Luo Tian nodded slightly. Your nonchalant attitude displeases me, Vegeta retorted. Take care, Vegeta, Luo Tian said before soaring into the sky. Hey Luo Tian, aren't you coming with us? Although your combat power is lower, you could handle logistics. Raditz called out, waving to Luo Tian. Why not join us? Nappa added. Luo Tian ignored them, swiftly entering his spaceship. Whoosh. The spaceship ascended, breaking through the planet's atmosphere and departing. Farewell. Raditz waved goodbye. Suddenly, Vegeta's pupils dilated, his expression darkening. What is it, Your Highness? Nappa asked, perplexed. Luo Tian has taken that small spaceship. Vegeta seethed, his body trembling with fury. What? What do we do now? Raditz was left speechless. That rascal Luo Tian. Vegeta fumed. That was my spaceship. There are still 2 spherical spaceships on this planet, Nappa explained. Should we pursue him? Pursue him? Nonsense. This is a mothership. How could we possibly catch up? Forget it. Let us clean up this planet and move on to another. Vegeta decided after a moment's contemplation, issuing instructions to Raditz and Nappa. Meanwhile, Luo Tian piloted his spaceship into the starry expanse, leaving a radiant trail in the cosmos as he set his sights on planet Wampa. Since Luo Tian is destined to become a true angel, it is only natural for him to have a god of destruction as his subordinate. Initially, Luo Tian intended to cultivate Vegeta into his god of destruction. However, upon observing Vegeta's rebellious nature, he swiftly reconsidered his decision. Instead of expending effort on training Vegeta, it would be more prudent to nurture a more obedient subordinate. After careful consideration, Luo Tian concluded that Broly would indeed be an excellent choice. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, possesses formidable strength, and it is conceivable that his battle power has already reached over 1 million. Luo Tian felt a surge of excitement, as if the Scion blood within him was boiling. The journey to planet Wampa would take at least 6 days. During this time, Luo Tian diligently focused on consolidating and purifying his angelic power. The 6 days passed swiftly. Through the window of the spacecraft, Luo Tian beheld the distant, earth-toned orb of planet Wampa. This planet is characterized by its extreme environmental harshness, devoid of vegetation and even liquid water. Furthermore, it is perpetually shrouded in wind and sand, with howling gales that resemble the cries of wild beasts. Broly has lived in such an environment. Broly, like Luo Tian, is 5 years old. When Broly was just 3, King Vegeta exiled him to this desolate planet. If nothing changes, the father and son duo would remain trapped here for 40 long years. Throughout these 6 days, Luo Tian made progress in refining his angelic power. Though lamentably, its purity remained at level 8, failing to ascend to level 9. Luo Tian was eager to elevate his angelic power's purity to 10, in hopes of validating his hypothesis and transforming into a Super Saiyan god. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Luo Tian hovered his spacecraft above planet Wampa. With a decisive press of the button, the hatch opened, and he soared out of the vessel. Descending rapidly, he approached the desolate ground of Wampa. Within a natural cave teeming with insect eggs, Porunga lamented aloud. 2 years. 2 years. I have been trapped here for 2 years. His gaze, filled with despair, roamed the vast expanse of yellow sand. Beside him, Broly munched on the insect eggs, seemingly relishing the taste rather than feeling disgusted. Is this truly fit for human consumption? The planet's conditions are unbearably harsh. Aside from the insect eggs, there is nothing edible or drinkable. There isn't even the most basic resource of fresh water. When will this existence come to an end? Cursed King Vegeta. Broly, I will venture out once more, this time to explore farther afield. Perhaps I will uncover something more promising, Porunga declared, refusing to lose hope. He had already explored a significant portion of this planet, yet there remained unexplored areas. Perhaps at the edge of the desert, an oasis awaited discovery. Broly obediently nodded. Porunga soared into the sky, braving the swirling sands, swiftly disappearing into the distance. Shortly after Porunga departed, Luo Tian descended from the heavens, appearing before Broly. Broly lifted his gaze, curiously observing Luo Tian. Broly? Luo Tian greeted with a smile. Broly, appearing bewildered, nodded in response. Unleash your full power against me. Let me gauge your prowess. Luo Tian beckoned to Broly. After a brief moment of hesitation, Broly promptly nodded in agreement. In the next instant, energy erupted from Broly, propelling him towards Luo Tian at an astonishing speed. Luo Tian briefly sensed the intensity of Broly's energy. This young man is indeed formidable. No wonder he is the legendary Super Saiyan. Merely a slight release of energy has already elevated his combat power to an impressive height of 100,000. As Broly charged forward, Luo Tian raised his left hand, the power of the angel shimmering within it. With a resounding thud, Broly's fist collided heavily with Luo Tian's hand, which effortlessly absorbed the impact. Chapter 26, Broly weeps. Bang! Immediately, Luo Tian thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a radiant brilliance akin to the stars. Accompanied by a muffled roar, Luo Tian's hand struck Broly's body. Boom! Broly's form hurtled backward like a meteor, crashing into a nearby mountain and embedding himself deep within the stone. He emitted a cry of anguish as energy surged forth once more, rallying himself to charge towards Luo Tian again. Thud, thud, thud. Broly unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks upon Luo Tian. Yet, Luo Tian deftly evaded Broly's punches and kicks with his mastery of Ultra Instinct. Despite Broly's relentless assault, he could not even graze Luo Tian's attire. Broly seemed incensed, his entire body trembling as energy surged like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, Broly's pupils turned white, his eyes devoid of color. Upon closer inspection, Broly's physique expanded, and his energy reached its zenith. Luo Tian could sense that Broly's base combat power had escalated to a staggering height of at least 1,000,000. This was the true embodiment of the legendary Super Saiyan. And yet, Broly had not transformed. He was merely 5 years old. At such a tender age, to possess combat power exceeding 1,000,000 is nothing short of astonishing. Should Vegeta be brought forth, he would likely be obliterated in an instant. As Broly's body swelled, his combat power surged even further to an astounding height of 10,000,000. Broly had not transformed. He had simply unleashed the power of the great ape. His combat power surged tenfold in an instant. However, this unleashed power caused Broly to lose his sanity. How could he not lose his composure? After all, Broly had struck Luo Tian for an extended period, yet he had not landed a single hit. Broly was thoroughly enraged, his energy surging wildly as he charged towards the direction of Luo Tian. He let out a sinister laugh, launching a fierce onslaught against Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian did not engage Broly head-on. Instead, he closed his eyes and evaded all of Broly's attacks through the mastery of his own instinctual prowess. 3 minutes passed. Breathing heavily, Broly gasped for air, overwhelmed by a wave of despair, his youthful face marred by an expression of grievance. Suddenly, he burst into tears. Luo Tian, wiping the sweat from his brow, inquired, "Why are you crying? You are in a berserk state, aren't you?" "Crying while in a berserk state?" Broly's sobs grew more pitiful. "You're being unfair. I've been trying to hit you for so long and can't land a single blow. It's so frustrating." This was akin to a child fighting. One child might strike at the other repeatedly without making contact, inevitably leading to tears of frustration. In truth, Broly was merely a 5-year-old child at heart. Luo Tian, as a traveler from another world, was far more mature than his current age would suggest. "Fine, this time I won dodge," Luo Tian sighed in resignation. Broly's eyes lit up, the whites of his pupils regaining some semblance of color. With a thunderous roar, Broly's energy surged once more, his aura intensifying to the point of dispersing the surrounding dust and sand. Luo Tian sensed the strength of Broly's energy. His combat power had now risen to approximately 20 million. It was evident that this was the pinnacle of Broly's physical capabilities at this moment. Let us not forget, he was only 5 years old. Given ample growth opportunities, his future potential was immeasurable. Broly's gaze blazed with fervor, filled with an insatiable thirst for battle. As he charged towards Luo Tian, with a resounding strike, Broly's fist landed heavily on Luo Tian's hand. Luo Tian, harnessing the power of an angel, effortlessly caught Broly's punch. Broly's eyes widened in disbelief. "Not bad. Your strength is commendable," Luo Tian remarked, grasping Broly's wrist firmly. With a swift motion, Luo Tian yanked Broly's wrist, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Broly coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his entire being had been shattered. With a flick of his hand, Luo Tian enveloped Broly in a sphere of angelic energy. Instantly, Broly's eyes, which had lost their luster, blinked and returned to their normal state. "Get up," Luo Tian. Broly, upon sensing the transformation of his own body, wore an expression of sheer astonishment on his youthful face. Would you care to join me in exploring this universe? Lotan inquired, his visage adorned with a benevolent smile. Broly, seemingly grasping the essence of the invitation, nodded vigorously. Then follow me, Lotan replied with a smile, and without further ado, he ascended swiftly into the sky. Broly scratched his head, hesitating briefly before deciding to pursue Lotan closely. Upon reaching a significant altitude, Broly's gaze was immediately drawn to the spaceship suspended high above. Let us depart, Lotan beckoned, stepping into the spacecraft. Broly hesitated momentarily, but soon followed Lotan inside. Once aboard, Broly examined the interior of the ship with curiosity, his expression increasingly bewildered. Commence the journey, Lotan exclaimed, pressing the launch button. With a whoosh, the spacecraft emitted a brilliant light, swiftly departing from planet Wampa and soaring through the vastness of the starry sea. Dad. Broly scratched his head, suddenly recalling something, and spoke in a somewhat halting manner. I am not your father. My name is Lotan, Lotan replied with a smile. Broly pointed towards the receding planet Wampa, declaring, Not my dad. I truly am not your father. We are of similar age. How could I possibly be your father? Lotan shook his head. Broly, in his urgency, struggled to articulate his thoughts. My father is still on that planet. Despite knowing everything, Broly found himself unable to express it. Chapter 27. Earth, here I come. Let us hydrate first, Lotan suggested, shifting the topic as he handed Broly a bottle of water. Lotan was acutely aware that Broly's father, Paragus, remained on planet Wampa. However, Lotan would never entertain the idea of keeping Paragus close. Paragus, like many Scions, harbored malevolent intentions and sought to manipulate Broly. Had Paragus' spaceship not encountered a malfunction on Wampa, he would likely have endeavored to control his son and mold him into a tool for seizing the throne. It was not Lotan's style to associate with such individuals. Broly, in contrast to his father, was a rather innocent Scion, with a temperament reminiscent of Son Goku. Lotan's sole desire was to take Broly away. Broly held the water bottle Lotan had offered, scrutinizing it closely, unsure of how to open it, and looked up at Lotan with a perplexed expression. Do this, then that, and finally this, Lotan instructed, producing another bottle, pressing the button atop it, and revealing a straw. Lotan took a sip through the straw. Mimicking Lotan's actions, Broly opened the cap of his bottle and placed his mouth over the straw, taking a sip. Instantly, his eyes lit up with excitement and delight. What is this? It tastes so good, he exclaimed as he quickly drained the entire bottle. Broly wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, even smacking his lips. He felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Grateful. Broly looked at Luo Tian with admiration. Luo Tian said, I give you a bottle of water, and you call me a good person? Do you want some ham? He then produced a piece of ham and offered it to Broly. Broly's eyes sparkled with confusion once more, and like a dog, he leaned in to sniff it. Upon inhaling the delicious aroma of the ham, surprise, confusion, and a hint of greed flickered in Broly's gaze. Without hesitation, he snatched the ham and took a big bite. As the exquisite flavor enveloped him, Broly suddenly realized that everything he had eaten before paled in comparison. This was true delicacy. Happiness washed over him unexpectedly. Such delightful food existed in this world. As he continued eating, tears streamed down his face, overwhelmed by desire. Don't worry. There will be even more delicious food waiting for you in the future, Luo Tian smiled reassuringly. Broly nodded vigorously, devouring the ham with fervor, then looked up at Luo Tian with eager eyes, licking his lips. Broly, you are a human, not a dog, Luo Tian chuckled. Dog. Broly had little concept of what a dog was. You will understand in time, Luo Tian replied with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Broly recalled something and turned to gaze towards the direction of Planet Vegeta. I am not your father. Just call me Luo Tian from now on, Luo Tian said. Planet Vegeta. Was Broly about to unleash his rage again? Paragus furrowed his brow, muttering, that rascal. What a mess he has made here. He scanned the surroundings, searching for Broly's presence. Where could that little brat be? Paragus murmured, calling out Broly's name, but there was no response. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned, for Broly had previously experienced fits of rage and had a tendency to wander off. 2 years. 2 years I, Paragus, have been trapped on this desolate planet. He lamented, gazing up at the vast starry sky and the boundless universe. Luo Tian's spaceship streaked through the cosmos, tracing a brilliant arc as it soared swiftly. Next, he intended to visit Earth. After all, there were many splendid treasures to be found there, like the magical beans. Although Luo Tian possessed the ability to heal himself, if his angelic power were to be depleted, he would be unable to heal until it gradually restored. Previously on Namek, he had vanquished all negative energy with his formidable angelic power. A single magical bean would make replenishing his strength much more convenient. Moreover, Luo Tian planned to gather some culinary delights on Earth and store them in his multifunctional capsule. The most significant endeavor for Luo Tian is to transform the spaceship into a capsule form for easy portability. Although he has acquired the ability to survive in the vastness of space, his own speed remains considerably inferior to that of the spaceship. Until he surpasses the velocity of the vessel, it remains the most efficient means of travel. Furthermore, Broly is currently unable to exist in the cosmic expanse, if necessary. They could utilize the Dragon Balls on Earth to grant Broly the capability to survive in space, provided he is sufficiently obedient. The spaceship hurtled towards Earth at an astonishing speed. After approximately 10 days, Luo Tian beheld the familiar yet foreign blue planet, Earth. From the vantage point of space, Earth resembled a sapphire, radiating a mesmerizing azure glow. Amidst the boundless cosmos, Earth appeared so diminutive and fragile, like an abandoned orphan silently confronting the vast universe. Yet, this solitary planet harbors the hopes and dreams of countless lives. Broly, too, gazed upon this beautiful sphere. Unable to contain his excitement as he rubbed his eyes and widened his gaze, his expression brimming with astonishment. It seemed to be the first time he had encountered such a magnificent planet. Stammering slightly, he pointed at the blue orb and turned to Luo Tian. "Father, is that?" Broly exclaimed, suddenly recalling that his own father remained on planet Vampa. Chapter 28, Robbies and Razali. "That is not your father, that is Earth." "Do not call everyone father," Luo Tian replied. Broly fell silent, realizing his misunderstanding. "I truly did not mean it that way. I simply could not find the words to express myself." Whoosh! The spaceship pierced through the planet's atmosphere, descending rapidly towards the terrestrial realm. In the eastern capital, within the western urban district, the inhabitants went about their daily routines. Bustling as always, the vibrant streets were alive with a constant flow of people. Outside a CAF, two beautiful women sat, sipping coffee and engaging in light conversation. "The weather is splendid today, not a cloud in the sky. Are you planning to become a poet?" Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed overhead, casting the area into an eerie gray. The two women were momentarily stunned, their gazes instinctively drawn skyward. Hovering above was a disc-shaped spaceship, its diameter approximately 30 meters, appearing as a colossal entity in the air. Although this vessel was labeled as a small spaceship, it was quite substantial within the context of the city. The two women were left speechless, staring in awe at the spacecraft above. Is that a spaceship?" One of the women blinked rapidly, her face pale. Are there aliens?" The other beautiful lady stuttered as she spoke, and coffee spilled from her cup, completely oblivious to the fact that her pants were already wet. Nearby residents gazed in astonishment at the spaceship. With a creak, the hatch of the spaceship opened, and Luo Tian emerged, hovering high above, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. However, at merely 5 years of age, he appeared rather diminutive, and the tail behind him swayed with the breeze, lending him an unexpectedly comical air at that moment. Following closely behind, Broly flew out, scratching his head as he too looked down upon the humans and the peculiar architecture below. Broly's expression grew increasingly bewildered. Where was this place? It seemed so strange. It was the first time he had encountered humans without tails. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, the townsfolk stood agape, their faces etched with concern. Nearby, an uninhibited 6-year-old boy exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, how cool. Are they aliens?" His sister gazed up at Luo Tian with wide-eyed wonder. However, their mother gasped in shock. "Hey, alien. Take me away. I'm so done with this. I don't want to do homework anymore." The child shouted at Luo Tian. "Umph, as if you have so much homework." His sister retorted, "When have I not done it for you? Take both me and my sister away." The child cried out. The mother quickly covered her children's mouths, her face pale with fright as she clutched them tightly, fearing they might be whisked away by aliens. Luo Tian silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Were all the children in the Dragon Ball world this intense? These two seemed quite young, perhaps only in first grade. Was there really that much homework? Wait a minute. Why did these two children seem somewhat familiar? They resembled people he knew. "What are your names, little ones?" Luo Tian inquired, turning his gaze toward the boy with curiosity. He spoke. Before the two children could respond, the two ladies nearby, sipping coffee, trembled in fear. "I'm Lapis, and my sister is Lazuli." The boy introduced himself and his sister. "Lapis? Lazuli?" Luo Tian paused, realizing why these two little ones looked familiar. They were the future 17 and 18. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance to the future versions of 17 and 18. "Do you have a lot of homework?" Luo Tian asked. It wasn't much. But now that I've finished mine, I have to do my brother's too." Lazuli replied, sulking. "We aliens have no homework. I'm about the same age as you. I can travel to outer space at just 5 years old. Isn't that exciting?" Luo Tian said with a smile. Lapis and Lazuli's faces lit up with envy. Traveling to outer space at just 5 years old, aliens truly lived a carefree life. Meanwhile, they were left with nothing but the burden of homework every day. "Please take us with you. We want to travel," pleaded Lapis eagerly. "Yes, please take me and my brother." Lazuli looked at Loten with anticipation. "That alien is just joking. Don't take it seriously," the children's mother said, nearly in tears. "Can you fly?" Loten inquired. Both Lapis and Lazuli shook their heads in unison. "Let's learn to fly first." Loten smiled. The two children fell silent. "Does anyone know where West City is?" Loten asked from his elevated position. "It's in that direction." A beautiful woman sipping coffee cautiously pointed. "Madam, Your pants are wet, Loden remarked, gesturing at her trousers. Oh, the woman exclaimed, glancing down in shock. Whoosh. The spaceship soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The two children were met with a stern reprimand from their mother. You're already in the first grade and not attending school, writing homework, and your sister is helping you? The siblings burst into tears. How unfair. Those aliens are so inconsiderate. Lappa sobbed. Humph. Once I learned to fly, I won't let him off easily. Lazuli pouted, wiping her tears incessantly. West City. Headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. The spaceship gently descended into the courtyard of the corporation. The sudden appearance of such a massive vessel quickly attracted the attention of Dr. Briefs, Bulma's father. He pedaled over on his bicycle, adjusting his glasses as he gazed at Loden and Broly emerging from the spaceship. Oh my, are you aliens? Dr. Briefs exclaimed in astonishment. Hello, Doctor. I've heard you are the most renowned scientist on this planet, correct? Loden greeted him warmly. Broly trailed behind Loden, akin to a curious shadow, intrigued by everything. Chapter 29, The First Encounter with Bulma. Ha ha ha. Am I truly so esteemed in the universe? Dr. Briefs chuckled heartily, flattered by Loden's compliment. He then examined the spaceship behind Loden with keen interest. Ahem, do you have any particular business with me, my extraterrestrial friends? Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses again, his demeanor friendly. I've heard there's something known as capsules, invented by you, Doctor? Loden inquired politely. Indeed, I invented those. They are called universal capsules, Dr. Briefs affirmed, nodding. He casually produced one of the capsules, explaining, in essence, it compresses items into particles and stores them within the capsule, allowing for decompression and restoration when needed. Could you help me turn this spaceship into a capsule? Loden pointed to the vessel behind him. Of course, no problem at all. Dr. Briefs responded with excitement. I was just thinking about how I would love to study this spaceship in detail. Feel free to explore, just don't break anything. Luo Tian readily agreed. I won't break anything, rest assured. Dr. Briefs chuckled heartily, eagerly approaching the spacecraft, marveling at the remarkable technology within the universe, pondering the genius behind it. What material is this made from? It seems there is nothing quite like it on Earth. Luo Tian remained silent, uncertain about the material. Broly, too, was bewildered, filled with curiosity about everything. His inquisitiveness led him to fixate on a black cat, staring intently at the creature. The cat, crouched low, eyed the unfamiliar face with wariness. Broly, don't stare at the black cat. It's quite formidable, Luo Tian cautioned. Broly appeared confused. Long ago, I witnessed a black cat wielding a handgun, shooting off a mouse's ear, Luo Tian reminisced. Broly's expression turned to one of utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend. Is there truly such a powerful black cat? Dr. Briefs inquired, astonished. Indeed, it even made the news, Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. Really? Did that happen on your planet? Dr. Briefs asked, examining the spacecraft. Yes, Luo Tian replied, then posed a question. How long will it take to convert this ship into a capsule? I'll take a look at its structure first, Dr. Briefs said as he began to climb into the spacecraft. Go for it. Luo Tian encouraged from behind. Broly, still bewildered, could make little sense of it all. Subsequently, he wandered off to examine a patch of grass, finding its peculiar appearance intriguing. Dr. Briefs entered the spacecraft, embarking on an exploration of its internal structure. Such advanced technology. He marveled. After half an hour of diligent study, Dr. Briefs emerged from the spacecraft. Based on the ship's design, it will take at least a month to convert it into a universal capsule, he mused. All right, then it's a task for you. Dr. Luo Tian nodded gently. Don't worry about it, Luo Tian assured. Just as he prepared to speak, a voice rang out from a distance. Upon hearing it, Bulma came running joyfully toward them. Luo Tian glanced over at Bulma. At only 5 years old, Bulma was a year younger than Luo Tian. Strictly speaking, she was 10 months his junior, making them contemporaries. With her cherubic, rosy face and blue hair tied into a high ponytail, clad in a pink dress, she bounced toward them like a little rabbit. Bulma. Are you out of school? Dr. Briefs gazed fondly at the approaching Bulma, ruffling her hair. Daddy, did you know? I heard that today. In the suburbs of the eastern capital, a colossal spacecraft has appeared, and 2 extraterrestrial beings emerged from it. Bulma, filled with excitement, animatedly recounted the story, exclaiming that the universe is vast and surely harbors alien life. Brief turned to glance at Loden and inquired, Father, who is he? Is he your illegitimate child? Bulma pointed at Loden, seeking clarification from Brief. Brief wiped the sweat from his brow silently, while Loden, holding his forehead, found himself at a loss for words. What an odd manner of speaking for a young girl, he thought. Hey, Father, what is that enormous object behind you? Is it a new technology you just developed? Bulma blinked her large, curious eyes, quickly noticing the spacecraft behind her father. Without hesitation, she dashed over and gently touched its surface with her delicate hands. What a peculiar material, Father. What is it made of? I've never seen anything like it before. Is this a new alloy you created? Bulma inquired with genuine curiosity. This is my daughter, Bulma, Brief promptly introduced. She is a child and does not fully understand, so I hope you won't take offense. Not at all. Loden replied with a nonchalant smile, noting that she appeared to be around his age. Are you truly only 5 years old this year? Brief exclaimed. Adjusting his glasses in astonishment, his gaze fixed on Loden. Indeed, Loden affirmed with a nod. How remarkable. To travel at such a young age of 5. Brief remarked with a bittersweet smile, his eyes reflecting endless admiration. What are you two discussing? Bulma asked curiously, shifting her attention between Loden and her father. Bulma, if my guess is correct, he is the alien you just mentioned, Brief replied with a smile. Bulma was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 30. Do you aspire to become a deity? Tap, tap, tap. Bulma hurriedly approached, examining Loden from head to toe, tilting her little head in curiosity. Bulma, be polite. Brief quickly admonished. Hey, is this a tail? Bulma exclaimed, and regardless of Loden's consent, she boldly grabbed his tail. Loden, is this your idea of politeness? What a fun tail. Bulma remarked, playfully rubbing it in her hands. It was fluffy and reminiscent of her little teddy bear. Brief said nothing, his face reflecting an apologetic expression. Fortunately, he noticed that Loden was not angry, allowing his anxious heart to relax. Bulma, why don't you spend some time playing with our extraterrestrial friend? I will find something to transport the spacecraft to the research facility, Brief suggested. You two are of similar age, so you should be able to enjoy each other's company. Okay, Bulma nodded innocently. With that, Brief rode away on his bicycle. Meanwhile, Broly intently gazed at a tuft of dogtail grass not far away, marveling at it as it was his first encounter with such a plant, finding the fluffy growth quite intriguing. In fact, Broly even brushed his tail against the dogtail grass. Immediately, Broly's tail was tickled by a blade of grass, prompting him to burst into laughter. Hearing his jovial sound, Bulma glanced over curiously. Who is that guy? She inquired, perplexed. Is he your companion? Indeed, his name is Broly. Loden confirmed with a nod. I am Loden. You truly are an alien, Bulma remarked, still incredulous, scrutinizing Loden closely. He bore a striking resemblance to us. Save for the additional tail. Loden chose not to respond. I've heard you can fly. Is that true? Bulma asked, her eyes blinking rapidly in excitement. I can manage a bit, Loden replied as he gradually levitated. Bulma was taken aback. As he descended gently, she queried, so, do aliens have genders? Yes, Loden nodded. But I fear the women on my planet may have perished. What? What do you mean? Bulma asked, astonished. When we left our planet, a villain destroyed it, Loden expressed. A hint of melancholy in his tone. Destroyed by a villain? How tragic. Does that mean you're homeless now? Bulma sighed in sympathy, then offered, it's all right. You can consider this place your home from now on. That sounds good, Loden agreed. Hee, tomorrow is my kindergarten graduation ceremony. Will you join me? Bulma giggled. Loden pondered. So, you wish for me to attend your kindergarten graduation? Are you trying to show off in front of your classmates? Very well, I shall. He readily accepted. That evening, Bulma's family prepared a lavish feast to welcome Loden and Broly. The two indulged in the delightful cuisine, leaving Bulma's family utterly astonished. What an incredible appetite. They consumed the equivalent of over 40 meals, Bulma's mother, Bikini, exclaimed with wide eyes. Are they starving ghosts reincarnated? Bulma muttered under her breath. Feel free to eat as much as you like, no need to hold back. Mr. Brief chuckled, then turned to the chef, instructing, prepare more food. The chef stood dumbstruck. Loden truly had not tasted such delectable fare in ages. On Planet Vegeta, most of the food consisted of ham. Loden's starchy sausage was more sought after than ham on Vegeta. It must be noted that the ham on Planet Vegeta was crafted entirely from meat. Earth's cuisine was undeniably superior. Meanwhile, the television broadcasted a news segment featuring Loden and Broly in the suburbs of East City. At that time, mobile phones capable of capturing images in the Dragon Ball world had yet to become widespread. Thus, no valuable footage of their appearance was recorded. Are news reports now resorting to fabrication? Bulma remarked, sounding somewhat disillusioned, akin to a miniature adult. She felt a wave of frustration wash over her. You've already debunked the existence of aliens. How can I flaunt Loden at our kindergarten tomorrow? What a headache. Fortunately, Loden could fly. Perhaps in this way, they would come to realize that Luo Tian is an extraterrestrial being. By the way, is Bulma graduating from kindergarten tomorrow? Bikini gently inquired of Bulma. Indeed. I shall no longer fret over kindergarten assignments. Bulma let out a long sigh of relief. Luo Tian, do aliens not attend school? Bikini further questioned him. We never attend school, Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. Not even kindergarten, primary school, or secondary school. Bulma chimed in with curiosity. No. Otherwise, how could I possibly embark on my travels at the tender age of 5? Luo Tian replied with a smile. Mother, I too wish to travel. I am about to graduate from kindergarten. Bulma pouted, making her request. Where does Bulma wish to travel? Bikini asked with a loving expression. Naturally, to outer space. Once father modifies the spaceship, I shall have Luo Tian take me on an interstellar adventure. Bulma proposed eagerly. That is certainly possible. However, some planets may possess environments unsuitable for your survival, and you might find yourself in peril upon arrival. Luo Tian stated candidly. Bulma, Luo Tian speaks the truth. With so many planets in the universe, the gravity on each is vastly different from that of Earth. For instance, if the gravity were twice that of Earth, standing upon it with such a frail body would be life-threatening for Bulma. There are countless planets that Luo Tian plans to visit, and it would be imprudent to bring Bulma along as a burden. Once I ascend to godhood, I shall take you on adventures at that time. I can guarantee your safety regardless of the planet we visit. Luo Tian added as a reassurance. Ascend to godhood? Bulma was taken aback. Chapter 31. I shall become the greatest god in the universe. You wish to become a god? Briefs adjusted his glasses, looking at Luo Tian in astonishment. A god? Bikini also exhibited a curious expression. Meanwhile, Broly remained blissfully indulged in his meal, oblivious to Luo Tian's words. Yes, I aspire to become the greatest god in the universe. Luo Tian explained with a smile. My, your ambitions are indeed lofty. Briefs chuckled heartily. After finishing their meal, Bulma's parents returned to their own affairs, leaving Luo Tian and Bulma in the yard. Broly reclined on the lawn, patting his round belly, gazing up at the starry sky with a look of contentment. Broly suddenly felt that this way of life was truly delightful. If only I could eat like this every day. Hey, Luo Tian, where shall we play next? Bulma excitedly grasped Luo Tian's hand. Shall I take you for a flight through the skies? Luo Tian proposed. Yes, yes, Bulma exclaimed with immense excitement. Come, let me take you flying. As Luo Tian spoke, he wrapped one arm around Bulma's waist and soared into the sky. Wow, how delightful. Bulma cheered loudly. Isn't it fun? Luo Tian smiled. Fly faster, Bulma suggested eagerly. Very well, then we shall increase our speed. Luo Tian quickened his pace, holding Bulma tightly. This is amazing. We are nearly matching the speed of the aircraft my father built. Bulma's excitement grew even more. As they soared through the night sky, Bulma's gaze was suddenly captivated by a towering structure that pierced the clouds above. What a magnificent tower, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. Shall we ascend and explore it? Suggested Luo Tian, cradling Bulma as they ascended higher. Upon reaching a certain altitude, they beheld the pinnacle of the tower, which was crowned by a quaint, oval-shaped dwelling that exuded an air of antiquity. Is that a house? Could it possibly be inhabited? Bulma felt a twinge of trepidation and grasped Luo Tian's arm tightly. Let us venture inside, Luo Tian proposed. Be cautious. Those who dwell in such places may be monsters. Bulma's face paled at the thought. Fear not. If it is a monster, I shall vanquish it with a single blow. Luo Tian reassured her with a gentle smile as they entered the tower. In an instant, Bulma's eyes fell upon a humanoid figure with gray-white fur, a cat person leaning on a cane. The cat person, equally astonished, regarded Luo Tian and Bulma. Indeed, it seems to be a monster, Bulma stammered, her complexion paling further. Luo Tian, swiftly deal with this creature. Monster, reveal your true form, or face your demise. Luo Tian commanded the cat person. The cat person wiped sweat from his brow, clearing his throat. I am not a monster. Rather, I am a cat immortal. Also known as Karin, he replied. A cat immortal? Bulma was taken aback. Indeed, I am aware of many things. You must be Bulma. The second lady of the Capsule Corporation, Karin smiled. Wait, you know that? Bulma gasped in astonishment, then pointed at Luo Tian. And what of him? Do you know who he is? This gentleman is a friend from another planet, is he not? Karin replied confidently. You truly know everything. Are you genuinely an immortal? Bulma expressed her admiration. Then tell me, from which planet do I hail? Luo Tian inquired. Karin's smile faltered. Well, do you know from which planet he comes? Bulma echoed. Ahem, to be honest, I am only knowledgeable about events occurring on Earth. My understanding of extraterrestrial matters is somewhat limited, Karin admitted, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. I see. That is quite enlightening, Bulma nodded thoughtfully. Since you are an all-knowing immortal, there is indeed something I wish to consult you about, Luo Tian stated earnestly. Please, do share, my extraterrestrial friend, Karin responded courteously. I have been in search of a miraculous substance that, once consumed, swiftly restores vitality and heals injuries. Might you know where such a thing can be found? Luo Tian inquired. Are you referring to the senzu beans? Karin replied. You have truly come to the right place. I happen to possess this wondrous item. Allow me to retrieve it for you. As Master Karin spoke, he descended the stairs and returned with a jar of magical beans. He placed the jar before Luo Tian, who cast a cursory glance at it. The jar contained no fewer than several thousand beans. With so many beans, one cannot help but wonder how they all disappeared later on. Were they consumed as snacks by that glutton, Yachirobe? My extraterrestrial friend, this is precisely what you seek. Master Karin said with a smile. These are the magical beans. Consuming one guarantees you will not feel hunger for 10 days. And it can even restore your stamina and instantaneously heal all severe wounds. Really? Are these beans truly so extraordinary? Bulma inquired as she stepped forward and grasped a handful of beans, examining them closely. They appear no different from ordinary beans. May I taste one? Certainly. Master Karin replied without objection. Luo Tian approached leisurely, subtly channeling his ethereal angelic power and enveloping the beans. Master Karin was momentarily taken aback. What does this young man intend? Then, with a smile, Luo Tian turned to Master Karin and asked, Master Karin, how many beans are there in total? I've never counted them, Master Karin responded, wiping away a bead of sweat. There are probably several thousand. Are you not a sage? Can't you discern the quantity with a mere glance? Bulma asked, puzzled. Master Karin, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to himself, indeed, I am a sage. But why should I count the beans in this jar? Could you possibly give me all these magical beans? Luo Tian inquired with a smile. Master Karin silently wiped his sweat again. You are quite greedy indeed. You wish to take them all? If you were to take 10 or 20, I would not object. But to claim them all, cough, cough, Master Karin gently declined. I could have simply taken them by force, yet I prefer to adhere to reason. Luo Tian contemplated before suggesting, how about this? If I can accurately guess how many beans are in this jar, you shall grant me all of them. What do you say? Master Karin fell into a brief silence before nodding slightly in agreement. You think you can guess the number of beans in this jar? I am eager to see if you can succeed. Luo Tian, do you really believe you can guess it? Bulma whispered. Absolutely, Luo Tian replied with a smile. There are a total of 158 beans. Is that so? Let us count them, Master Karin said, his heart sinking as he began to scrutinize the beans within the jar. Very well, let us count, Luo Tian declared, snapping his fingers. With a soft pop, the beans levitated out of the jar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The beans swiftly gathered in groups of 3 or 2, forming 6 piles that hovered in the air. Upon closer inspection, each of these 6 piles was further divided into 10 smaller portions. Before us lie 6 piles of celestial beans, each containing 10 segments, with each segment comprising 100 beans. You may count them, remarked Luo Tian with a smile. As for the remaining 158 beans, I have set them aside for you. The eyes of Master Karin widened in sheer astonishment, his expression betraying boundless amazement. How did he accomplish this? Why do I suddenly feel as if he embodies divinity more than I do? Such feats, even that old fellow in the heavens could not achieve, could he? No need to continue. You have won. Master Karin wiped the sweat from his brow. Very well, I shall not hold back. Luo Tian, showing no hesitation, snapped his fingers once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thank you, expressed Luo Tian with gratitude. No need for thanks, Master Karin replied with a bittersweet smile. Let us depart. Luo Tian beckoned to Bulma. Perhaps we should see if there are any other treasures. After all, he is a celestial being, Bulma suggested softly. Master Karin felt disinclined to speak further. Have you all plundered my celestial beings, and now inquire about other treasures? I suspect there are none left. Luo Tian shook his head. Then let it be, for I am indeed a wealthy heiress. Wanting for nothing, Bulma pouted playfully. Master Karin responded with a silent incredulity. You want for nothing, yet still ask if I possess other treasures? Let us leave. Luo Tian stepped forward, embracing Bulma as they soared away from Karin Tower. In that moment, Luo Tian released a thread of angelic power, enveloping the jar of celestial beings. Instantly, the jar followed closely behind him. Huh, the jar can fly too? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. The jar? Luo Tian was taken aback. Luo Tian, the beans are yours. But that jar belongs to me. Bulma's interest piqued. It was the first time she had encountered a flying jar. Luo Tian conceded. All right, it's yours. He did not oppose her. If you had known the jar could not fly, one wonders what your mindset would have been. By the way, could you assist me in creating a device to store the celestial beings? Something akin to a storage space, Luo Tian requested of Bulma. Leave such matters to me. Bulma assured, patting her chest confidently. Luo Tian was well aware that despite Bulma being merely 5 years old, she was undoubtedly a prodigy, a genius in science. In the special episode of Galactic Patrol, 5-year-old Bulma had constructed a powerful energy gun. When the trigger was pulled, the energy gun struck the sea, sending waves soaring to heights of several dozen meters, leaving Galactic Patrolman Gak utterly pale with fright. This was precisely why Luo Tian entrusted the storage space creation to Bulma. He had faith that she would surely accomplish this noble, yet formidable task. What kind of storage space should it be? Bulma pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps a ring. It would be more convenient to wear, suggested Luo Tian. You are quite clever. Very well, we shall proceed as you say, Bulma nodded, estimating it would take about a day to complete, as it merely required slight modifications to the universal capsule. So simple? Then I shall trouble you with it. Luo Tian expressed his gratitude. Not at all a bother, but I shall need to borrow your tail for a couple of days. Bulma chuckled softly and approached, playfully tugging at the tail of El Tian. El Tian responded, what is so amusing about a tail? He appeared speechless. It's so fluffy and delightful. Bulma continued to tease, gently stroking El Tian's tail. It's only because you lack one that you find it so entertaining, El Tian remarked. Indeed, indeed. It is precisely because I lack one, Bulma nodded earnestly. Where is it? She inquired. You'll understand when you grow up, El Tian replied with a smile. Humph. You speak as if you were older than me, but aren't we the same age? Bulma pouted. El Tian chose to remain silent as they soared swiftly through the night sky. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening. A waning crescent moon hung in the heavens. and a gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying a refreshing scent, evoking a poetic image of the moon resting upon the willow tips. Meanwhile, Broly lay on the grass, gazing up at the moon, lost in thought. Broly, what are you looking at? Tian asked curiously. Broly pointed to the moon, suddenly reminded of his father back on Planet Vegeta. My father is still on that planet. Shouldn't we bring him here as well? Tian, surprised, remarked. Your companion can speak? I always thought he was mute. Bulma looked at Broly in astonishment and whispered to Tian, he can speak. But his expression is not very clear. Tian nodded. What did he just call you? Bulma had not quite caught it. Broly pointed again at the moon, still at a loss for words. Huh, did he call you father? Bulma's eyes widened with shock, her youthful face reflecting endless astonishment. Have you already married and had children? Do aliens marry at 5? You must be incredibly fortunate. Tian shook his head. Chapter 33, Boyfriend? I am not married. Bulma's surprise grew, her gaze upon Tian resembling that of someone beholding a rare creature. So, is he your illegitimate child? Tian pinched Bulma's cheek in mild annoyance. Don't pinch my face, it makes me drool. She protested. Slowly, Tian released her cheek. Bulma's delicate face was too tender. Just a pinch felt as if it might burst with water, a delightful sensation. Just teasing you. Even though I am only 5. I certainly know that one your age cannot marry and have children, Bulma said with a mischievous smile, revealing a row of pristine teeth. She then inquired curiously, but why does he call you father? Who knows? He calls everyone father. Tian shrugged. Bulma stepped closer, tilting her head to observe Broly. Broly again pointed at the moon and said, call mommy. Bulma wiped her brow. Broly scratched his head in confusion, murmuring, mommy? The next morning, Bulma entered Tian's room and pulled him from his bed. To be honest, Tian had never slept so soundly before. Although the Earth in the Dragon Ball universe differs slightly from that of Luo Tian's previous life, it boasts superior air quality. After all, the ecological preservation in this world is commendable. Furthermore, the vehicles here utilize the most advanced energy technologies, resulting in a significant reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. It can be asserted that the oxygen levels on this Earth are remarkably high. Upon his arrival, Luo Tian felt as though he were living in an oxygen bar. Although he no longer requires respiration for survival, he still finds occasional inhalation of fresh air to be quite refreshing. Are aliens generally this lazy? Hurry up and get up. I must attend the kindergarten graduation ceremony today. It is the most significant day of my life, Bulma urged Luo Tian. Graduating from kindergarten is merely that, nothing more. Luo Tian sighed. You promised to accompany me to kindergarten, Bulma pouted, fearful that Luo Tian might break his promise. All right, let's go, Luo Tian acquiesced, not opposing her. Just before their departure, Luo Tian specifically instructed Broly to refrain from running around or causing any mischief. Broly nodded, seemingly understanding. Luo Tian felt relatively at ease with Broly. As long as no one provoked him, he typically would not go into a rage. When not in a berserk state, Broly's demeanor was quite amiable, akin to the good-natured neighbor's son. Moreover, Broly had an abundance of curiosities to explore. He could even spend hours observing ants relocating their homes. Bulma usually went to kindergarten by herself, as her parents, briefs and bikini, had instilled in her a sense of independence from a young age. Additionally, Bulma's home was conveniently located just over 200 meters from the kindergarten. With a cheerful heart, she donned her little backpack and took Luo Tian's hand, running toward the school. Upon arriving at the school gate, they heard someone calling Bulma's name. Emily. Bulma greeted the little girl warmly and introduced her to Luo Tian. This is my good friend. Emily. Bulma, who is he? Emily asked, approaching Luo Tian with curiosity. She immediately noticed the tail behind him. What a fun tail, she exclaimed, reaching out to grab it. Are little girls today this carefree? How can they just reach for my tail like that? Luo Tian wondered. Stop. Bulma reacted swiftly, blocking Emily's hand, and said, slightly annoyed. Emily, don't touch. That tail is mine. How stingy. Can't I even play with it a little? Emily huffed, looking quite displeased. No, Bulma firmly declared, already considering Luo Tian's tail as her own private possession. Luo Tian was speechless. Isn't this my tail? Just a little play? Emily pleaded. Not even for a moment. Bulma resolutely shook her head. You're such a spoilsport. I won't play with you anymore. Emily stomped her foot and turned away. I won't play with you either. Bulma huffed in response. Luo Tian silently wiped the sweat from his brow. What a superficial friendship, he mused. Have they really turned against each other so swiftly? Luo Tian, I must insist that you do not play with Emily. Bulma said earnestly. Fine. If you don't want to play, then I won't, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Honestly, I find little enjoyment with you two little girls. However, I did hear from Dr. Briefs that the kindergarten teacher is quite beautiful. It might be worth a visit. To avoid any further complications with his tail, Luo Tian coiled it around his waist. He then followed Bulma into the classroom. Upon entering, Luo Tian's gaze was immediately drawn to Bulma's teacher. Indeed, she was a striking beauty. While not as stunning as the future Bulma, her attractiveness was certainly above a score of 90, and her figure was impeccable. Particularly captivating were the teacher's long, slender legs, pale and alluring. When the teacher noticed Luo Tian, she paused momentarily, blinking her lovely eyes at Bulma. "Teacher, this is my boyfriend, here to attend my graduation ceremony." Bulma introduced. Luo Tian thought to himself, "Is this how one introduces someone? This little girl already knows the term boyfriend." The teacher seemed taken aback for a moment before breaking into a bittersweet smile, nodding in bemusement without further comment. The teacher felt a twinge of discomfort. Even the kindergarten children had boyfriends, while she remained single. Bulma pulled Luo Tian to sit beside her. "Bulma, is he really your boyfriend?" Her classmate Emily inquired curiously. "Didn't you say you wouldn't play with me?" Bulma retorted playfully. "I was wrong. Please forgive me, Bulma," Emily said, grasping Bulma's hand in apology. "All right. I forgive you," Bulma replied readily. "Can I borrow your boyfriend for a couple of days? My cousin, who is a year younger than me, already has a boyfriend, and I can't stand it." Emily pouted, making her request. Luo Tian had no words to respond. These two superficial friends reconciled so swiftly? Chapter 34. Teacher. He claims to be an alien. Deal. Emily exclaimed joyfully as she grasped Luo Tian's hand. "Hey, Emily, I'll lend him to you tomorrow. Today, he is my boyfriend," Bulma said, pulling Emily's hand away. "All right, a deal is a deal," Emily conceded without protest. Luo Tian silently wiped his brow again. Truly, he felt defeated by these little children. Here he was, a being destined to become an angel, now reduced to a pet being contested by two little girls. This was utterly outrageous. "Bulma, when did you start dating behind my back? How was I unaware of this?" Emily asked, blinking innocently as she scrutinized Luo Tian, adding, "But your boyfriend is really quite handsome, even more so than my cousin's." "What do you mean, dating behind your back?" Bulma huffed, clearly disagreeing with that notion. "You once said you would marry me when we grew up," Emily replied, a hint of discontent in her voice. "But we are both girls. It's simply impossible for us to marry." Bulma shook her head in response. "Sometimes love transcends gender," Emily asserted with conviction. Luo Tian wiped the sweat from his brow once more, feeling defeated by the current crop of kindergartners. Was this truly the utterance of a child? He resolved to retort slightly. "Which kindergarten did you attend?" Emily inquired with curiosity. "Me? I never went to kindergarten," Luo Tian replied, shaking his head. Emily blinked in disbelief, shaking her head in denial. "That's impossible. How could you not have attended kindergarten? Who doesn't go to kindergarten these days?" "Hee, Luo Tian is from outer space, over there. They not only lack kindergartens, but even elementary and middle schools," Bulma chimed in with a chuckle. "From outer space? Are you an alien?" Emily gasped in astonishment. "You truly understand me," Luo Tian nodded, affirming. "Indeed, I hail from another planet, several hundred billion light years away from Earth." "What? Several hundred billion light years?" Emily's mouth dropped open in shock, wide enough to fit an egg. A brief silence ensued. "Bulma, can you tell me how long several hundred billion light years is?" Emily turned to Bulma for clarification. Luo Tian interjected, "You're quite mistaken. A light year is a unit of distance, not time." Bulma scoffed. "Several hundred billion light years means light has traveled that distance over several hundred billion years. The speed of light is currently the fastest known speed, reaching 300,000 kilometers per second. Although I don't quite comprehend, it sounds incredibly far." Emily scratched her head. "It must be farther than from our home to the southern hemisphere." Humph, truly lacking in education, Bulma dismissed Emily, then turned back to Luo Tian. "So, your planet is that far from Earth? Your technological advancements must be remarkable." "Indeed." Luo Tian nodded. "But why have you come to our planet?" Emily asked again. "Isn't it obvious? Fortunately, Bulma and I will soon graduate from kindergarten. And then we won't have to do homework anymore," Emily replied, shaking her little head in relief. "Don't celebrate too soon. I've heard that for people on Earth. Kindergarten is merely for play. True academics begin in elementary school. Especially in middle school, the workload increases significantly, with numerous subjects such as physics, chemistry, biology, geography, science, and so forth. You once finish your homework before midnight." Luo Tian sighed deeply. "And that's just middle school. When you reach high school, well, I'd rather not say, lest I dampen your spirits." Emily and Bulma exchanged glances before immediately turning their attention back to Luo Tian. "Who told you that?" they asked in unison. "I'm an alien. Of course I know everything. If you don't believe me, you can look into it," Luo Tian whispered conspiratorially to the two. After a brief pause, he added, "By the way, if you inquire, make sure to ask about middle school and not your parents, for they won't tell you the truth." Emily and Bulma exchanged glances, their youthful faces etched with a sense of injustice and trepidation about the future. "Is what he said true, Bulma?" Emily felt tears welling up. "It seems to be true," Bulma pondered for a moment before nodding seriously. "I often see my sister burdened with endless homework. Even before the holidays, she goes out to play. We are fortunate. Look at me. I'm only 5 years old and already traveling," exclaimed Loden. "Wow." Emily could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, instantly attracting the attention of her classmates. The teacher, too, turned curiously towards Emily. Emily, what's the matter? The teacher approached with concern. Wah. He said we have more homework in elementary and middle school. Emily sobbed even harder. The teacher momentarily found herself at a loss for words, as his statement resonated too closely with the truth. Emily's outburst caught the attention of many classmates, and soon, several were moved to tears, creating a chorus of weeping throughout the classroom. Bulma remained dry-eyed. Well done. You turned our graduation ceremony into a weeping affair. Bulma glared at Loden. I merely spoke the truth, Loden sighed softly. Suddenly, Bulma began to cry as well. Why are you crying? Loden asked, bewildered, noticing she hadn't shed a tear until now. How can I not cry? Everyone in class is crying. They'll think I made them do it, and the teacher will scold me again. Bulma pouted softly. You're graduating soon. Why fear the teacher? Loden inquired. You make a compelling point, Bulma reflected thoughtfully. The teacher, having soothed one child, now found herself somewhat flustered as another began to cry. Teacher. He said he is an alien. Emily sniffled, raising her hand to report. Instantly, all the children ceased their weeping and turned their attention to Loden. Chapter 35, Bulma's Dragon Ball. Indeed, I am a warrior from another planet, and I am also destined to be the greatest deity in the universe, Loden declared, gradually levitating into the air. Wow. The young children in Bulma's kindergarten erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Bulma, today I present you with a very special graduation ceremony. Loden extended his hand toward Bulma. A special graduation ceremony? Bulma hesitated for a moment before reaching out her hand. Loden grasped Bulma's hand, lifted her effortlessly, and flew out through the window. The teacher gasped, her face paling in shock. With a snap of his fingers, Loden raised his hand, conjuring a brilliant burst of light. The radiant flames sparkled like diamonds, creating a stunning spectacle in that moment. Let us go. Loden waved his hand again, and the dazzling flames swiftly coalesced into a formation that read, Happy Graduation, Bulma. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment and joy, sparkling with wonder. Can you snap your fingers? Loden asked. I can't, but I can certainly try. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, mimicking Luo Tian's gesture as she gently snapped her fingers. Although the sound was not particularly loud, the 7 characters suddenly burst forth, transforming into a resplendent display of fireworks that blossomed throughout the kindergarten. Wow. All the students and teachers in the kindergarten were awestruck, innocently believing this to be the latest technological marvel developed by Bulma's family. All right, let's go. Luo Tian waved to everyone, taking Bulma with him as they soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Hey, Bulma. Remember you promised to lend me your boyfriend for a few days. Don't forget. Emily shouted from below. Luo Tian nearly stumbled in surprise. The young girls these days were truly remarkable. How about waiting until you grow up to play? He replied. You're so young, what could we possibly do together? Broly was engrossed in watching ants carry food, utterly delighted by the spectacle. Luo Tian temporarily ignored Broly, raising his hand to conjure a shimmering golden sphere, at the center of which sparkled 2 stars. Meanwhile, Bulma was still entranced by the rather unique graduation ceremony. Wait a minute. I don't think I've actually participated in the graduation ceremony yet. You released a very special firework, and we just left the kindergarten, she mused. Bulma, have you ever seen this before? Luo Tian inquired. What? Bulma blinked in confusion, gazing at the golden sphere Luo Tian had conjured, her expression one of bewilderment. I feel like I've seen something like this before, but I can't quite recall where. Think hard, Luo Tian suggested. As Bulma pondered deeply, she suddenly looked up at Luo Tian, her large, bright eyes sparkling with realization. Hey, Luo Tian, are you a magician? If you wish to interpret it that way. I suppose, Luo Tian nodded earnestly. What do you mean by I suppose? It either is, or it isn't, Bulma retorted. Ah, I remember. I think we have a similar sphere in our storage room. Come with me. With that, Bulma grabbed Luo Tian's hand and dashed towards the storage room. Broly glanced up and, upon seeing them, promptly abandoned his observation of the ants to quickly follow. Luo Tian. Bulma. The two turned to look at Broly. Are we going to eat? Broly asked excitedly. It's barely time for lunch. It's only 9 a.m. We have 3 more hours until we eat. Bulma rolled her eyes, exasperated with Broly. Broly's expression shifted to one of confusion and disappointment. How long is 3 hours? I want to eat. I'm hungry, he said, patting his stomach. There's a robot over there. Just tell it what you want, and it will prepare it for you. Bulma pointed to a robot in the distance and called out, Xiao AI, come here and prepare some food for Broly. Whatever he wants, you can make it for him. Go ahead, ask Xiao AI for something to eat, Bulma instructed Broly. Broly scratched his head, curiously eyeing the robot Xiao AI. For a moment, he was captivated by this peculiar machine. Meanwhile, Luo Tian continued to run alongside Bulma towards the storage room, while Broly remained transfixed on the robot. What are you staring at? Xiao AI suddenly spoke. What are you staring at? Broly stammered in response. Broly imitated Xiao AI's voice. What are you looking at? He continued his mimicry. Suddenly, 2 bolts of electric light shot from Xiao AI's eyes, striking Broly and causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Ha! Xiao AI erupted into fits of laughter. Broly joined in the merriment. It feels so good, he exclaimed, reveling in the delightful sensation. According to the programmed responses, shouldn't he be saying something like I give up at this moment? Why was he still so elated? What are you looking at? Broly reiterated. Once more, a bolt of electricity surged from Xiao Ai's eyes, hitting Broly, who trembled again, followed by more exuberant laughter. What are you looking at? After his laughter subsided, Broly repeated his phrase. He was relentless, enjoying the electric shocks that left him quivering with joy. Under Bulma's guidance, Luo Tian accompanied her to the storage room, which was cluttered with a haphazard assortment of items. The air was thick with the scent of dust. After rummaging through the disarray, Bulma quickly unearthed a 2-star Dragon Ball. Is this the one? She asked, bouncing over to Luo Tian with the Dragon Ball in hand. Yes, that's it, he confirmed with a nod. What is this? Bulma tilted her head, curiously inspecting the Dragon Ball. Really? How fascinating. Her interest piqued, she inquired. But how do we find the other 6 Dragon Balls? Luo Tian remained calm and silent. Chapter 36. Broly, I entrust you with a task. Let me see that Dragon Ball. Bulma extended her hand. Luo Tian handed over the Dragon Ball, which she examined closely. She then discovered a peculiar device in the storage room and began to study the Dragon Ball with it. I have a solution. This Dragon Ball emits a special wavelength. We can use a device to locate the other 6 Dragon Balls. Bulma's youthful face was alight with excitement. Oh, you can do that? Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. Yes, he replied with a nod. Bulma was indeed a prodigy. Creating a Dragon Ball radar at the tender age of 5, a remarkable feat. Luo Tian was deeply impressed by Bulma's genius. Everyone has their unique place in life. Just like Bulma, who is naturally suited for research and scientific inquiry, Gohan in the story, despite being an exceptional warrior, was misguided by his mother into pursuing a path as a scientist. In terms of technological prowess, Gohan fell vastly short compared to Bulma, yet in combat, the comparison was equally unflattering. Upon exiting the storage room, Luo Tian and Bulma found Broly sprawled on the ground, smoke rising from his body, laughing heartily. The robot Xiao AI had ceased to flicker. What happened? Bulma rushed over to check Xiao AI's battery, exclaiming, What? Only 2 left? How is that possible? Xiao AI's standby time is at least a decade. How could it possibly run out of power so quickly? Just look at you. Broly grinned slightly as he uttered those words. A flicker of residual energy from Xiao AI emitted a spark of electricity. However, before it could strike Broly, it dissipated in midair. Have you been allowing Xiao AI to zap you all this time? Bulma was utterly speechless. While this voltage might not be lethal, it certainly stings. No, it doesn't hurt. Broly shook his head. Aren't you hungry? Why didn't you ask Xiao AI for something to eat instead of getting zapped? Luo Tian inquired curiously. It said I. Broly still struggled to articulate his thoughts. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking. I have a recording. Bulma stepped forward and pressed a button on Xiao AI. Instantly, the device replayed the earlier conversation between her and Broly. Hearing their exchange, Luo Tian silently wiped his brow, contemplating whether to train Broly as a god of destruction. Would it be a laughingstock if I appointed a simpleton as a god of destruction? Hey, Luo Tian. Bulma quickly pulled Luo Tian aside, lowering her voice to ask, Your companion isn't a fool, is he? He is quite unfortunate. He has lived on a planet devoid of even water since childhood, struggling to have enough to eat and wear. Luo Tian lamented, which is why he appears rather simple-minded. Why doesn't he eat meat? Bulma asked curiously. Bulma is indeed a technological genius. In less than a day, under her father's basic guidance, she had crafted a Dragon Ball radar. Luo Tian examined the radar Bulma had created and noted that it bore little distinction from the one that would be developed 11 years hence. It was still a circular device, roughly the size of a palm, with a button at its apex. By pressing the button, the device would reveal the precise location of the Dragon Balls. Look, Luo Tian, this point in the center indicates the position of our Dragon Ball. As long as we locate the other 6 points, we can gather all 7 Dragon Balls, Bulma exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the 6 dots on the screen. Broly, come here. Luo Tian beckoned to Broly, who was lying on the lawn, gazing vacantly at the clouds. Broly quickly scrambled to his feet and approached. Luo Tian explained how to use the Dragon Ball radar to Broly. Broly scratched his head, nodding in a manner that suggested partial understanding. Now, I entrust you with an honorable task. Take this Dragon Ball radar and seek out the first Dragon Ball, Luo Tian instructed. Remember, do not damage the radar. And absolutely do not harm anyone. Broly indicated his comprehension. Put this on. Luo Tian placed a monitoring camera on Broly's head, which would capture footage of Broly's quest for the Dragon Balls. Broly looked down curiously at the camera and smiled innocently. Off you go. Luo Tian handed the radar to Broly and pointed towards a distant Dragon Ball. Broly scratched his head once more, then soared into the sky, rapidly flying towards the horizon. The reason for sending Broly in search of the Dragon Balls was that Luo Tian hoped this young man would not be so foolish. He had no desire to cultivate a simpleton into a god of destruction. Could Luo Tian manage this? He hoped Broly wouldn't lose his way. Bulma held little faith in Broly, sensing an air of foolishness about him. Let us observe for now, Luo Tian pondered. Even if Broly failed to find his way back, Luo Tian could locate him through sensing his energy, rendering the issue trivial. Luo Tian, what wish do you intend to fulfill? Bulma inquired, her bright eyes glimmering with curiosity. I wish to grant Broly the ability to survive in the vastness of space, so he can train alongside me among the stars, Luo Tian replied candidly. Let us first see if he can locate the Dragon Balls, he added. Luo Tian believed Broly was not truly foolish. Rather, he lacked experience. With time spent exploring the world, he would surely adapt swiftly. High above, Broly soared through the skies, clutching the Dragon Ball radar as he sped toward the first Dragon Ball indicated by Luo Tian. Occasionally, he glanced at the radar, maintaining his course. After 20 minutes, he looked down to find a light spot appearing at the radar's center. Scratching his head, he gazed downward and spotted a tiny island below. The island was quaint and picturesque, adorned with a uniquely designed miniature house. Broly observed the Dragon Ball indicated by Luo Tian on the radar, then focused on the one located at the center, finally letting his gaze settle on the small island below. After a brief moment of hesitation, he made his decision and descended gracefully, landing precisely on the island. Chapter 37. Why do you not uphold martial virtue? Broly pressed the button on the Dragon Ball radar and immediately turned his attention toward the house as directed by the radar. He stepped forward and pushed open the door. Inside, the sudden sound of enchanting rhythmic music filled the air. Curiously, Broly approached the television, where three women clad in bikinis danced gracefully. Having seen television at Bulma's home, he was not particularly intrigued, yet he found it perplexing what was so captivating about these three women. Disregarding the spectacle, Broly resumed his search for the Dragon Ball with the radar in hand. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the Dragon Ball hanging around the neck of an elderly man. The unexpected fortune brought him joy, and he stepped forward, swiftly snatching the Dragon Ball from the old man's neck. What are you doing? The old man asked, looking between Broly and the Dragon Ball he had just lost. Mine, Broly declared, holding the Dragon Ball aloft. Who are you? The old man inquired, his expression one of confusion. How did you arrive here? I flew here. Broly pointed upwards toward the ceiling. Flight technique? Are you a disciple of Master Roshi? The old man asked, furrowing his brow as he regarded Broly. Who? Broly replied, not comprehending the reference. That rascal Master Roshi sent a child to disturb me? Why don't you send a few beautiful women to bother me? The turtle hermit said, his fists clenched in anger. Broly scratched his head, utterly perplexed. A brief silence ensued. Mine, Broly pointed to the Dragon Ball. I found that ball in the sea this year. Do you want it? The turtle hermit huffed. Not a chance. With that, he lunged forward and snatched the Dragon Ball away. That's mine, Broly exclaimed, visibly annoyed as he glared at the turtle hermit. If I say no, then no. The turtle hermit mocked, making a face at Broly. In a flash, Broly rushed forward and firmly pressed the turtle hermit's head down. Such speed, the turtle hermit thought. When did Master Roshi take on such an impressive disciple? With a powerful thrust, Broly propelled the turtle hermit through the wall of the room, landing them both on the beach, where the turtle hermit's head met the sand with a thud. Immediately, Broly began to rub the turtle hermit's head into the beach. The turtle hermit yelped in pain. After a minute, Broly seized the Dragon Ball from the turtle hermit's grasp and planted his foot on the latter's back. Mine, Broly declared, clutching the Dragon Ball triumphantly. The turtle hermit, nearly in tears, lamented, how can I, a grand martial arts master, be bested by a mere child? What a disgrace. Who is this boy truly? Mine, Broly insisted stubbornly. The turtle hermit remained silent. You agree, right? Broly added. The turtle hermit felt utterly defeated. Kid, you may be young, but I don't wish to stoop to your level. If you provoke me further, I won't hold back, he warned, fury rising within him. With a sudden motion, Broly grabbed the turtle hermit's shell and began to toss him around. Another minute passed. Mine, you agree, Broly insisted, brandishing the Dragon Ball once more. Fine, take it, the turtle hermit said, tears streaming down his face. You truly lack martial ethics. Finally satisfied, Broly tucked the Dragon Ball away and slowly ascended into the sky. Hey, are you really that guy's disciple? The turtle hermit called out urgently. In a flash, Broly transformed into a brilliant streak of light, leaving a trail in the sky before vanishing from sight. The turtle hermit stared wide-eyed, astonished. With great effort, he rose from the ground, shedding his shell. However, upon noticing the edge of the shell, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The edge was already slightly loose. Tentatively, he poked it, and the shell's edge crumbled instantly. Cold sweat broke out on the turtle hermit's brow. That boy had shown restraint. If he had truly unleashed his power, a shiver ran down his spine, and his face turned pale. Who on earth was that child? It seems he is not a disciple of Master Roshi. As long as he is not one of Master Roshi's disciples, that is sufficient. While Master Roshi felt a lingering apprehension, he also exhaled a slight sigh of relief. 40 minutes later, they found it. Broly grinned widely. Oh, why are there two? Luo Tian expressed mild surprise. Never mind, I shall check the surveillance. Luo Tian removed the surveillance camera from around Broly's neck, connected it to a computer, and began to operate it. Broly followed closely behind, stretching his neck in curiosity. Suddenly, the computer screen displayed Master Roshi's image. That's him. No, I will fight, Broly exclaimed. Immediately, Luo Tian witnessed Broly seize Master Roshi and deliver a series of blows, brazenly snatching the Dragon Ball from his hands. Luo Tian scrutinized the scene. It appeared that Broly had not been overly forceful. Given Broly's combat prowess, a mere hint of aggression could easily have rendered Master Roshi utterly defeated. However, the situation suggested that Master Roshi was not gravely injured, as he appeared to have sustained only minor wounds. Very good, Luo Tian nodded in approval, patting Broly on the shoulder and commending his performance. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, this young man was far from simple-minded. Now, I have another task for you, Luo Tian smiled. Don't always think about fighting. Luo Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. Fighting is exhilarating, Broly replied. Luo Tian was left speechless. This young man truly embodied the essence of a destroyer god. Chapter 38. Reunion with future androids 17 and 18. Do you see the location of this Dragon Ball? Luo Tian pointed casually to another Dragon Ball in a different direction, gradually zooming in on the map to provide an accurate position. Broly scratched his head and nodded. Remember the location of this Dragon Ball using your mind. This time you will not use the Dragon Ball radar. Can you find it? Luo Tian inquired. Broly examined the Dragon Ball radar closely, committing the map and location to memory. After approximately 10 seconds, he replied, I got it. Luo Tian's primary intention was to observe the experiences that befell him. If all went well, he would assist Broly in acquiring the ability to survive in the vastness of space, thereby opening the door to further cultivating his destroyer god potential. Time to eat. Broly's eyes sparkled as he soared into the air, racing towards the distant location of the Dragon Ball. Just as Broly departed, Bulma emerged from her room and noticed the 3 Dragon Balls arranged on the table. 2 of them were found by Broly, while the other was the 2-star Dragon Ball from Bulma's storage. Have you really found 2 Dragon Balls so quickly? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She approached, picked up the 2 Dragon Balls, examined them closely, and earnestly remarked, yes, they are genuine. Do you need something from me? Luo Tian asked. He wiped the sweat from his brow in exasperation. Let me make myself clear. You must not allow her to play with your tail. Bulma pouted, issuing her warning. We'll see. Luo Tian neither refused nor agreed. What do you take me for? I am destined to be the greatest deity of the future. How could you lend me to your little friend for her amusement? I shall embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. With the Dragon Ball radar in hand, Luo Tian ascended into the skies, wishing to avoid further conversation with Bulma. The audacity of young girls today is astonishing. At such a tender age, she freely lends out her boyfriend. How will she reflect on this in her adulthood? Hey, take me along. Bulma shouted from below. Ignoring her pleas, Luo Tian accelerated, soon vanishing from sight. Following the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, Luo Tian swiftly arrived directly above the location of a Dragon Ball. Peering down, he was struck by a sense of déjà vu, as if he had visited this city before. Wasn't this the East capital suburb where his spaceship had landed upon his arrival on Earth? So, the Dragon Ball is situated here. He noted that the Dragon Ball was housed within a charming little abode, which boasted a yard of about 10 square meters. In the yard, a small boy was engaged in a game of punching a sandbag. The lad appeared to be around 5 or 6 years of age, with a shock of short black hair and an endearing yet fierce countenance. Luo Tian recognized him from the previous day. His name was Lapis. If all goes as expected, Lapis would eventually be transformed into Android 17 by Dr. Gero. Luo Tian then glanced towards the interior of the house and saw Lazuli seated at a table by the window, biting her lower lip as she diligently worked on her assignments. The poor future Android 18, burdened with so much homework in the 1st grade. Not only must she complete her own tasks, but she also assists her younger brother. Is the world of Dragon Balls truly this competitive? The 2 youngsters were alone, likely left to their own devices as their parents were preoccupied elsewhere. Luo Tian surmised that Lazuli and Lapis's father was affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army, holding a significant rank, perhaps even that of a vice general. After all, their family appeared to be quite affluent. Moreover, Dr. Gero would not have randomly selected a pair of siblings for his experiments. As indicated by the radar, the Dragon Ball resided within their home. Luo Tian gently descended from the sky, appearing beside Lapis. An alien? Is that you? Lapis recognized Luo Tian instantly. Practicing your punches here? Luo Tian inquired with a smile. Of course. I aspire to become the strongest man, Lapis declared, his youthful visage brimming with pride and confidence. Have you completed your homework? Luo Tian chided him. Lapis felt a pang of embarrassment. You mind your own business, he retorted, glaring at Luo Tian with indignation. Homework is a torment that breathes in the minds of every student. The 1st grade merely scratches the surface, Luo Tian mused. Once you reach middle and high school, you will encounter even more challenging problems that will perplex you. The pain of unanswered questions is palpable. Even the sight of them can be agonizing. You're talking nonsense, Lapis exclaimed in frustration. How is your training going? Luo Tian asked with a grin. I'm quite formidable, Lapis boasted, stepping forward to deliver a punch to the sandbag, pride evident in his voice. What do you think, alien? My punch has quite the force, doesn't he? Do not be deceived by my tender age of 6. With a single punch, even an adult would find it hard to endure. Oh, Luo Tian approached leisurely, gently tapping the sandbag with his finger. With a resounding crash, the sandbag shattered, scattering grains across the floor. Laplace was left speechless, frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. Life as an alien is indeed hard. We never practice on sandbags, but rather on solid stones. Luo Tian patted Laplace on the shoulder. Laplace, dumbfounded, was rendered utterly speechless. Just then, Lazuli stepped out of the room. At merely 6 years old, she bore a striking resemblance to the future Android 18. Her countenance as frosty as ever. An alien? Lazuli quickly recognized Luo Tian's identity. I am Luo Tian, he said with a smile. You are truly wicked. Do you know that after you left, my mother gave my brother and me a thorough beating? Lazuli pouted, glaring at Luo Tian, though her expression softened as she added. However, if you take my brother and me for a ride in your spaceship, I might consider forgiving you. Do you have this ball at home? Luo Tian inquired, raising his hand to conjure a glowing orb resembling a dragon ball. The siblings exchanged glances. That looks like something from Mother's jewelry box, Lazuli murmured, blinking in surprise. I've seen it too, Laplace nodded. Hand this to me, and I can arrange for you both to visit outer space, Luo Tian smiled. I'll go find it. Laplace dashed into the room, rummaging through drawers until he finally unearthed the Dragon Ball, ready to present it to Luo Tian. Wait, brother. Don't just give it to him. Let him take us for a ride in the spaceship first. Lazuli quickly intervened, seizing Laplace's arm. Laplace leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly. Although his voice was barely audible, Luo Tian heard every word distinctly. Sister, that alien just shattered the sandbag with a mere touch. He mentioned they usually practice with stones. We should not provoke him. Luo Tian remained silent for a moment. I don't know, he eventually replied, shaking his head. This is a gun. I recognize your strength, but no matter how powerful you are, it pales in comparison to a bullet. With a newfound confidence, Laplace clutched the gun tightly. Is this thing truly formidable? Luo Tian teased, motioning with a flick of his fingers. Suddenly, the handgun slipped from Laplace's grasp and flew directly into Luo Tian's hand. Do you possess magical abilities? Laplace stammered in shock. Lazuli's face turned pale with fright. The siblings shivered as they beheld the weapon in Luo Tian's grasp. How does one use this? Luo Tian aimed the gun at his own temple. Is this how one fires it? Don't. You'll die? Lazuli exclaimed, horrified. Bang. The gun discharged. With a swift motion, Luo Tian caught the bullet between his fingers. Immediately, Luo Tian extended the bullet in his hand towards Lapis and lazily, cheerfully beckoning. Feel free to have a go. The bullet is still warm. Lapis was taken aback, while Lazuli was utterly astonished. They gazed at Luo Tian as if he were some sort of monster. Are aliens this formidable? Lapis stammered. Children should not play with firearms. They can cause harm. Luo Tian declared, as a flicker of angelic power illuminated his hand, transforming into a brilliant crimson hue. The purplish-red flame promptly enveloped the handgun. With a sharp crack, the firearm disintegrated into nothingness, utterly obliterated. Now may I have that ball? Luo Tian extended his hand. Lapis clutched the dragon ball tightly, casting a glance at his sister. Give it to him, lazily commanded decisively, prompting Lapis to relinquish the dragon ball to Luo Tian. He caught it effortlessly and ascended slowly into the sky. I shall take you out to play another time. He waved goodbye to the siblings, adding, however, Lapis, do not forget to complete your homework. Lapis retorted, if you haven't diligently finished your assignments, you shall not have the privilege of boarding my spaceship. Luo Tian smiled. Then I shall not go. Lapis huffed. Luo Tian silently wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering the distinctive personality of the future 17. Not even a spaceship could pique his interest in homework. You promised to take me aboard the spaceship, lazily shouted, placing her hands to her mouth. Luo Tian chose not to engage further and swiftly departed the scene. Shortly thereafter, Luo Tian glanced at the dragon radar in his hand and soared towards a mountainous region. In approximately 10 minutes, he arrived over the peak of Baozi Mountain. Atop one of its summits stood an elderly man clad in martial arts attire, adorned with a green hat and sporting a grizzled beard, practicing his strikes before his home. Notably, a 4-star Dragon Ball was embedded in the top of his green hat. From his elevated vantage point, Luo Tian easily recognized the individual. This elderly man was none other than Grandpa Gohan, the adoptive father of son Wukong. If all went according to plan, he would soon take in Kakarot, who had drifted from planet Vegeta to Earth, bestowing upon him the name Son Wukong, thereby igniting the legendary tale of Wukong's life. One fateful night, after being taken in by Grandpa Gohan, son Wukong, while urinating, inadvertently gazed at the full moon and transformed into a giant ape, tragically trampling Grandpa Gohan in the process. Later, when son Wukong fathered a son, he honored his grandfather by naming him after him. You commemorate your grandfather's name by naming your son after him. How remarkably clever you are. Luo Tian mused as he surveyed the area below, slightly surprised at not spotting Sun Wukong's presence. Although Sun Wukong's spaceship was relatively slow, it should have arrived on Earth several days ago. Luo Tian gradually expanded his senses, searching for any sign of Sun Wukong. 10 seconds later, Luo Tian indeed sensed the presence of Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong's combat power was merely 2, Luo Tian, having cultivated the power of angels, could easily perceive his existence. Currently, Sun Wukong, or more accurately, Kakarot, was approximately 3 kilometers away, on another peak, which explained why old Gohan had not detected him. At this moment, Kakarot was in the forest, consuming beasts raw, showcasing the wild nature of the Scions to its fullest extent. Furthermore, as he feasted, he wept. Each bite of raw meat brought forth tears, mourning the abandonment by his parents who had cast him onto this peculiar planet. It could be said that Kakarot still retained some memories from Planet Vegeta. Luo Tian descended slowly from the sky, appearing beside old Gohan. Upon witnessing Luo Tian's aerial arrival, old Gohan was momentarily astounded, displaying a look of sheer astonishment. "Did you fly here?" he inquired, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Indeed," Luo Tian replied with a nod. "You don't seem very old," old Gohan remarked, scrutinizing Luo Tian thoughtfully. "I am 5, Luo Tian said, extending 5 fingers with a smile. "I have heard you are formidable. I have come today to spar with you." "Haha, truly, heroes emerge young," old Gohan responded, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Not allowing Luo Tian's youth to diminish his caution. "Feel free to attack me with all your might." Luo Tian beckoned to old Gohan. Chapter 40, the first meeting with Kakarot. "I shall not hold back," old Gohan declared, taking swift action as he lunged towards Luo Tian, delivering a powerful punch. With a single finger, Luo Tian intercepted old Gohan's fist effortlessly. The moment old Gohan's fist made contact, it felt as though it had struck nothingness, the force behind it dissipating in an instant. Stunned, old Gohan stared in disbelief, his white beard quivering. "You honor me," Luo Tian remarked. Old Gohan responded. "Is it appropriate for you to say such a thing?" After a brief pause, he asked, "My master?" Luo Tian, unperturbed, retrieved a book and tossed it to old Gohan. Catching the book, old Gohan glanced at the cover, murmuring, "The Guide to Ultimate Freedom Cultivation?" Clearing his throat, old Gohan attempted to mask his embarrassment. "Is that truly what it says? Are you a new disciple of my master?" he inquired casually, as the sort of individual who could utter such words might indeed be a new student of Master Wu Tian, known for such peculiarities. Luo Tian replied, "Do I resemble that old lecher, Kame Sinin, in any way? The Guide to Ultimate Freedom Cultivation?" Old Gohan ceased his chatter, opening the cover and casting a brief glance inside. Instantly, he fell into contemplation, marveling at the profound martial arts skills that allowed the body to instinctively evade unknown dangers, bypassing the need for cerebral judgment. "Do you wish to learn?" smiled Luo Tian. Upon finishing his words, Luo Tian gently beckoned with his finger. Whoosh. Telekinesis? Old Gohan was once again taken aback. "What do you think?" Luo Tian inquired, his expression radiant. "Do you wish to learn?" "I want to learn." Old Gohan nodded earnestly. "That was merely a glimpse to whet your appetite," Luo Tian chuckled. "If you truly wish to learn, I shall leave this book atop this mountain. You must seek it out yourself." As he spoke, Luo Tian casually tossed the book into the air. Whoosh. The tome traced an arc through the sky before disappearing into the distant mountains. "If fate allows, you shall find this book," Luo Tian said, ascending slowly into the sky. "Goodbye," old Gohan murmured as Luo Tian vanished from sight. Gazing in the direction of Luo Tian's departure, old Gohan descended into deep thought. Soon after, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if his mind had grown lighter. Stretching out his hand to touch his hat, he suddenly realized that the radiant orb atop it was missing. Old Gohan was rendered speechless. When had he taken my orb? I was completely unaware. This little fellow is truly remarkable. If he had wished for my demise, I would have perished without a trace. A cold sweat broke out on old Gohan's brow. However, a sudden thought struck him. Yes, the book. That tome appeared quite intriguing. I shall search for it. If I can locate it and train diligently, perhaps my martial arts prowess will ascend to a new level. With a bamboo basket slung over his shoulder, old Gohan sprang forth, hopping towards the location where the book had fallen. The book that Luo Tian had cast away was indeed authentic, albeit a replica. Luo Tian had replicated Whis' tome through his angelic powers. He intended to leave this copy on Earth, awaiting a fated individual to discover it. Moreover, Luo Tian believed that aside from himself, the only one capable of truly mastering the art of would be Goku. However, according to the narrative, Goku would need to be at least 40 years old to undertake the training. Leaving this book here might enable Goku to enter the realm of more swiftly. Old Gohan bounded through the mountains, soon arriving at another peak. Stretching his neck, he scanned the surroundings for any sign of the book. In the next moment, he suddenly inhaled deeply, catching a whiff of a pungent metallic scent. What a strong smell of blood. What transpired here? Turning his head, He was shocked to discover a nearby thicket stained with blood, a scene of chaos, evidencing signs of a struggle. Most perplexing to old Gohan were the numerous remnants of torn papers scattered across the ground, even upon a stone. The two characters inscribed on the cover of that book read freedom. Old Gohan was at a loss, tears unshed. Was this tome truly torn asunder by a beast? Such a pity. Just as old Gohan sighed deeply, a shadow suddenly darted forth, lunging toward him. With a swift motion, he raised his hand slightly, effortlessly deflecting the attack. As he focused his gaze, he discerned the figure before him, a child, one seemingly even younger than the previous assailant. Estimating his age to be merely 3. The child's attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the earlier individual. Old Gohan was startled, fearing this child might possess a strength akin to that of his predecessor, which would spell disaster. Yet, Kakarot charged forth once more, unleashing a fierce onslaught upon old Gohan. Although Kakarot's combat power had been a mere 2 when dispatched, his strength had gradually increased in the perilous environment of Earth. Nevertheless, compared to old Gohan, he was leagues away. Little one, you are no match for me. Old Gohan chuckled, swiftly knocking Kakarot to the ground with a single slap. Kakarot grimaced in pain, turning to glare at old Gohan. How did you end up here? What is your relation to that earlier individual? Old Gohan inquired with a benevolent expression. Kakarot remained silent. Chapter 41. Summoning the Dragon of Earth. Kakarot appeared to comprehend, his eyes lighting up as he rushed forward, scratching old Gohan's face with fervor. In an instant, old Gohan's visage transformed into a comical mask. Old Gohan remarked, Kakarot, look at your handiwork. Upon witnessing his creation, Kakarot burst into hearty laughter. Are you no longer angry? Old Gohan asked with a smile. Kakarot nodded in response. Have you seen a book? Old Gohan queried, as he bent to pick up the tattered cover. This one. Kakarot pointed to his mouth, then patted his belly, grinning widely to reveal a set of pearly whites. You ate it? Old Gohan wiped his brow in disbelief. Kakarot nodded vigorously. Was it tasty? Old Gohan lamented silently. Kakarot shook his head emphatically like a rattle. Afterward, he patted his belly once more. Gurgle. Kakarot's stomach growled hungrily. Are you hungry? Old Gohan finally understood. Kakarot nodded. With a gentle leap, Kakarot landed inside a bamboo basket. By the way, what is your name? Old Gohan asked. Kakarot could only manage to utter a couple of simple syllables. Upon returning home, old Gohan prepared a sumptuous feast for Kakarot, who devoured it with great delight. Heh. Kakarot chuckled foolishly, seizing a leftover bone and playfully striking old Gohan on the head. Old Gohan winced. Why is this child so peculiar? That hurts. Old Gohan rubbed his head as Kakarot charged at him once more, playfully scratching his face. Gohan's visage transformed into a patchwork of colors. Be gentle. The scratches from before have yet to heal, he chuckled. After his playful assault, Kakarot leaped a few times and swiftly vanished into the depths of the jungle. The sky over Mount Pazu had darkened, plunging the forest into an abyss of darkness, occasionally pierced by distant wolf howls. Gohan glanced in the direction where Kakarot had disappeared, sensing an eerie stillness. What has happened to that child? He wondered, a wave of concern washing over him as he hastened to pursue. Upon nearing, Gohan was left speechless. There lay Kakarot, sprawled on the forest floor, soundly asleep, a pool of drool forming beneath him. About 3 meters away, a large-tailed wolf, with its gaping maw wide open, was fixated on Kakarot, eyeing him hungrily. Just as the wolf prepared to pounce, it caught sight of Gohan nearby and recoiled in fright, letting out a low growl. Oh, it's you. I trust your wounds have healed. Gohan chuckled, waving at the wolf. The creature, recalling its previous encounter with the old man, clamped its tail tightly and fled in terror. What are you doing sleeping here? You were nearly a meal. Gohan sighed, moving closer to scoop up Kakarot. The boy stretched lazily, nestling deeper into Gohan's embrace, slipping back into a blissful slumber. This was the most restful sleep Kakarot had enjoyed since arriving on Earth. Thus, there were now 6 Dragon Balls in Luo Tian's possession. Indeed, Luo Tian nodded. Approximately an hour later, Broly arrived swiftly from the distance, landing in the courtyard with a Dragon Ball held aloft, presenting it to Luo Tian. Well done, Luo Tian praised. Broly scratched his head with a sheepish grin. With all 7 Dragon Balls gathered, a wish could soon be made, and Luo Tian beamed with anticipation. Broly nodded eagerly, his face alight with expectation. Bulma, too, gazed intently at the 7 Dragon Balls resting on the table. Her curiosity piqued as she murmured, I wonder what the eternal dragon looks like. Luo Tian placed the Dragon Balls on the ground and called out, Come forth, eternal dragon. Instantly, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a brilliant golden glow, intensifying until it formed a radiant golden pillar that shot into the sky. With a whoosh, the golden beam ascended, flickering like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the heavens in a resplendent gold. Broly's eyes widened in astonishment, while Bulma stared in awe, her wide eyes reflecting the astonishing spectacle. Suddenly, the sky darkened, contrasting sharply with the brilliance of the gold, making it shine even more brightly in the night. In that moment, a golden beam transformed into a colossal azure dragon, coiling majestically through the night sky, exuding an aura of divine authority. "Is this the legendary dragon?" exclaimed Bulma in awe. Broly scratched his head, displaying a visage of astonishment, tinged with an eagerness to land a punch on the dragon. However, Latte swiftly restrained Broly. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. The dragon, glancing warily at Broly, proclaimed, "Those who gather the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. I shall endeavor to fulfill any desire you articulate." A sense of caution enveloped the dragon as it pondered. "Why do I feel this young man harbors intentions of striking me? Moreover, his power surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Truly, he is a legendary Super Saiyan, possessing such formidable energy at such a tender age." Latte declared, "My wish is simple. Grant Broly the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. This should be feasible, correct? After all, the dragon of Namek managed such feats. You ought to surpass him." The dragon replied, "Have you visited Namek?" It gazed at Latte with astonishment. "Yes," Latte affirmed, "I too had my survival in space granted by the Namekian dragon. To my knowledge, the Namekian dragon can grant 3 wishes. Why did you not wish for Mr. Broly to possess the capability to endure in the cosmos?" The dragon asked curiously. "Are you here to make a wish or to pose inquiries?" Latte retorted, rolling his eyes. The dragon responded, "You initiated the conversation. Now it seems I am at fault. Very well, I shall promptly fulfill your wish." The dragon nodded, explaining that the ability to survive in space encompasses, but is not limited to, enduring in the vacuum of the cosmos and other inhospitable environments. As it spoke, an invisible divine energy flickered in the dragon's eyes, enveloping Broly with swiftness. Broly glanced down at his body, then scratched his head once more. "Good dragon, I want to strike you," he proclaimed, giving the dragon a thumbs up. The dragon retorted, "So you intended to pummel me if I had not granted your wish?" Beads of sweat formed on the dragon's face. "Your wish is granted, farewell." With that, the massive form of the dragon dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls swiftly ascended into the sky. Unperturbed, Latte waved his hand. Instantly, the celestial power within him shimmered, enveloping the 7 Dragon Balls poised to flee. The Dragon Balls, sensing Latte's divine influence, were compelled to alter their trajectory. With a resounding thud, apart from the other 6 Dragon Balls scattering across the world, one ball traced a parabolic arc through the air, landing outside Bulma's storage shed. The transformed stone Dragon Ball rolled several times before settling in an inconspicuous spot. "Oh, Latte, it seems the Dragon Balls have flown away." Bulma stared in astonishment at the vanishing Dragon Balls. Indeed, once the Dragon Balls grant a wish, they transform into stone and scatter across the globe, only to be revived a year later, explained Luo Tian. "So, we must wait a whole year to make another wish?" Bulma inquired, her large, innocent eyes sparkling. "Yes, that's precisely the case," Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. On the small island of Master Roshi, the venerable master was engaging in stretching exercises on the beach, extending his arms, bending his aged waist, and occasionally waving his cane. Left jab, right jab, twist the neck, shimmy the hips, let the nightlife awaken. Master Roshi hummed a cheeky tune while exercising. Suddenly, he sensed something hurtling toward him. What? He paused for a moment, then without hesitation, raised his cane high. Bang! The Dragon Ball struck the cane with force, shattering it instantly. Another thud echoed as the stone, formed from the Dragon Ball, landed squarely on Master Roshi's forehead. He fell backward, sprawling on the ground. The Dragon Ball then bounced off his head and rolled into his room. Master Roshi rubbed his aching head, grimacing in discomfort. What is this? Such a perfectly round stone. He pondered, confused as to why this stone had made its way to his home, and from the sky no less. In the next moment, fury overtook him as he glared at the stone and began to stomp on it vehemently. I'll crush you. I'll crush you. A minute later, Master Roshi limped as he tossed the stone onto the sandy beach. In the suburbs of East City, Lapaz had just resecured the sandbag and was preparing to strike it. Suddenly, a round stone plummeted from the sky, crashing down heavily onto the sandbag. Boom. With a resounding crash, the sandbag burst apart, scattering sand everywhere. Lapaz was terrified, bursting into tears. What happened? What happened? Lazily rushed out from her room. A stone fell from the sky. Lapaz pointed to the round stone in the yard. A stone fell from the sky? Lazily approached, picked up the stone, and gazed up at the sky in confusion. Yes, that stone right there, Lapaz nodded, a hint of fear in his eyes. Is it that alien again? Lazily pouted, huffing in annoyance. That pesky alien, always scaring me. When I grow up, I'll make sure to give you a taste of your own medicine. Lapaz clenched his tiny fists, her youthful face etched with indignation. At the home of old Gohan on Mount Bowsy, he was peacefully asleep, cradling Kakarot. Suddenly, a round stone fell from the sky, landing at the entrance with a dull thud. Old Gohan awoke with a start, looking curiously toward the outside. What on earth is that? As Kakarot slept soundly, he was abruptly awakened, his bleary eyes widening upon recognizing the figure of old Gohan across from him. Without hesitation, he began to scratch at his face. Easy now. It's only been a few hours, and you've already scratched me 3 times. Old Gohan exclaimed, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his tone. Ha ha ha. Kakarot laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by the situation. As laughter filled the air, he burrowed back into his blankets, drifting off to sleep once more. Old Gohan, though bemused by Kakarot's tempestuous nature, could not help but smile fondly. Poor child, abandoned by your parents at such a young age. Was it because of that tale of yours? How peculiar it is that tales seem to be in vogue lately, he mused, recalling the powerful child who also bore one. Rising, old Gohan ventured outside, his gaze falling upon a round stone that lay on the ground. Where did this stone come from? He wondered, inspecting it curiously. He glanced up at the sky, muttering softly, did it fall from above? Meanwhile, Kakarot stirred in his slumber, shifting his head to rest upon old Gohan's thigh, his mouth moving as if gnawing in his sleep. A sudden wave of dread washed over old Gohan. Please don't mistake my thigh for a piece of chicken, he thought, hastily donning a pair of thick trousers. Hours passed, and old Gohan suddenly gasped, rising to rub his sore thigh. Thank goodness I was prepared. This child truly bites with fervor. Observing the peacefully sleeping Kakarot, he felt a twinge of affection rather than irritation. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation in West City, Dr. Brief received a phone call around 4 in the afternoon, prompting him to hurriedly approach Roth. Bulma, noticing her father's movement, rushed over. Roth, my daughter called to say she encountered aliens. There's been a malfunction with their spaceship, and she needs my assistance to fix it, Dr. Brief explained earnestly. Do you have time to accompany me? Certainly, Roth replied with a nod. Dr. Brief's daughter? Could it be Bulma's sister, Tights? It seemed highly plausible. Thus, it became evident that the aliens Tights had encountered were likely the galactic patrolman, Jocko. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Roth was well acquainted with the comic featuring Jocko. He had even read the stories of Bardock and Android 18, so it was only natural that he was familiar with this canonical series. Moreover, within the Dragon Ball Super manga, there existed another remarkable elite among the Galactic Patrol. His name was Meruz. Meruz stood out as the most exceptional warrior in the patrol, and he also held the title of a trainee angel. Roth found himself wishing to meet this trainee angel. Perhaps through the connection with Jocko, he might have the opportunity. Dad, I want to go too. Bulma interjected eagerly. I want to see what the aliens my sister encountered look like. All right, let us embark together. Briefs offered no objections. In a flurry, Bulma dashed into the room, emerging with an energy gun clutched tightly in her arms. Bulma, what do you intend to do with that gun? Briefs blinked in surprise. If that alien dares to bully my sister, I shall shoot him, Bulma declared, her grip on the energy weapon firm. Broly, let us go? Luo Tian called to Broly, who was lost in the stars. With a swift leap, Broly sprang to his feet, soaring towards them with a nod, not inquiring about their destination. On a remote island, Galactic Patrolman Gak stood atop a high platform, gazing solemnly at the sky. Meanwhile, Bulma's sister, Tais, frolicked in the sea like a mermaid. Nearby, an elderly man with a scraggy white beard ambled about in boredom. I heard that Gak came to Earth for surveillance. Tais surfaced from the water, addressing the old man. Now that you mention it, he did say that a terrifying being would descend upon Earth, the old man replied, his expression grave. I shall inquire further, Tais resolved. Climbing the platform to stand beside Gak, greeting him. You mentioned a fearsome alien would arrive on Earth. Is that true? She asked with curiosity. Indeed. Calculations indicate that it will descend nearby, which is why I have landed here, Gak responded, glancing at the sky and nodding gently. It should fall like a meteor. You will surely eliminate it, correct? Tais inquired with a smile. If it's just a small creature, perhaps, but once it grows, I might not be able to handle it. Gak shook his head. Oh, what shall we do then? Tais asked, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. What do you think I should do? Naturally, I shall flee, while the Earthlings are vanquished, Gak stated nonchalantly, even with an air of justification. Tais remarked. So, if it were merely a child, it would be manageable? Roughly yes. Ages 3 to 5 pose no significant threat, Gak nodded confidently. Tais wiped the sweat from her brow. 3 to 5? That's the same age as my sister. Is it appropriate for an alien to bully a child of that age? She continued. Has it not yet arrived? Has it perhaps veered off to another planet? Suddenly, Tais stood up, her expression one of shock as she glared at Gak. What do you mean? Have you not been wearing pants all this time? Is that a problem? Gak responded, unfazed. So, you've been without pants all along. Tais felt a sudden sense of indignation towards Gak's demeanor. Do not speak so indecently. This is customary on our planet, Gak huffed. Tais scrutinized Gak's legs and noticed their unusual smoothness and purplish hue, devoid of any notable appendages, prompting her to ask, how do you urinate? Gak leisurely emitted 2 jets of liquid from the small orifices atop his head. From here, he indicated. Tai asked, so, can you eat while you urinate? Surely you wouldn't accidentally ingest it, would you? Gak felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. What do you mean by that? Is it appropriate for you to speak in such a manner? I came to Earth voluntarily to assist you, he retorted through clenched teeth. What kind of perilous extraterrestrial are you referring to? Does he urinate in the same manner as you? Surely he wouldn't end up tasting it. Would he? Tai inquired. Her curiosity piqued. I don't wish to converse with you, Gak glared. Chapter 44 Don't approach me. Gak warned. Enough of this banter. Tell me more about that alien. Tai urged. The alien I mentioned aims to conquer other planets. The most terrifying aspect is that they are an exceedingly warlike race. Even our galactic patrol cannot contend with them. Gak's expression grew increasingly grave. For a planet like Earth, inhabited by beings lacking in combat prowess, they are capable of dispatching a child here, and gradually, they would annihilate all humans on this world. Is it truly that severe? Tai's demeanor shifted. I had assumed they looked somewhat like you, but they resemble Earthlings instead. Tai, now understanding, continued. So, from which planet do these aliens hail? Their name doesn't seem particularly impressive, but it stands to reason that their arrival on Earth would not bode well. We should descend. It appears they will not be coming today, Gak remarked, shaking his head. So you are here to observe that Scion coming to Earth? Tai deduced. What else would you think? Gak rolled his eyes. The two descended from the platform. I just called my father, and he agreed to come assist with your spaceship issues. Tai informed Gak. Your father? How does he intend to help? The elderly man queried. Gak, equally curious, glanced at Tai. After all this time, why suddenly mention your father? Is he particularly renowned? Have you heard of the Capsule Corporation? Tai asked the old man. Capsule Corporation? Of course. That's the enterprise of the brilliant scientist Dr. Briefs. ISNT it? Why do you bring it up? You can't possibly mean to say you know him? Indeed, I do, and quite well, Tai replied with a smile. Quite well? The old man was taken aback. He is my father, Tai declared. Gak stood in stunned silence. After a moment, the old man exclaimed, Miss Tai, you are the heiress of Capsule Corporation? I hadn't intended to disclose that, Tai sighed. So, your family is quite affluent? Gak queried, gazing at Tai. I only mentioned it for your sake. Please do not treat me differently because of it, Tai chuckled lightly. I wouldn't dream of it, Gak shook his head. This pretense is poorly executed. In the presence of extraterrestrials, one cannot feign composure. My father mentioned that they would be arriving shortly, likely around dusk, Taze added. The old man remarked. Who is speaking of that broken island? Gak felt a twinge of discomfort. Your reasoning is quite sound. I find myself at a loss for a retort, he conceded. As evening approached, a luxurious amphibious airship glided slowly from the sea. Slow down. I want to fly? Broly exclaimed, yearning to leap from the airship multiple times. Behave yourself. Bulma shot a fierce glare at Broly. Embarrassed, Broly scratched his head and grinned foolishly. The airship docked at the pier, and Briefs, Loden, Bulma, and Broly disembarked in succession, greeted by Gak and his companions at the shore. Thank you, Dr. Briefs, for making the long journey. The old man hastily stepped forward to shake hands. You must be the extraterrestrial that Taze mentioned? Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, curiously examining the old man. The elder replied, Ahem, I am Dr. Dashing, wiping the sweat from his brow. Father, this gentleman is the extraterrestrial. Taze pointed to Gak beside her. However, as Taze turned to look at Gak, she suddenly noticed him drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong, Gak? Taze asked, puzzled. Upon closer inspection, she saw that Gak was fixated on two children who had come with her father and Bulma. Are you two classmates of Bulma from kindergarten? Taze approached them to greet. Broly scratched his head, grinning widely. Sister. Bulma rushed forward, embracing her sister warmly. Meanwhile, Loden strolled leisurely towards Gak. Gak's body trembled even more violently. Don't come any closer. Gak immediately assumed a defensive stance, pointing towards the ocean. If you approach, I shall jump. Just then, Broly raced in from a distance, forcefully pressing Gak's head down onto the ground. Bang! Gak's head met the earth with a resounding thud. Broly then seized Gak's arm, tossing him about with reckless abandon. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Even Loden was momentarily at a loss for words. I did not instruct you to engage. Do not jump, Broly declared, placing his foot on Gak, crossing his arms and shouting. Gak burst into tears. I never said I would jump. Loden interjected. You jump. Disrespectful. Broly reprimanded in his somewhat halting speech. Gak sniffled, his face a portrait of grievance. Truly a Scion. How peculiar. Why are there two more Scions descending upon Earth? Moreover, how is it that our radar failed to detect them? Chapter 45. Did they not say that a 5-year-old Scion could be managed? The moment Loden and Broly stepped off the airship, Gak instantly recognized their identities. Could Gak possibly remain unafraid? I received the information that only one Scion has arrived on Earth. This is indeed perplexing. Sister, the aliens you know are rather weak. Bulma suddenly burst into laughter. Grasping her sister's hand as she chuckled, my alien made that fool cry in no time. Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. Aliens? Are they both aliens? She immediately scrutinized Luo Tian and Broly from head to toe. It was then that Tai's gaze fell upon the tails behind them. Her pupils constricted in shock, and her complexion paled. Aren't they the warrior race known as Scions that Gak spoke of? How did they end up here? Why do they know Dad and my sister? Sister, let me introduce you. They are also aliens whom Dad and I have just met. This one is Luo Tian, and that foolish-looking fellow is Broly. Bulma promptly introduced them. Foolish-looking? Tai paused, turning her head to glance at Broly. He remained silent, still standing atop Gak. Gak felt as though he were on the brink of despair. Upon closer inspection, Tai noticed that indeed, this individual appeared somewhat dim-witted. After witnessing such a frightening scene, the old man couldn't help but tremble in fear. Before this, both he and Tai were acutely aware of Gak's formidable strength. Numerous armed individuals had been effortlessly subdued by him. Yet, upon encountering the child named Broly, he had been reduced to tears. Broly, that is quite rude, Luo Tian admonished. He stepped forward, extending a friendly hand towards Gak, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you alright?" As Gak prepared to decline Luo Tian's handshake, he suddenly caught sight of Broly glaring at him from behind Luo Tian. Fear gripped Gak, draining the color from his face as he recalled the boy's earlier words. When Luo Tian speaks, others must show respect. Otherwise, they will be punished. Gak shivered and hastily extended his hand to grasp Luo Tian's. Luo Tian helped Gak to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and apologetically remarked, "My apologies. My friend can be a bit overzealous. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. After all, I am an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol. Such an attack is nothing to me." Gak replied with a wry smile. Luo Tian patted Gak's arm, nodding gently with a smile. "As long as you are all right." Gak wiped the sweat from his brow. Luo Tian was acutely aware that although Broly appeared foolish, he was anything but. The boy had demonstrated remarkable control over his strength. Otherwise, given Broly's combat prowess, Gak would have been left severely injured, if not dead. "Bulma, how did you come to know these two aliens?" Tai inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Bulma. "Luo Tian, the one who looks rather handsome?" Tai asked again. "Yes, indeed," Bulma nodded. "Do you know their identities?" Tai whispered to Bulma, a hint of fear in her voice. "Aliens? What more identity do we need to know?" Bulma replied, her big, innocent eyes blinking in confusion. Hearing Gak's words, "They might be Scions, here to annihilate all Earthlings." Tai Si's voice trembled slightly. "Hey, Luo Tian, my sister says you and Broly are here to eliminate all Earthlings. Is that true?" Bulma directly inquired. "Tai Si, why did you ask so bluntly? You silly sister. What do you think?" Luo Tian smiled. "I don't think so. You don't seem like a bad person." Bulma shook her head, her big, cute eyes sparkling with light. That won't happen. I wouldn't do such a thing." Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. "Sister, are you reassured now?" Bulma giggled. Tai Si fell silent. A brief pause ensued. "Hello, Luo Tian. I am Tai Si, Bulma's sister," she said, stepping forward and extending her hand amicably. Luo Tian grasped Tai Si's hand and silently observed her. Tai Si was quite attractive, though perhaps due to her age, her development wasn't quite optimal. She possessed decent looks and her hands were rather delicate. "Luo Tian, how old are you?" Tai Si asked. "Oh, truly accomplished at a young age," Tai Si nodded, glancing at Broly before continuing her inquiry about Luo Tian. "And him? He is the same age as me," Luo Tian replied. Tai Si chose to say no more and walked to Gak's side, lowering her head to whisper. "Didn't you say you could handle Scions aged 3 to 5? "Shut up." Gak wiped his sweat. "This is an exception, alright? So is what you said about aliens attacking Earth true or false?" "You've completely confused me," Tai Si asked, half laughing, half crying. "I don't think Luo Tian seems like a bad person. Does the word villain appear on his face? You have no idea how terrifying Scions can be." Gak gritted his teeth, his voice barely above a whisper, fearing Broly might overhear. "Haven't you eaten?" "I can hardly hear you," Tai Si remarked. I'm not talking," Gak huffed. The old man, also known as Dr. Dashing, prepared a sumptuous dinner for Dr. Briefs. However, with the glutton Broly present, the table was hardly enough. Fortunately, Dr. Briefs had anticipated this and brought a capsule filled with snacks, allowing Broly to finally satiate his hunger. Luo Tian didn't eat much either. Scions didn't consume meals meant for 40 people every time. Often, they needed just a bit more than the average. Only after intense battles, or when transformed into a great ape, expending tremendous energy, would they require copious amounts of food to replenish their strength. "By the way, you mentioned you are a galactic patrolman?" Luo Tian suddenly focused on Gak. Broly halted his eating, turning his gaze intently on Gak. "Among the Galactic Patrol, how formidable is your strength?" Luo Tian inquired. Bulma, Tai Si, the two sisters exchanged glances. What an elite warrior indeed, reduced to tears by a 5-year-old. Chapter 46, The Apprentice Angel Mel's. "Speak properly," Luo Tian said. Smack. Broly casually placed the spoon onto the plate and abruptly rose from his seat. Gak was nearly brought to tears by the surprise. "Mel's?" Loden contemplated the name, stroking his chin as he repeated it. Gak, hesitant to speak further, exhibited a myriad of expressions. "Once your spaceship is repaired, take Broly and me to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. We wish to pay a visit to this Mel's," Loden said with a smile. "Are we not welcome?" Gak asked, his apprehension palpable. "Of course, you are most welcome. The Galactic Patrol headquarters eagerly anticipates your arrival," Loden replied, his demeanor cheerful. Gak instantly felt deflated. "Very well, it is settled then," Loden affirmed with a nod of satisfaction. However, Gak's heart was heavy with anxiety. I am digging a pit for Mel's to fall into. I might offend him dreadfully. What if Broly ends up pulverizing Mel's? This Broly fellow is exceedingly strong. No. I must find a way to contact Mel's and inform him of this predicament. But my spaceship communicator is broken, leaving me unable to reach the headquarters. Once my spaceship is repaired, I can discreetly get in touch with Mel's. With this thought, Gak's anxiety was temporarily alleviated. Loten, take me along. I wish to go too. Bulma raised her hand eagerly. You should refrain from joining. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to travel in the future. You are far too young for extraterrestrial excursions, Loten replied, shaking his head. That is ridiculous. You speak as though you are significantly older than me, Bulma retorted, clearly displeased. Gak could not help but feel a sense of schadenfreude as he observed the young girl challenging the Scion known as Loten. Would that foolish boy dare to confront her? Yet, contrary to Gak's expectations, Broly remained utterly indifferent. Gak scratched his head, pondering, am I the sole target of your ire? After their meal, Dr. Briefs, accompanied by Dr. Osho, approached to inspect Gak's spaceship. The core energy had malfunctioned. In simpler terms, the battery was dead. Dr. Briefs merely needed to provide a new energy source for the spaceship to reboot. The other minor issues could be easily rectified. Very well, Dr. Briefs. I am not in a hurry, Dr. Osho said with a hearty laugh, responding respectfully. You may not be in a hurry, but I certainly am. Gak exclaimed. Let Broly fetch it. His speed is unmatched, Loten suggested. How long will Broly require? Dr. Briefs inquired. Broly scratched his head, flashing a goofy grin, and nodded in agreement. Do you remember? Loten asked Broly. Broly nodded affirmatively. Repeat after me, Loten instructed. Number 35. Energy. Battery. Broly recited, each word tumbling forth. Off you go, Loten said. Satisfied with Broly's response. Though many claim Broly possesses a certain foolishness, Loten was well aware of the truth. This young man was anything but foolish. In fact, Broly was remarkably astute. It is merely a matter of being somewhat inept at expression. Broly transformed into a brilliant streak of light, soaring swiftly into the sky, soon vanishing from the gaze of the onlookers. In truth, I could have repaired the battery entirely, but my greater desire lay in honing Broly's skills. Luo Tian, watching the direction in which Broly had disappeared, couldn't help but exclaim in reflection. Dr. Briefs and Dr. Dajing both turned their attention to Luo Tian. Could you refrain from boasting? Gak couldn't help but interject. With Broly absent, Gak felt an immediate release of pressure, allowing himself to relax somewhat. Previously, the mere proximity of Broly felt akin to a great mountain pressing down upon him, rendering him breathless. I was mistaken. I misspoke just now. Consider it a mere slip of the tongue. Gak's complexion paled, his expression contorting in an extreme manner as he knelt upon the ground, trembling in fear. Bulma, with carefree laughter, found amusement in the situation. Gak discreetly raised his head, only to find no trace of Broly. Infuriated, he shot a furious glare at Bulma. Ha! Bulma, pointing at Gak, laughed even more heartily. This is precisely why I dislike children. Gak protested, clutching his head in exasperation. Sister, the alien you know is utterly pathetic. Bulma turned to her sister, expressing her disdain. Do not repeat that sentiment, Tai Si remarked darkly. Luo Tian chose not to elaborate further, instead stepping forward to channel his angelic power, enveloping the spacecraft with it. Instantly, the less than pure angelic energy flowed into the energy compartment of the spacecraft, initiating repairs on the damaged power source. Hey, Luo Tian, what are you doing? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Oh, nothing much. Just having a look to see if I can fix the battery, Luo Tian replied with a smile. Perhaps it would be better not to force it. I've examined that energy cell, and while it could technically be repaired, the process is exceedingly complex. It would be far more convenient to simply replace it, Bulma suggested, shaking her head and fluttering her large, innocent eyes. Luo Tian, you comprehend this? Dr. Briefs was taken aback. What is there to see if you don't understand? Gak rolled his eyes, even considering stepping forward to pull Luo Tian away. If you don't know what you're doing, refrain from meddling. What if you damage the spacecraft? Approximately 10 seconds later, a sudden hum resonated through the air. The spacecraft's hull flickered momentarily. Everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment, turning their gazes toward the spacecraft. Gak, astonished yet elated, wore an expression of disbelief. How is it functioning again? How did the spacecraft get repaired? Look, it's fixed, isn't it? Luo Tian beamed. A hush fell over the crowd, as they regarded Luo Tian as if he were a marvel. Is this truly repaired? That battery appeared exceedingly difficult to mend, Gak exclaimed, rushing forward with boundless joy illuminating his face. Ha! My spacecraft is finally restored. Gak rejoiced, dancing in elation. However, one cannot allow Broly's efforts to be in vain. Can one? Thus, I resolved to destroy this battery. As Luo Tian spoke, the power of the angel underwent a sudden transformation. With a resounding crack, the angelic force impacted the energy cell, obliterating one of its components. With a hiss, the component ignited, and the energy battery was rendered utterly useless once more. The brilliance emitted by the spacecraft abruptly faded. All done, Luo Tian clapped his hands, evidently finding destruction to be far easier than creation. Gak's smile froze upon his face, while the onlookers appeared increasingly bewildered. A heavy silence enveloped the group for several tense moments. Dr. Briefs. Why do I get the impression that this little fellow is a philosopher? Dr. Dajing whispered to Dr. Briefs. No, he is not a philosopher, Doctor. Briefs gently shook his head. Dr. Dajing paused momentarily. I was merely making an offhand remark. Why are you taking me so seriously? He added. He claims he wishes to become the greatest deity in the universe. Dr. Briefs provided further clarification. Dr. Dajing fell silent, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. It seemed I had underestimated him by labeling him a philosopher. Is he truly aspiring to become a god? Another wave of silence washed over them. Ha ha. Does this world truly harbor deities? Dr. Dajing laughed heartily. Perhaps. The pinnacle of science leads to metaphysics. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. Dr. Dajing wiped his brow in silence. Could such a statement truly emanate from the lips of a great scientist? 6 minutes later, a brilliant streak of light flickered in the air before swiftly descending from the heavens. Broly, holding a battery reminiscent of the arc reactor from Iron Man, presented it to Luo Tian. Excellent. A total of 6 minutes. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. Your energy has indeed improved. Broly grinned foolishly, scratching his head. Everyone once again gazed in stupefaction at the pair. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Tian handed the battery to Dr. Briefs. Receiving the battery, Dr. Briefs advanced to replace the energy source within the spacecraft. The vessel hummed and shimmered with a brilliant light, standing out magnificently against the night sky. It's fixed, it's fixed. Gak exclaimed joyfully, bouncing about and grasping Dr. Briefs' hand. Thank you. Doctor, thank you. There's no need for such formality. You should thank Broly. For he was the one who hastened the battery's delivery. Dr. Briefs chuckled. Gak's mouth twitched slightly as he hurriedly conveyed his gratitude to Broly from a distance. Broly waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent. Gak took a deep breath, relieved to sense no malice from Broly, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. Gak had no desire to linger here any longer. Earth was far too perilous, especially with 2 Scions in the vicinity. The potential for humanity's annihilation loomed ominously. You mentioned taking me on an extraterrestrial journey. I yearn to explore the cosmos and craft an even finer novel, Ties reminded Gak. Gak responded with a thoughtful expression. I cannot believe I forgot such an important matter. Very well, of course, you may accompany me. Jack nodded in agreement. Jack, have you forgotten something? Luo Tian inquired with a smile directed at Jack. At that moment, Jack felt utterly dismayed. Yes, I promised that Scion to take him to meet Meruz. Poor Meruz is in for a tragedy. However, it serves him right. After all, he tends to be quite arrogant. I haven't forgotten. I'm setting off immediately. Are you all coming along? Jack quickly replied. Then let us depart together. Luo Tian nodded. My sister and Luo Tian are off on an interstellar trip. I wish to go as well. Bulma pouted, displaying her displeasure. Keep it up. Luo Tian encouraged. Bulma, is this something that can be accomplished with mere encouragement? Doctor, Broly and I shall take our leave. Luo Tian waved at Dr. Briefs, expressing gratitude for the hospitality over the past couple of days, and entrusted the spaceship matters to him. No problem at all, Dr. Briefs replied with a nod. Doctor, a good man. Broly gave a thumbs up to Dr. Briefs. Dr. Briefs, why do you call me a good man? Hey, am I not a good person? Bulma folded her arms, glaring at Broly. No. Broly decisively shook his head. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. Bulma was infuriated. Broly, startled, quickly hid behind Luo Tian. Jack stood by, utterly bewildered. What kind of logic is this? Is Tai's sister really that formidable? It's completely unnoticeable. Do visit Earth when you can, Dr. Dashing smiled. I am quite busy. Where would I find time to frolic around? Jack scoffed, turning to enter the spaceship. The hatch of the spacecraft slowly closed. Whoosh. The spacecraft ascended, instantly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vastness of outer space. All right, we have now entered outer space. Jack explained. Have we truly entered outer space already? Tai expressed her astonishment. Look, that enormous planet over there is Jupiter, the largest planet in your solar system, isn't it? Jack pointed towards Jupiter visible outside the window. Chapter 48. Luo Tian, come sleep. That is Jupiter. It appears so massive from space. Tai leaned against the window, her excitement evident as she gazed at the solar system. An inexperienced woman, Jack shook his head. Yet, Tai was not offended. Instead, she gazed into the distant cosmos and remarked, I never imagined that one day I would board a spaceship and leave Earth for an interstellar journey. What are you saying? Jack, I am the only girl on this ship. Naturally, I require a private room. Tai huffed, glaring at Jack with admonition. Don't be ridiculous. What do you count as a girl? Jack retorted, scoffing. In our race, there is no distinction between male and female. Tai, I say. Broly suddenly interjected. Hearing Broly's voice, Tai and Jack immediately fell silent and turned to him. We almost forgot. On the spaceship, there exists this rather fearsome little creature. Broly remained silent, gesturing towards himself, then to Gak, and subsequently indicating one of the rooms. His intentions could not have been clearer. He meant for himself and Gak to share a chamber. Gak immediately felt a wave of distress wash over him. I do not wish to share a room with you. I'd rather not face death. Following this, Broly pointed towards Luo Tian and Tai Si, directing them to another room. Coughing lightly, Luo Tian interjected, Broly, are you deliberately feigning ignorance? You seriously intend for me and Tai Si to share a room? I feel quite embarrassed. Well then, it's settled. Tai Si mused, contemplating the arrangement, and found little fault in it. She certainly did not want to share a room with Broly. Who knows? She might be inadvertently knocked unconscious in her sleep. Furthermore, she had no desire to share a chamber with Gak either. What if, while sleeping, he decided to unleash a torrent from his head? Tai Si dared not dwell on such thoughts any longer. Among them, only Luo Tian appeared to be a normal individual. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child. Sharing a room with him was hardly a matter of concern. Thus, the room allocations were resolved. Tai Si took a moment to admire the vastness of outer space before feeling a wave of weariness wash over her. After all, it was already time to rest on that deserted island. Stretching her limbs, revealing her modest figure, she yawned and said, I shall retire for the night. Luo Tian. You may join me shortly. Luo Tian swallowed hard. Is it appropriate to sleep right beside you? The sight of Tai Si stretching made him momentarily lose himself in thought. Nevertheless, he felt a slight sense of helplessness. I currently possess the mind of an adult, yet the body of a 5-year-old. In that instant, Luo Tian fervently wished to grow up quickly. Broly, meanwhile, had entered another room, promptly locking the door behind him, and fell into a deep slumber upon the bed. Gak exclaimed, What do you mean? You've taken over my room. Is this polite behavior? However, upon further reflection, Gak realized that even with the door ajar, he would not dare to sleep in the same room as this boy. Should he be struck while asleep, it could very well be fatal. Never mind. Let him occupy that room. I shall manage through the night in my seat. Luo Tian felt no obligation to be courteous and directly entered Tai Si's room. The chamber was modest, containing only a single bed approximately 1 meter wide, its decor reminiscent of a modern sleeper compartment from his previous life. It was slightly larger than the beds found in such compartments. Upon entering, Luo Tian immediately noticed Tai Si had changed into her nightwear, clad in a pink pajama set. She emanated a delightful fragrance that filled the entire room, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Luo Tian, come and rest. Tai shifted slightly, patting the small bed beside her. All right. Luo Tian nodded, feeling no need for formality, and promptly nestled into Tai's warm embrace. The cocoon of blankets enveloped him in a delightful warmth, infused with the unique fragrance of the young girl, a scent that stirred long-forgotten sensations within him. Having traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, he never anticipated that the first woman to share his bed would be none other than Bulma's sister. Yet, he found himself powerless at this moment. No, I must not indulge in such thoughts. My ultimate goal is the beautiful angelic sister. Though her skin is blue, I have no aversion to that. The first woman I encounter in this world must undoubtedly be a ponytailed angel. I have a penchant for women with ponytails. However, just as Luo Tian had shed his armor and settled down, Tai suddenly enveloped him in a tight embrace. You're being excessive, he remarked, turning away in mild exasperation. As a few minutes passed, he could distinctly sense that Tai had drifted into slumber. Feeling drowsy himself, he gradually closed his eyes and slipped into dreams. In the midst of this half-awake state, he abruptly felt a tight grip on his tail, as Tai playfully seized it. What a delightful little dog, she murmured. Luo Tian thought, so she is treating my tail as a pet? Yet, what left him even more speechless was Tai's mischievous hand, which seemed unsatisfied with merely holding his tail. Hee, little dog, Tai giggled. I'm only 5. I must remain composed. I am destined to become an angel. I am not angry, not in the slightest. Outside, Jack noticed that all 3 were asleep and cautiously picked up the communicator, initiating a video call with headquarters. On the screen appeared an alien with a peculiar appearance, its head flat and round, features smooth, skin a pale green hue, adorned in the distinctive armor of the Galactic Patrol. Have the Scion issues been resolved? Iliku inquired. Yes, I have successfully subdued the 2 Scions heading to Earth, Jack replied with a chuckle. Iliku's face displayed astonishment as he gazed at Jack. Well, that's why I'm an elite, Jack said, pride evident in his expression. Truly remarkable, Jack. Iliku expressed with deep admiration. How old are those 2 Scions? I take it they lack significant combat prowess. Iliku breathed a sigh of relief. Not quite. One of them is quite strong, Jack said, his expression turning serious as he lowered his voice. It took considerable effort to persuade him. Persuade? Can a Scion truly be convinced? Iliku muttered, bewildered. That's not important now. Jack waved his hand, shifting the topic. Is Mel's present? Yes, Iliku responded. Please connect the communication. I have matters to discuss with the member of the Myers team, suggested Gak. Soon, the image of Myers appeared on Gak's screen. Ah, Gak. Is there something you need? Myers inquired politely. Gak lowered his voice, urging, perhaps you should step outside for a moment. Step outside? Myers was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Find some excuse to step out, Gak whispered. What is happening, Gak? Myers asked, concern evident in his tone. A Scion wishes to see you, Gak replied, his expression grave. A Scion? You mean that warrior race? Myers immediately understood. Indeed, Gak nodded. If he wants to see me, let him come. Why should I hide? Myers smiled slightly. There are two Scions on Earth. One appears rather ordinary, but his companion is extraordinarily powerful. Despite being only 5 years old, Gak's demeanor grew increasingly serious. Fear flickering in his eyes. Did he mention what he wanted? Myers probed. That's not a concern. I'll handle it, Myers replied with a smile. Believing not all Scions were malevolent. Well, I've relayed the message to you. It's your choice if you refuse to hide. Don't blame me if things turn rough, Gak chuckled. Rest assured, there will be no issues, Myers responded confidently, adding, by the way, you might not know. But Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Truly, divine justice has prevailed, Gak exclaimed with surprise. Surely, their malevolence has caught up with them. How did it happen? Oh, what could have caused that? Gak pondered. According to our investigations, it was Frieza who personally annihilated Planet Vegeta, Myers contemplated. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the spaceship was effective. Gak took a deep breath, ensuring no one overheard. Why? Aren't the Scions Frieza's warriors? Why would he destroy their planet? Gak inquired. Intrigued. Because Frieza feared the emergence of a Super Scion or a Super Scion god among them, Myers explained candidly. Super Scion god. What are those? Gak's curiosity intensified. It is said that a Super Scion is the mightiest warrior in the universe, Myers smiled. So, a Super Scion could threaten Frieza's dominion over the universe, prompting him to exterminate all Scions, correct? Gak mused thoughtfully. Precisely, Myers affirmed. Now, fewer than 10 Scions remain. They brought this upon themselves. Scions have invaded many worlds and caused the deaths of countless innocents, Gak scoffed, showing no sympathy for their plight. After all, the Scions had indeed served Frieza, conquering numerous planets and leading many to untimely deaths. Perhaps this is the true nature of the Scions, Myers nodded slightly. Evil? Indeed, you are correct. The malevolence of the Scions is manifest, Gak replied. However, I believe there exists a semblance of goodness among the Scions, Mels pondered thoughtfully. Do not jest. How can there be any virtuous Scions? Gak shook his head, asserting, evil is all that resides within their hearts. As the two conversed, a sudden interruption from Iliku's communication device pierced through their dialogue. What is Iliku doing interrupting us at this moment? Gak mused with a slight grin as he pressed the answer button. In an instant, Iliku's visage appeared on the screen opposite them, akin to a group video call. Iliku, what is the matter? Is there something amiss? Gak inquired with curiosity. Gak, we are in grave danger. A Frieza Force spacecraft is en route to your location. If all goes as expected, your two ships will converge in the vastness of space in approximately 2 minutes, Iliku urgently warned. A Frieza Force spacecraft? Gak was momentarily taken aback. Is Frieza himself coming? It is not Frieza, Iliku responded with a shake of his head. As long as it is not Frieza. It should merely be some reconnaissance unit, Gak speculated. Not a reconnaissance unit, but rather a very formidable individual. Iliku's expression grew increasingly somber. Who? Gak felt a twinge of fear. Ace, Iliku uttered with gravity. Ace? Who is that? Is he well known? Gak asked, bewildered. He is Frieza's son. Iliku replied in a low voice. What? Frieza has a son? When did that happen? Gak exclaimed in astonishment. It has been a long time, Iliku clarified. Frieza belongs to the race of frost demons. His son was sealed away on their home planet upon birth. According to legend, the longer they remain sealed, the stronger they become. Frieza was sealed for 5 years, his brother Cooler for 6, and Ace for 3 years. However, Ace may have grown weary of solitude and emerged prematurely. Chapter 50. Together in the galactic prison. Even if he has emerged early, why would he come seeking me? Gak felt a sense of foreboding. As he spoke, his hands swiftly manipulated the buttons on the computer. Indeed, Gak soon discovered a spacecraft hurtling towards him. Cold sweat broke out across his brow as he hurriedly altered his ship's course. I hope he is not coming specifically for me. Perhaps he is not intentionally seeking you. Ilikus speculated, suggesting it could be a mere coincidence in the cosmos. A coincidence in space? The odds of that are slimmer than a meteor colliding with Planet Vegeta. Gak chuckled nervously, clasping his hands together in silent supplication. Oh God, may my spacecraft remain undetected by Frieza's son. Gak, stay composed. I shall come to your aid immediately. Mels declared decisively. Mels, you are a good person. Gak exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. However, it has been over a day since you set off. Has it not? Gak felt a pang of heartache. Why is your spacecraft faster than mine, and by such a considerable margin? They remained in silence for a full 10 seconds. The matter of the spaceship can be set aside for now, but he is Frieza's son. Even if you can defeat him, what if that fiend Frieza comes after you? Jack expressed his concerns. Then we shall capture him and imprison him in the galactic prison. Mels replied with a smile. Jack fell silent. Why is your face so large? You intend to confine Frieza in the galactic prison? Good luck with that, Team Jack. Iliku said sympathetically. However, we galactic patrols have always kept our distance from Frieza's army. I hope you can evade this calamity. You make a valid point. Perhaps it is best to remain silent, Jack retorted, ending the conversation in frustration. Immediately thereafter, Jack glanced again at the radar, focusing on Azer's spaceship. To his dismay, he discovered that the opposing vessel was rapidly approaching. Jack's composure began to wane. In the vastness of space, aboard a disc-shaped spaceship of Frieza's army, Azer stood by the window, gazing into the distance. His sight landed upon the Galactic Patrol spaceship emerging ahead. Your Highness Azer, that is a Galactic Patrol spaceship. One of his subordinates reported. Galactic Patrol? Azer smiled, his tail swaying gently behind him, intrigued. He had heard of the Galactic Patrol, but his father's army seldom traversed this region. Shall we assault the Galactic Patrol base, Your Highness? A subordinate respectfully inquired. What my father wishes to avoid, I shall undertake, Azer declared proudly. Are not the Galactic Patrol warriors of peace in the universe? This cosmos must be safeguarded by our family, not by the Galactic Patrol. Then, Your Highness, shall we bring down that spaceship? The subordinate asked. Capture it alive, Azer commanded. Understood. The subordinate responded promptly. Suddenly, Azer's spaceship accelerated swiftly towards Jack's vessel. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the detector on Azer's eyes emitted a sound. He pressed the communication button on the device. Father? Azer paused. Azer, why are you not obediently frozen on your home planet? What are you doing out here? Frieza's voice came through with a hint of displeasure. Father, I was simply too bored and decided to take a stroll, Azer chuckled. Humph, do you believe your current strength is formidable? Frieza scoffed. Father, though I have only been frozen for 3 years, my combat power has already reached a staggering 30 million, Azer said with a hint of pride. With such a combat power level, I should be able to roam freely in this universe, should I not? Do not speak so lightly. I have no desire to slumber in such a dreary environment. Azer shook his head in refusal. Now tell me, what are you doing on the Galactic Patrol's territory? Frieza reprimanded. Father governs the Western Universe, Uncle Gula oversees the Eastern Universe, and Grandfather commands the Southern Universe. Currently, only the Northern Universe is under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol, is it not? Ace smiled and declared, Of course, I intend to unify the Northern Universe. This way, our family can reign over the entire cosmos. Frieza, his brow furrowed tightly, retorted sternly, The Northern Galaxy is under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Kai. Do not act recklessly. Ace chuckled at this, his tone dripping with disdain. What significance does the Supreme Kai hold? If the opportunity arises, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. Ace, you greatly underestimate the power of the gods. Frieza admonished. Father, rest assured, our backing is none other than Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, Ace replied nonchalantly. Even the Supreme Kai must show deference to Lord Beerus, wouldn't you agree? Frieza fell silent, conceding, You present a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words. You may explore, but exercise utmost caution. If you truly encounter the Supreme Kai, retreat at once. After careful consideration, Frieza issued his command to Ace. I understand. Father, I will exercise prudence. Ace nodded in agreement. Upon ending the communication, Ace spacecraft barreled directly into the vessel belonging to Gak. With a resounding crash, the impact jolted Luo Tian within the spacecraft, causing him to collide with the soft body. Tai Si gasped, abruptly awakening from her slumber, her face etched with fear. Glancing downward, she discovered Luo Tian's face pressed firmly against her chest. What just happened? Tai Si pondered, her irritation subsiding, for Luo Tian was merely a child. Moreover, the violent tremors of the spacecraft had instilled in her a profound sense of dread. Could it be that the ship had struck a meteor? The color drained from Tai Si's face as she rushed to the window to peer outside. In the next moment, Tai Si was astonished to see a massive spacecraft materializing before her. The opposing vessel loomed like a behemoth in the vastness of space, evoking a feeling of despair within her. Is this a space pirate? Tai Si gasped, cold sweat trickling down her back. Indeed, you were correct, it is. In fact, a space pirate, Luo Tian remarked, glancing curiously at the ship. Chapter 51. Frieza's son Luo Tian was perplexed. Isn't that a vessel belonging to Frieza's army? What is it doing in this sector? By all accounts, Frieza's forces controlled several regions outside of the Northern Universe, which was solely governed by the Galactic Patrol. Historically, Frieza's army had refrained from encroaching upon the jurisdiction of the Patrol. The reasons for this were unclear to Luo Tian. Yet now, the appearance of Frieza's spacecraft in this region raised suspicions. Could it be that my own vessel's whereabouts have been compromised? Is that why Frieza's ship has pursued me? Frieza, why do you choose to meddle with me? If you have come, then let Broly have the opportunity to hone his skills. It remains uncertain whether Frieza has personally arrived. Luo Tian, unhurried, donned his battle armor and, with a gentle gesture, enveloped Tai Si in a protective shield. What is this? Tai Si exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, as she noticed a radiant aura surrounding her. This is a protective shield equipped with oxygen, Luo Tian explained. Even if the spaceship were to accidentally explode, You could survive within it for up to 10 hours. 10 hours? Taisi responded, both amused and exasperated. In the vast expanse of space, the distance between planets is measured in light years. What significance does surviving for 10 hours hold? I wish to step outside. With that, Luo Tian opened the door and stepped out. Broly immediately rushed out as well, looking around and rubbing his head, having inadvertently bumped it during the sudden collision of the spaceship. This is bad. We are in serious trouble. It's Frieza's spaceship. They have forced us to a halt. Gak hurriedly explained. Did Frieza come personally? Luo Tian inquired. Azer? Luo Tian paused in surprise. He did not expect this character, who appeared in fan fiction, to also make an appearance here. As a Dragon Ball fan, Luo Tian was well aware of Azer, a character of considerable strength. However, according to Luo Tian's calculations, Azer should not surpass Golden Frieza, as Azer himself claimed to possess 10 times the power of Frieza's fourth form, while Golden Frieza's strength was vastly superior to that. Frieza achieved his golden form after being imprisoned in a cocoon in hell, where he gained profound insights, particularly regarding his longing for immortality, which had been utterly extinguished. Even with immortality, being sealed in such a place is akin to a fate worse than death. Upon his resurrection, Frieza's deep realizations in hell enabled him to successfully cultivate the golden form. Yet now, a mere Azer had unexpectedly emerged. Why are you not quietly encased in ice on your planet? Why disrupt my peaceful slumber? Gak lamented, clutching his head in distress. What should we do now? Fear not. Let Broly handle them all, Luo Tian replied with a nonchalant smile. Broly? Gak hesitated, turning to glance at Broly, but then shook his head in resignation, saying apprehensively, no. We are in outer space. You Scions shouldn't be able to survive here, right? Broly looked at Luo Tian, rubbing the spot on his head where he had been struck, his expression somewhat perplexed. Do you see that spaceship? Luo Tian pointed to the massive vessel outside. Broly hurried to the window, nodding vigorously. Go ahead, Luo Tian instructed. With great speed, Broly dashed forward and kicked open the hatch of the spaceship. At the moment the spaceship's hatch swung open, due to the pressure differential, Jack was uncontrollably propelled towards the doorway, nearly being sucked into the vastness of space. With a swift motion, Luo Tian raised his hand, effectively blocking Jack's trajectory. Meanwhile, Taisi was in the room changing clothes, the door securely shut. Thus she was not in any immediate peril. Taisi pondered that even if she were to perish in the vacuum of space, she could not bear the thought of doing so in her pajamas. She resolved to adorn herself attractively, for even in death, she would not bring shame upon her fellow earthlings. Jack, in a state of panic, broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Luo Tian. Uttering multiple thanks, Luo Tian remained silent. Huh, were you already prepared for this? With such a significant pressure difference, you stand there unmoved. Jack marveled, while simultaneously making his way towards the equipment and pressing a button with great effort. Creak. A protective shield manifested around the spaceship, restoring the atmospheric pressure to normal. Jack exhaled a sigh of relief and immediately inquired, where's Broly? Where did that guy go? Surely, he wouldn't dare challenge Frieza's son in the depths of space. He's already gone, Luo Tian replied with a nod. What? That fool. He might just meet his end the moment he enters outer space. Jack lamented, his hands flying across the controls of the machine. Creak. A projection flickered to life. There, Broly appeared, transformed into a brilliant streak of light as he sped towards Frieza's spaceship. What incredible speed. Is it possible to survive even a few seconds in the vacuum of space at such velocity? Jack murmured, then curiously asked, what does he plan to do? Is he going to board the spaceship and fight that ace? Luo Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screen. The two spaceships were not far apart, and Broly had already surged onto Frieza's vessel. Without uttering a word, he seized a handle on the spaceship with decisive intent. What does he intend to do? Jack stared in disbelief. On A's spaceship, a subordinate rushed forward to report, Sir, someone has just flown out from the spaceship. Oh, is he here to surrender? A's face broke into a smile. Indeed, in front of Lord A's, even the Galactic Patrol must humbly yield and kneel, the subordinate chuckled. A squinted at the subordinate. Is that amusing? He inquired coolly. The subordinate's grin faltered. If you don't want me to laugh, then I shan't. Just as he was about to call for someone to operate the controls, the spaceship suddenly shook violently. Outside, Broly had grasped a corner of the spaceship with ease. In the next instant, he began to spin the vessel in place. Chapter 52, Broly's domination over Ace. Is he actually spinning the spaceship? Jack's eyes widened in utter astonishment. Luo Tian maintained a serene expression, refraining from any commentary. Upon closer observation, Broly had already spun the spacecraft around once. With the completion of the first rotation came the second, and then the third. Broly continued to whirl in place, his speed increasing with each turn. Suddenly, the spacecraft began to spin rapidly around Broly. Inside, Ace and his companions were thrown about, disoriented and dizzy. With a resounding thud, the subordinate who had previously reported to Ace collided into him. Your Highness Ace, what is happening? I feel utterly nauseous, the subordinate exclaimed hastily. Your foot. Ace glared fiercely at him. Upon closer inspection, the subordinate was horrified to find that his toes were lodged in A's nostrils. Is this the pinnacle of my existence? The subordinate pondered. Your Highness A's, I sincerely apologize. I washed my feet last night. He nearly wept. You fool. A's roared in fury, unleashing his energy as he prepared to burst forth from the spacecraft. Broly, oblivious to the number of rotations he had completed, reveled in the exhilaration of spinning faster. Suddenly, with a crack, the spacecraft structure could no longer withstand the velocity and began to disintegrate. Broly felt a sudden lightness in his hands and looked down to find that only the handle remained. The rest had detached. Gradually, he came to a halt, his vision filled with numerous twinkling stars, his head spinning. Initially rotating clockwise, he scratched his head and then spun counterclockwise several times, feeling significantly better and less dizzy. Next, Broly turned his gaze towards the spacecraft that had detached in the vastness of space. It spun wildly, parts of its structure disassembling instantly. With a swift motion, Broly transformed into a streak of light, his diminutive form piercing through the spacecraft's hull. Boom! With a deafening explosion, A's spacecraft erupted in the cosmos. A brilliant display of flames illuminating the void. Gak was rendered speechless. Luo Tian remained unperturbed. Broly's combat power had reached approximately 2.5 million, a testament to the legendary Super Saiyon's prowess. Remarkably, even without any significant training, his base power had surged by 500,000 in just a few days. If I do not cultivate the power of an angel, how can I hope to compete with the legendary Super Saiyan? Moreover, I sense a looming danger. If I remain idle, will there come a day when he surpasses me? Can that foolish boy survive in the vacuum of space? Gak pondered, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Indeed, Luo Tian nodded. In the vastness of space, as the spacecraft disintegrated, the subordinate within met his untimely demise. In this vast expanse of the universe, aside from a select few races capable of surviving in the cosmic void, the majority are unable to endure such conditions, including the Scions. In a past life, Luo Tian recalled numerous discussions among Dragon Ball enthusiasts regarding the Scion's ability to exist in outer space, spurred by claims that Super Saiyan God could thrive in such an environment. These assertions arose from witnessing the fierce battle between Son Goku and Beerus amidst the cosmos. However, this perception is misleading. The realms depicted in both the anime and manga during their confrontation do not represent the genuine expanse of outer space, but rather the Earth's outer atmosphere, where air, albeit thin, still exists, allowing the Scions to survive. In the Moro saga of the manga, during an encounter with Moro, Vegeta specifically cautioned Goku, stating that they could not venture further as they would then be entering actual outer space, thereby confirming the Scion's inability to survive in true cosmic conditions. Following the explosion of the spaceship, all of Azer's comrades perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. Dazed from the explosion, Azer rubbed his head, feeling lightheaded after being spun around numerous times by Broly within the confines of the ship. Broly immediately turned his gaze towards the remnants of the spacecraft, his sharp eyes quickly honing in on Azer, easily discerning that he was the only one still alive. In a flash, Broly transformed into a streak of light, rapidly closing the distance between them. What is that? Azer discerned a shadowy figure hurtling toward him. He recognized the warrior clad in a legion's armor, adorned with a green, fluffy apron around the waist. It's one of our legion members, Azer realized in a daze. This armor was indeed the same one Broly had worn since his visit to Planet Vampa, despite having sustained some damage. However, this was inconsequential, as Luo Tian had utilized angelic powers to completely restore it. Azer, momentarily taken aback, did not dwell on it too long. While rare, there were indeed individuals within the Legion capable of surviving in the void of space. Yet, at that moment of distraction, Azer suddenly noticed Broly's fist swinging toward him. His head still spinning, he barely had time to react. With a resounding thud, Broly's fist collided forcefully with Azer's face. Ow! Azer cried out in agony. His body propelled backward. What are you doing? He shouted, his voice transmitted through energy waves, as sound cannot travel through the vacuum of space. Broly scratched his head in confusion. What am I doing? I'm here to beat you. I was peacefully dreaming about delicious food when your spaceship rudely jolted me awake. What else could I do? Broly, now irate, swiftly pursued Azer. In the present day, Azer remains in his initial form, his combat power inferior even to Frieza's first stage. One can only lament the tragedy of it all. Chapter 53. I sense impending doom for Broly. Broly has yet to unleash his full potential, yet even so, that last strike was sufficient to challenge Azer. Azer swiftly shook his head, only to realize that his opponent was charging at him once more with astonishing speed. Whose subordinate are you? Azer called out, and immediately, his body began to undergo a rapid transformation. In an instant, Azer morphed into his fourth form, his true shape. Frieza shares this peculiar trait. The so-called fourth form is, in fact, the genuine appearance of the Frost Demon lineage. With a thunderous roar, Azer thrust his small hands forward, unleashing a massive wave of energy that enveloped Broly. Within a heartbeat, This colossal force consumed Broly entirely, raising a cloud of dust that erupted in a dazzling display across the cosmic expanse. Now, this should be sufficient for you, Azer scoffed coldly. Yet, he found himself scratching his head in confusion, muttering softly, how strange. When did my father's legion acquire such a formidable individual? Gazing at the radiance before him, Azer felt a twinge of regret. What a pity, such a powerful being, and I failed to recognize him sooner. He ought to be my devoted underling. Inside the spaceship of Luo Tian, a sense of dread washed over him. This is bad. I fear for Broly's fate. Gak trembled involuntarily, his complexion paling. No need to worry, Luo Tian replied with a smile. Did you see that? Frieza's son can transform. Gak quickly added. What I mean is, he is incredibly powerful. You claim you Scions can also transform. What significance does that hold? A brief silence ensued. I am aware that you Scions can transform into great apes. Gak rolled his eyes, gesturing towards the cosmic void. But in this vast expanse, there is no moon. How will you transform into great apes? With a full moon in mind, every night can be a night of the full moon, Luo Tian smiled. Gak was left speechless. Why is it that our conversations seem to be on different wavelengths? We must leave at once. That fellow's flying speed should not exceed that of our ship. Gak decisively stated. The ship's hatch is still under repair. How long can this shield hold? Luo Tian inquired. Gak immediately turned to glance at the ship's door. That rascal Broly. Can't he simply open the door properly? Gak exclaimed as he grabbed his toolbox to go fix the door. Throughout his repairs, Gak kept a vigilant eye on the screen, eager to ascertain whether Broly was still alive. In the cosmic void, the smoke released by Azer slowly dissipated, gradually revealing Broly's silhouette. You're still standing? Azer's pupils constricted in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. Broly, unfazed, opened his mouth wide. Azer was suddenly engulfed by an ominous premonition. Boom. A colossal surge of energy erupted from Broly's mouth, a vast flame cascading down upon Azer. Humph. A mere parlor trick. Azer scoffed coldly, gritting his teeth, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang. The immense energy that Broly had unleashed was deflected by Azer's strike. The enormous energy coalesced into a luminous sphere, hurtling towards the direction of Luo Tian's spaceship. This is bad. That energy sphere is heading our way. Jack exclaimed in alarm. Humph. You have destroyed my spaceship. Do not think your vessel will escape unscathed. Azer retorted with a cold smirk, his expression tinged with arrogance. Broly turned his gaze towards the energy sphere as well. Without hesitation, he swiftly pursued it, plunging directly into the luminous mass. Azer. Boom. The sphere detonated in a tremendous explosion, engulfing Broly once more. Azer's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you trying to do? As the smoke gradually dissipated, Broly's disheveled visage emerged. What on earth does this guy intend? Jack was left both amused and bewildered. He had charged into the very energy sphere he had unleashed, triggering its explosion. Who are you? Azer was once again taken aback. Whoosh. Broly surged towards Azer once more. The scouter perched upon Azer's brow shattered under a single punch, scattering into the vastness of space. Azer, however, allowed Broly's fist to strike his face, tilting his head slightly to the side, his expression growing increasingly sinister. A mere Scion dares to act insolently before me. Azer sneered coldly, delivering a powerful blow to Broly's chest. Thud. Broly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward. Now I understand who you are. You Scion have allied with the Galactic Patrol, haven't you? Azer's laughter echoed with derision. Humph. Do you believe that joining the Galactic Patrol grants you invincibility? Whoosh. Azer immediately pursued, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Broly. Broly was utterly outmatched, battered and bruised, unable to mount any resistance. This is bad. Broly cannot contend with him. If this continues, Azer may very well kill him. Jack's face paled in terror as he hastened to repair the spaceship's door, muttering to himself. I must fix the ship quickly, otherwise we may be caught in the crossfire. Luo Tian remained silent, his calm gaze fixed upon the projected scene. He understood that for Broly, this was a rare opportunity for combat. A worthy opponent could facilitate a significant enhancement of Broly's strength. After all, how could he fulfill the role of my god of destruction otherwise? However, I must also diligently train. If my god of destruction surpasses me, that would be a tragedy. Broly cried out in agony as Azer continued his relentless assault. Bang! Azer delivered another kick, striking Broly squarely on the head. Broly's body tumbled through the air, crashing violently against a nearby meteorite. The meteorite shattered, erupting in a brilliant explosion amidst the vastness of space. In an instant, Aze appeared directly opposite Broly. Scion, you possess remarkable strength for your age. I must admit, I underestimated you, Aze remarked with a smirk, gesturing to himself with a thumb. But surely you know who I am. I am one of Frieza's. Chapter 54. Gak, please commence your performance. However, A's words were cut short. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy emanated from Broly, causing his body to expand significantly. This was the transformation of the great ape. Broly had tapped into the primal energy of the great ape without the need for a full moon, a unique transformation he could achieve at will. What is this transformation? Ace gaped in disbelief. As he looked again, he noticed Broly's pupils had lost their color, his gaze becoming a blank, vacant white. With a swift motion, Broly charged forward, grasping Ace by the back of the head and delivering a powerful headbutt. Ace howled in agony, feeling as though the world was spinning. Yet, Broly showed no sign of relinquishing his hold, continuing to slam his forehead against Ace's face repeatedly. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. He lost count of how many times he battered Ace's visage, reducing it to a flattened state. Ace cried out in torment, finally retaliating with an uppercut that landed squarely in Broly's abdomen. Broly absorbed the blow without flinching, his relentless assault unyielding. Luo Tian observed closely, noting that as Ace was being pummeled, his energy was also radiating outward. Soon, Ace's power surged to its peak. Luo Tian could distinctly sense that Ace's combat prowess had now reached at least 30 million. In contrast, Broly's maximum combat power was only 25 million, leaving a substantial gap of 5 million between them. Bang, bang, bang. Indeed, Broly was met with a relentless barrage of blows from Ace. Although Broly initially had the upper hand, he was soon battered into a state of disarray. If this trend continued, it seemed that the future god of destruction would be beaten to death by Ace. This can't be happening. Broly is going to be killed, Gak exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. Gak, is the door fixed yet? Luo Tian inquired. Almost, just 1 more minute, Gak replied hurriedly. Don't rush the repairs just yet, Luo Tian responded. Gak, perplexed, asked, what do you need? I would like to ask you a favor, Luo Tian pondered. What is it? Gak replied, taken aback. How good are your acting skills? Luo Tian questioned. Gak, now even more bewildered, looked up at Luo Tian with curiosity and asked, what acting skills? At this moment, even if a cosmic-level acting maestro were to arrive, could that fellow Azer simply request an autograph and depart? No, I am referring to playing his father. Luo Tian pointed at Broly on the screen. Gak Tian genuinely believed that Luo Tian was referring to Azer. No. Are you asking me to portray Frieza? Don't jest. I have no desire to meet my demise. He would hunt me down. Gak fervently shook his head. I meant Broly's father, Luo Tian clarified. Portraying Broly's father? What does that mean? Gak was even more perplexed. All you need to do is this, Luo Tian proposed to Gak. No. I cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Besides, do I really resemble Broly's father? Gak continued to shake his head vigorously. Why are you being so obstinate? It's you. Luo Tian stepped forward, grasping Gak's arm and propelling him toward the cosmic expanse. Let me put on my oxygen mask first. Gak cried out. That's unnecessary, Luo Tian stated, as a divine aura swiftly enveloped Gak. What is this? Gak paused momentarily. With this, you can survive in space for 10 hours, Luo Tian explained. Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, Broly will be defeated. Are you certain this contraption allows survival in space? Gak was skeptical, even poking at the dazzling shield that resembled a constellation. However, before Gak could ascertain its efficacy, Luo Tian had already pulled him into the cosmic void. You can't wait a moment? Gak exclaimed. You are quite the impatient one. Hey, how do we perform next? Do I merely pretend to be dead as you said? Gak inquired. Yes, when I say start, you showcase your acting skills, Luo Tian nodded. Gak was engulfed in confusion. Yet, he had no other option at this moment but to obey Luo Tian's commands. Perhaps a miracle might unfold. Bang! Azer delivered a powerful kick, sending Broly flying. How about it, little monkey? You are no match for me, are you? Azer scoffed disdainfully. Broly's eyes were vacant, his pupils turning white, having completely lost his sanity. Hey, Broly. Suddenly, a voice resonated from a nearby location. Broly turned to see Luo Tian. The moment Broly laid eyes on Luo Tian, a flicker of light began to spark in his pupils, indicating a potential return to reason. Azer had also noticed the sudden appearance of Luo Tian, momentarily taken aback. Another Scion? Aside from this Scion, that fellow with fly-like eyes must be a galactic patrolman. Are these 2 Scions joining the galactic patrol? This is indeed a significant discovery. I must report this to Father promptly. Father is unaware of this matter, isn't he? Azer merely cast a cursory glance at Luo Tian and the galactic patrolman Gak, dismissing them entirely. I must confess, the Scion child I am battling is astonishingly formidable. I have never encountered such a powerful Scion. Ace gritted his teeth, murmuring to himself. Could this individual be a Super Scion? Not quite, Luo Tian interjected from a distance. Ace was momentarily taken aback. How could he have heard me when I spoke so softly? Who are you? Ace inquired, gazing at Luo Tian. It is of little consequence, Luo Tian replied with a smile. Aren't you Scions incapable of surviving in the vacuum of space? How have you managed it? Ace asked loudly. Shortcomings will always be overcome, Luo Tian smiled. Well said, Ace scoffed. Yet you should not be here. You ought to flee this area at once, for there may still be a chance for survival. However, now it seems you have little hope of escape. Chapter 55. Broly transforms into a Super Saiyan. Do you wish to see what a Super Saiyan looks like? Luo Tian suddenly asked. What did you just say? A Super Saiyan? Ace blinked in surprise. Yes, indeed, Luo Tian nodded. What do you mean? Are you implying that you are a Super Saiyan? Ace questioned Luo Tian. I am not. He is, Luo Tian pointed at Broly. Ace. Humph. While he does possess a semblance of a Super Saiyan, to claim he is one would be a gross exaggeration. He merely possesses immense fighting power. Ace laughed heartily. Broly. Look, he is your father, Luo Tian gestured towards Gak. Broly's vacant gaze turned towards Gak, confusion evident in his expression, followed by a shake of his head. You see, he is indeed your father, Luo Tian declared, as a rather unrefined angelic power swiftly enveloped Broly. Ace appeared utterly perplexed. What are you saying? I cannot fathom your intentions. Is that galactic patrolman truly this Scion's father? Do not jest. Clearly, they are not of the same race. Who are you trying to fool? At that moment, Luo Tian's angelic energy seamlessly entered Broly's mind, cascading through his brain and affecting his eyes. Broly's pupils contracted as he fixated unblinkingly on Gak, tears welling in his eyes. Father, Broly murmured. Gak's eyes widened in astonishment. Could he truly see me as his father? Quickly affirm it. Luo Tian urged Gak in a hushed tone. Gak's eyes sparkled, and he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Yes, yes, my dear son. Father. Broly's eyes brimmed with tears. Ace, observing from the side, felt confused and bewildered. Are you all engaged in a public recognition? What exactly are you attempting to accomplish? Ace could not help but ask. It will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment, Luo Tian replied. Ace crossed his arms and snorted coldly. I am eager to see what tricks you will conjure. Broly. Your father is deceased, Luo Tian suddenly stated. Broly. Ace. What does that even mean? Jack, please commence your performance. Luo Tian cast a meaningful glance at Jack. Jack let out a piercing scream, his face contorting in agony as he trembled violently, tomato juice spraying from his mouth, staining his clothes crimson. Father. Broly's pupils constricted sharply, his expression shifting tumultuously. I am perished. Jack's head slumped, and he fell silent. During the earlier battle, that fiend slew your father, Luo Tian informed Broly. As he spoke, Luo Tian raised his hand casually, gesturing towards the distant Azer. Azer, humph. I still cannot comprehend your intentions. Are you merely staging a play? Azer snorted coldly, a sneer curling his lips. Broly immediately turned, glaring furiously at Azer. Very well. It was I who killed your father. What will you do about it? Azer scoffed, displaying no fear whatsoever. Broly unleashed a series of enraged roars. An explosion of golden flames erupting from his being. The golden radiance surged outward, painting the starry expanse in hues of gold. Snap! In the next instant, Broly's hair stood erect, layers of golden flames enveloping him, burning like fire. Yet, his eyes glimmered white, still in a state of uncontrollable fury. A powerful aura emanated from Broly, surging violently in all directions, creating massive waves wherever it spread. Even the distant spacecraft were sent tumbling backward, akin to a small boat tossed upon a turbulent sea. What is this transformation? Azer momentarily froze, a foreboding sensation creeping upon him. Broly, in a fit of rage, directed his fiery gaze toward Azer, his black pupils ablaze. Could this possibly be Super Saiyan? Azer's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Azer was taken aback. Whoosh. Broly transformed into a streak of golden light, appearing before Azer in an instant. The swiftness of his movement left Azer momentarily stunned. Azer gasped, hastily preparing for combat. Boom. Broly delivered a powerful punch, striking Azer squarely in the chest. Gush. Azer coughed up a copious amount of blood, feeling utterly defeated. Snap. Broly reached forward, seizing Azer's ankle and forcefully propelling him towards a distant asteroid. Boom. Broly crashed Azer's body onto the massive asteroid. With a resounding explosion, the asteroid shattered into fragments. Gush. Azer spat out another mouthful of blood. In a desperate moment, Azer gritted his teeth and kicked fiercely, landing a blow squarely on Broly's face. Broly remained unfazed. A chilling Azer was taken aback. Wait a moment. Hey. Broly forcefully tore. Azer let out a piercing scream. When he looked again, he saw his body had been ripped in half by Broly. Yes, torn asunder without a trace of effort. Thankfully, his head remained intact, unbroken. Oh dear, that's rather gruesome. Luo Tian sighed helplessly. Gak's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, utterly dumbfounded. Is that really the little fellow named Broly? Am I not mistaken? The one torn in half just now was Frieza's son. This is bad. After ripping Azer in two, Broly suddenly clutched his head and howled in anguish. Azer thought. I must say, Azer's vitality is remarkably tenacious. Though he has been torn asunder, he is not yet dead. In a state of fear and disbelief, Azer lamented. I am the one who has been torn in half, and yet you are the one howling. Moreover, I feel as though I might still be saved. Is there anyone who can rescue me? Father, come save me. I do not wish to perish. In that moment, Azer's heart was filled with endless regret. As a genius of the frozen demon lineage, Why did I choose to reveal myself at this moment? Would it not have been better to remain in my frozen state on my home planet? Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Even if there were, Azer would not be able to partake of it. Chapter 56. Mel's takes action. Broly clutched his head, his expression growing increasingly pained. Azer glanced at Broly. You have torn me apart, and this expression of anguish, does it signify mourning? Soon after, Azer noticed Broly swiftly changing direction, hurtling toward Luo Tian and Gak. Run. Before Luo Tian finished his sentence, he had already bolted away, leaving his voice lingering in the air while he vanished. Gak turned to look, only to see Luo Tian flickering out of sight, instantly overwhelmed with frustration. You bastard. How can you run so fast? Are you even human? Gak quickly spotted Broly charging at him with ferocity, causing him to lose all composure and hastily flee the scene. However, as he flew, he suddenly realized Broly was relentlessly pursuing him. Gak felt as though he were teetering on the brink of death. Don't chase me. Go after that guy named Luo Tian. Just as Broly was about to catch up, Gak executed a dramatic turn and shouted back, Broly, I am your father. Broly momentarily paused, his eyes flickering with emptiness, once again clutching his head and emitting cries of agony. Seizing this opportunity, Gak swiftly dashed into the spacecraft and grabbed tools to repair the door. I must hasten to fix this door and escape this dreadful place. This fellow has gone mad. In a flash, Luo Tian approached from afar, a celestial power enveloping Broly. Broly, awaken, Luo Tian urged. Broly's pupils shifted incessantly, at times vacant, at times hollow, at times radiant, and at times sorrowful, flickering erratically. After a span of 10 seconds, a piercing scream erupted from Broly's lips as he charged swiftly towards Loden. In the next instant, Broly unleashed a ferocious barrage of attacks upon Loden, who, unlike Broly, chose to evade the onslaught by closing his eyes and employing the technique of Ultra Instinct. A minute later, panting heavily, Broly gasped for breath, overwhelmed by an insatiable fatigue. What a conundrum, Loden mused, gently shaking his head. My angelic power is insufficient to restore the Super Saiyan sanity completely. This is dire. We must rely on our own fortunes. Gak exclaimed, this fellow is remarkably swift. He can evade Broly's strikes. But what good does that do? Should he be caught? It would spell disaster. He is gambling with his life, yet he still finds time to converse. Has the door been repaired? You certainly take your time, don't you? Loden called out to Gak. The moment Gak spoke, he inadvertently drew Broly's attention. Broly turned to glare at Gak, whose complexion drained of color, becoming ghastly pale. You can't see me. You can't see me. Gak implored in a frantic whisper. Perhaps by some twist of fate, Broly ignored him, redirecting his ire back towards Loden. Fixating on the individual, he could not seem to strike. Once again, Broly charged towards Loden, launching another ferocious assault. In the vastness of space, a galactic patrol spaceship sped toward the scene. Aboard the vessel were two individuals, Mels and Iliku. They quickly became aware of the commotion ahead. Mels, that's Gak's spaceship. Iliku noted hastily. Indeed, Mels replied with a slight nod, his gaze fixed ahead. There are two individuals engaged in combat. Iliku gestured towards the diagonal front. Mels, observing the struggle between Loden and Broly, could not suppress his astonishment upon witnessing Loden's agility. Is that Ultra Instinct? What? Iliku turned to Mels, perplexed by his previous statement. Nothing, Mels replied, his eyes widening in shock. Have we not seen Frieza's son, Ace? Has he already departed? Iliku scratched his head, pondering aloud. What's wrong with you, Mels? Iliku asked, bewildered by Mels's demeanor. In the ensuing silence, Mels decisively donned an oxygen mask. Huh, Mels, what are you doing? Iliku inquired. It was evident that the golden-haired individual had succumbed to madness. I'm going to assist, Mels explained while securing his mask. But that's outer space. You must exercise caution, Mels. Iliku expressed his concerns with a hint of worry. In the next moment, Melee's feet ignited with flames, propelling him swiftly towards the battleground where Luo Tian and Broly clashed. As he neared Broly, Melee's extended his arm, from which a massive net suddenly burst forth. Please make way, Melee's called to Luo Tian, who promptly dodged aside. With a swish, the black net Melee's released enveloped Broly instantly. Bound by the net, Broly struggled desperately within its confines. However, the net appeared to be crafted from a peculiar material. No matter how fiercely Broly fought or unleashed his energy, he could not break free, but rather found himself ensnared even tighter. Thank you, Luo Tian acknowledged with a nod towards Melee's. Yet, Melee's scrutinized Luo Tian from head to toe, momentarily perplexed. Are you? Melee's inquired. The white light in Broly's eyes flickered incessantly. Is he your friend? Melee's asked. Yes, he lost his composure inadvertently. Luo Tian replied with a nod. This transformation of his possesses immense energy, which has led to his mental disarray. Once he reverts, he will regain his sanity. Melee's remarked with a smile. Chapter 57. Is that the power of an angel? The light in Broly's eyes continued to flash. Food, Broly murmured. Yes, food. Luo Tian affirmed gently, with your favorite fried chicken. Broly's eyes sparkled, and saliva dripped from his mouth instantaneously. With a clap, the golden aura enveloping Broly dissipated, returning him to his normal state. Food, 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 Broly exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Luo Tian. However, after uttering these words, Broly suddenly noticed the net entangling him. Broly. Hey, he tugged at the net with force, but it yielded no response. He looked at Luo Tian with a puzzled expression. Do you not remember what transpired earlier? Luo Tian asked. Broly shook his head, indicating he had no recollection. Never mind, we can ponder it later, Luo Tian said, waving his hand lightly, causing the murky angelic power to surge forth and remove the net that had confined Broly. He was free once more. Melee stood utterly astonished. What was that just now? Was that not the power of an angel? The unique power we angels possess? How could he? Melee scrutinized Luo Tian again from top to bottom. No matter how he looked at it, Luo Tian appeared to be merely human, perhaps a Scion. But was I just imagining things? Was that truly angelic power? Melee chose not to voice his thoughts for the moment, resolving to seek an opportunity to inquire further. Meanwhile, Luo Tian examined Melee's attentively. He understood that Melee's was a trainee angel undergoing trials in the human realm. Currently, Melee's skin bore a light purple hue, not the typical blue. Perhaps a result of deliberate disguise. Moreover, Mel's possesses the ethereal silver hair characteristic of angels, meticulously styled with a fringe. Dressed in the attire of a galactic patrol officer, he carries an energy gun at his side. Whoosh. Gak had just noticed Mel's arrival at the scene. Fortunately, he had repaired the door in time. And now he approached swiftly from a distance. Ah, Mel's, your timing is impeccable. How splendid, or else we would have been in quite a predicament. Gak sighed with relief. Are you all right, Gak? Mel's greeted him with a smile. Everything is fine. All is well, Gak replied with an awkward chuckle. What about Ace? Has he already departed? Mel's inquired. Although Mel's was an apprentice angel, he was currently traversing the human realm, seldom utilizing his angelic powers. It could be said that Mel's relied solely on the skills he had acquired during his time on Earth. Thus, regarding Ace, should Mel's reclaim his angelic identity, uncovering the truth would be a mere trifle. However, at present, he could only be regarded as an ordinary human, albeit a remarkably powerful one. Ace, he's floating over there. Gak indicated towards the distance. At that moment, Ace's spacecraft lay in ruins, shattered into countless fragments scattered across the cosmos. As for Ace's body, it had gradually drifted away due to the recent battle. Mel's glanced in the direction Gak pointed and immediately spotted Ace, torn in half. Sweat trickled down Mel's face. Indeed, Gak nodded, casting a curious glance at Mel's. Mel's, you're impressive, you can see that far? My eyes are structured somewhat like a dragonfly's compound eyes, allowing me to see quite clearly and at great distances. I didn't expect you to have such keen sight as well, Mel's responded with a smile. Aren't you like a fly's eye? Loden interjected. No, a dragonfly. A dragonfly. Gak emphasized emphatically. Is there a difference? Loden asked. Loden chose not to elaborate further. You make a compelling point. Ace is dead, Mel sighed and inquired. Was Ace defeated by him? Yes, it was Broly, Gak confirmed with a nod. Broly, looking somewhat bewildered, pointed at his own nose. You don't remember anything? Gak silently wiped his brow. Why do you only remember that? I also remember you asking me to call you Dad. Broly glared at Gak with a stern expression. Gak was taken aback, his face paling as he hurried behind Mel's for refuge. Broly bared his teeth at Gak. Broly, calm down, Loden advised. Upon hearing Loden's words, Broly momentarily spared Gak. Gak's anxieties began to ease. Ah, I almost forgot to introduce you. Loden, this is Mel's, whom you are to visit. Mel's, this is Loden. And this is Broly, both are Scions. Greetings, I am Loden. He nodded at Mel's as a form of acknowledgement. Mel's, with a serious expression, returned the nod. Is the door repaired? Loden inquired. Click. The door of the spaceship sealed shut. Immediately afterward, Gak pressed the launch button, propelling the vessel swiftly towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Just as the spacecraft ignited, Tai's door swung open with a flourish. Oh my goodness! Gak exclaimed uncontrollably upon seeing Tai's extravagant attire. Luo Tian. Broly scratched his head in confusion, even clenching his fists as if he were tempted to strike Tai. What is this? You ambiguous creature, what do you know? Tai glared at Gak, hands placed defiantly on her hips. Gak chose to remain silent, while Luo Tian was left speechless. Upon hearing Tai's voice, Broly seemed to recognize her identity, and his tightly clenched fists relaxed slightly. Chapter 58, A Private Meeting with Myers. Tai was adorned with heavy makeup, her lips a vibrant red against her porcelain complexion. Luo Tian, do you think I look stunning? Tai inquired, turning her head to face him. You do look good, but the makeup is so flawlessly applied. Did you train in renovation? Luo Tian asked curiously. Ugh, Luo Tian, you're insufferable. Tai shot him a furious look before storming into the washroom. However, she soon poked her head out again. By the way, what is happening outside? Have we escaped danger? Tai queried. Torn in two. Tai immediately turned to look at Broly. He grinned smugly, his expression one of triumph. The spaceship took off, racing towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. How is this fair? We're all elite warriors of the Galactic Patrol, yet Myers' spaceship is 10 times faster than ours. Gak lamented, gazing at the spacecraft that had already vanished into the distance. How many? Luo Tian held up 2 fingers. 2. Gak blinked in confusion, asking, what do you mean? Who truly qualifies as the elite warriors of the Galactic Patrol? Don't you have an inkling? Luo Tian replied bluntly. Gak's vessel was considerably slower, taking nearly 2 days to traverse the vastness of space before finally reaching the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The headquarters was a sprawling space station, suspended amidst the cosmos, exuding an aura of advanced technology. The base had already initiated its deployment, entering a state of heightened readiness. Gak observed the layout of the headquarters and quickly explained it to Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded slightly, following Gak into the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Broly looked around in awe, his curiosity piqued by the architecture within the headquarters. Several times, he seemed eager to punch the walls, but was swiftly halted by Luo Tian. Hello, are you Mr. Luo Tian? A team member approached inquiringly. That's me, Luo Tian confirmed with a nod. Mr. Myers wishes to meet with you privately, the team member stated promptly. All right, lead the way, Luo Tian replied without hesitation. Hey, take Broly with you. I'm frightened with him around, Gak whispered to Luo Tian. Broly, be reasonable and refrain from causing any destruction, Luo Tian admonished, aware that they were within a space station. Any inadvertent damage to the walls could result in substantial losses. Broly nodded vigorously, indicating his comprehension. Rest assured, nothing untoward will happen, Luo Tian reassured as he patted Gak's arm. Gak retorted, the issue lies with our space station. Not with you. Nevertheless, he refrained from further complaints and led both Broly and Ties to the dining area, ensuring they enjoyed a hearty meal. Good person, Broly exclaimed joyfully, giving a thumbs up to the server. Gak felt a wave of despair wash over him. This meal is on my expense, and you proclaim the server as a good person? Is that truly appropriate? Moreover, your appetite is astonishing. Broly, you've consumed enough for 20 people. Ties marveled at the sight. I've just spent half a month's salary on your meal. Gak sniffled, feeling utterly heartbroken. Ties, money is merely a material possession, do not be so stingy. We are merely 2 extraterrestrial visitors being treated to a meal, Ties rolled her eyes in response. You speak so eloquently, as a wealthy heiress. Money is of no concern to you, Gak retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice. Gak fell silent. Of course, if I were truly out of funds, my father would surely transfer me a few million to spend, Ties added nonchalantly. Gak felt a pang in his heart. Although the currency of the Galactic Police did not align with Earth's, he had lived on Earth for nearly a month and understood the weight of a few million. The idea that her father could simply send her such an amount was a testament to her status as the daughter of the world's wealthiest individual. And you claim you earn your money through work? Doesn't that hurt your conscience? Another round, Broly exclaimed, addressing the server. Good heavens. The server gasped, taken aback. How long has this fellow gone without a meal? Are you still hungry? Gak felt his heart ache at the sight. Broly shot Gak a glare, and Gak, sensing defeat, nodded helplessly at the server. In Myers' room, Luo Tian stepped inside and immediately spotted Myers standing by the window, gazing at the resplendent starry sky. Sensing Luo Tian's presence, Myers turned and approached him with polite cordiality. Hello, Mr. Luo Tian. It is a pleasure to see you again, Myers greeted with a smile. I have heard you are the most formidable member of the Galactic Police, so I took the liberty of visiting you, Luo Tian replied. Mr. Luo Tian, there is something I would like to inquire about, Myers stated directly. Please, go ahead, Luo Tian encouraged with a nod. I witnessed your previous battle with Mr. Broly. Myers continued, and I would like to know if you utilized the Ultra Instinct technique? Indeed, it is Ultra Instinct. Was it taught to you by Whis? Myers pressed further. Sort of, Luo Tian nodded. Myers, perplexed, questioned, is it, or is it not? How can it be considered sort of? To be precise, it was Whis who gifted me a book, and I have been studying the guide to the ultimate freedom from it. Luo Tian stated as he promptly retrieved the tome from his bosom and handed it to Mers. Mers, somewhat perplexed, accepted the book and began to examine it closely. The more he perused, the greater his astonishment grew, and a look of confusion spread across his face, prompting him to glance up at Luo Tian intermittently. Luo Tian found himself somewhat bewildered. Your expression suggests something is amiss. Is there an issue? He inquired hastily. No, there's no problem. Mers quickly shook his head. You are lying, Luo Tian asserted with conviction. Is it that obvious? Mers replied, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Luo Tian remained silent, merely observing Mers intently. Before we proceed, I wish to clarify something. Mers inhaled deeply, raised his right hand slightly, and fixed his gaze upon Luo Tian. Chapter 59, Mers' Dilemma. Suddenly, a radiant orb of light, reminiscent of stars, materialized in Mers' hand. The light was not large, about the size of a fist. You can do this too? Luo Tian was taken aback. Without hesitation, he conjured a similar orb of resplendent light in his own hand. The brilliance of the light he emitted was comparable in size to Mers, yet a simple comparison revealed a distinct disparity between the two. Upon inspecting the angelic essence he had summoned, Luo Tian couldn't shake the feeling that his orb appeared as a mere imitation. In contrast, Mer's orb radiated with vivid brilliance. What could one use to describe it? Luo Tian's orb seemed shrouded in a veil of gray mist. In other words, while both were akin to photographs, Luo Tian's lacked sharpness and was somewhat dimmer. Conversely, the clarity of Mer's orb was strikingly vibrant, though not overwhelmingly dazzling. It exuded a sense of comfort. Luo Tian felt an urge to seize it. Why was Mer's angelic essence so remarkably vivid? According to Luo Tian's estimation, the purity of Mer's orb must have reached at least 40. You truly can wield angelic power, Mers exclaimed, surprised as he gazed at the orb conjured by Luo Tian. So this is what angelic power is. Does that mean you are also an angel? Luo Tian smiled. So, you are associated with this, he added. Of course, it's no issue, Mers readily affirmed. Lowering his voice to confide, I hope you can keep my status as a trainee angel a secret. Rest assured, Luo Tian nodded. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. I will do my utmost to assist you. Mers spoke earnestly to Luo Tian, as you observed. The angelic essence I conjured appears rather murky. Luo Tian remarked, if my purity is merely 9, I sense yours must exceed 40. Mers chuckled, bemused. This is the first time I have heard of the purity of angelic power. Mels found himself at a loss for words. Do not be so hesitant. Learn from your brother. Your brother Whis speaks with such clarity, he remarked. Indeed, Loden replied, showing no disagreement. Once I have conducted my research, I shall reach out to you. Mels acknowledged this and prepared to take his leave. Do diligently pursue your studies, Loden advised. Gesturing toward the book titled Guidance on Mastering the Ultimate Technique resting on the table. I have already memorized it. Take your time to study it, and see if perhaps Whis made an error in his writing. Very well, Mels nodded gently as he departed. Loden waved him off, but after taking a few steps, Mels called out again. By the way, did you truly acquire your angelic powers solely from this book? Mels inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Why do you ask? Is this not the very purpose of the book? Loden responded, puzzled by Mel's query. Yes, I merely wish to confirm. So I may assist you in identifying any issues, Mel smiled faintly. Loden regarded Mels thoughtfully, but chose not to elaborate further. He turned and exited the room to seek out Broly and Ties. Once Loden had distanced himself, Mels waved his hand, enveloping the door with a shroud of angelic power, sealing it tightly. In the next instant, Mels raised his right hand gently. With a swift motion, an angelic staff materialized in his grip. He then established a connection with Whis through the crystal orb atop the staff. Ah, is that you, Mels? I heard you were training at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Is everything going well? Whis's voice resonated through the crystal. Everything is just fine, Brother Whis, Mels replied with a slight nod. Did you seek me for another matter? Whis inquired. Are you acquainted with a Scion named Loden? Mels cut to the chase, avoiding unnecessary conversation. Is there an issue? Whis asked. A hint of curiosity in his gaze. The simplified version of the ultimate technique? Mels wiped his brow subtly. Indeed. If I can continue my training diligently, I may not reach the level of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, but I could certainly find a stable planet to reside on, thereby extending my lifespan, Whis explained. Then sighed softly. However, since Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, it is likely that this young one named Loden has perished alongside it. Oh, did he leave before the destruction of Planet Vegeta? Whis speculated. Brother Whis, that is not the crux of the matter, Mel said, wiping his brow again. Oh. Whis raised an eyebrow in surprise. The focal point is the book you presented to Mr. Loden, Guidance on Mastering the Ultimate Technique. I perused it briefly, and it is indeed a simplified version. It may prolong life and enhance physical strength, but it cannot impart the true essence of the ultimate technique, Mels clarified, shaking the book in his hand. Chapter 60, Whis, the Grand Minister is bound to have a headache. Ah, Loden has gone to see you? Whis paused momentarily. Whis. How is that not the focal point? Mels, what on earth has transpired? Whis inquired with a hint of curiosity. Luo Tian has cultivated the power of an angel. Mels articulated each word deliberately. A profound silence ensued for a full 10 seconds. Goodness, this is indeed a significant matter. Whis exclaimed in astonishment, noting that no human had ever been known to cultivate angelic power before. Are you certain, Brother Whis, that you did not teach Luo Tian any other methods of cultivation? Mels pressed further. Mels fell silent. Indeed, even with earnest guidance, it is inconceivable that a human could attain angelic power. At most, they could cultivate formidable strength akin to the ultimate freedom. But it could never be the angelic power wielded by true angels. What does his angelic power resemble? Whis inquired again. According to Luo Tian himself, it lacks purity. Mels confessed honestly. I have witnessed the angelic power he has manifested. It appears quite muddled and is less refined than the angelic power I have condensed. However, I can assert with certainty that what he has indeed formed is angelic power, without a doubt. Goodness, that is truly remarkable, Whis pondered deeply. Should we report this matter to the Grand Priest? Mels inquired. I shall take it upon myself, Whis replied thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Additionally, Brother Whis, Mr. Luo Tian sought my counsel regarding the purity of angelic power, yet I am at a loss as to how to assist him, Mel's expressed with some difficulty. I shall consult the Grand Priest first, Whis declared, promptly concluding the conversation. In the 7th universe, on Beerus's planet, following the call with Mel's, Whis stood silently, holding his staff in deep contemplation. Suddenly, a fish mounted upon a fishbowl soared through the air towards him. Whis, what has transpired? The fish inquired, speaking with human-like eloquence. It is the prophetic fish, Whis remarked, glancing at the creature. It is quite rare to see you lost in thought, the prophetic fish noted. Indeed. There is an exceedingly peculiar matter for which I may need to consult the Grand Priest, Whis mused, then turned to the prophetic fish. By the way, do you have any prophecies to share of late? I do possess a significant prophecy that I am about to disclose. The prophetic fish nodded affirmatively. What is it? Whis asked eagerly. How momentous is it? He inquired once more. I cannot say. The prophetic fish shook its head. Whis, a brief silence ensued. Based on my prophecy. Perhaps it is best I refrain from speaking further, the prophetic fish stated, abruptly shaking its head in a fervent manner. Whis covered his forehead in exasperation. Oh dear. Do not leave me hanging like that, he chided. Very well, but you must promise not to divulge this to anyone else. It is a secret between us. The prophetic fish cautioned sternly. Agreed, agreed, Whis nodded enthusiastically. According to my prophecy, this newly born angel may surpass the Grand Priest, the prophetic fish whispered conspiratorially. Oh dear. This indeed is a monumental event, Whis reflected. The Grand Priest will surely have a headache over this. Please do not mention this to the Grand Priest. The prophetic fish urged urgently. I shall not speak a word. Whis spoke as he immediately established contact with the High Priest through the staff in his hand. Whom are you conversing with? Inquired the prophetic fish, filled with curiosity. Whis, is there something amiss? Came the prompt voice of the High Priest. The prophetic fish felt utterly disheartened at that moment. Hadn't it been agreed not to speak of matters to the High Priest? Are you reporting me directly in front of my eyes? I shall surely incur the High Priest's wrath. Indeed, there is a matter of great significance and peculiarity. Whis disclosed without hesitation, recounting the details of Luo Tian's awakening of angelic powers to the High Priest. Upon hearing Whis's words, the High Priest fell into deep contemplation. What is the reasoning behind this? Whis inquired with intrigue. This matter is indeed somewhat strange, the High Priest mused after a prolonged silence. Yet the universe is bound to give rise to various extraordinary humans. It is quite natural for one to cultivate angelic powers. Oh dear, the fish exclaimed. It has been foretold that a remarkably great angel will soon emerge, one who may even surpass the High Priest. Whis remarked. The prophetic fish felt tears welling up. A fish foretold? You might as well say it was I who said so. What difference does it make to name me directly? I eagerly await that day. The High Priest wore a confident expression, for it had been quite some time since he had encountered a worthy opponent. What then does the High Priest plan to do regarding Luo Tian? Whis inquired further, noting that he was currently at Mel's. Allow him to train diligently. Striving to become a true angel at the earliest opportunity, the High Priest suggested thoughtfully, adding, and also impart upon him the true essence of freedom. Understood, High Priest. Whis affirmed. By the way, among you angels, who possesses the finest teaching abilities? The High Priest asked. In terms of instructional prowess. It is undoubtedly Sister Kess who excels the most, Whis responded. As for Luo Tian's potential to become a true angel, refrain from mentioning it to him, lest he becomes arrogant. The High Priest advised with a smile. I understand, High Priest. Whis nodded in agreement, then asked. Shall we send him to Sister Kess in the 10th universe? Whis found himself momentarily perplexed. This question posed a challenge. Why not simply send him directly? Why complicate matters? The things that are most elusive, once acquired, are often cherished more dearly, the High Priest explained through the crystal orb atop his staff, gazing at Whis. If you were to proactively send him to Kess, he might not value the opportunity and could squander his time. It is worth noting that he is still a human and bound by the limitations of mortality, living at most 100 years. For us angels, a mere 100 years is but a fleeting moment. Can he truly become a genuine angel? Whis felt enlightened by the High Priest's words. So, should we let Luo Tian meet Sister Kess? Whis pondered. He is still quite young. The High Priest replied, Chapter 61, The Omni King. High Priest, what troubles you? A chuckle escaped as the High Priest playfully covered his mouth, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. Let us leave it at that, he declared, abruptly ending the conversation. With a decisive gesture, he stowed his staff away. At that moment, a small figure came rushing from a distance, appearing beside the High Priest, looking up with blinking eyes. What's the matter, High Priest? Inquired the King of all. Do you still remember Linglong? The High Priest suddenly posed. Linglong. That name sounds familiar. As if I've heard it somewhere, the King of all mused, scratching his head softly. The High Priest remained silent, intently observing the King with his piercing triangular eyes, confident that the King would soon recall. I remember now, the King exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Isn't she the angel from the 18th universe? She insisted on coexisting with that universe, and ultimately dissipated all her angelic power, vanishing along with it. Indeed, the high priest nodded gently. I must say, Linglong held a deep affection for her 18th universe. The king of all contemplated this, noting how no other angel had ever acted in such a manner. However, the destruction of the 18th universe was inevitable. Her actions were indeed rather extreme. The high priest sighed softly. Is she not your daughter? The king inquired. Not exactly. In the truest sense, only Kalin, Sava, Whis, Zeiss, Margarita, and Bados are my progeny. The other angels have emerged as deities from various universes, the high priest elucidated. Linglong is also the sole angel with yellow skin, which may have contributed to her unique character. Why bring her up all of a sudden? The king questioned, somewhat puzzled. Do you recall what Linglong said when she disappeared? The high priest asked. I do not. That was several billion years ago. The king shook his head, expressing disinterest in her fate. I, however, remember, the high priest replied with a smile. The king paused, gazing up at the high priest in confusion, unable to discern his intention. In her final moments, Linglong proclaimed that she would leave her purest angelic power in a certain universe, awaiting a destined individual to resonate with it. The high priest reflected. She also mentioned that, in due time, this individual might cultivate themselves into a true angel. Oh, now that you mention it, I seem to have a flicker of memory, the king acknowledged thoughtfully. A brief silence ensued. Have you discovered this destined individual, high priest? The king inquired, looking up. Yes, he is currently in the 7th universe, the high priest pondered. Encourage him to fulfill Linglong's wish, the king replied nonchalantly, showing little concern. Additionally, there is something else the king of all should be informed of, the high priest added. What is it? The king asked, taken aback. His eyes widened in astonishment as the high priest continued. Wasn't he eradicated by me? Did I not cleanse him thoroughly last time? Oh dear, is that Linglong? The grand priest suddenly produced his scepter, examining the crystal orb with keen interest, his eyes glimmering with surprise. Linglong. The Omni King paused momentarily. She may have been reborn. The grand priest spoke slowly. In the 7th universe, on Beerus planet, after concluding his conversation with the grand priest, Whis pondered seriously and decided to reach out to Meruz. However, the oracle fish immediately appeared before Whis. Whis, you have betrayed me. That is quite ungracious. It circled around Whis's head. Oh dear, I did not imply it was you. I merely referred to a fish, Whis replied with a smile. What difference does it make between calling a fish and mentioning me? The oracle fish felt utterly disheartened. You nearly mentioned my name directly. The grand priest will surely be displeased. It huffed, glaring at Whis. Rest assured, the grand priest will not be angry with you. Whis reassured cheerfully. The oracle fish paused, its eyes filled with curiosity. Why would the grand priest be upset with a mere fish? Whis sighed softly. You think I am unworthy, don't you? The oracle fish became even more agitated. Some truths are best left unspoken. That is the wisdom of a good fish. Whis mused contemplatively. The oracle fish felt a pang of hurt, glaring at Whis and bubbling in frustration. Ignoring the oracle fish, Whis contemplated deeply and promptly contacted Meruz. Brother Whis, have you inquired with the grand priest? Meruz immediately grasped the scepter and initiated a video call through the crystal orb. Yes, I have communicated with the grand priest, Whis nodded. He mentioned that the emergence of such extraordinary beings in the universe is a natural phenomenon. Meruz fell silent for a long moment. Is that all he had to say? He asked, bemused. The grand priest hopes that Mr. Luo Tian will train diligently to become a true angel soon, Whis continued. Thus, it is time to impart the true freedom ultimate technique to him. Does that mean you intend to teach him the freedom ultimate technique yourself? Meruz inquired. When asked who among the angels possesses the best teaching ability, Whis suggested. Perhaps Meruz knows better. Meruz, who do you think has the finest teaching skills? Considering the matter, it should be Sister Kess, Meruz thoughtfully replied, recognizing her as their elder sister. Very well, Meruz, this challenging task is entrusted to you. Find a way to bring Mr. Luo Tian to Sister Kess, Whis proposed. Are we to take Mr. Luo Tian to the 10th universe? Meruz was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, that is the grand priest's wish, Whis confirmed with a nod. All right. I will attend to my current matters and then set off with Mr. Luo Tian to the 10th universe. Meruz agreed without hesitation, albeit feeling somewhat incredulous. Meruz was left speechless. Can't we just deliver him directly? What other options do we have? Chapter 62, Meruz's decision. But how should I proceed? Meruz felt overwhelmed. Milius, this serves as a trial for you, a rigorous exercise on your path to becoming a true angel. Whis smiled, urging you to find a way to resolve this matter. Milius, with a resigned gesture, tapped his forehead, feeling both amused and exasperated. Such is the situation. Should any issues arise, we shall reconvene. Whis distanced himself from the predicament, leaving Milius to tackle the troublesome affair. Mr. Whis, there is another matter, Milius interjected hastily. It concerns Frieza. Frieza? Whis paused momentarily, his curiosity piqued. To be precise, it pertains to Frieza's son, Ace, Milius sighed. Oh dear, Ace the son of Frieza? Isn't he still encased in ice on his home planet? Has he been released prematurely? Whis inquired casually. Yes, upon his release, he seems intent on seizing the Galactic Patrol headquarters. He fortuitously encountered Officer Gak, who had just returned from Earth, along with Mr. Loden and Mr. Broly aboard his spacecraft. Melius elaborated on the events that transpired. Mr. Broly, who stood by Loden, is exceedingly powerful and brutally tore Ace asunder. As of now, Ace lies dead, and it is only a matter of time before this news reaches Frieza's ears. Whis fell silent, contemplating the implications. After a few moments, he murmured, Mr. Broly by Loden's side? He prodded the crystal orb atop his staff with a finger, then gently swiped to the side. Following this, he extended his thumb, angling it slightly apart from his index finger. Instantly, an image materialized beside the orb, revealing none other than Broly. Whis scrutinized the image of Broly, nodding thoughtfully. Ah, this Mr. Broly must be the legendary Super Saiyan that Frieza fears. A legendary Super Saiyan? Melius blinked in surprise. No wonder he was able to defeat Ace. Whis realized the connection. Melius, the Galactic Patrol has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Supreme Kai. Perhaps you might reach out to the Supreme Kai for assistance in this matter. After all, over 10 million years ago, the previous Supreme Kai collaborated with the Galactic Patrol. Indeed, it was the Supreme Kai who sealed Moro and entrusted him to our Galactic Patrol headquarters for confinement. Melius brightened. I know what to do now. I shall make arrangements to contact the Supreme Kai. Perhaps bring Mr. Loden along. It would be a valuable experience for him, was suggested. Understood, Melius nodded in acknowledgement. The conversation concluded. With a swift motion, the angelic energy that cloaked the door dissipated. Melius stepped out of the room and hurried to the control center. Inquiring of the staff, have there been any transmissions regarding Frieza? Ah, Officer Melius. The staff promptly greeted with courtesy and glanced at the screen, currently monitoring Frieza's spaceship. It seemed that Frieza remained unaware of his son's demise. If he were to find out, how long would it take for his spaceship to reach us? Mels inquired. The Frieza force is quite distant from our Galactic Patrol. A large-scale invasion would require at least a month. The staff member replied after a few swift operations on the computer. Mels posed another question. How long would it take for Frieza's fastest spaceship to arrive here? It would take at least 20 days, came the response. Thank you. Mels expressed his gratitude, now having a clearer understanding. Although these inquiries could have been easily resolved using the Angel's Scepter, Mels refrained from doing so. He was here to gain experience with the Galactic Patrol. Relying solely on the scepter would diminish the purpose of his training. After careful contemplation, Mels concluded that it would likely take Frieza about a month to mount a significant offensive. He decided to seek out the Supreme Kai during this time to enlist assistance in dealing with Frieza. After all, if Frieza were to launch a major attack on the Galactic Patrol, it would certainly be a considerable headache. With purposeful strides, Mels made his way to the dining hall. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Loden and Broly indulging heartily. Have you two not eaten for days? Gak is nearly in tears. You're consuming not just food, but my salary. Is it so easy for me to earn a living? With Loden, the two of you have devoured enough for more than 40 people, he exclaimed. Today, we'll stop here. I'm only about 30% full, Loden smiled. I'm 50%. Broly patted his belly. Gak, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly wept. I offer you a meal, and yet you're still hungry. I'm the one facing tragedy. Loden, Mels called out with a friendly wave. Mels, hello? Have you found a solution to the problem? Loden inquired politely, rising with a hint of anticipation. Apologies, I haven't found an appropriate solution, Mels replied, shaking his head in resignation, casting an apologetic glance at Loden. So there is no solution? Loden's disappointment was palpable. My inability does not imply that others lack the means. Mels responded with a smile. Mr. Loden, prepare yourself. In the next couple of days, I will take you to a certain place where perhaps that individual can provide a solution. If even she cannot assist, we shall have to devise another plan. Mels had already formulated a strategy. It was about ensuring Loden faced challenges and did not acquire what he desired too easily. This approach would compel him to value the arduous nature of his training and his journey alongside Sister Kess. First, he would take Loden to the Supreme Kai. Surely, the Supreme Kai would be unable to resolve his issues regarding angelic powers. Mels would then convey to Loden, see, even a true deity cannot resolve this. It is something you must tackle yourself. Consequently, Loden would undoubtedly strive even harder in his training. Then, I will devise a method to guide him to the 10th universe. As long as I take advantage of the moment when Luo Tian and Broly are asleep, I can utilize the power of the angels to direct the spaceship to the 10th universe. Subsequently, I will engineer a malfunction in the spaceship, creating the illusion of an emergency landing in the realm of the god of destruction. This task does not seem overly difficult. If the spaceship lands in the realm of the god of destruction in the 10th universe, it will facilitate an encounter between Luo Tian and Sister Kesai, thereby fulfilling my mission. Where shall we go? Luo Tian felt a surge of anticipation within. Could it be a meeting with Whis? Chapter 63, Mels. Do you have any siblings? You will know once you go. Mels did not elaborate further. Luo Tian restrained himself from probing any further. Where else could they go? Apart from meeting the true angel Whis, Luo Tian could not conceive of any other destination. I intend to bring Broly along. You do not mind, do you? Luo Tian inquired of Mels. Very well, let us depart immediately, Mels responded without hesitation. Luo Tian, feeling a sense of urgency even greater than Mel's, was eager to meet the true angel who could guide him in refining his cultivation and address his shortcomings, enhancing the purity of his angelic power. An hour later, Luo Tian, accompanied by Broly, boarded Mel's spaceship. This time, the Galactic King personally came to see them off. The crown was the only garment worn by the Galactic King. It is noteworthy that in the Dragon Ball universe, all sentient beings that are not deities are collectively referred to as humans, including Frieza, Cell, Bu, and others. The Galactic King warmly grasped Mel's hand, his expression solemn, and spoke earnestly. Mels, the future of the Galactic Patrol relies on you. As he spoke, the Galactic King cast a sharp glare at Broly. Broly, in turn, regarded the Galactic King with a puzzled expression. After a brief silence, fool, that is the Galactic King. Do not be disrespectful, Gak shouted at Broly. Broly remained silent, his expression dark, staring at Gak. Gak, taken aback, quickly waved his hands at Broly, offering a wry smile. My apologies, please act as if nothing has happened. Are you Broly? The Galactic King extended a tentacle, greeting Broly. You are the one who killed Frieza's son, Azu? With a swift motion, Broly grasped another of the Galactic King's tentacles. The Galactic King's face turned crimson. What is wrong with him? Tai Si inquired curiously of Luo Tian. I deeply suspect that what Broly is holding is his urination, Luo Tian whispered. What? Tai Si leaned in to take a closer look. Luo Tian, exasperated, asked, why are you so curious about everything? Have you discerned anything? No, Tai Si shook her head. Ahem, this is a tentacle I use for urination, the Galactic King said, wiping sweat from his brow. Gak interjected, is that polite? As long as we reach the realm of the Supreme Kai and report this matter to the Supreme Kai, I believe he will intervene with Frieza, preventing any aggression toward the Galactic Patrol. We can then use the remaining time to visit the realm of the God of Destruction in the 10th universe. Ultimately, after this round of events, everything was satisfactorily resolved. Luo Tian and his companions boarded the spacecraft in succession. Tai Si chose to remain at the Galactic Police headquarters, claiming it would provide her with ample material for her future science fiction writings. With a whoosh, the spacecraft launched, leaving a brilliant trail of light in the starry expanse as it swiftly departed from the Galactic Police headquarters. On board were only Luo Tian, Myers, and Broly. Myers deftly operated the controls, activating the automatic cruise system of the spacecraft. We should arrive at our destination in approximately 6 days, Myers stated. I am eagerly anticipating it. Luo Tian replied, scrutinizing Myers from head to toe. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Luo Tian's gaze, Myers could not help but inquire, Mr. Luo Tian, is there something on me? No, I was merely asking out of curiosity, Luo Tian responded. What do you wish to know? Myers asked, taken aback. Do you have any siblings? Luo Tian inquired. Your sister must be exceptionally beautiful, I presume? He continued. Indeed, she is quite lovely, Myers affirmed with a serious nod. You must introduce me to your sister when you have the chance, Luo Tian insisted earnestly. How did you know I was planning to introduce her to you? You asked me to introduce her. What are your intentions? Myers laughed helplessly. In any case, I will eventually introduce my sister Kasai to you. Whatever your motives may be. Let her deal with it, he thought. Did you use glue to stick it on? Luo Tian asked. However, Frieza will eventually learn of this matter. So we at the Galactic Police headquarters have already cremated Azer's body, Myers explained, believing it best to spare Frieza the sight of his son's tragic state. You are right. Luo Tian nodded slightly before reproaching Broly. Next time, be gentler. Do not simply tear people apart. Broly smiled foolishly and vigorously nodded in agreement. Days passed by, and the spacecraft traversed the vastness of space for 6 days. On this day, Luo Tian suddenly sensed a familiar aura nearby, emanating from a particular planet. Myers, could you divert the spacecraft and land on that planet? Luo Tian suddenly requested. Is there something special about that planet? Myers asked, slightly puzzled as he regarded Luo Tian. I wish to greet an old friend. Luo Tian indicated towards a green planet amidst the stars. Very well, Myers acquiesced, maneuvering the spacecraft swiftly towards the verdant orb. The spacecraft traced a bright arc across the starry sky, altering its course. On the green planet, Vegeta sat atop a wooden stump, devouring what resembled a dinosaur leg. Freshly roasted. Nappa and Raditz were not present, as they were engaged in cleanup duties in a more distant area. Chapter 64, Vegeta, we meet again. Beep. Vegeta suddenly detected a power level reading. Power level, 10,000. Vegeta promptly rose from the wooden stump, his expression becoming somewhat serious as he gazed upwards. Above, an oddly shaped spacecraft descended slowly. What is this? Vegeta felt a flicker of surprise, sensing that this spaceship possessed a certain peculiarity. The earlier reading indicating a power level of 10,000 had indeed emanated from this vessel. Who has arrived? Whose spacecraft is this? It is worth noting that although Vegeta's scouter had been damaged previously, He had acquired a new one after reuniting with Nappa and Raditz. Nevertheless, for Vegeta, a power level of 10,000 was hardly noteworthy. Yet, it certainly warranted his attention. Inside the spacecraft, Meruz observed Vegeta outside and curiously inquired, "Our Scion Prince, Lord Vegeta?" "Ah, I see." Meruz finally understood. It would indeed be polite to go down and greet him. "I shall remain here," he added. "As you wish," Raditz nodded in agreement. Creak. The spacecraft's hatch opened, and Raditz, accompanied by Broly, descended slowly. Meruz chose to stay aboard. The planet appeared relatively primitive, adorned with lush trees and dense jungles. The air crisp and invigorating. The humans on this planet had only recently gained intelligence, yet they possessed formidable strength, with power levels exceeding 100 at the very least. One could assert that should the inhabitants of this planet choose to assault Earth, the latter would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that this planet was rich in resources, which was precisely why Vegeta and his companions sought to conquer it. Only planets abundant in resources merit the attention of Frieza's army. Above the planet, a round moon floated in the verdant sky, radiating a sacred glow. Vegeta swiftly spotted Raditz and Broly emerging from the spacecraft. "Humph, I thought it was someone significant." "It's just Raditz," Vegeta scoffed, his gaze quickly shifting to Broly, recognizing him as another Scion, which explained his formidable power. "Vegeta, are you alright?" Raditz inquired with concern. "Of course," Vegeta replied defiantly, "even without your healing. I can soar through this universe. Do you see this planet? Nappa, Raditz, and I have just cleared it. Vegeta, I urged you to cultivate a peaceful heart. Yet you seem to have dismissed my words," Raditz lamented, shaking his head gently. "Enough with the jesting. Possessing a tranquil heart is far less valuable than wielding immense power." Vegeta retorted dismissively. "I have stated before that I intend to grow stronger through my own training methods. But what about you, Raditz? What brings you here? Do you wish to join my ranks?" "Humph, I will need to consider that carefully. Speak respectfully. That is quite impolite." Broly interjected, having endured this for far too long. "Last time, someone was rude to Luo Tian, and I nearly inflicted a severe beating upon him. How dare this fellow shout at Luo Tian? It is simply outrageous." Presently, Broly has managed to articulate 4 words, marking a significant advancement for him. Upon hearing Broly's utterance, Vegeta cast a cold, disdainful glance in his direction. "Luo Tian, where on earth did you find a Scion with a combat power of 10,000? Vegeta remarked with a smirk. "I must say, you have quite the knack for finding them. I thought we were the last few remaining Scions, yet here stands a survivor. Humph, if Planet Vegeta still existed. This fellow would indeed qualify as an elite warrior. Allow me to introduce him," Luo Tian said, patting Broly on the shoulder to calm him down. "This is Broly." "Broly? That is indeed a Scion name," Vegeta acknowledged with a slight nod. "But you, Luo Tian, lack any semblance of a Scion name. Just so you know, our names are generated randomly by a computer. Yours must have suffered a malfunction during the process, resulting in such an incongruous name. I must express my pity for you." Luo Tian. "Ah, so that's why my name differs from those of the Scions. It appears the system had a glitch. Nonetheless, I rather like my name." Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. "It's just a name. Does having a Scion name truly signify one is a Scion? Besides, I aspire to become a divine angel. So I ought to possess a name befitting a deity. By the way, is your name also randomly assigned?" Luo Tian inquired of Vegeta. "Certainly not. My name is derived from Planet Vegeta," Vegeta declared, proudly pointing to himself. "I am, after all, the most talented warrior among the Scions. Naming myself after Planet Vegeta is entirely fitting." "Ha ha, Luo Tian, you must regret practicing that so-called Ultra Instinct." Luo Tian chose not to respond. Meanwhile, Broly was eagerly rubbing his fists, growing increasingly restless and casting pleading glances at Luo Tian, as if to say, "Please, let me take him down quickly, or I shall burst." "What do you mean it's unimportant? Return my spaceship, you scoundrel. You have shown nothing but disrespect to this prince. Do you believe I won't make you regret it?" Vegeta shouted, pointing at Luo Tian. Broly was now fidgeting anxiously. Luo Tian glanced at him, noting the desperate look in Broly's eyes. "Don't go too hard on him. He mustn't be torn asunder," Luo Tian warned Broly. Broly nodded enthusiastically, assuring that he would not hold back excessively. "What? Do you wish for that fellow to attack me?" Vegeta chuckled. "By all means, come." As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, he saw Broly hurtling towards him. Vegeta reacted swiftly, dodging Broly's assault just in time. Chapter 65, Broly strikes Vegeta. With a resounding thud, Vegeta unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending Broly sprawling onto the ground. "Humph, a mere combat power of 10,000, and you dare challenge this prince?" Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Broly, scratching his head, rose from the ground, realizing he had been careless and had forgotten to amplify his energy. Now standing, he glared fiercely at Vegeta. "What? You think you can challenge this prince with such paltry strength?" Vegeta snorted in contempt. "Nonetheless, you are a formidable Scion warrior. So I shall indulge you in a little playtime to demonstrate what true genius looks like." In the blink of an eye, Broly charged forward, head-butting Vegeta squarely in the face. The impact left Vegeta's nose tingling and his face aching. Broly slightly increased his energy, extending his hand and pressing it firmly against Vegeta's face. In the next moment, Broly slammed Vegeta's head down onto the ground. Ow! Vegeta's head met the earth with a jarring force. Without any hesitation, Broly rubbed Vegeta's head against the ground mercilessly. Vegeta cried out in pain, quickly retaliating with a powerful punch to Broly's abdomen. Broly barely flinched, instead flashing a grin as though nothing had happened. Vegeta's expression shifted in disbelief. Why did my punch have no effect on him? Wait, the power level. What is happening? How did this guy's power suddenly skyrocket to 20,000? Am I seeing things? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Vegeta's eyes widened, staring incredulously at the scouter. It must be malfunctioning. Just as Vegeta was contemplating the scouter's reliability, Broly landed another punch squarely on Vegeta's chest. Ow! Vegeta's limbs involuntarily lifted as he was struck. With an iron grip, Broly seized Vegeta's wrist and hurled him around with ease. Vegeta was utterly powerless to resist, letting out a series of anguished cries. After a relentless barrage of more than 10 slams, Broly finally tossed him aside. Vegeta soared through the air in a graceful arc, crashing into a thicket, headfirst, leaving only his legs flailing above the ground. What? Nappa and Raditz exchanged alarmed glances. Who are you to lay hands on our prince? Nappa bravely stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Broly. With a swift motion, Broly delivered a punch that connected with Nappa's face, sending him flying backward, rolling across the ground until he came to a stop, dazed and numb. Raditz, who had been about to confront Broly, was struck with terror upon witnessing Nappa's dismal fate, shivering in fear as his young heart was shaken. Hey, Luo Tian. Raditz soon noticed the nearby Luo Tian. Broly, with an air of calmness, kicked a stone beneath his feet. Bang! The stone soared through the air, striking Raditz squarely in the abdomen. Ow! Raditz fell to the ground, writhing in pain, his face contorted in agony. Vegeta, are you alright? Luo Tian disregarded Raditz and stepped toward Vegeta. I'm right here, aren't I? Do I look like I'm fine? Vegeta retorted. That fellow is named Broly, correct? I shall not let him go unpunished. Luo Tian replied. I happened to sense your presence while passing by, so I came to greet you. Vegeta remained silent, casting a glance in Broly's direction. What are you staring at? Broly spoke up. Vegeta? Vegeta's expression displayed utter confusion. What do you mean? Staring at you? Broly instructed. Vegeta. Vegeta chose to remain mute. With a sudden explosion of energy, Vegeta obliterated the surrounding forest. He straightened his posture, glaring furiously at Broly. Immediately after, Vegeta glanced at the scouter on his eyes. A battle power of 10,000? Was I seeing things earlier? His power has risen to 10,000 again. It must be a trick of the light. However, just to be safe, I shall unleash my true strength. Vegeta looked up at the sky. At that moment, a full moon gradually emerged in the heavens. Luo Tian, do you see that? That is the moon of this planet. And today happens to be a full moon. Vegeta laughed heartily. Moreover, aside from our royal lineage, only a select few Scions retain their sanity after transforming into great apes. Your previous actions have thoroughly enraged me. I will transform into a great ape and make you experience true terror. As Vegeta spoke, he fixed his gaze intensely upon the full moon. Broly also looked up at the moon, somewhat bewildered. Don't look too long. He's right. You'll lose your sanity. Luo Tian waved his hand in front of Broly's eyes. Our prince is about to transform into a great ape. What do you think can prevent him from doing so? Luo Tian turned to inquire of Broly. Without hesitation, Broly mimicked a tearing motion with his hands. Luo Tian, no need for such violence. There are numerous ways to resolve this. Luo Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. Broly looked at Luo Tian with a hint of confusion. For instance, that moon, Luo Tian suggested. Understood, Broly nodded vigorously. Whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than Broly transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Luo Tian, what does that mean? Roar. Vegeta, upon seeing the full moon, transformed into a towering black gorilla. However, just as Vegeta let out a roar to symbolize his transformation, he caught a glimpse of Broly soaring into the sky. Humph, do you think you can escape? Vegeta let out a cold snort and took to the skies, swiftly pursuing his target. After transforming into a great ape, his combat power surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing height of 180,000. With a whoosh, Vegeta pushed his speed to the limit, quickly closing the distance between himself and Broly. Broly turned his head and was taken aback to see the colossal figure trailing behind him, his eyes widening in surprise, even displaying a hint of confusion as he scratched his head. Chapter 66. Vegeta, the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon noticing the massive black mountain following him, Broly released a slight amount of energy outward. Whoosh! Broly accelerated, once again widening the gap between them. The two soared higher and higher, soon piercing through layers of white clouds. You cannot escape. Vegeta shouted. Dare to provoke this prince? I shall demonstrate the true power of a Scion. With another cold snort, Vegeta increased his speed once more. However, as he flew, Vegeta suddenly sensed something amiss. To his astonishment, no matter how he ramped up his velocity, he could not catch up to the one called Broly. What is going on? Furthermore, as Vegeta ascended, he noticed the air growing increasingly thin. Bang! In the next moment, Vegeta stood in shock as he witnessed Broly penetrate the planet's outer atmosphere, soaring directly into the cosmos. Hey idiot! That's outer space. Do you wish for your demise? Vegeta hollered. Yet, Broly paid no heed and continued his ascent into the heavens. Vegeta, perplexed, halted at the edge of the outer atmosphere, hesitant to venture further. For beyond lay the true expanse of space. Before long, he saw a pinpoint of light heading straight for the moon hanging in the starry sky. Boom! With a deafening crash, Broly unleashed a powerful punch at the moon. The celestial body trembled violently and was shattered by Broly's strike. With both hands, Broly tore at the moon's fractured surface, brutally ripping it in two. Vegeta stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word as he beheld the terrifying spectacle. Once the moon was cleaved in half, the brilliant light of the full moon instantaneously dissipated. Whoosh! Vegeta's body shuddered and rapidly returned to its normal size. This. Vegeta stammered in disbelief. This fellow actually shattered the moon with a single punch? Is this for real? Such a fighting style is utterly bizarre. Vegeta was rendered completely speechless, staring up at the now bisected moon, his pupils filled with endless astonishment. Whoosh! Broly dove from the sky, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Vegeta. No. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as cold sweat broke out all over him. Whoosh! However, Broly showed no inclination to attack Vegeta, merely soaring past him. Broly's speed was astonishing, generating a powerful gust of wind that sent Vegeta tumbling through the air multiple times. Energy surged around Vegeta as he struggled to steady himself. Gasping for air, his expression was one of utter dismay. Who is this person? Could he truly be a Scion? This was the first time Vegeta had encountered such an outrageous Scion. Glancing down once more, he noticed that the individual named Broly had already descended beside Luo Tian. With a soft thud, Broly landed and flashed a grin at Luo Tian, pointing at the moon he had torn in half. Luo Tian rubbed his forehead, at a loss for words. I instructed you to attack the moon, and you certainly did, but your method was entirely unexpected. Hee, I ripped it apart. Broly beamed with joy. Meanwhile Mels, watching from the spaceship, also covered his forehead, bemused by the spectacle. Your approach is truly peculiar. A single energy blast could have sufficed. Yet you chose to physically shred the moon. Mels could now ascertain how utterly despairing it must have been for Frieza's son when he was torn in two. Truly, the legendary Super Saiyan does not adhere to conventional tactics. Suddenly, Vegeta descended rapidly from the sky, astonished as he stared at Broly, rendered momentarily speechless. After several seconds of silence, he finally managed to speak, directing his query at Luo Tian. Who exactly is he? Vegeta, do you remember the dragon's distinction between an ordinary Super Saiyan and the legendary Super Saiyan? Luo Tian inquired. Vegeta felt a sudden wave of foreboding. Indeed, he is the legendary Super Saiyan, Luo Tian replied with a grin. What? What did you say? The legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta exclaimed, his disbelief evident as he gazed at Broly. Yes, Luo Tian confirmed with a nod. That's right. Broly chuckled, suddenly radiating a golden light. With a crack, his hair stood on end. However, just as quickly, before his hair could fully transform into gold, the golden aura dissipated, and he shook his head vigorously. I won't change. It leads to uncontrollable rage, Broly muttered to himself. Vegeta was left in a state of confusion. Vegeta, I want to convey this to you. No matter how hard you strive, in the face of innate talent, you are but a mere speck. Luo Tian remarked with a sense of resignation. Do your best to prove me wrong. Vegeta stood there, stunned. Let us depart, Luo Tian said, giving Broly a reassuring pat on the shoulder as he beckoned him to follow. Broly nodded obediently. Together, Luo Tian and Broly turned and boarded the spaceship. Mels, rendered speechless, thought to himself, I had assumed you would be reminiscing with your kin, yet it seems you are merely showcasing Broly before him. Mers offered no commentary, promptly pressing the launch button of the spaceship. Whoosh! The spacecraft soared into the sky, instantly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vast expanse of the cosmos. Thrilling! Broly clapped his hands in excitement. Mers cast a deep glance at Broly. In that moment, Mers suddenly felt that this legendary Super Saiyan possessed an air reminiscent of a god of destruction. Has Loden begun training a god of destruction's attendant from such a young age? I have yet to find a suitable god of destruction myself. As a genuine apprentice angel, I have not even considered such a notion. Yet, here he is, a mere human, already nurturing a god of destruction? Mers's emotions became somewhat complex. Boom. Just as Loden's spaceship departed from the verdant planet, fiery explosions erupted on its surface. These flames converged in the profound starlit sky, forming a dazzling display that captivated and enchanted all who beheld it. Chapter 67. Entering the realm of the Supreme Kai. That planet must have been annihilated by Vegeta. Mers wiped his brow. What a volatile temperament. Is it really necessary to vent frustrations on a planet after losing a fight? Moreover, after destroying the planet, can one even survive in the vacuum of space? On the green planet, Vegeta had just unleashed a massive energy blast, forcefully striking the ground. The immense power of the blast penetrated the surface, reaching the planet's core and obliterating it. Nearby, Raditz and Nappa trembled in fear. Witnessing the fiery spectacle above, Nappa exclaimed, "Lord Vegeta, we must hastily board the spaceship and leave this place. Indeed, we cannot survive in the cosmos if the planet explodes. We would perish. This is truly chaotic." Raditz chuckled helplessly. The two hurriedly flew toward the spaceship. Vegeta snorted, unfazed, trailing behind them. As they approached the spaceship, beams of intense light surged from the depths of the earth, radiating scorching magma outward. Vegeta effortlessly dodged the onslaught of lava. Raditz, possessing the lowest combat power, was struck several times by fiery splashes, yelping in agony as the burns seared his flesh. The air was filled with the scent of charred meat. Raditz felt as though he might perish from despair. If our spaceship were to be destroyed for this reason, it would indeed be a tragedy. The three swiftly arrived near the spaceship. Vegeta nonchalantly stepped onto the spherical mini-spaceship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trio's spaceship ascended rapidly, entering the vastness of space. Mere moments after their departure, a tremendous rumble echoed as the entire green planet disintegrated, bursting forth with brilliant colors in the cosmos. On Earth, at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Dr. Briefs dismantled Loden's spaceship and noticed a device resembling a communicator. What could this be? It resembled a communicator, equipped with a locating function. Dr. Briefs paused momentarily, stepping forward to examine it closely, and murmured softly, "It is already broken, seemingly deliberately destroyed." After a brief hesitation, he decided against repairing it, speculating that perhaps Loden had intentionally rendered this communicator inoperative to avoid being tracked. With that thought, Dr. Briefs discarded the communicator into a nearby trash bin. After spending some time studying the spacecraft, he ventured out in search of materials. Just then, Bulma, humming her kindergarten graduation song, entered her father's research facility. She scrutinized the spacecraft with great interest, gently caressing its surface. "Humph, going off to play on another planet without me? I detest you." Bulma pouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. With a sudden burst of energy, she dashed outside. Passing by the trash bin, out of curiosity, she picked up the communicator's components and poked at it with a screwdriver. "If I fix this communicator, will I be able to reach Loden?" Bulma whispered to herself, cautiously attempting to disassemble the device. At that moment, Dr. Briefs re-entered the room and glanced at what Bulma held in her hands. "Indeed, my dear, it is a communicator. If repaired, might we establish contact with Loden?" Bulma inquired eagerly. "You wish to mend the communicator? I have no objection. However, be exceedingly careful with the locating system to prevent precise tracking." Dr. Briefs cautioned as he picked up the blueprints from the table for further inspection. "Precise tracking?" Bulma echoed, momentarily taken aback. "It appears the locating system of this communicator has been intentionally damaged. Perhaps Loden wished to evade a certain extraterrestrial being," Dr. Briefs elucidated. Understood, Bulma nodded vigorously. "If I only repair the communication system, it won't lead to being tracked, will it?" "Hard to say. After all, your voice requires a signal to be transmitted. Unless you provide a false location while broadcasting your voice, I advise against repairing it. Attracting a fearsome extraterrestrial could lead to dire consequences," Dr. Briefs remarked, sipping his tea and adjusting his glasses as he resumed his study of the spacecraft. "Is it truly sufficient to provide a false location while transmitting my voice?" Bulma pondered, scratching her head thoughtfully. "If you do manage to fix this device, be sure to show it to me before activating it," Dr. Briefs instructed. Placing his teacup down on the table, "I will give it a try," Bulma affirmed with a nod. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Males stood alone in a solitary chamber. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, summoning an angelic scepter that materialized before him. In the next instant, Males lifted the scepter high into the air. A radiant light, reminiscent of stars, erupted from the scepter, swiftly enveloping the medium-sized spacecraft. In a flash, the spacecraft pierced through the starry sky, shimmering briefly before appearing in the divine realm. In that fleeting moment, Mels had successfully transported the spaceship from the depths of outer space into the divine realm. Outside, Broly turned his gaze toward the window, scratching his head in bewilderment, sensing a peculiar shift in the world beyond. Luo Tian, too, fixated his eyes intently on the unfolding panorama. The extraordinary transformation was not lost on him. He perceived not only the alterations in the environment, but also the immense, resplendent power of the angelic force that Mels had just unleashed. Truly, as a trainee angel, he was a force to be reckoned with, far beyond Luo Tian's own capabilities. Does this mean I am on the verge of meeting Whis? A wave of anticipation and excitement surged within Luo Tian. He cast another glance ahead, and to his astonishment, he spotted a distant planet emerging in the vastness of space. He paused for a moment, perplexed. Why is there no inverted triangle-shaped planet in sight? Moreover, this newly appeared celestial body seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Where is Mel's leading me? Surely, it cannot be to Beerus's planet? Chapter 68. I thought you were taking me to meet Whis. With a sudden motion, Mel's opened the door and stepped out of the room. Luo Tian, welcome to the divine realm. Mel's explained. Soon, I shall introduce you to a being considered the greatest deity of our universe. Luo Tian, taken aback, responded, wait, I thought you were taking me to meet Whis? The greatest deity must surely refer to the Supreme Kai, does it not? Indeed, he is the Supreme Kai, Mel's replied, his expression turning somewhat grave. Is it truly the Supreme Kai? Luo Tian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What purpose do you have in bringing me to meet him? Is there a problem? Mel's inquired, noticing the unease that had settled over Luo Tian. Can the Supreme Kai assist me in refining my angelic power? Luo Tian asked. Perhaps he can, Mel's replied with an awkward smile. I thought you were taking me to meet Whis. Luo Tian shook his head in disbelief. Is the Supreme Kai greater than an angel? Luo Tian questioned Mel's earnestly. Yes, the Supreme Kai is undoubtedly the most exalted deity in the universe, Mel's answered without faltering. Reiterating the point. You speak with such conviction that one might easily be led to believe it, Luo Tian remarked, fully aware of the angelic race's propensity for humility. Nonetheless, Mel's assertions were not without merit. The Supreme Kai indeed held the title of the greatest deity within their respective universes. Why, one might ask, is he deemed the greatest? It is because the Supreme Kai is a creator deity. To refer to a creator as the greatest is entirely fitting. After all, many of the life forms in this universe were brought into existence by the Supreme Kai's hand. This, indeed, is a testament to the Supreme Kai's greatness. However, this does not imply that Luo Tian aspires to become a Supreme Kai. His ultimate ambition remains to ascend to the status of a true angel. It is worth noting that despite the Supreme Kai's esteemed position in the cosmos, he is not without limitations. His lifespan is approximately 20 million years. What I intend to convey through these words is a reminder to Mr. Luo Tian and Mr. Broly to maintain their decorum upon meeting the esteemed Supreme Kai. The remark made by Beerus was specifically directed towards Broly, who, being particularly obedient to Luo Tian, was included in the admonition. Is fighting not allowed? Broly inquired curiously. Scratching his head, Beerus replied, indeed, it is not permitted. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he added, I am relieved that I forewarned you. To assault the Supreme Kai would be an egregious display of disrespect. Furthermore, I doubt you would be able to best him in combat. Yet, it is best not to convey such sentiments to him, lest we provoke the legendary Super Saiyan. Should he decide to confront the Supreme Kai fiercely, it would certainly spell trouble. Broly turned to Luo Tian, seeking his counsel. Listen to Beerus, Luo Tian advised, placing a reassuring hand on Broly's shoulder. Broly nodded vigorously, then added, if it is disrespectful to you, then I shall fight. Beerus, exasperated, held his forehead, feeling that his earlier words had been in vain. Broly, you truly are something, Luo Tian remarked, feeling a sense of relief at Broly's understanding. Hee, Broly grinned sheepishly. We are nearing the Supreme Kai's planet. Beerus pointed towards a distant celestial body. That very place was the realm of the Supreme Kai, amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos. A robot was traversing the star-studded void. Beside the robot floated an odd-looking individual, entirely crimson, standing less than a meter tall, with two pointed horns protruding from his head, resembling a tiny demon from the underworld. The robot, adorned in a soft green hue and featuring a round head, exuded an unmistakable mechanical aura. Look, the red little demon spoke. Is this indeed the seventh universe? Indeed it is, Master Muses. The robot nodded. I have heard that Beerus of the seventh universe is the most formidable god of destruction. Is that true? The one called Muses smiled lightly, glancing up at the robot. Yes, Master Muses, Luke affirmed once more. Could you perhaps rephrase that? Muses responded, visibly displeased. I am grateful to Master Muses for activating my intelligence system. The robot replied mechanically, which has granted me the ability to communicate. Humph, you should indeed be grateful to me. Considering my father is the god of destruction of the third universe, and even he has not activated such intelligence, Muses proclaimed with an air of arrogance, as if all of the robot's capabilities stemmed from his own influence. I am thankful to Master Muses for activating my intelligence system, the robot reiterated. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over Muses. Hey, your intelligence system isn't malfunctioning, is it? He hastily inquired. Discovering alternate realms, initiating dimensional breach, the robot declared abruptly. What? Alternate realms? Muses was taken aback. The robot, Luke, then extended his hand, unleashing a burst of purplish-red energy. Do not act recklessly, Muses exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Are you attempting to obliterate the seventh universe? How unfortunate. I should never have activated your intelligence system so readily. You, my dear, are utterly lacking in wit. With a thunderous roar, the violet-red energy in the robot's grasp was unleashed. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the cosmos, causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently. This violet-red energy pierced through the vast expanse of the universe, tearing apart the void and entering the realm of the Supreme Kai. In an instant, the violet-red energy surged towards the direction of Luo Tian and his companion spacecraft. What is happening? Myers was momentarily bewildered. Luo Tian, too, wore a look of astonishment. Why does that energy seem reminiscent of destructive force? Yet, its intensity appears rather mediocre. Broly also glanced ahead, his expression marked by confusion, devoid of any other discernible emotion. Swish, swish. In unison, Luo Tian and Myers sprang into action. Their hands erupted with angelic power, swiftly penetrating the spacecraft and enveloping the approaching violet-red energy. Crack. Upon contact, the angelic power instantly disintegrated the violet-red energy. Within a mere 3 to 5 seconds, the violet-red energy had completely dissipated. Chapter 69. I am not someone you can provoke. What just transpired? Luo Tian inquired. I am uncertain, but it is highly probable that a god of destruction passed through here, inadvertently breaching the realm of the Supreme Kai. Myers speculated, deftly operating the controls of the spacecraft to display several images. Crack. One of the images promptly materialized before Luo Tian and Myers. In this frame, Luo Tian beheld a small red-faced imp alongside a peculiar-looking robot. Upon seeing the robot, Luo Tian could not suppress his astonishment. Is that not the god of destruction Mosca from the third universe? How did he end up in the seventh universe? The red-faced imp, I recall, is the controller of the robot Mosca. His name seems to be Muru. Not a god of destruction, merely an artificial intelligence robot, Myers pondered. Not a god of destruction? Luo Tian queried directly, for the recent violet-red energy bore a striking resemblance to Lord Beerus's destructive force. Indeed, they are not gods of destruction. Observe closely the attire they don, which is not that of a god of destruction, Myers replied, shaking his head and swiftly forming a conclusion. What do they intend to do? Luo Tian muttered under his breath. Swish. As they spoke, Muru and the robot emerged from the cosmic void, swiftly advancing towards the spacecraft. Normalize operations, the robot's voice echoed once more. Dreadful. At such a critical moment, the intelligence system has malfunctioned. Muru exclaimed, exasperated. Can you mend yourself? Attempting repairs, the robot incessantly chattered, its headlight flickering rapidly as it focused on the spacecraft. I noticed that spacecraft earlier. I wonder whose it is, Muru mused. Dismantle the ship's chip and restore my intelligence system. Dismantle the spaceship's chip and repair my intelligence system. The robot reiterated this command 3 times in succession. Truly, your persistence is remarkable. Very well, I shall comply, though it is the inhabitants of the spaceship who shall bear the brunt of this. Muse chuckled nonchalantly. There were greater matters at hand. My Luke was of paramount importance. If they could contribute to my Luke, it would be their honor. As it happened, Luo Tian and his companions had not departed. Their spacecraft remained suspended in place. Thus, the individual and the robot swiftly approached the nearby spaceship and knocked on the door. Males pressed the button to open it. Click. The hatch of the spaceship swung open. Muse and the robot stepped inside. How may I assist you, esteemed guests? Males inquired courteously. Gibberish. The robot emitted a series of strange sounds. Young man, I am here to requisition the chip from your spaceship for the use of my Luke. Muse commanded in an irrefutable tone. Requisition the spaceship's chip? Males wiped the sweat from his brow in silence. Indeed, Muse affirmed, my robot Luke's intelligence system has malfunctioned, necessitating the use of your chip for repairs. While your technological level may be modest, the chip aboard your vessel is perfectly suited for my needs. Cough. May I inquire your name, good sir? Males asked politely. Luo Tian and Broly sat nearby, merely observing the spectacle, leaving the matter to males, whom they trusted to handle it adeptly. Spare me the formalities, cease your prattling, and swiftly procure your spaceship's intelligent chip. Muse's impatience was becoming evident. Males, gibberish. The robot continued its peculiar vocalizations. This robot, which had previously articulated human speech, now seemed genuinely malfunctioning and was rendered mute. I apologize, but I cannot fulfill this request. Males decisively shook his head. This spaceship is a reward bestowed upon me by the Galactic King. Are you implying that you refuse my request? Muse's demeanor turned cold. However, I can assist in repairing your system's malfunction, Males offered congenially. Luo Tian, he was utterly speechless. The temper of this angel was remarkably placid. The audacity of that individual was astounding, yet Males still offered to assist him? One could only wonder at his reasoning. Repair the malfunction? Humph. There is no need for that. Muse sneered frostily. I shall reiterate. Produce the spaceship's chip at once. This is not a negotiation. It is a command. Males found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As for your so-called Galactic King, he is of no consequence before me. Muse's expression reflected disdain. My dear friend, I would appreciate a more courteous tone. Males frowned slightly. As an apprentice angel, he typically maintained a gentle disposition. However, the events of the day had thoroughly challenged his worldview. The Galactic King, his superior during his training at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, was a figure he held in the highest regard. Now, this red-faced imp dares to claim that Lord Galaxy King is nothing but a mere trifle. Is this not an act of bullying? What? You disagree? Muse sneered. Do you know who I am? I was curious before, but now I have lost interest. Mels took a deep breath and promptly issued an eviction order, stating that this place does not welcome you. Please leave. Oh, do you know to whom you are speaking? Muse's smile grew increasingly icy. You would do well not to provoke me. I am not someone you can afford to challenge. Even if I were to kill you, you would have no complaints. Mels was at a loss for words. Aren't we going to fight? Broly, unable to contain himself, innocently remarked, scratching his head in confusion. Go on. Luo Tian patted Broly on the shoulder. Broly had long been itching for a fight. Upon hearing Luo Tian's command, his eyes lit up like a released tiger, and he swiftly charged towards Muse's. Slap. Broly reached out with his small hand, seizing Muse's head and propelling his body towards the spaceship's wall. Chapter 70. The Robots of the Third Universe. Don't damage the spaceship. Luo Tian quickly instructed. Oh. Just as Broly was about to collide with the spaceship's wall, he abruptly turned mid-air. Whoosh. Immediately after, Broly, holding Muse's head, darted out of the spaceship and into the realm of the gods. The space of the divine realm was quite similar to that of the universe, essentially existing in a state of cosmic vacuum. Thus, Broly could survive here as well. Chitter-chatter. The robot turned its head to glance at Muse's, yet it remained utterly still. Bang. Luo Tian kicked it out of the spaceship with force. Mels, how barbaric. However, for some reason, witnessing Broly and Luo Tian spring into action gave me an unexpected thrill. After delivering a kick to the robot, Luo Tian promptly exited the spaceship and entered the divine realm. Mels hesitated briefly but swiftly followed from the spaceship and appeared beside Luo Tian. Chitter-chatter. The robot hovered in midair, lights flickering on its head, resembling a fool, showing no intent to retaliate. Luo Tian approached the robot, examining the spot where he had just kicked it, revealing a hint of surprise. Mels, come over here and take a look. This robot is remarkably sturdy, absorbing my kick without a single scratch. Luo Tian beckoned to Mels. Mels, I used 80% of my strength in that kick. Even the Cosmic Emperor Frieza would have been killed by it. Luo Tian sighed. Mels also leaned in closely to inspect the spot where the robot had been kicked, running his hand over it. Indeed, there wasn't a single mark. The individual who created this robot possesses truly exceptional technology. Mels nodded lightly. What material is this made from? Luo Tian inquired. It may be a rather unique alloy, infused with various advanced materials, Mels pondered. It bears a resemblance to the robots produced in the Third Universe. Notably, the God of Destruction from the Third Universe was crafted using this very material. Oh, the God of Destruction from the Third Universe? Luo Tian feigned ignorance. Indeed, Mels nodded, continuing his analysis. The current structural integrity of this robot has yet to reach the level of the God of Destruction, but it possesses a strength comparable to that of an apprentice God of Destruction. Though it seems a bit foolish, Luo Tian remarked. There is an opening in the robot's abdomen. Once accessed, one can take control of the robot, Mels explained, gesturing towards a small door on its belly. Open sesame. Luo Tian said playfully. Mels replied, it cannot be opened. Luo Tian contemplated for a moment. Mels, holding his forehead, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I'll attempt to open it using angelic power, Luo Tian declared, as he concentrated the celestial energy in his hands and directed it towards the small door on the robot's abdomen. With a series of mechanical sounds, the robot's head glimmered with light. Suddenly, the small door on its belly swung open. Luo Tian swiftly glanced inside the robot. Within, there was a comfortable seat designed to snugly accommodate a person, but beyond that, there was nothing else. The seat is a bit small, Luo Tian said, shaking his head in disappointment. I am considerably taller and more robust than that fellow. It feels rather cramped. I shall see if I can control it. Luo Tian expressed his eagerness. Mels did not object. Rather than rushing in, Luo Tian unleashed a radiant surge of angelic power, enveloping the interior of the robot. The robot emitted a series of peculiar mechanical signals. Mr. Luo Tian, what does this signify? Mels inquired, puzzled. Just a cleansing, Luo Tian replied. Mels responded. Do you have a cleanliness obsession? Well, it is now spotless, Luo Tian affirmed, nodding in satisfaction. I have recently discovered that using angelic power to clean is far more effective than using detergent or alcohol. Mels was left speechless. You actually employ angelic power as if it were a cleaning agent? I am astounded. Now, Luo Tian stood slightly taller than Mels, and upon entering the robot, it felt a bit cramped. However, it was still bearable. With a decisive motion, Luo Tian closed the door on the robot's abdomen. In an instant, a panoramic screen materialized before him, displaying an image that encompassed not only the front but also the rear, seamlessly blending with the external environment. Identity verification in progress. Verification complete. Binding in process. Binding 1. Luo Tian observed a rapidly scrolling bar on the screen, advancing at such speed that it seemed to jump 8 numbers in a mere second. Luo Tian felt a wave of exasperation. Did you not just say the identity was being verified? Has it already been completed? Luo Tian quickly realized that there must be a malfunction in the robot's chip. Otherwise, it would not have bypassed the identity verification process and proceeded directly to bind with the newcomer. It was no wonder that the red-faced individual sought to requisition the chip from Myers' spacecraft. The binding process reached an astonishing 90 completion in a short span of time. Do you feel anything, Mr. Luo Tian? Myers called out, gesturing with his fingers from outside. Binding successful. The screen displayed a line of text, accompanied by an audio prompt. The moment this notification appeared, Luo Tian sensed an extraordinary connection with the robot, as if they were intertwined. Each action of his self-awareness mirrored the robot's movements. To his astonishment, the internal space of the robot suddenly expanded, providing a sense of vastness. Luo Tian attempted to control the robot to throw a punch. Whoosh! The robot struck fiercely towards Myers, its punch imbued with incredible speed and power. Swish! Myers, a novice angel, deftly sidestepped the robot's assault. To Luo Tian's surprise, he discovered that the robot could amplify its strength by at least 50 times. He was utterly astounded. A 50-fold increase in power. This rivals the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Emboldened, Luo Tian unleashed a series of combination punches directed at Myers. Chapter 71, 50-fold enhancement. Are you alright, Mr. Luo Tian? Myers inquired, dodging swiftly while expressing concern. I'm fine, Luo Tian replied, ceasing his attacks. You startled me. I thought you had lost your senses, Myers remarked. A hint of bewilderment in his voice. What just happened? Myers was momentarily speechless. You know, Luo Tian reflected, inside this robot, my strength has increased at least 50-fold. 50-fold? That's truly remarkable. Myers responded. The remarkable one is you. Despite my enhanced strength, I couldn't land a hit on you after all that. Luo Tian chuckled from within the robot, which echoed with mechanical laughter. This robot is impressive, though it seems to have some issues. I'll attempt to use angelic power to repair it shortly, Luo Tian mused, glancing into the distance. Has Broly not yet determined a victor in his bout? That individual is formidable, Myers remarked quietly, surveying the far-off scene. Indeed, quite resilient, Luo Tian nodded in agreement. At that moment, Broly was forcefully pressing Muse's head down onto a distant small planet, slamming it with tremendous force. Muse emitted cries of anguish. With a grinding motion, Broly pressed Muse's head into the surface of the small planet, leaving a long trail in his wake, reminiscent of a bulldozer's path. In no time, Broly had circled the planet, the lengthy mark overlapping perfectly with itself. Overlapping? Broly released Muse and pondered this rather profound question while stroking his chin. Muse rubbed his head and staggered to his feet. Who did this? Broly pointed at the overlapping marks and delivered a hefty slap to Muse. Dazed, Muse felt as though the world was spinning around him. Speak, Broly exclaimed, giving Muse's face another light slap. Muse erupted in anger, thrusting the sharp horn on his head towards Broly's chest with great force. Though Broly often appeared somewhat foolish, he was anything but during combat. As the sharp horn approached, he swiftly grasped one of them with his hand. Thud, thud, thud. Broly yanked on Muse's horn, slamming him against the ground repeatedly. A minute later, Muse lay sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to rise. Speak. Who did this? Broly inquired, crouching beside him and pointing at the overlapping marks once more. You're lying. Broly scoffed. I am not lying. You pushed me around this little planet, causing the overlap. Muse was on the verge of tears. Your horn is quite sturdy, Broly remarked, poking Muse's horn with his finger. Muse retorted, why do you change the subject so quickly? What do you mean? Broly pressed on with his questioning. Muse, feeling defeated, replied, you might as well just kill me. Speak. Broly slapped him again. I was too careless earlier. I didn't expect this little monkey to be so strong. Had I known, I would have taken over Luke's body. Then he wouldn't stand a chance against me. I must find a way to get to Luke and enter his body as soon as possible. Just then, as he spoke, Luo Tian descended from the sky in control of a robot, landing beside Broly. Upon seeing the robot, Muse's eyes sparkled with boundless excitement. My Luke has arrived. This is wonderful. It is as if the heavens are aiding me. Once I enter Luke's body, I shall gain over 50 times his strength. I will tear this long-tailed fellow to shreds for what he did to me. Broly turned to glance at the robot and Myers, remaining silent. Yet his eyes searched for Luo Tian. Luo Tian held his tongue for the moment. Ha ha. Muru laughed heartily. He then produced a silver, glass-like metallic sphere from his person. You wait. I will make you wish you were never born, Muru proclaimed, tossing the metallic sphere to the ground. Broly looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend the object. What is that? It's a flashbang. Myers quickly identified. What is a flashbang? Broly scratched his head in bewilderment. Boom. Just as Broly finished speaking, the silver metallic sphere erupted in an intensely blinding white light. Caught off guard, Broly was unfortunate enough to fall victim to an unexpected attack. In that instant, his pupils dilated, and a blinding whiteness enveloped his vision, rendering him unable to see anything. Instinctively, Broly covered his eyes, awaiting the return of his sight. As for Meruz, being a trainee angel, he was certainly not susceptible to the effects of a flash grenade. Luo Tian, situated within the robot, merely witnessed a fleeting glare on the screen. Nothing more. This robot is quite impressive, capable of shielding against considerable damage. Huh, you deserve it. You must see nothing now, right? Muses cackled uncontrollably, while I observed everything with clarity. With that, Muses soared towards the robot. Luke, open the door. Muses commanded. Bang. No sooner had Muses spoken than he collided headfirst into the robot's abdomen, his head spinning and stars dancing before his eyes. Thud. Muses slid down the robot's exterior, gazing up at it with a look of utter bewilderment. What is happening? Why won't the door open? Hasn't Luke always obeyed my commands? I should simply have to call out for it to open. Has there been such a significant malfunction? This is terrible. I should not have activated his intelligence system. Otherwise, I wouldn't be facing so many issues. Luke, hurry and open the door. Let me in. Muses shouted once more. Smack. Just as he spoke, the door on the robot's abdomen swung open abruptly. Muses' eyes lit up, and he rushed towards the entrance. However, just as he reached the threshold, a massive foot hurtled towards his face. Bang. Luo Tian delivered a powerful kick to Muses' face, knocking him to the ground. Chapter 72, Broly rips again. Broly's vision gradually cleared, coldly fixing his gaze on Muses. You think you can toy with me? Broly's expression grew increasingly icy. Muses stared in astonishment at Luo Tian inside the robot, then mechanically turned to Broly. How is this possible? How can you be in my Luke's body? Muses' face was one of disbelief. Yet, before he could finish speaking, Broly seized Muses by the left leg with one hand and the right leg with the other. What do you intend to do? A sense of foreboding washed over Muses. Do you know who my father is? My father is Lord Mosca. Wait. Meruz exclaimed in shock. With a swift tug, Broly forcefully tore Muses in two. Boom. Immediately after, Broly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of immense energy that completely consumed Muses. Meruz. Sweat trickled down Meruz's face. Humph. Broly scoffed, rolling his eyes at Meruz. Wait a moment. Not a chance. Do you think you're Luo Tian? This is dire, Meruz thought. Bemused. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. His father is none other than the god of destruction, Lord Mosca. The son of the third destroyer has come to our universe, flaunting his power and displaying a lack of respect towards you, the apprentice angel. One can only consider it his misfortune. Luo Tian wore an indifferent expression, for he knew that Merz would also be involved in this affair, and when the time came, he could easily shift the blame onto Merz. He had no doubt that Mosca would dare not lay a hand on Merz. Merz was left speechless, enveloped in a brief silence. If Lord Mosca were to find out, it would undoubtedly lead to a relentless pursuit of Mr. Broly. Merz wiped the sweat from his brow. Then we must ensure he remains oblivious, Luo Tian mused. You are correct. Let us find a way to keep this matter concealed. Merz nodded in agreement. Luo Tian remarked, I had expected you to suggest we confess our wrongdoings. It was surprising to see an angel exhibit such cunning. Is Mosca truly formidable? Broly interjected, his curiosity piqued. At your current level, you are far from his match. Luo Tian affirmed, shaking his head as Broly's aura flickered with golden light. Broly, feeling a surge of determination, scratched his head, yearning to grow stronger. Merz suddenly felt that ever since encountering Luo Tian and Broly, many matters had spiraled beyond his control. First, Frieza's son, Ace, had been torn asunder. While Ace was merely human, it was now troubling that the son of the destroyer Mosca had also met a similar fate at the hands of Broly. This was indeed a predicament. The situation with Frieza could be resolved by consulting the King Kai, but dealing with Mosca's son posed a significant challenge. Was it truly necessary to seek the Grand Priest's assistance for such a trivial matter? Merz felt overwhelmed. That's simple. We shall dismantle these systems, Luo Tian declared, promptly emerging from the robot, as angelic energy enveloped his being. Merz hesitated to respond. Your approach seems rather barbaric, he remarked after a brief silence. I will join you, Merz stated, soaring forward and channeling his own angelic power. I shall assist as well, Broly followed suit. Step back, Luo Tian commanded. What are you doing here? Is this a problem you can resolve? Broly scratched his head, obediently retreating. Together, Merz and Luo Tian utilized their angelic power to cleanse the robot, meticulously purging its internal positioning and recording systems. All done, the issue should now be manageable, Luo Tian declared with a satisfied grin. Merz wore a complex expression. Why do I feel as though I, an apprentice angel, am partaking in something clandestine? Is this appropriate for me? He pondered, ultimately deciding to cast aside his reservations. Recognizing that this predicament had arisen due to his actions. Do not blame yourself, Merz, Luo Tian reassured him. This is not your fault. Merz responded. Your words leave me at a loss for how to reply. After all, he was the one who instigated our conflict, correct? Luo Tian asserted. Your reasoning is quite sound. Merz nodded earnestly. Melz silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Are you intent on destroying his soul? Melz dared not contemplate further. Can you take me to the underworld? Luo Tian suddenly inquired. Melz was rendered speechless. Indeed, what one thinks often manifests itself. You truly wish to venture into the underworld to obliterate his soul? That may not bode well, Mel's thought, feeling on the verge of tears. He had already been slain, and with his current abilities, he could not resurrect him. However, true angels possess the power to revive him. Yet, if his soul were to be annihilated, even a genuine angel would be unable to restore him. Thus, locating his soul, Mosca would still know who had killed him, correct? Luo Tian asked. Mel's replied, I am indifferent. He might not be able to find me, right? Luo Tian added. But you are different. Your spaceship is too conspicuous, making it easy to ascertain that you are a Galactic Patrol member. This raises the question, how will you cultivate within the Galactic Patrol? Do you intend to reveal your true identity? Mel's was beset by a wave of distress at these words. Luo Tian ceased his chatter, quietly observing Mel's, awaiting his resolution. After a prolonged silence of 20 seconds, Mel's finally made up his mind, inhaling deeply and gritting his teeth. Very well, I shall first locate his soul, but I cannot permit his death. I will safeguard it personally. All right, Luo Tian did not object. I shall handle this matter on my own. You need not involve yourselves. Should Lord Mosca find me, given my identity, I trust he would not press further, Mel's contemplated, and as long as his son's soul remains intact, resurrection is possible. Remember to use the power of the angels to cleanse his mind, allowing him to forget how he perished, Luo Tian added. Chapter 73. Broly, let's seize another. Mel's lips twitched slightly. You are indeed ruthless. Will you be able to cultivate into an angel this way? Nevertheless, Mel's considered this approach to be quite viable. After all, both Luo Tian and Broly had provoked Lord Mosca, which would only exacerbate the impact on their future training. It is possible that before he could evolve into a true angel, Lord Mosca might apprehend him and ruin everything. By the way, there is something I do not quite understand, Luo Tian continued. What is it? Mel's inquired. The destroyer god of the third universe, Mosca, is also a robot controlled by humans, correct? Luo Tian asked. Yes, that is indeed the case, Mel's nodded gently. Then the question arises. Luo Tian pondered. Is that human the destroyer god, or is it the robot that holds that title? Does his robot possess greater power? Once again, Luo Tian fell into deep contemplation, his gaze tinged with a hint of greed. Mel's interjected. You do not intend to seize the robot Mosca, do you? Mel's wiped his brow. No, I was merely inquiring. Luo Tian shook his head. With my current strength, I could never match him. I possess a fair degree of self-awareness. Mel's took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. It is good that you understand. Thus, the individual controlling the robot Mosca must not possess significant prowess, correct? Is it possible to devise a means to coax him out of Mosca's form, thereby vanquishing him? Luo Tian inquired once more. Myers fell silent, realizing that the underlying intention was to seize Mosca for oneself. Ahem, Myers was at a loss for words. I was merely asking casually. I hope he refrains from provoking me and Broly, Luo Tian remarked. Very well. Luo Tian nodded and seamlessly integrated himself into the robot's frame. He guided the robot towards the spacecraft. Broly remained taciturn throughout, primarily due to the limitations on his ability to articulate his thoughts, which left him somewhat anxious. Let us seize it, Broly proposed, a glimmer of excitement and exhilaration evident in his demeanor. Let us take that one as well, he indicated towards Luo Tian's robot. Luo Tian. Myers. Let us contemplate this further. When he approaches us, we shall commandeer his robot. Luo Tian agreed with a nod. Indeed. Broly eagerly affirmed, his anticipation growing as he gazed at Luo Tian's robot, his eyes beginning to glisten. Myers, pressing his forehead, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his cheeks. What manner of individuals are these? I am left speechless. Can you truly contend with Lord Mosca? Never mind. I shall disregard them for now. I trust that Lord Mosca is still oblivious to this matter. However, prior to that, it would be prudent to establish contact with the Angel Camberi of Universe 3 to apprise him of the situation here. Otherwise, Camberi might easily uncover the events that have transpired. Luo Tian remained within the robot, feeling as though he had melded with the machine, as if it were an extension of his own being. The seating within was remarkably comfortable. Truly, the technological advancements of Universe 3 are impressive. Whoosh. The spacecraft launched, hurtling towards the distant realm of the Supreme Kai, a journey that would require approximately 5 minutes. During this interval, Myers retreated to his chamber, conjuring his staff to initiate a video call with Camberi, the Angel of Universe 3. Ah, is that you, Myers? Camberi greeted promptly. Good day, Mr. Camberi, Myers replied courteously. I have heard you are honing your skills in the lower realms. How has your experience fared? Camberi inquired with a smile. Camberi remained silent, sensing that Myers had ulterior motives for reaching out. Today, I have truly borne witness to the malevolence of humanity, Myers lamented. Oh, what transpired? Camberi asked, intrigued. First, may I inquire if Lord Mosca is in your vicinity? Myers questioned. That is fortunate, Myers exhaled, feeling a slight relief. Is what you are about to disclose related to Lord Mosca? Camberi suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread. Does Lord Mosca have a son? Myers posed the question directly. Indeed, he has a son, To be precise, he is the offspring of Lord Mulu, named Myus, Canberry corrected him. Myers. Is it still important whose son it is? Melis knew that the Myru mentioned by Canbili was the one who controlled the robot Mosca. That person likely resembled the child who was torn in half by Broly. Did Mr. Myus go to Universe 7? Canbili inquired. For a moment, Canbili was so taken aback that he could not utter a word. Dead. This news is indeed explosive. This matter is significantly related to me. Hence, I sought out Mr. Canbili, Melis pondered, casting an apologetic glance at Canbili within the crystal ball. You wish for me to help you conceal this matter, correct? Canbili asked with a smile. Yes. Yes, I apologize, Melis replied somewhat sheepishly. I thought it was a trivial issue. No problem at all. Canbili laughed heartily, though his expression soon turned serious. I know Mr. Myus, son of Myru. His temper has always been rather foul, and he indeed gives off an impression of being a willing accomplice. I had always believed he would encounter trouble one day. I just didn't expect it would involve you. Melis found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 74. Audience with the Supreme Kai. You need not explain so much, Canbili said with a chuckle, lowering his voice to ask, by the way, you haven't revealed your identity to Mr. Myus, have you? No, my identity will only be exposed if it becomes unavoidable, Melis nodded. I am already aware of this matter. Rest assured and attend to your own affairs. After all, we are all angels, are we not? Angels should assist one another. Isn't that the principle? Canbili grinned nonchalantly. I also plan to find an opportunity to either place Myru's soul with me or erase his memory, Melis added as a supplement. Canbili fell silent. Are you training with the Galactic Patrol? I can't shake the feeling that you have thoroughly considered your retreat, he remarked. Oh dear. I suspect Lord Mosca would be infuriated by that. Canbili laughed heartily. Having reached this point in the conversation, the matter was essentially settled. Melis had said all he needed to say, and their communication came to an end. We are about to land in the Supreme Kai's realm, Melis informed Loden and Broly. By the way, if the Supreme Kai is equally unreasonable, should we not teach him a lesson? Loden suddenly asked. Broly, eager on the sidelines, rubbed his fists together, muttering. Let us beat him. Melis interjected. That is good, Loden nodded. Broly instantly felt a wave of disappointment. Melis was genuinely speechless. Is that expression of yours a genuine desire to confront the Supreme Kai? Broly, we are about to meet the greatest deity of this universe. We cannot afford to tear anyone in half again like before, Loden instructed. You have already torn apart 2 individuals. You flatter me, Broly replied, scratching his head somewhat bashfully. Loden felt a surge of emotion. As they say, one who stays close to vermilion will turn red, while one who stays close to ink will turn black. This young Broly is increasingly resembling me. Melis could no longer endure the conversation. Is Loden complimenting you? In the Supreme Kai's realm, the Kaioshin, Shin, gazed into the vast expanse of the cosmos, his eyes fixated on a distant azure planet. Through the veil of the planet's cerulean hue, he discerned a pink, circular seal nestled within a cliffside. Within that seal resided a demon by the name of Majin Buu. The Kaioshin often took the opportunity to observe the seal of Majin Buu, ensuring that no disturbances occurred. Thus, despite the recent tumultuous battle within the realm of the gods, he remained blissfully unaware. Great Kaioshin, is the seal of Majin Buu intact? Jebet, the Kaioshin's attendant and disciple, inquired respectfully. The matter of Majin Buu's seal was indeed a source of vexation, leaving Jebet with a slight sense of trepidation. At present, it poses no threat on Earth. As that region is sparsely populated, and the seal remains unaffected, the Kaioshin contemplated thoughtfully. As their conversation unfolded, a spacecraft abruptly materialized above the Kaioshin's realm. The Kaioshin widened his eyes in disbelief, while Jebet's expression morphed into one of incredulity, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Am I hallucinating? How could a spacecraft breach the realm of the gods? Jebet exclaimed in astonishment. The situation was indeed surreal, and the Kaioshin's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Who approaches? What manner of being dares to intrude upon our domain? Jebet, equally vigilant, took a cautious step back, bracing himself for a potential confrontation. Yet, he found himself perplexed. How could a spacecraft navigate from the vastness of space into the realm of the gods? The spacecraft descended gently, landing steadily upon the ground of the Kaioshin's realm. Who could it be? Jebet furrowed his brow, contemplating. Shall we investigate, my lord? Without uttering a word, the Kaioshin took to the sky, his gaze fixed coldly upon the distant vessel. However, he soon realized that the design of this spacecraft seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. The Kaioshin murmured quietly. With a creak, the spacecraft's door swung open. Mels was the first to emerge, followed closely by Loden and Broly. Initially, Loden intended to command the robot to disembark, but Mels halted him. We are here to pay respects to the most illustrious Kaioshin of this universe. It would be discourteous to remain within the robot, Mels stated. Reluctantly, Loden acquiesced, leaving the robot aboard the spacecraft. Indeed, the attire resembled that of the Galactic Patrol. Yet the 2 children accompanying Mels bore an uncanny resemblance to members of the Frieza Force. The Kaioshin pondered, analyzing the situation. They might be Scions, he surmised. Jebbit recalled something and interjected with curiosity. But how could Scions be in the company of the Galactic Patrol? The answer shall soon reveal itself. They must have come seeking me, the Kaioshin replied, a confident smile gracing his features. Jebbit remained silent, contemplating the unfolding events. Melees had long since discovered the Supreme Kai and promptly led Loden and Broly forward. Upon arriving in the realm of the Supreme Kai, both Loden and Broly gazed around, seemingly filled with wonder at the myriad sights. Is this the Divine Realm? Broly inquired, turning to Loden. Indeed, this is the Divine Realm. Take a moment to sense it. Doesn't the air feel remarkably fresh? Loden replied. Broly inhaled deeply and nodded vigorously. Loden too gained a deeper understanding of this Divine Realm. Above the realm of the Supreme Kai, one felt an extraordinary sense of comfort. If spiritual energy existed in this world, then the spiritual energy within the Supreme Kai's realm was the most profound Loden had ever encountered. Truly, the Divine Realm was extraordinary. Even the wildflowers and grasses flourished abundantly. Should we seize it? Broly suggested. Melees, walking along, nearly stumbled upon hearing Broly's words. You truly dare to entertain such thoughts, he exclaimed. It is worth considering. Loden mused thoughtfully, causing Melees to struggle to maintain his composure. Why are you still indulging in such nonsense? At that moment, Melees had brought Loden and Broly before the Supreme Kai. I pay my respects to you, Supreme Kai, Melees said, bowing deeply. Loden remained still. Seeing that Loden did not bow, Broly straightened up as well. Chapter 75, Sin, the God of Destruction? Is he well known? The Supreme Kai glanced at Melees and then at Loden and Broly, momentarily perplexed by this unusual assembly. The angelic race is traditionally very polite. In principle, the angels are regarded as the greatest deities of the universe. However, the angels remain uncontentious, even when encountering a Supreme Kai or a God of Destruction. They graciously add the honorific Lord after their names. Not only when meeting a Supreme Kai or a God of Destruction, but even ordinary humans would append Mr. or Ms. to a person's name. Therefore, Melees bowing to the Supreme Kai was entirely customary. You are a Galactic Patrolman, correct? The Supreme Kai asked, looking at Melees. Yes. I am Galactic Patrolman Melees, Melees replied respectfully, gesturing toward Loden and Broly. These two are Scions. I have long admired your reputation, Loden said, extending his hand amicably toward the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai glanced at Loden, seemingly indifferent to his gesture. Extend your hand, Broly retorted, somewhat irritated. This is the first time I've seen Loden take the initiative to greet someone, and you have the audacity to disregard him? Broly clenched his fists, glaring at the Supreme Kai. Broly, temper your impatience. This is the Supreme Kai, and we must avoid unnecessary violence, Loden admonished. Broly scratched his head, nodded, and offered a goofy smile. Jebbit also regarded Broly with a stern expression. What was that expression just now? You dare to raise your voice at the Supreme Kai? How did you come to the Supreme Kai's realm? Humans are not supposed to enter this world, Jebbit inquired. Approximately 10 million years ago, our Galactic Patrol established a cordial relationship with the Supreme Kai realm. With a smile, Mels explained that the former Supreme Kai had once sent some heinous criminals to the Galactic Patrol for incarceration, which facilitated our access to the Supreme Kai realm. Oh, so you are acquainted with my master, the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai finally revealed a smile and kindly inquired, what brings you to seek my counsel? Mels once again bowed respectfully, stating that there were indeed two significant matters requiring the Supreme Kai's assistance. Please, do share, the Supreme Kai nodded slightly. The first issue is that, regrettably, we accidentally killed Frieza's son, Iser, Mels sighed. Broly pointed to himself, indicating, it was I who did it. Mels shot Broly a glare. What are you boasting about? Do you seek to amplify our troubles? Luo Tian also gestured subtly to Broly, urging him to maintain a lower profile. Understanding the cue, Broly reluctantly lowered his hand, appearing somewhat dejected. Iser, Frieza's son? The Supreme Kai paused, slightly taken aback. I had indeed heard of Frieza's offspring, who was supposed to be frozen on the planet of ice. Has he been unsealed prematurely? Indeed, Mels affirmed with a nod. After being released, Iser attempted to invade the territory of the Galactic Patrol, only to meet a tragic end, torn asunder. Luo Tian vividly narrated the event. Mels interjected. Could you refrain from interrupting at this moment? However, your phrase regarding his premature demise is quite apartment torn apart. The Supreme Kai was momentarily speechless. Jebbit, a bit shocked, could not help but ask, who possesses such formidable strength? Broly was about to point to himself again, but, upon seeing Luo Tian's expression, immediately lowered his finger. Looking somewhat aggrieved. That is no longer of importance. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. Mels continued. We have indeed provoked the cosmic overlord Frieza, and hope that the Supreme Kai can mediate, ensuring that we do not interfere with one another. We wish for Frieza to continue ruling his universe while the Galactic Patrol operates in the northern cosmos. Luo Tian paused momentarily. Mels, is that correct? Yes, Mels nodded. We implore the Supreme Kai's assistance. Rest assured, I have been vigilant regarding the peace of the universe, though I have neglected the affairs concerning Frieza. It appears the time has come to take action against him. The Supreme Kai readily agreed with a smile. It would suffice for the Supreme Kai to merely warn Frieza. There is no need to eliminate him at this juncture. Mel's quickly interjected with a differing opinion. Are you suggesting he be imprisoned in the galactic jail? The Supreme Kai inquired. Not quite. After all, Frieza is currently working for Lord Beerus. If the Supreme Kai were to kill him at this time, it might complicate matters for Lord Beerus, Mel's elaborated. Lord Beerus? The Supreme Kai paused momentarily, a curious expression crossing his face as he inquired. Who is he? The god of destruction? Once again taken aback, the Supreme Kai found himself somewhat bewildered. What god of destruction? Jebbet asked from the side. Surely you must know this? Mers replied, at a loss for words, succinctly explaining. In this universe, creation and destruction coexist, neither can be absent. Thus, the lives of the Supreme Kai and the god of destruction are intertwined. Should one perish, the other will inevitably follow. The Supreme Kai? Jebbet's eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to grasp the concept. A full 20 seconds of silence ensued. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet exchanged glances. And then Jebbet burst into laughter. You, a galactic patrolman, are quite amusing. Are you implying that the individual named Beerus shares his life with the Supreme Kai? If that fool Beerus were to die, our Supreme Kai would vanish as well? As he spoke, Jebbet couldn't help but let slip a curse. Mers, how dare you call Lord Beerus a fool? Did you bring a recording device, Mers? Luo Tian suddenly asked. No, why do you ask? Mers replied, wiping sweat from his brow. Encountering an unreliable character is already more than enough trouble. Do you wish to escalate matters further? Should I record this to present to Lord Beerus as a keepsake? Chapter 76. The Greatest God and the Strongest God. What a pity. If Lord Beerus knew someone was calling him a fool, I wonder if he would have nightmares? Luo Tian mused. Mers chose silence. Then tell me, how formidable is this so-called fool named Beerus? Jebbet inquired. If the Supreme Kai is the greatest god in this universe, then the god of destruction is undoubtedly the most powerful, Mers candidly stated. Lord Beerus possesses extraordinary strength. If he were to engage, no one could stand against him. Of course, Mers was being somewhat modest, for his brother Whis could effortlessly defeat Beerus. However, the angelic race is known for their humility, making it unlikely that Mers would speak of Whis at this moment. The Supreme Kai fell silent, and Jebbet appeared momentarily dazed. The two exchanged another glance. What about Majin Buu? The Supreme Kai suddenly directed his gaze at Mers. That poses no issue, Mers responded nonchalantly. Let me put it this way. If Lord Beerus were to get serious, even a mere puff could obliterate Majin Buu into dust. Luo Tian added, the Supreme Kai. Jebbet. The two erupted into laughter, subsequently regarding Luo Tian and Mers as if they were simpletons. Another silence ensued. As for the matter concerning Frieza's son, I can find a way to resolve it, the Supreme Kai remarked calmly, gazing at Mers. As for your tales of the god of destruction, I shall merely consider them a story. Humph, unaware of the depths. Jebbet let out a cold snort. In this world, the Supreme Kai is undoubtedly the strongest, for the Supreme Kai is the greatest deity in this universe. If one encounters an entity that even the Supreme Kai cannot contend with, one can only conclude that this universe is on the brink of destruction. Mers discreetly wiped away the sweat. Mers was skeptical. Luo Tian, he murmured, lowering his voice, I suspect that the Supreme Kai's demise was rather random, and many matters were not conveyed to the current Supreme Kai. Mers felt both amused and exasperated, acknowledging that Lord Beerus spent the majority of his time in slumber, leaving little room for interaction between the two. Proceed with the second matter, urged the Supreme Kai. Mers turned to Luo Tian. He understood that this so-called second matter was merely a formality, designed to impart the arduous nature of cultivating angelic powers to Luo Tian, thus encouraging him to cherish the imminent encounter with Sister Kasai. Shall I inquire about the angelic powers? Luo Tian sighed heavily. Indeed, the Supreme Kai is the greatest deity in this universe. Mers managed a dry smile and nodded gently. He doesn't even know about the god of destruction. He certainly wouldn't be aware of angels, Luo Tian countered. Mers found himself at a loss for words. You present a compelling argument. Angels? Are they perhaps the fictional deities with wings that one hears of in the human realm? The Supreme Kai chuckled. Mers was left speechless. Luo Tian, already aware of the Supreme Kai's limitations, felt little surprise. At that precise moment, the Supreme Kai added, there is nothing I, the Supreme Kai, do not know. He stood confidently with his hands clasped behind his back. Luo Tian replied, you claim to know everything, yet you are unaware of our angels? Mers momentarily found himself at a loss for how to respond. I never imagined our universe's Supreme Kai would be so uninformed. Broly could no longer contain himself. Who am I? He inquired, pointing to his own nose. The Supreme Kai merely glanced at Broly, saying nothing. Does it require the Supreme Kai to enlighten you on who you are? Jebbet scoffed. I can tell you right here, you are a Scion, am I correct? Broly shook his head. I am. The legendary. Super. Broly, he exclaimed, struggling to articulate the words in one breath, quickly correcting himself. I am the super. What nonsense is this? I have no time to play games with a little brat. Jebet scowled, reprimanding him. Broly, eager for a challenge, looked expectantly at Luo Tian. With just a nod from Luo Tian, Broly was ready to rush forward and give this fellow a proper thrashing. Broly, do not be impulsive, Luo Tian advised. You are too easily agitated. If you can maintain a calm mindset, perhaps your transformations will allow you to regain your composure. Not angry, not angry. Broly repeated the words fervently, convinced by Luo Tian's wisdom. Since we are here, we might as well inquire. Perhaps the king of all knows something, suggested Beerus insincerely. Luo Tian replied, I truly fail to comprehend your meaning. On what grounds do you believe the king of all could possess knowledge on how to purify angelic energy? Would it not be more straightforward to seek out Whis directly? Pray, enlighten me on what issue requires my assistance. The king of all smiled at Luo Tian, asserting, with my abilities, I should be able to resolve a human's dilemma. Luo Tian let out a slight sigh and raised his right hand like a small adult. With a clap, a radiant sphere of angelic energy, resembling a starry sky, materialized in his palm. This is it, he declared, tossing the fist-sized energy towards the king of all. The king of all frowned, exclaiming, are you feeding a dog? Nevertheless, he swiftly extended his hands in an attempt to harness the approaching angelic energy. However, the moment his hands made contact, the energy slipped from his grasp and plummeted toward the ground. The king of all's expression froze. What manner of energy is this? Why can I not hold it? A hint of awkwardness crept in. Jebet, equally perplexed, wondered why the king of all had failed to catch it. Could it be due to distraction? Beerus discreetly wiped away sweat, concerned that this would embarrass the king of all. He snapped his fingers, and with a clap, he remarked, ah, indeed. The king of all is effortlessly controlling this energy. Yet, Jebet's words, intended to veil the king of all's discomfort, only exacerbated the awkwardness. Chapter 77, Tread Lightly. This time, no ripping. The king of all quickly shifted the subject, feigning control over the angelic energy while scrutinizing it closely. Unbeknownst to him, it was Beerus who had been subtly managing the energy all along. Without Beerus's intervention, the angelic energy would have long since been liberated. This is indeed a rather peculiar energy, and as for the issue, it is somewhat difficult to manage, the king of all mused, observing the angelic energy with contemplation. Is there any way to purify this murky energy? Luo Tian casually inquired. The king of all paused, momentarily at a loss, staring blankly at the strange energy. Fear not. We shall devise a solution in due time. Luo Tian decided to grant the king of all a reprieve, fully aware that the king would never truly understand angelic energy. After all, the king of all in the seventh universe did not even recognize the destroyers, let alone angels. Asking was tantamount to inquiring in vain. Beerus, why must you take such unnecessary measures? Luo Tian expressed his gratitude simply, beckoning toward the angelic energy held by the king of all. Look, even the greatest deity of this universe cannot resolve your predicament, Beerus urged Luo Tian with fervor. Thus, you must earnestly cultivate and ponder upon the refinement of angelic power. I am confident that you shall discover a solution. I believe in you, Luo Tian. Give it your utmost effort. Luo Tian remained silent, gazing at Beerus. Why do you look at me so? Beerus suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Beerus, after all this, are you merely here to impart this to me? Luo Tian inquired. Is it that obvious? Beerus chuckled awkwardly. Are you trying to tell me to strive for the refinement of angelic power on my own? Luo Tian continued to probe. The issue is, even Brother Whis does not know how to refine it, Beerus lamented. Beerus, contemplate this carefully. I know you will find a way, Luo Tian encouraged. Patting Beerus on the arm, Beerus felt a sudden disquiet. This is clearly your issue. Why must I assist you in finding a solution? Beerus quickly redirected the conversation. When does Lord Kaishin plan to assist with the Frieza situation? I happen to have some free time now. I will address it for you. Lord Kaishin pondered before agreeing. Thank you, Lord Kaishin. Beerus expressed his gratitude immediately. I shall go find Frieza and explain the situation. Lord Kaishin smiled. Beerus hesitated briefly. Rest assured, I promise you, I shall not slay him. Lord Kaishin added. However, you must tell me where this destroyer you mentioned resides. Since he is the mastermind behind Frieza, I ought to meet this destroyer. After careful consideration, Beerus concluded that it would be beneficial for Lord Kaishin to visit the realm of destroyers. It would conveniently allow Brother Whis to assist in enlightening Lord Kaishin about the destroyers. Beerus readily agreed. Then it is settled. Lord Kaishin was pleased with Beerus' response. His keen eyes piercing through the divine realm, gazing into the vast expanse of the universe. In less than 10 seconds, he declared, I see him. I have spotted Frieza. I shall proceed to find him. Lord Kaishin smiled faintly. Lord Kaishin, I shall accompany you. Jebet requested from the side. Kai? Lord Kaishin intoned, a radiant aura enveloping him. In an instant, Lord Kaishin vanished without a trace. Broly's eyes widened in astonishment as he immediately began searching for Lord Kaishin's whereabouts. However, how could Broly possibly locate Lord Kaishin? He's gone. Broly turned to Luo Tian. Humph, you are unacquainted with this? That is called instantaneous movement. Only Lord Kaioshin possesses such a remarkable skill, Jebet proclaimed proudly. Of course, as a disciple of Lord Kaioshin, I too can perform instantaneous movement. Though not as adeptly as he. Instantaneous movement? Broly's curiosity intensified. In simple terms, it means one can instantly traverse from here to the planet Vegeta you once knew, Jebet asserted, swelling with pride. Teach me, Broly exclaimed eagerly. Do not entertain such thoughts. It is impossible for humans to master this skill, as it is divine in nature. Jebet scoffed, his flushed face betraying his disdain. Broly fell silent. Fear not, Broly. I will guide you to a place where you can learn instant transmission, Luo reassured him. Broly's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You mean the instant transmission from Yardrat, right? Jebet chuckled softly. But how could that compare to the instant transmission of Lord Kaioshin? Enough chatter. I will strike you, Broly threatened, cracking his knuckles in challenge. Oh, did I hear you correctly? You intend to strike me? Jebet laughed heartily. Do you realize to whom you are speaking? While I may not possess the might of Lord Kaioshin, I am nonetheless his disciple and one of the greatest deities in this universe. I know you are a warrior from the Scion race. But do you truly believe you can challenge me? Broly turned to Luo with pleading eyes. Take it easy. We cannot afford any more torn garments this time. Luo nodded gently, offering a cautionary reminder. A look of joy illuminated Broly's face as he charged towards Jebet. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Frieza's spacecraft floated serenely through the void. Inside the vessel, Frieza lounged in a baby carriage, gazing out at the stars. His caretaker, Bulma, stood rigidly by his side. Bulma, it has been several days without any news of Azel, has it not? Frieza inquired. Indeed. Prince Azel has been missing for several days, Bulma replied, her expression grave. I have an unsettling premonition. Could it be that Azel has met with misfortune? Frieza's brow furrowed tightly, his tail thrashing behind him. Surely not, my lord, Bulma insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Prince Azel's last known location was near the Galactic Patrol. Given their strength, they could never pose a threat to him. Suddenly, the space around them warped with a peculiar distortion. With a crack, Kaioshin executed instant transmission, materializing near Frieza. Chapter 78. With a mere glare from Kaioshin, Frieza was sent flying. Who goes there? Bulma gasped in surprise. Frieza narrowed his triangular eyes, coldly scrutinizing the figure that had appeared. Frieza, Kaioshin called out sternly. Who are you? Frieza demanded. I am Kaioshin, the deity introduced himself. Kaioshin. Frieza's expression shifted slightly. He recalled that prior to working for Beerus, he had been expressly instructed that if he ever encountered Kaioshin, he must not engage him and should unconditionally obey his commands. While Frieza had found this puzzling, he dared not defy Beerus's orders. Moreover, he had heard whispers that the Northern Universe, managed by the Galactic Patrol, fell under Kaioshin's jurisdiction. This was the very reason Frieza had refrained from invading the Northern Universe. Moreover, the universe is vast, and to command other regions of it constitutes an immense military undertaking. King Kai, what brings you to me? Frieza felt an ominous premonition. I have come to inform you about your son, Ace, replied King Kai with an impassive expression. Frieza's lips twitched, his anxiety intensifying. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. What has happened to Ace? Frieza inquired, his brow furrowed. Your son, Ace, trespassed into the territory of the Galactic Patrol, recklessly launched an attack, and violated the peace of the universe. I have put an end to him. King Kai maintained his composure, his face reflecting the weight of universal peace. What did you say? You killed Ace? Frieza erupted in fury, his expression darkening instantly. Indeed. King Kai affirmed. If you seek vengeance, feel free to come after me. However, you may not fully grasp the chasm that lies between us. To me, you are merely an ordinary human being. With that, King Kai suddenly glared at Frieza. In an instant, a powerful, invisible divine force struck Frieza. Boom. With a resounding crash. The infant carriage beneath Frieza shattered. Taken off guard, Frieza was sent flying. Thud. His body pierced through the spaceship, catapulting him into the vastness of space. Due to the pressure differential, the contents of the spacecraft were swiftly drawn into the cosmos. Bulma let out a shriek, uncontrollably propelled outward. Fortunately, Bulma's luck held, as he grasped a handle on the ship, preventing him from being sucked into the void. Whoosh. King Kai waved his hand towards Bulma, enveloping him in a sphere of divine energy. The spaceship returned to tranquility. Bulma descended slowly, his face pale, utterly terrified. Even the formidable Lord Frieza was so easily sent flying by a mere glare from this King Kai. Bulma rushed to the window, peering outside. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. Frieza floated in the starry expanse, appearing unconscious. How powerful. Is this the true essence of divinity? A cosmic sovereign like Lord Frieza, rendered insignificant before a god, informed Frieza that it would be prudent for him to behave. Lest I take it upon myself to eliminate him, King Kai declared coldly, casting a frosty glance at Bulma. Immediately, Bulma knelt, prostrating himself fervently. Take heed, King Kai admonished, his form beginning to waver. Whoosh. With a flash, King Kai executed instantaneous movement, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Nearby, A Scion adorned in green fur was mercilessly rubbing Jebet's face into the ground, while Myers and Loden watched with amusement. King Kai, momentarily bewildered, questioned what transpired here. Yet, his confusion quickly morphed into wrath. I shall assist you, Galactic Patrol, in dealing with Frieza, yet you dare to bully my subordinate here? Bold audacity, the Kaioshin bellowed. And with a swift motion of his hand, a formidable divine power enveloped Broly. Bang! Broly, unfortunately caught in the onslaught, was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, tumbling across the ground several times. Presently, the Kaioshin's strength approximates that of Vegeta at his transcendent Super Saiyan level during the Cell Saga. Though he is inferior to Goku at full power, nevertheless, this is more than sufficient to contend with Broly in his current state. With a grunt, Broly quickly regained his footing, spitting blood as he gazed at the Kaioshin, surprise flickering in his eyes. Such a powerful adversary exists. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly launched himself toward the Kaioshin. Crack! As he charged forward, he rapidly enlarged, golden light erupting as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Broly, now harnessing the energy of a great ape, underwent the Super Saiyan transformation once more, amplifying his battle power by 500 times. His base combat strength had now soared to an astounding 3 million. It is undeniable that this young warrior's power often experiences spontaneous increases, growing even without training. At times, Luo Tian found himself envious of this phenomenon. Truly, he epitomizes the legendary Super Saiyan. For Broly, the leap from 200,000 to 300,000 in battle power was remarkably effortless. However, despite this tremendous boost, Broly's battle power only reached 1.5 billion. In contrast, the Kaioshin's battle power, measured solely by numerical value, surpassed 10 billion. Thus, subduing Broly remained an uncomplicated task. As Broly charged forward, the Kaioshin fixed a fierce glare upon him. Instantly, a surge of divine energy enveloped Broly once more. Bang! Broly was sent hurtling backward, his body once again rolling across the ground multiple times. After landing, he grit his teeth and struggled to rise. You have gone too far. While I was engaged in matters concerning Frieza, you were here assaulting Jebet. The Kaioshin's expression was frigid, his anger palpable. My sincerest apologies, Kaioshin-sama. This matter is rather lengthy. Melees hastily interjected. There is no need for further discourse. You are unwelcome here and may take your leave, the Kaioshin coldly declared. Regarding the events of today, I offer my heartfelt apologies. However, did you not mention you intended to meet with the God of Destruction? Melees shifted the topic. Chapter 79. Unable to defeat Majin, yet confronting the God of Destruction? Jebet, are you unharmed? The Kaioshin inquired with concern. I am quite all right, Jebet nodded. In truth, Broly exercised considerable restraint. Jebet merely sustained superficial injuries. However, Broly was gravely injured, for the Supreme Kai had unleashed his wrath. It is understandable that witnessing his subordinate being forcefully subdued would incite considerable ire within the Supreme Kai. At that moment, Broly had returned to his normal state. Lying on the ground, severely wounded, he gazed up at the sky, his spirit somewhat dazed. Suddenly, a surge of angelic power from Luo Tian enveloped Broly, initiating the healing process. Subsequently, Broly cast a furious glare at the distant Supreme Kai, longing to charge at him immediately. Not now, you are not his match yet. Luo Tian intervened. After being healed from his injuries, Broly's combat power astonishingly surged from 3 million to 5 million. Nevertheless, even in his Super Saiyan form, his combat power only reached 2.5 billion, leaving a significant gap compared to the current Supreme Kai. What? Healing technique? You can heal? The Supreme Kai looked at Luo Tian with some surprise. Perhaps I possess a modicum of skill in that regard, Luo Tian replied with a slight smile. The Supreme Kai, his expression dark, remained silent. Do you only heal your own kin? Have you not noticed that Jebet is also injured? Would you like me to treat him? Luo Tian inquired. Humph, it is unnecessary. I can heal myself. Jebet huffed, releasing a sphere of healing light that swiftly enveloped his own form. His wounded body was rapidly restored through his own efforts. Jebet, what on earth transpired? Why did you engage in combat? The Supreme Kai asked, perplexed. Oh, it was merely a brief spar. There is no need for concern, my Lord Supreme Kai, Jebet chuckled. Luo Tian exhibited a hint of confusion. Is this fellow truly insufferable? After receiving a beating, he speaks so amiably. Very well. The Supreme Kai chose not to dwell on the matter further. But his expression grew grave as he turned to Beerus and asked, where did you say the God of Destruction is located? I shall confront him now. Are you planning to use instant transmission, my Lord Supreme Kai? Beerus inquired. Indeed, as you can see, my instant transmission allows me to reach any visible location in an instant, the Supreme Kai affirmed. Just indicate the direction of that God of Destruction, and I shall teleport there. It should be in that direction. Beerus pointed towards a certain point in the sky. The Supreme Kai immediately scanned the area indicated by Beerus. In the vast expanse of space, 3 full minutes elapsed before Frieza finally opened his eyes, leaping from the bed. My Lord Frieza, are you alright? Beerus asked with concern. Where has that bastard Supreme Kai gone? Frieza seethed, surveying his surroundings with gritted teeth. Just wait. I will make him pay dearly one day. Frieza fumed with rage. Belibru dared not respond, her head bowed in silence. So, you mean to say that Azer was killed by the Supreme Kai? No wonder there has been no word from him these days. Frieza clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. At this moment, no one dared to utter a word. Heads were bowed, breaths held, fearful of incurring unwarranted misfortune. Supreme Kai, I shall remember you. One day, I will settle this score. Frieza's cold demeanor revealed his vengeful spirit. The vengeance for my son shall surely be repaid. Supreme Kai realm. Move a little to the left, yes. This should be the right position, my lord, Mers politely suggested. Upon spotting an inverted triangular planet, reminiscent of an upside-down pyramid, he questioned, is that where the god of destruction resides? The Supreme Kai's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he murmured in astonishment. There is a castle atop it. Lord Beerus must be within, Mers explained. The Supreme Kai immediately turned his gaze towards the castle. Soon, his sight pierced through the structure, effortlessly revealing the slumbering form of Beerus. Is that a cat? The Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback, slightly surprised. Is he truly the one behind Frieza? He huffed. You could say that, Mers nodded gently. Mers was somewhat aware that before falling into slumber, Lord Beerus had entrusted Frieza with certain tasks, including the destruction of specifically named planets. Thus, it could be said that Beerus was indeed the mastermind behind Frieza's actions. So, all the troubles in the universe stem from this individual? The Supreme Kai grasped the implication. Mers found himself at a loss for words amidst the brief silence. It's not like that, he shook his head. You needn't say anything. If I cannot defeat Majin Buu, how could I possibly contend with a god of destruction? The Supreme Kai scoffed, his form suddenly becoming ethereal. Wait, Supreme Kai? Mers' expression shifted dramatically. Are you truly planning to use instant transmission to the god of destruction's realm? You must take me with you. Luo Tian's eyes brightened as he contemplated rushing forward, hoping the Supreme Kai would transport him to the god of destruction's domain. The Supreme Kai's intended destination was indeed the god of destruction, Beerus. He might very well teleport directly beside Beerus. I would rather not accompany him. What if he merely glares at Beerus and the latter sneezes? The imagery was simply too daunting to contemplate. I shall not accompany him to my demise. Rest assured, the Supreme Kai is the greatest deity in the universe. Aside from the troublesome Majin Buu, the god of destruction you mentioned is hardly a concern. Jebbet offered a confident smile, patting Mers reassuringly on the shoulder. Mers, however, remained at a loss for words. Do you and the Supreme Kai not realize? In the presence of Lord Beerus, what is Majin Buu? Even I, as an apprentice angel, may not stand a chance against the god of destruction, Beerus. My greatest concern now is what the Supreme Kai might do to Lord Beerus. That would spell disaster. As soon as Mers' voice faded, the Supreme Kai vanished with a swift motion. Following this, Mers scratched his head, contemplating whether to immediately contact Whis. The Supreme Kai had ventured into the realm of the Destroyer God. Would Whis be able to sense his presence? If he couldn't, and something befell the Supreme Kai, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Without hesitation, Mers raised his hand, and a staff materialized before him. In this critical moment, he disregarded any concerns about revealing his identity. After all, it mattered little if the Supreme Kai's attendant became aware of who he truly was. Broly rubbed his eyes in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the staff in Mers' hand, stepping closer to inspect it. Where could this stick have come from? Jebbet was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the staff, intrigued by its nature. What exactly was that? Loden leaned in beside Mers, peering into the crystal orb atop the staff. Ah, Whis, it has been a while. He greeted the figure that had just appeared within the orb. Mers was taken aback, and Whis displayed a face of surprise as both turned their attention to Loden. You can see inside? Mers turned, offering a wry smile. Shouldn't that be impossible? Loden inquired. Indeed, it should be, Mers nodded. Unless we permit it, not even the Destroyer God can perceive what lies within the crystal orb. Loden acknowledged. Mers continued. Oh dear, Loden, how remarkable. I never expected you would be able to see me, Whis remarked with a subtle smile. You flatter me, Loden replied humbly. Broly, however, circled around the crystal orb, casting curious glances between Loden and Mers. Who are you two conversing with? Why can't I see anything? Jebbet, from the sidelines, scoffed, uninterested in the unfolding spectacle. Whis, was the sausage from last time delicious? Do you still want more? Loden inquired. Ah, indeed, there is something of utmost importance, Mers exclaimed, tapping his forehead anxiously. The Supreme Kai may have already entered the castle where Lord Beerus resides. Notably, the Supreme Kai seems to have a gap in his knowledge. He is unaware of Lord Beerus and even of our angels. Is that so? Whis paused, then swiftly turned his gaze toward the distant castle. Indeed, he sensed the Supreme Kai's presence within. I shall go and investigate, he informed Mers before preparing to end the communication. Loden refrained from interrupting at that moment, acutely aware that any misstep could lead to dire consequences, especially considering the Supreme Kai was about to meet the Destroyer God, Beerus. An image flashed in Loden's mind. the Supreme Kai glaring at Beerus, who responded with a sneeze, and then both vanished into the storm. The vividness of that scene was exhilarating. In the realm of the Destroyer God, on Beerus' planet, the castle inhabited by Beerus. At this very moment, the Supreme Kai had arrived at Beerus' side through instantaneous movement. He gazed coldly at the slumbering Beerus, unable to suppress a disdainful snort. Beerus, curled up comfortably, was sleeping soundly, even snoring softly. Who could have imagined that this mere cat-like being was the mastermind behind the universe's tyrant, Frieza? The Supreme Kai muttered to himself, his gaze growing increasingly cold. If I eliminate you, this universe shall attain peace. I may have no means to deal with Majin Buu, but can I not vanquish you? As the Supreme Kai's anger intensified, he hesitated no longer and suddenly fixed a fierce glare upon the sleeping Beerus. Instantly, a surge of formidable divine power enveloped Beerus. Bang! Beerus's body was propelled through the wall behind him, soaring through the air in an arc. The god of destruction is but a trivial being, the Supreme Kai sneered, a triumphant smile gracing his face. I thought him to be formidable, yet, with a mere glare, I have sent him flying. He is likely on the brink of death now. Thud! Beerus landed on the grass outside the castle in a disheveled heap. However, he quickly flipped over, stretched lazily, and resumed his slumber. Where did that mosquito come from? Beerus mumbled in his sleep, suddenly expelling a purplish-red bubble from his mouth. Whoosh! The purplish-red bubble shot towards the castle with great speed, piercing through the wall Beerus had just breached, and headed straight for the Supreme Kai. What is that bubble? The Supreme Kai was taken aback, snorting disdainfully. Such trivial skills, daring to show off before me. The Supreme Kai? Huh. He waved his hands forward and bellowed, channeling his divine power towards the bubble. However, it proved utterly ineffective. The purplish-red bubble drew closer to the Supreme Kai. What? How is this possible? The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as the bubble was about to collide with him, swoosh. Whis appeared swiftly from a distance, gently waving his staff, redirecting the bubble's trajectory. Bang! The purplish-red bubble pierced through the castle's ceiling, wobbling as it ascended into the sky. Crack! In the next moment, the bubble smashed into a distant star. In an instant, the star was obliterated, vanishing into nothingness. The entire realm of the god of destruction dimmed significantly. Chapter 81. Is this figurine the Omni King? What? The Supreme Kai's eyes widened as he beheld the terrifying spectacle, his face paling in fear. What is that thing? What kind of bubble could destroy a sun in an instant? The corners of the Supreme Kai's mouth twitched, his expression reflecting sheer horror. Oh dear. It is indeed Lord Supreme Kai, was promptly approached to greet, feeling a slight sense of relief. Just a moment ago, he had narrowly avoided a dire fate, for Lord Beerus might have brutally ended his existence. Such an outcome would have been catastrophic, as Lord Beerus could have vanished without a trace. However, hold on. I recall that Lord Beerus had once sealed a Supreme Kai long ago. As long as that Supreme Kai remains alive, it stands to reason that Lord Beerus would not cease to exist. Who are you? The Supreme Kai scrutinized Whis with vigilance. Greetings, Lord Supreme Kai. I am Whis, the attendant of Lord Beerus. Whis replied courteously, bowing respectfully to the Supreme Kai. Attendant? So, akin to how Jebet is my attendant, correct? The Supreme Kai inferred. Whis, your reasoning is sound, and I find myself at a loss for retort. Thus, you are an accomplice of the Destroyer. The Supreme Kai glared at Whis with a stern expression. The tremendous crisis plaguing this universe is the result of your actions, is it not? Whis, crisis? Whis was momentarily at a loss for words. Am I mistaken? The Supreme Kai's frustration escalated. You have disrupted the peace of the universe. Whis found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter such an accusation. I have struck a nerve, have I not? The Supreme Kai huffed, glaring menacingly at Whis. Universal balance? What does that entail? The Supreme Kai was taken aback, having never encountered such an unusual notion before. Let us consider a simple analogy. Imagine the vast universe as a single planet, Whis elucidated. Proceed. The Supreme Kai decided to listen before passing judgment, adding, should your explanation falter, I shall not hesitate to interrupt. Whis, it is fundamentally about humans coexisting harmoniously, thriving, and evolving toward a brighter future. What issue could possibly arise? The Supreme Kai offered his response without hesitation. Whis found himself at a loss for words, falling into silence for 3 seconds. On a planet teeming with countless ants, would it lose its balance due to their presence? The Supreme Kai countered. Whis was momentarily speechless. My point is that a planet possesses only a finite amount of resources. If one day, these resources are entirely depleted, what then becomes of humanity on that planet? Whis inhaled deeply and inquired. What are you trying to convey? The Supreme Kai was somewhat bewildered, his brow furrowed in concentration. If, at such a moment, we were to eliminate certain resource-consuming entities, would the planet not evolve toward a more favorable state? Whis explained. Are you merely attempting to justify the sins you have committed? The Supreme Kai thundered angrily. Whis felt a pang in his heart at that moment. Is that truly what I meant? In that instant, Whis suddenly realized the meaning of an ill-timed exchange of words. Why was this Supreme Kai so oblivious to everything? You need not say anything further. Accept the divine punishment. The Supreme Kai bellowed, directing his hands toward Whis's form. Whis found himself rendered speechless. You must pay the price for the sins you have committed. The Supreme Kai spoke with unwavering resolve, his divine power surging forth in his hands. This formidable energy swiftly enveloped Whis. Yet, there was no further consequence. Whis, barely stirring, merely unleashed a modicum of his angelic power, effortlessly nullifying the Supreme Kai's divine force. Did your master, the Grand Supreme Kai, not share any of this with you? Whis inquired calmly. The Supreme Kai remained silent, his peripheral vision suddenly catching a glimpse of Beerus moving, prompting him to glance out the window. What he beheld left him utterly astonished, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could the god of destruction appear so nonchalant, still indulging in slumber? The Supreme Kai felt a wave of unease wash over him. It seemed that the might of the god of destruction exceeded his expectations. Please hold on a moment. Lord Supreme Kai, Whis said, snapping his fingers. The sound echoed, abruptly severing the Supreme Kai's instant transmission. He was taken aback, never expecting his ability to fail. In a flash, Whis appeared beside him. You don't come any closer. The Supreme Kai stammered, terror gripping him. Am I truly that fearsome? I am but an angel, Whis replied. His demeanor innocent. Lord Supreme Kai, I harbor no ill intentions, Whis added, almost on the verge of tears. Yet, the Supreme Kai remained vigilant, wary of a potential ambush. This being was no ordinary opponent. He sensed that he was outmatched. What do you truly desire? He asked, his voice trembling. Surely, Lord Supreme Kai, you are not unaware of Lord Zeno, Whis remarked, projecting an image from his staff. The figure depicted was none other than Zeno himself. Lord Zeno? The Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such an unusual title before. He quickly turned his gaze to the projection of Zeno. Who is this figurine? Is this the Zeno you speak of? He inquired casually. Figurine? You dare refer to Lord Zeno as a figurine? This is catastrophic. If Lord Zeno were to learn of this, I fear our seventh universe would face his wrath, Whis thought, regretting his decision to keep the Supreme Kai here. If you wish to leave, I would be glad to let you go. Why would I interrupt your instant transmission? Chapter 82, Divine Sword. Very well, you may leave. Whis sighed in resignation. Are you truly certain you will let me go? The Supreme Kai gazed at Whis in disbelief. What purpose would I have in retaining you? Am I to keep you for dinner? Whis, growing weary of the conversation, turned and departed the castle. You should leave swiftly. I have repairs to attend to. The Supreme Kai observed Whis's exit, feeling a sense of urgency and promptly executing his instant transmission. In the Supreme Kai realm, everything that transpired on Beerus's planet had been witnessed by Beerus through his staff, with Luo Tian observing alongside him. As for Jebbet and Broly, they were completely oblivious to the unfolding events. Beerus discreetly wiped his brow, suddenly realizing that seeking out the Supreme Kai was a grave mistake. Beerus, quickly put away your staff, Luo Tian whispered urgently. If the Supreme Kai sees you wielding a staff identical to Whis's, you might find yourself in quite a predicament. Luo Tian pondered. Swish, whoosh. Even the Supreme Kai's legs trembled uncontrollably, seemingly stricken with fear. This was the first time since the Majin Buu incident that the Supreme Kai felt such a long-lost terror. This god of destruction and his attendant were no ordinary beings. Supreme Kai, are you alright? Jebbet inquired with concern, rushing forward. I'm fine. The Supreme Kai gently waved his hand at Jebbet, striving to regain his composure. That was truly terrifying. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and managed to escape from that perilous situation. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Once again, I extend my gratitude for your assistance, Supreme Kai, in helping the Galactic Patrol deal with Frieza, Beerus said as he approached to bow. I shall not keep you for a meal, the Supreme Kai replied. Very well, we indeed must take our leave. Beerus nodded in understanding. The Supreme Kai displayed little emotion. His recent visit to Beerus's planet had diminished his prior confidence. At that moment, he clearly recognized that in this universe, aside from Majin Buu, there existed another immensely powerful god of destruction. Perhaps he was not stronger than Majin Buu, but certainly comparable. Let us depart, Beerus suggested to Luo Tian, lowering his voice. We still need to visit the underworld, and it conveniently lies on our route. Agreed, Luo Tian nodded in affirmation. Supreme Kai, my apologies for the disturbance. And thank you once more for your assistance. Beerus expressed his gratitude again. After speaking, Beerus was the first to head toward the spaceship. Initially, he intended to request the Supreme Kai's help in transporting Luo Tian to Universe 10. However, given the current circumstances, where the Supreme Kai seemed unaware, it was best not to impose further. At least the Frieza situation had been resolved, and the Galactic Patrol posed no more dangers for the time being, allowing them ample time to escort Luo Tian to Universe 10. Are you alright? Luo Tian inquired. I'm fine, Broly scratched his head. I meant the spaceship, Luo Tian corrected him. Broly. Beerus. Just as Beerus was about to board the spaceship, Luo Tian suddenly exclaimed, Wait, Beerus, I just remembered something very important. Beerus slowly halted, turning to look at Luo Tian. I've heard that within the Supreme Kai realm lies a divine sword, and drawing it grants immense power, correct? Supreme Kai? Lawton's gaze shifted to the Supreme Kai. Yes, that is indeed the case, the Supreme Kai admitted without reservation, nodding in affirmation. However, do not entertain the thought, with your current strength. It is absolutely impossible for you to draw the Divine Sword. The Divine Sword. Even I lack the capability to draw it forth. Shall we attempt it? Luo Tian's interest was piqued. If you truly wish to try, it is not impossible, the Kaioshin replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor nonchalant. That is indeed a Divine Sword. None of my predecessors, the Kaioshin, have managed to extract it. Do you mere mortals believe you can succeed where we have failed? I shall permit you to try, so you may come to terms with your limitations sooner. Follow me, the Kaioshin instructed, soaring into the sky. Jebet followed closely beside him. While Luo Tian ascended as well, Broly trailed closely behind Luo Tian, and curious Melis had no choice but to follow suit. Under the Kaioshin's guidance, they landed together upon a steep mountain summit. The platform atop the mountain measured merely a few meters in diameter. At the center of this platform, a sword was embedded deeply into the peak, leaving only the hilt exposed. This is the Divine Sword. The Kaioshin gestured towards it, explaining, as you may know, that drawing this sword grants immense power. How do you know all this? Jebet inquired, casting a curious glance at Luo Tian. It is of no consequence, Luo Tian replied. Dismissing the question, Jebet, Melis, will you not give it a try? Luo Tian turned his gaze towards Melis. Melis was momentarily speechless. You wish for a mere apprentice angel to attempt to draw this sword? How ludicrous. Ahem, I doubt I could succeed, so I shall refrain from trying. Melis quickly shook his head. Broly, why not give it a go? Luo Tian urged Broly. Since laying eyes upon the sword, Broly had been circling it, his expression conveying eagerness. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Broly hesitated no longer and firmly grasped the hilt of the Divine Sword. Humph, if even the Kaioshin cannot extract it, what makes you think a defeated opponent can? Jebet scoffed disdainfully. I do not mean to belabor the point, but several Kaioshin have attempted to draw this sword in the past, only to meet with failure. Hee. Broly exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, straining to pull the sword. However, the Divine Sword remained utterly immovable. Chapter 83, Broly, Unleash Super Scion. What did I say? Jebet's smile grew ever brighter. Although the Kaioshin remained silent, his eyes sparkled with amusement. You cannot even defeat me. What gives you the confidence that you can draw this sword? Huff, huff, huff. Broly felt his hands begin to numb and hastily blew on them to restore circulation. With a sudden transformation, Broly became a Super Saiyan infused with the strength of a great ape. Without uttering a word, he firmly grasped the hilt once more, channeling all his might to pull the sword free. Yet, the Divine Sword remained steadfastly unmoved. Although Broly's combat power had soared to an impressive 2.5 billion, he still fell significantly short of the true strength possessed by the current Kaioshin. It is essential to recognize that during the narrative's timeline, when Sun Wukong arrived at the Kaioshin realm to draw his sword, his fundamental combat power far surpassed that of the current Broly. This disparity elucidates why Sun Wukong could effortlessly unsheath the Divine Sword after transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, at present, Broly's base combat power is woefully inadequate. Indeed, even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Broly remains incapable of drawing the sword, instead succumbing to exhaustion. If you cannot even unsheath a sword, you shall be deprived of food for 3 days, Luo Tian proclaimed suddenly. Broly's pupils constricted sharply, followed by rapid blinking that revealed a flash of white. Aya! Broly let out a series of anguished cries, entering a frenzied state. He glanced at Luo Tian, then at Myers beside him, before directing his gaze toward Jebet. What else with that peculiar look? Jebet furrowed his brow. Yet, as soon as Jebet spoke, he realized Broly was charging toward him with alarming speed. Watch out! Luo Tian shouted. Jebet, taken aback, glanced at Luo Tian, while the Kaioshin momentarily failed to comprehend the situation. He is about to go berserk, Luo Tian yelled, hastily ascending into the sky. I don't need you to remind me, Jebet retorted, feeling his focus shift due to Luo Tian's warning. Myers wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as though Luo Tian had intentionally distracted him. Broly transformed into a golden streak, hurtling toward Jebet, who was left aghast. In this critical moment, the Kaioshin swiftly appeared beside Jebet, gesturing with both hands toward Broly. An invisible force of divine energy enveloped Broly, instantly immobilizing him in midair, rendering him nearly incapable of movement. Broly continued to howl, desperately struggling against the bindings imposed by the Kaioshin. What is happening to him? Why has he lost control? The Kaioshin inquired urgently. It is likely that his energy is too overwhelming for his body to sustain, leading to a loss of rationality, Luo Tian explained. A hint of remorse in his voice. It is my fault. I should not have mentioned withholding his meals. Myers stood silently beside them, sensing Luo Tian's intentions. I can't shake the feeling that you said that on purpose. I should exercise caution, he mused. After all, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. A single misstep could result in the Kaioshin being torn asunder. With a sudden your encouragement has left me quite bashful. Broly continues to roar. And suddenly he begins to speak. I want to eat. He bellows, his voice shaking the very earth beneath him. Boom. The golden aura enveloping Broly abruptly shifts in hue. Whoosh. A dark green beam shoots skyward. Upon closer inspection, one can see Broly entirely cloaked in emerald flames, his hair standing on end, instantly transforming into a deep green. Melis is taken aback. Has he unleashed the full might of the legendary Super Saiyan? What? The legendary Super Saiyan? The Kaishin pauses. His expression slightly shifting. The one said to be the strongest warrior in the universe? Could this individual truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Jebbit trembles slightly, his countenance changing dramatically. Crack. After transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly immediately breaks free from the Kaishin's binding technique. My binding technique has completely failed, the Kaishin exclaims. Startled, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Broly continues to scream, his energy surging forth once more, even tinting the sky a vibrant green. This is bad. He has utterly lost control. Luo Tian gasps, nonchalantly retreating to a safer distance. Melis is utterly speechless. You have awakened the power of the legendary Super Saiyan, and now you wish to flee at such a critical moment? Melis, stop him. Luo Tian calls out, this will greatly aid your training. Melis, why not say it's your training? You're being rather selfish. Quickly, be cautious lest he tear the Kaishin asunder. Luo Tian hastily adds. Melis focuses, realizing with alarm that Broly is indeed charging towards the Kaishin, clearly intent on splitting him in two. At this pivotal moment, Melis dares not be careless. He swiftly ascends, drawing his pistol and quickly infusing it with angelic power. Bang! Melis pulls the trigger, unleashing a beam of divine power imbued with angelic energy toward Broly. Broly cannot evade in time and is struck. As Melis's angelic energy envelopes Broly, it swiftly cleanses his spirit. Crack! Instantly, Broly's previously colorless eyes regain their normal hue. Chapter 84. Do you plan to train him as a god of destruction? Broly slowly turns his head, gazing deeply at Luo Tian, seemingly comprehending, and nods vigorously. Following this, a goofy grin spreads across his face. Not bad, not bad. At last, your dormant power has been awakened, Luo Tian expresses, feeling a profound sense of relief. Initially displaying confusion, Broly suddenly seems to realize something and hurriedly bows to Luo Tian. No need for formality. Quickly draw your sword, Luo Tian urges. Luo Tian approached and gently patted Broly's shoulder. Broly cast a glance downward at the divine sword embedded in the ground. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Broly descended from the heavens, landing beside the temple, grasping the hilt of the divine sword. What? Do you think being the legendary Super Saiyan grants you the power to draw the divine sword? Jebbit remarked, unable to suppress his mockery even as he exhaled in relief. The Kaishin remained silent, suddenly feeling a sense of dread from the earlier scene. Why do I feel that I might not be a match for this little green glowing brat? Is the legendary Super Saiyan truly that formidable? With a decisive pull, Broly effortlessly extracted the divine sword from the steep mountainside. The Kaishin's pupils constricted in shock. Jebbit stared. Dumbfounded, disbelief plastered across his face. Very well, Luo Tian mused, clearly pleased with Broly's display. However, you must diligently refine your state of mind. You cannot afford to lose your reason every time you transform. This time, you were fortunate that Meru's helped you regain control. But true mastery can only come from within yourself. Broly nodded vigorously while examining the divine sword in his hand, swinging it playfully with a goofy grin. Hey Luo Tian. Meru's, having silently flown to Luo Tian's side, interjected, are you planning to cultivate him into a god of destruction? Unable to contain himself, he inquired. That is indeed my intention, Luo Tian admitted with a nod. Meru's felt a pang in his heart at that moment. Shouldn't I also hasten the training of my own god of destruction? One that belongs to me. Once I manage my current tasks, I must seek a suitable human to become a god of destruction. Otherwise, if a human who has cultivated angelic power surpasses me, wouldn't it be rather embarrassing for me, a genuine apprentice angel? Luo Tian replied, could you refrain from speaking so candidly? You must understand that we angels are inherently more powerful than the gods of destruction, albeit we remain humble. Meru's added, my feelings are quite complex. I am nurturing the most potent god of destruction in history. Luo Tian sighed, but fear not. I still have that robot. Meru's responded with disbelief. I expected you to say you would diligently cultivate your angelic power. Instead, your greatest reliance is on that robot. By the way, how long do you think your angelic power can maintain control over Broly's rampage? Luo Tian inquired once more. Understood, he nodded. The Kaishin and Jebbit exchanged glances before cautiously flying toward Broly, wary of getting too close, fearing that he might once again lose his composure. How did Lord Kaishin regain his reason? I saw that galactic patrolman shoot him, and then his sanity returned, Jebbit questioned curiously. Jebbit, is that the crux of the matter? The Kaishin shook his head, stating, the critical issue now is that he has drawn the divine sword. Jebbit nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that how Broly regained his sanity was no longer of primary concern. The real focus was that he had indeed drawn the divine sword, which was nothing short of remarkable. To think that one could draw the divine sword. Is it true that the legendary Super Saiyan possesses such extraordinary prowess? It seems that my earlier defeat at his hands was indeed quite reasonable. Jebbet, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt a sense of equilibrium within himself. Whoosh. Broly wielded the divine sword with great swiftness. In that moment, Broly resembled a deity of the sword. The god of destruction, Jebbet, Loden, and Mers remained silent, observing Broly display his prowess. The god of destruction and Jebbet fell into a deep silence. How does this legendary Super Saiyan perceive our divine sword? The god of destruction inquired. It's mine. Broly pointed at the sword, then at his own nose. The god of destruction was momentarily at a loss. I never claimed it was yours. How could you presume to appropriate it? Clearing his throat, he continued, I could offer you this divine sword, but you must assist me with a task. I refuse. Broly decisively rejected the offer. The god of destruction was left speechless. Why would this fellow not adhere to the usual protocol? If you do not assist me, I shall not bestow this sword upon you, the god of destruction replied, his expression darkening. It's mine, Broly reiterated, pointing at the sword in his hand, and then at himself, his demeanor resolute. The god of destruction fell silent once more, the air thick with tension. In truth, the task I require of you is quite simple. You need only help me vanquish a creature known as Majin Buu. The god of destruction hastily explained, Are you not a warrior race, Science? And a legendary Super Saiyan at that? Do you not relish combat? This being would make for an excellent opponent, one you should find intriguing. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Broly's interest was piqued. He blinked in curiosity and asked the god of destruction, Is he strong? The god of destruction had awaited this very question, nodding vigorously with a bittersweet smile. To be frank, even I am no match for Majin Buu. Broly did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to glance at Loden, seeking his counsel. Mers observed Broly and then Loden, a contemplative expression crossing his face. It seemed that the god of destruction Loden had chosen was rather obedient, even soliciting Loden's opinion on significant matters. Broly promptly shook his head, scrutinizing the divine sword in his grasp, and suddenly felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him. Forget it, Broly decisively declared, casting the sword towards Jebbet. Jebbet, the god of destruction, both were left speechless. Chapter 85, Broly, it's coming back. However, upon reflection, the god of destruction and Jebbet considered that acquiring the divine sword might indeed be a fortuitous event. Jebbet instinctively reached out to catch the sword. Yet, the moment the sword made contact with Jebbet, he felt as though the weight of a planet bore down upon his hands. Jebbet? What is happening? Why is it so heavy? Clang. The divine sword crashed heavily into the ground of the god of destruction's realm, embedding itself deeply into the earth. Jebbet! The god of destruction exclaimed, somewhat displeased. Why did you throw away the divine sword? This is too much, Jebbet exclaimed, his face contorted with grievance as he hurriedly attempted to retrieve the sword. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he found himself utterly unable to lift it. You can't pick it up? Broly approached, gazing up at Jebbet. Jebbet, beads of sweat forming on his brow, helplessly nodded in affirmation. With a swift motion, Broly effortlessly lifted the sword with one hand and offered it to Jebbet. Jebbet hesitated. I can't take it. It's far too heavy. Just hold it, Broly instructed succinctly. What's the matter, Jebbet? If I tell you to hold it, then just do so. Is this sword truly heavy? The Supreme Kai interjected from the side. Jebbet silently wiped his brow. It's not just heavy, it's exceedingly heavy. I'm afraid it might strain my back. Broly grinned mischievously and tossed the divine sword to the Supreme Kai without a second thought. The Supreme Kai, without a hint of hesitation, reached out to grasp the sword. Be careful, Lord Supreme Kai. That sword is exceptionally heavy. Jebbet warned urgently. How heavy can it be? The Supreme Kai shot Jebbet a skeptical glance, his hand already making contact with the sword's hilt. In an instant, he felt as though the weight of a planet bore down upon him. At that critical moment, he quickly released his grip. Nevertheless, he stumbled back, nearly losing his balance as the sword sank deep into the ground of the Supreme Kai's realm. Broly let out a triumphant laugh. Let us depart, Loden called to Meruz. Meruz remained silent, pausing momentarily. Are you suggesting we create a sheath for this sword? Loden pondered. Meruz did not respond, turning away to leave. Is that truly what I meant? Speaking with you feels like a struggle, Loden muttered, following the direction of the spaceship. Wait. Broly interjected. Loden gradually halted. The little one has developed his own thoughts. He even knows to wait. Quite impressive. Under my guidance, you have indeed matured swiftly. Meruz remained silent. Be gentle, Loden instructed. Hee. Broly flashed a wide grin, revealing his pristine teeth. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of green light, hurtling towards the direction of the Supreme Kai. What? The Supreme Kai's expression shifted slightly. Instantly, he reacted with remarkable speed, glaring at the oncoming Broly. A formidable divine power enveloped Broly in an instant. Broly's body momentarily quivered, and then, all fell silent. Broly chuckled again, his laughter tinged with mischief. What? The Supreme Kai's lips twitched, his countenance darkening. Suddenly, Broly launched a punch towards the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai quickly raised his arm to block. In the next moment, Broly's fist collided with the Supreme Kai's arm. Eeeeew! The Supreme Kai cried out in agony as his arm twisted grotesquely. As Broly extended his small hand forward, he pressed it firmly against the forehead of the Supreme Kai, propelling his body downward toward the earth below. Jebbit, trembling in fear, refrained from offering assistance. Even when this fellow was not transformed, I was no match for him. Now that he has transformed, it is best not to provoke him further. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he does not seem to be exerting himself too harshly. When he struck me before, I merely sustained some superficial injuries. Otherwise, I would have been vanquished long ago. Boom. Broly pressed the Supreme Kai's head into the ground, creating a crater in the realm of the Kais. Simultaneously, he rotated the Supreme Kai's head within the pit, effectively enlarging it twofold. Bang! With a light punch, Broly sent the Supreme Kai's body crashing into the deepened crater. What a thrill! Broly clapped his hands excitedly, laughing heartily. Luo Tian remarked, "Why do I feel you resemble Majin Buu a bit?" Melees remained silent, his expression one of distress, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, Broly paused in his laughter, realizing something, and swiftly turned his gaze toward Jebbit. Jebbit, unable to meet Broly's eyes, quickly averted his gaze to the distant sky, gesturing toward the white clouds above, exclaiming, "The clouds are so white today. Look at me." Broly spoke. Jebbit feigned ignorance, continuing to observe the clouds. Broly fell silent and strode toward the divine sword nearby. Jebbit, noticing Broly's movements from the corner of his eye, felt a change in his countenance. "Why are you still carrying a weapon? You were already formidable without one." "Broly, were you calling me just now?" Jebbit hastily inquired, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. After a brief silence, Jebbit seemed to grasp something and lightly leapt into the crater formed by the Supreme Kai. "What a thrill!" Broly exclaimed, clapping his hands once more. Melees, resting his forehead in his hand, found himself at a loss for words. Thus, grievances are best settled on the same day. Luo Tian patted Broly on the shoulder, showering him with praise. Melees could only sigh in exasperation. "How did you cultivate such a mindset to wield angelic power? I am quite curious. No wonder your angelic power's purity has stagnated at level 9. With such a mindset, it would be remarkable if you could progress further. A dignified Supreme Kai, reduced to being bullied by your subordinate. Yet, I must admit, it feels rather satisfying. Is it due to this Supreme Kai's disrespect toward Lord Whis? Well, that is of little consequence now. He has already been struck, and Broly's blows were not severe, merely superficial wounds. The only significant injury was a slight fracture in his arm. Fortunately, as a follower of the Supreme Kai, Jebbit possesses healing abilities, so it is hardly a concern." Chapter 86. Frieza, we are businessmen. Supreme Kai, we shall take our leave now. There is no need to see us off. Luo Tian called towards the crater. Melees, are you intent on causing harm? At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation on Earth, after relentless research, Bulma has finally repaired the communicator. Moreover, she has modified the positioning system of the device to emit false coordinates. At this moment, Dr. Briefs meticulously examines the communicator. A brief silence ensues. "This is too risky." Bulma, Dr. Briefs shakes his head. Though her father is a remarkable scientist on Earth, he acknowledges the vast chasm that exists when compared to the extraterrestrial scientists throughout the universe. Even though you've altered the positioning system, it could still be deciphered by an exceptional scientist. Bulma, her bright eyes shimmering, nods earnestly. "Are you planning to use this to contact Goku?" Dr. Briefs adjusts his glasses and inquires. Bulma nods, her ponytail swaying behind her. "But Goku doesn't carry a communicator. If we initiate contact, it's highly probable we'll connect with those behind him," Dr. Brief speculates. "Let us just give it a try. If anything seems amiss, we can shut it off." Bulma looks up at her father, pleading. "Very well, if it's merely a brief exchange, the chances of being detected are minimal." Dr. Briefs finally consents. Bulma presses a button on the communicator and immediately speaks into it. "Hello, is anyone there?" A sweet, youthful voice emanates from Earth, instantly transmitted into the vast cosmos. In the boundless starry sky, 3 spherical miniature spacecraft traverse the universe at great speed. Vegeta lies within one of these vessels, his expression a portrait of despair. The emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan fills him with an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Vegeta never anticipated the existence of the fabled Super Saiyan. "I refuse to accept this. If the legendary Super Saiyan truly exists, why should it not be me, Vegeta?" Just then, a melodic voice suddenly fills Vegeta's spacecraft. He blinks in surprise, glancing towards the communicator, and asks, "Who are you? Who are you?" Bulma realizes it is not Goku's voice. "Do you know Goku?" She inquires again. "What did you say?" "You know Goku?" Vegeta comprehends, demanding, "Tell me, where are you? Your voice doesn't sound trustworthy, so I want to tell you." Bulma replies before promptly ending the call. Vegeta stares at the communicator in disbelief. Where did this young girl's voice come from? The light on the communicator was green when it spoke, indicating the source was the mothership, the very spacecraft that Goku had commandeered. That voice could only communicate with their few vessels. Prince Vegeta, did you hear that voice just now? It sounded like a young girl. Nappa's voice quickly follows. Shall we trace her location? Nappa inquires. Discover her location. And then what? Vegeta scoffed. Are you planning to confront that legendary Super Saiyan? Nappa fell silent. Ignore her, Vegeta commanded. Raditz remained unresponsive, disappointed by the lack of results. Bulma tossed the communicator to the ground and stomped on it twice. The device shattered into several pieces, rendered utterly useless. Briefs, why bother fixing it? In the vastness of space, aboard Frieza's spaceship, Frieza's expression was even more grim than Vegeta's. King Kai? Just you wait. You have killed my son, and I shall make you pay. Yet, Frieza was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and King Kai. What filled him with dread was the apparent camaraderie between King Kai and Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. If I provoke King Kai, who knows how Lord Beerus might punish me? Frieza could only glare in frustration, swallowing his indignation. Belial, remember. We suppress planets and eliminate the natives to sell them at a high price to those aliens who have lost their homes and fallen into despair. This is merely business. Frieza took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. I understand, Lord Frieza, Belial replied with a firm nod. We are not like those criminals who breach the galactic laws, Frieza added as a clarification. Just then, a subordinate hastily approached to report. Is there something amiss? Frieza inquired with a stern expression. Lord Frieza, we have just intercepted a signal from the Galactic Patrol base. It is a young girl's voice. And she has made contact with Vegeta. The subordinate knelt in reverence, asking, shall we launch an attack on the Galactic Patrol? With a swift motion, two beams of crimson energy erupted from Frieza's eyes, enveloping the subordinate in an instant. The subordinate was reduced to mere ashes, utterly obliterated. I have made it clear, we are merchants. Frieza huffed coldly. The other subordinates fell silent, trembling in fear. In the realm of the gods, the spaceship carrying Luo Tian and his companions took off, swiftly departing from King Kai's realm to traverse the divine domain. Next, I must visit the underworld. Myers informed Luo Tian. You need not accompany me. That is not how it should be, Luo Tian countered, shaking his head. As a trainee angel, I am also striving towards the path of the angels. Thus our ultimate goals are quite similar. Broly nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. Myers was at a loss for words. After a brief silence, very well, you may accompany me, but be warned, this is the underworld. Do not cause any disturbances there, or we may invite unnecessary trouble. Myers cautioned Luo Tian and Broly, his gaze particularly serious when directed at Broly. Chapter 87, Purity of Angelic Power 10. Myers trusted that Luo Tian would behave, but he was not so sure about Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan may very well cause yet more trouble. At this moment, Broly had reverted to his normal state, obediently nodding his head. Maruz, refraining from further words, operated the spacecraft briefly and explained, first, let us allow the spaceship to hover in this space, and then we shall enter the realm of the underworld. Understood, Luo Tian nodded in agreement, and Broly followed suit. We can set off now, Maruz beckoned. Wait a moment, Luo Tian suddenly interjected. Maruz, perplexed, looked at Luo Tian, uncertain of his intentions. I have a suggestion, Luo Tian stated. Maruz was momentarily taken aback. Luo Tian ceased further speech, and suddenly, radiant light akin to that of stars surged forth from him. Maruz, slightly dazed, widened his eyes, intently observing the transformation occurring within Luo Tian. The air around Luo Tian shimmered with a chaotic angelic power, streams of brilliant light enveloping his entire being. Then, a surprising spectacle unfolded. The dazzling light emanating from Luo Tian flickered momentarily, and with that flicker, the brilliance of the flames surrounding him surged to an unprecedented intensity. Maruz's eyes were filled with astonishment. What is this change? Is this the purification of angelic power? Did you not say that once your angelic power reached a purity level of 9, it would be exceedingly difficult to advance further? Indeed, I have succeeded. Luo Tian beamed with delight. How did you achieve this? Maruz inquired. How else could it be? It is, of course, the book given to me by Whis that has made all the difference. Through the insights provided within, I have attained a deeper understanding, thus elevating the purity of my angelic power by a level, Luo Tian replied with a gentle smile. Now, my angelic power purity has reached 10. But did you not state that once your angelic power purity reached 9, further advancement would be exceedingly challenging? Maruz asked, bewildered. Yes. It has been 10 days since my angelic power reached 9, and yet it seemed far from 10. How could I not be anxious? Luo Tian sighed, shaking his head. Did you perhaps misspeak? It should be 10 months, correct? Maruz wiped the sweat from his brow. Only 10 days. I have been laboring to assist you. Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to accompany you on this journey? And you expect me to wait impatiently for just 10 days? Maruz felt a pang in his heart. Now that you have elevated the purity of your angelic power to 10, do you still require my guidance? Maruz asked. Absolutely. There is a saying, one learns as long as one lives. I am merely 5 years old. This is the prime age for learning, Luo Tian asserted. After speaking, the angelic power surrounding him gradually dissipated. In these past few days, Luo Tian had not been idle. He had been diligently training. I am not like the legendary Super Saiyan. That fellow merely needs to consume food to increase his energy. I must exert myself tirelessly to ensure he does not surpass me. Otherwise, if I were to be outdone by my destroyer, to whom could I seek justification? After several days of diligent cultivation, Luo Tian finally discovered that his angelic power could be further refined. Just moments ago, he completed the advancement of his angelic power, achieving a purity level of 10. Myris was momentarily speechless, while Broly nodded along, as if he comprehended everything. Well, let us visit the underworld, after all. I must congratulate you on the purification of your angelic power, Myris remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Wait a moment, Luo Tian interjected. Myris inquired. What are you waiting for? I want to see if I can transform, Luo Tian pondered. Transform? Myris was slightly taken aback. Let us give it a try. My previous assumptions must now be tested. Luo Tian's expression grew unusually serious. According to his calculations, once the purity of his angelic power reached 10, he should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan god. Of course, this was merely theoretical, as he had never attempted it practically. Now that his angelic power purity had indeed reached 10, it was worth trying to see if he could become a Super Saiyan god. Everyone, please remain silent. I need to concentrate to have any chance of transforming, Luo Tian instructed Myris and Broly. Broly nodded enthusiastically, watching Luo Tian with anticipation. Should you leave the spaceship before transforming? Myris suggested, concerned that any excessive commotion might damage the vessel. Not a problem, that is insignificant. Luo Tian reassured him with a gentle wave of his hand. You are an angel. Surely you understand that angelic power is relatively gentle. As long as there is no transformation, it poses no significant threat. The spaceship will undoubtedly withstand it. Myris replied, Are you instructing me on my duties? Who among us is the angel? I can't help but feel you resemble an apprentice angel more than I do. Luo Tian retorted, Silence. I require quiet. Broly gestured threateningly at Myris, mimicking a tearing motion with his hands. Myris sighed and shook his head. A legendary Super Saiyan threatening me, an apprentice angel. How absurd. Fortunately, Myris had a good temperament and chose not to retaliate against Broly. Suddenly, without further ado, Luo Tian erupted with a dazzling display of angelic power. Myris became intrigued, keenly observing the surge of angelic energy emanating from Luo Tian, eager to see if he could indeed transform further. We angels have never claimed the ability to transform. Let us see how you manage. As moments ticked by, anticipation hung in the air. Whoosh. Transformation failed, Luo Tian declared. Myris and Broly fell backward in disbelief. Indeed, there was a vast chasm between theory and practice. Aspirations were grand, yet reality proved starkly different. Luo Tian sighed in resignation. Never once did we say angels could transform. Myris consoled. However, I am not an angel, I am a Scion, Luo Tian corrected him. Myris, at a loss for words, countered. Now you claim to be a Scion again. I truly find myself at a loss for words regarding you. Let us proceed then. To the underworld, declared Luo Tian, as he soared directly into the midst of the robots. To the underworld, is there no need to control the robots? Inquired Myers. Chapter 88. Myers, do boast of your father as well. Myers, rendered speechless, nodded with a sullen expression, do as you wish. The trio subsequently departed from the spacecraft, entering this realm of the divine. The underworld, Broly exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and anticipation. Myers cast a sidelong glance at Broly and reiterated, Mr. Broly, allow me to emphasize once more, do not act recklessly. Broly nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Myers declared, raising his right hand gently upwards. With a swift motion, a scepter materialized in his grasp. Broly, now even more intrigued, circled around Myers, scratching his head in bewilderment. Where did this staff come from? Did it sprout from a tail? Following this, Broly lifted the hem of Myers' pants, peering towards his backside. No tail, he muttered, perplexed. Is there none in front or behind? Luo Tian asked, astonished. In front. Broly turned to inspect the front once more. Myers swiftly swatted Broly's hand aside. You are crossing the line here. By the way, Luo Tian queried, does your angelic figure possess a tail? Myers, with a grim countenance, remained silent. With a sudden flourish, Myers raised the scepter high, and the crystal orb atop it burst forth with radiant brilliance. Break the boundaries. Myers intoned, his voice steady. In an instant, the surrounding space warped and transformed. A golden expanse of clouds emerged nearby. Luo Tian gazed toward the golden clouds, where he could faintly discern a vast array of structures looming above. Among these edifices, numerous ethereal souls drifted in and out of sight. That is indeed the underworld. By temporal estimation, Mr. Muse's soul should still be in line, awaiting the judgment of Lord Yama. Myers elucidated. We must enter promptly. Upon entry, we shall locate Mr. Muse's soul and erase his memories from the moment of death. Myers articulated his plan, suggesting that the rest of his memories be preserved. That sounds reasonable, Luo Tian nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, the trio plunged into the peculiar realm nearby. In but a moment, they found themselves hovering above the underworld. With a flick of his wrist, Luo Tian unleashed a surge of angelic power upon himself, Myers, and Broly, rendering them invisible. Myers expressed satisfaction with Luo Tian's display, offering him a friendly nod as he hovered aloft, scanning for Muse's soul. There, Luo Tian pointed to a soul below, addressing Myers. Myers glanced in the direction indicated by Luo Tian and indeed spotted Muse's soul. This fellow is quite sprightly. Even in death, he remains restless, Luo Tian remarked with a smile. The reason Luo Tian instantly detected the soul of Muse was due to the raucous enthusiasm exhibited by the latter, who was vociferously making a scene within the crowd. It is understandable, considering that as the son of the god of destruction, Muse felt rather elevated in stature upon entering the underworld. After all, in the hierarchy of divine positions, the authority of King Yinluo is inferior to that of the Universe King. Above the Universe King resides the Universe King God. In principle, the divine rank of the Universe King God is equivalent to that of the God of Destruction. However, the God of Destruction possesses greater strength, which leads many gods to regard him with a degree of trepidation. As the offspring of the God of Destruction, Muse's sense of pride was rather inflated, even though he lacked a divine rank and could merely be considered an ordinary human. Despite being the son of the God of Destruction, he was not a true deity. Do you know who I am? Muse's soul bellowed within the throng, pointing to himself with a thumb, exclaiming, "My father is the God of Destruction. Do you dare make me wait in line here? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? A full half hour. When will it be my turn?" As Muse continued to lament, he was suddenly subdued to the ground by two little demons wielding pitchforks, eliciting cries of distress from him. "You dare! My father is the God of Destruction," Muse shouted, enduring the intense pain coursing through his ethereal form, his voice growing even louder. "Nonsense. In the underworld, no matter what god you are, you must behave." The little demons reprimanded sharply, pinning Muse firmly to the ground. "King Yinluo is the ultimate authority here. King Yinluo is nothing. He must kneel before my father," Muse shouted in a fit of rage. High above, observing this spectacle, Myers let out a soft sigh. Shaking his head gently, he suddenly felt that the son of the god of destruction from the third universe was exceedingly arrogant. The question remained, was it appropriate for the son of a third universe god of destruction to cause such a commotion in the underworld of the seventh universe? Let us erase his memories here. There are too many people below, Myers contemplated, directing the crystal orb of his scepter towards Muse. "Myers, who is your father? He must be an extraordinary deity, right?" Luo Tian suddenly inquired. "Indeed," Myers affirmed with a nod, hesitating for a moment before admitting, "My father is the Grand Divine Officer, the most powerful god in the entire universe, unmatched by anyone. Next time someone boasts in your presence, you should mention your father too. Say he is the Grand Divine Officer," Luo Tian advised, patting Myers on the shoulder. Myers, however, chose to remain silent. "Am I merely a person who dines on my father's reputation? Such boastfulness is not within my nature," he thought. With a swift motion, Myers channeled a surge of angelic power through the crystal orb of his scepter. An invisible force enveloped Muse almost instantaneously, causing him to forget the circumstances of his demise entirely. "Let us depart," Myers said with a smile. "It is all taken care of." "Is there any record of his death in King Yinluo's ledger?" Luo Tian inquired. "Oh, I nearly forgot. There is also the Book of Life and Death belonging to Lord Yinluo, which indeed requires some amendments, lest it be subject to scrutiny." Myers realized suddenly. "Let me give it a try." Luo Tian extended his hand, the mechanical arm directing its focus toward the book in Lord Yinluo's grasp. "First, locate the page pertaining to Muse, then alter the information recorded there," Myers explained. "Understood." Through the immense hand of the robot, Luo Tian unleashed a thread of angelic power from a distance. Whoosh! The angelic energy materialized into a slender line, instantly descending upon the Book of Life and Death. Utilizing this ethereal thread, Luo Tian searched for Muse's page within the tome. Chapter 89, Yinluo, son of the god of destruction? In less than 3 seconds, Luo Tian successfully unearthed some records concerning Muse. Muse, birth unknown, life unknown. Luo Tian. Why is his birth and life deemed unknown? Is it because he hails from the third universe? Luo Tian posed this inquiry to Myers, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he originates from the third universe. Hence the book here does not chronicle his life's events, only the cause of his demise. Luo Tian then turned his gaze to Muse's cause of death, torn asunder by the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. It was indeed recorded in great detail. Torn apart by the fabled Super Saiyan Broly, Luo Tian mused. "Too kind," Broly said, scratching his head sheepishly. Myers shot Broly an exasperated glance. "How can you even say that? If it weren't for the colossal mess you've made, I wouldn't have to clean up after you. Then shall I amend it to unknown as well?" Luo Tian remarked, his finger making a slight motion to change Muse's cause of death to unknown. Myers replied, "Isn't that alteration rather arbitrary? Let Lord Yanluo ponder it at his leisure. Luo Tian chuckled. After some serious contemplation, Myers deemed Luo Tian's modification acceptable. Let it be as you say, as long as Lord Mosk can uncover it. Furthermore, without the input from Angel Cambry, I trust that the God of Destruction's capabilities will render any investigation impossible. What ruckus is occurring within the ranks? Lord Yanluo had already heard Muse's loud outburst from the back of the group and turned to gaze sternly in that direction. A little ghost hastily approached to report the situation unfolding behind. What? The son of the God of Destruction? Lord Yanluo's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling in fear. And he rose from his seat to greet the newcomer. However, just as he stood, he sensed something was amiss. This is peculiar. How was I unaware that Lord Beerus has a son? Moreover, I have never heard of Lord Beerus having a child. Peering from afar, Lord Yanluo discerned that the soul in question was an oddly shaped little ghost, somewhat reminiscent of his subordinates. But he is not a cat person. The son of Lord Beerus should surely resemble a cat. How could he look so strange? Bring him to me, Lord Yanluo commanded, settling back into his seat. Two mischievous spirits swiftly brought Muse forward. You are doomed. How dare you disrespect me? Do you know who my father is? Muse shouted furiously. My father is the God of Destruction. Strike me if you dare. The King of Hell barked his orders in a fit of rage. Bang, bang, bang. The two spirits, having long been displeased with Muse's arrogant demeanor, relentlessly jabbed at his soul with their pitchforks. Muse emitted blood-curdling screams, echoing through the halls. The souls waiting in line were rendered speechless, terrified by the tragic wails. Soon, Muse could no longer cry out. His soul was gravely wounded, on the verge of disintegration. This fellow really can take a beating, remarked Luo Tian with a sigh. What a thrill. Broly cheered, clapping his hands in delight. Melz remained silent, though he thought Muse was rather foolish. You're already dead. Why cause a ruckus in the underworld? Just wait your turn. Why must you cut in line? Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated? If you hadn't rushed, perhaps your father would have come to rescue you by now. Now look where you are, after being jabbed. You've settled down, haven't you? With that thought, Mel shook his head lightly. What was I thinking? I feel as though I was nearly led astray by Luo Tian and Broly. I am an angel. I cannot entertain such thoughts. Care to repeat that? Who is your father? The King of Hell squinted, questioning. And my father is the God of Destruction, Muse stammered weakly. Before the king could respond, the two spirits resumed their assault on Muse's soul. Upon closer inspection, Muse's soul had grown dreadfully weak, lying on the ground, convulsing, teetering on the brink of death. In truth, he was already dead. He now existed merely as a spirit. However, should this spirit perish, it would be the end for him. If the spirit remained intact, the angelic rays could revive him through resurrection magic. But if the spirit were to die, he would truly cease to exist in this universe and the underworld. Only the Super Dragon Balls could bring back one devoid of a soul. I've never witnessed a soul cut in line while waiting in the King of Hell's hall. The king chuckled, eyeing Muse with amusement. Muse had fallen silent, unable to utter a word. The king leisurely flipped through the book of life and death, examining Muse's history, which was wholly ambiguous. Ambiguous history? Ambiguous death? The King of Hell was momentarily perplexed. My lord, he seems to be an inconsequential minor character, unworthy of even having his life and death recorded in the ledger. A staff member whispered as he stepped forward. Indeed, my lord. Another spirit chimed in as he took the page from the book of life and death. The other two spirits continued to jab at the barely conscious Muse, transporting him onto a cart. As the cart rumbled to life, it carried Muse and other souls away into the distance. Melz reflected. I never anticipated such a fate for him. Falling into a contemplative silence, his expression complex. Even Luo Tian did not anticipate that Mosk's son would depart for the afterlife so swiftly. In total, he had barely been gone for an hour. However, who could blame him for trying to cut in line? Perhaps accustomed to wielding power in the third universe, he was still attempting to assert dominance in the underworld of the seventh universe. Luo Tian witnessed Muse being sent into the soul cleansing machine. As the machine whirred to life, it eradicated all of Muse's memories before sending him down to be reincarnated. Myers, it seems we may have acted somewhat redundantly, Luo Tian remarked. Myers discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, it was somewhat unnecessary. Even without our intervention, that fellow would have already been reincarnated. You are correct. Luo Tian nodded. Is that it? Broly scratched his head, still yearning for more excitement. What more do you desire? The individual you tore asunder has already been reborn. Myers sighed. Is that my fault? Broly's fingers touched together, looking somewhat aggrieved. Myers chose to ignore him. Are you performing for me with that expression? Chapter 90. Greetings. Sister's eyes. Finally having resolved matters on this end, where shall we go next? Luo Tian inquired of Myers. Are you not taking me to meet Whis? Luo Tian suggested. Brother Whis mentioned that he is unable to resolve your issue with the purity of your angelic power. Myers gently shook his head. I have already discussed this with you previously. Then let it be. I shall conduct my own research. Luo Tian shrugged, releasing a resigned sigh. I believe that purifying the angelic power in your own way will yield effective results. Mars comforted with a smile. Very well, if you say there is a method. Then so be it, Luo Tian nodded, offering no dissent. Let us depart, Mars declared before turning to leave. Later, while aboard the spaceship, I will find a way to secretly create a wormhole. Then, I shall guide the spaceship into it. This way, our vessel will be drawn to the edge of the universe. At that point, I will send you to the realm of the god of destruction in the 10th universe, allowing Sister's eyes to provide you with guidance. Thus, my task will be successfully completed. Luo Tian and Broly followed closely behind. With a decisive click, Myers pressed the launch button on the spaceship. The vessel took flight, soaring swiftly through the divine realm. As they traveled, Myers produced his staff, the crystal orb atop shimmering momentarily. In an instant, the spaceship transitioned from the divine realm into the vastness of space. The magnificent starry sky unfolded before Luo Tian's eyes. After flying for several hours, Myers lifted his right hand, the staff materializing suddenly. He then waved it gently. Before them, a large wormhole materialized out of thin air within the cosmic expanse. The wormhole resembled a cosmic whirlpool, continuously consuming everything in its vicinity while warping space and time, rendering the surrounding environment indistinct. Around the wormhole, interstellar dust and photons were incessantly drawn in, only to be expelled from the other side of the universe. Within the confines of the spacecraft, Luo Tian seemed to sense a shift in the external environment, abruptly opening his eyes and glancing toward the direction of the wormhole. What is happening? Where have we arrived? Broly's eyes widened in disbelief. Whoosh! The spacecraft resembled a small boat adrift in an ocean, swaying gently as it surged toward the wormhole. In an instant, the spacecraft vanished into the wormhole, disappearing from sight. Inside the room, Myers promptly contacted an individual through the staff in his possession. Oh my, is that you, dear Myers? A gentle female voice emanated from the crystal ball. Hello, Sister Kasai. Myers greeted warmly. I heard that you were training as a galactic patrolman in the 7th universe. What prompted you to reach out to me? Kasai inquired with a smile. It's quite the tale, Sister Kasai, Myers began to explain. There is an individual from our 7th universe who has cultivated a simplified version of the Ultra Instinct and astonishingly manifested angelic power. Goodness, that is indeed remarkable, Kasai responded, visibly surprised. She had never heard of a human achieving angelic power. Even those who mastered Ultra Instinct typically only attained immense strength. Wait, did you just say he cultivated a simplified version of Ultra Instinct? Yes, Myers nodded, discreetly wiping away sweat. He exchanged a sausage with Brother Whis for a book on it. So, through this simplified text, he has developed angelic power? Kasai grasped the concept. Indeed, Sister Kasai, Myers affirmed once more. Kasai fell silent. Having lived for billions of years, it was her first encounter with such an outrageous claim. After about 10 seconds, she asked, Are you contacting me to bring this person to our 10th universe? I have reported this matter to Lord Grand Priest as well. His directive is for you, Sister Kasai, to nurture him with care, aiming to help Mr. Luo Tian evolve into a true angel, Myers elucidated. Even Lord Grand Priest is aware of this. Kasai momentarily paused, then seemed to come to terms with it, pondering aloud. Indeed, such a significant matter should be reported to Lord Grand Priest. Exactly, Myers nodded in agreement. Very well, leave it to me. I shall ensure he becomes an exceptional angel. Kasai replied cheerfully, then inquired, How long until you arrive here? Based on our speed, it will take at least 3 more days to reach you, Myers clarified. However, Kasai soon noticed something amiss in the background behind Myers. Wait a moment. You aren't traveling by spacecraft, are you? She questioned. Yes, Sister Kasai, we are indeed traveling by spacecraft, Myers confirmed. At the current speed of our vessel, it will take at least a month to arrive. Shall I have Lord Kaioshin come assist in receiving you? Kasai suggested. There is no need to trouble Lord Kaioshin. Myers replied. Mel smiled and remarked that the High Priest had stated the importance of making Luo Tian aware of the arduous nature of cultivation, enabling him to strive more diligently in the years to come, and thus laying the groundwork for his transformation into a true angel. After all, he was but a human, with a fleeting lifespan of less than 100 years. Then I shall patiently await your arrival here, he concluded. Kes nodded gently, and the communication ended. Mels took a deep breath and stepped forward to open the cabin door. Outside, Luo Tian felt as though the spaceship had entered a peculiar realm. The space around them shimmered with light, yet the spaceship navigated this area with remarkable stability, providing Luo Tian with the sensation of traversing a time-space tunnel. It was reminiscent of the scenes from his past life watching Doraemon, where the robotic cat moved through time. Now, the spaceship sped through such a realm. Broly pressed against the window, his gaze clouded with confusion, unsure of their surroundings. Upon inspecting the interior of the spaceship, Luo Tian noticed that Mels was absent from the control room. Just then, the door to Mel's chamber swung open. He stepped out, momentarily taken aback, before his expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, where have we entered? Mels exclaimed, hastening to the control room and randomly pressing several buttons. Chapter 91. I am heading to the 6th universe. Observing Mel's frantic maneuvers, Luo Tian refrained from commenting. It seems we have entered a wormhole. This is bad, Mel's muttered, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Luo Tian remained silent. Noticing Luo Tian's lack of reaction, Mel's turned to him in confusion. Why are you so unfazed? However, Mel's act seemed rather unconvincing. His expression was somewhat unnatural, and he avoided meeting Luo Tian's gaze. A slight tension gripped Mel's heart. Could he have discerned something amiss? Hiding something? Broly circled around Mel's, his curiosity piqued. What the hell do you mean by hiding something? Mel's retorted. Moreover, Mel's, I can clearly sense your anxiety. What have you done? Luo Tian continued, pressing further. What? What are you talking about? I don't understand your words, Mel stammered, feeling a pang of guilt. What about the toilet paper? Luo Tian inquired. Mel's responded with bewilderment. I never mentioned toilet paper. He scratched his head in confusion. Did you expend a significant amount of angelic power just to create this wormhole? Luo Tian questioned. Glancing at the flowing light outside the window, Mel's fell silent, his face a canvas of astonishment. You could see through it? He asked incredulously. Where are you planning to take me? Luo Tian pressed on. Mel's lowered his head. Is my acting insufficient? I should have brought that fellow Gak along. He portrayed Broly's father so convincingly that Broly transformed into a super Scion upon his demise. I am an angel, inherently devoid of the ability to perform. After a brief silence, I discerned that Luo Tian wore a smile. Allow me to speak candidly. Traversing this wormhole will lead us to the fringes of the 7th universe. Mel sighed, elucidating. Next, I intend to escort you to the 10th universe, where my sister will guide your cultivation. Luo Tian displayed a contemplative expression. Did Mel's truly exert such effort to take me to the 10th universe? What could he be thinking? Why the 10th universe? Instantly, a visage of a petite angel, resembling a little girl, emerged in Luo Tian's mind. Her name is Kes. Though Kes appears adorably youthful, she is, in fact, the eldest among the 12 angels of the universes. However, age is of no consequence. Even Bados has likely existed for over 1 billion years. They eternally retain their current appearance, never succumbing to the ravages of time. To meet Kes? My dream companion, adorned with a ponytail. While I hold a fondness for Kes, the petite angel, my true preference lies with Bados, the enchanting angel with a ponytail. It is because of you that I have arrived in this strange yet familiar realm. It is also due to you that I have cultivated this peculiar angelic power. Yet, I am hesitant to disclose such sentiments directly to Mel's. Surely, I cannot confess to him that I am a traveler from another world, can I? Luo Tian mused that uttering such words might lead to him being seized by the gods for experimentation. After all, I am a traveler from a different realm. Would these deities not find me worthy of study? Yet, these are merely Luo Tian's conjectures. Whether he would be treated as a mere subject remains uncertain. Nonetheless, it is wise to exercise caution. Until my own power is sufficiently enhanced, it is prudent to refrain from carelessly revealing my identity as a traveler. Even upon attaining angelic strength, Luo Tian has no intention of disclosing his status as a traveler. There is no necessity for it. Thus, to meet Bados, he must tread carefully in his words. Earlier, I inquired of you. You mentioned having several sisters, correct? 3, if I recall. Luo Tian asked. Indeed, Mel's nodded. Which sister is the most beautiful? Luo Tian continued. Mel's momentarily faltered. Why do you ask which sister is the most beautiful? Are you seeking a consort? Where are the other 2 sisters located? Luo Tian pressed on. One resides in the 6th universe, and the other in the 11th universe. Mel's replied truthfully. Very well. I have made my decision. I shall journey to the 6th universe. Luo Tian declared. Mel's. My lucky number is 6. I firmly believe that if I venture to the 6th universe, I shall undoubtedly achieve great things, Luo Tian asserted with determination. Mel's silently wiped his brow. Kes, dear sister, have you been slighted? Alas, I had already made arrangements with Kes. She is awaiting your arrival in the realm of destruction. Mel sighed softly. When did you agree upon this? Luo Tian asked irritably. Please reconnect with your sister and mention that I wish to travel to Universe 6, said Luo Tian. I also have a fondness for 6. Broly chimed in. I've already informed Sister Kasai, and now you say you want to go to Universe 6? I'm at a loss for words, Melis replied. Just then, the spaceship finally navigated through the wormhole, revealing a peculiar expanse of space before Luo Tian and the others. Luo Tian scanned the surroundings. Before them lay an enigmatic void that seemed to stretch into infinity, while the vast cosmos continued to surround them on both sides and behind. Curiously, Broly gazed at this strange emptiness, scratching his head in silence. We have arrived at the edge of the universe, Melis explained to Luo Tian, pointing ahead. Beyond this point lies the Void Realm, and traversing through it will lead us to other universes. Luo Tian nodded thoughtfully. Is it still possible to change our minds? Do you truly wish to go to Universe 6? Melis inquired once more. Yes, let us proceed to Universe 6, Luo Tian replied without objection. All right, I will contact my sister in Universe 10 to explain the situation and also give a heads up to my sister in Universe 6. Melis stated before retreating to a room to make the call. It's just a video call. Why must you go to another room for that? Are you hiding something? Luo Tian questioned. Inside the room, To prevent Luo Tian from eavesdropping, Melis enveloped the space with a layer of angelic power. Melis was confident that although Luo Tian could also wield such power, he might not be able to penetrate her defenses, for her divine essence was far purer. After ensuring everything was secure, Melis used her staff's crystal orb to contact Keisai once more. Melis, is there some kind of complication? Keisai inquired. Sister Keisai, I sincerely apologize. Luo Tian mentioned his lucky number is 6 and wishes to visit Universe 6, Melis said, wiping the sweat from her brow. Keisai's beautiful eyelashes fluttered rapidly in response, followed by a brief silence. Did you mention my name to him? Keisai suddenly asked. I don't believe so, Melis pondered carefully, shaking her head earnestly. Then he likely does not know the sequence of the universes, Keisai smiled. Melis appeared perplexed, unsure of Keisai's intentions. Bring him over and tell him we are in Universe 6, Keisai giggled. Melis was left speechless. He won't figure it out, will he? She wondered, wiping her brow again. I will inform Lord Ramses to keep quiet, so even if he realizes, it will likely take a while, Keisai said with a smile. Very well, Melis reluctantly agreed. It seems the person I am interested in has decided to abandon our Universe 10 simply due to a number. Oh dear, I find myself quite exasperated, Keisai sighed helplessly, though her eyes sparkled with mischief. Very well, I understand what to do now, Sister Kex. Myers nodded in agreement. After concluding the call, Myers took a deep breath, stepped forward, and opened the hatch. She emerged with a calm demeanor. How did it go? Did you greet the sister from the 10th universe? Luo Tian inquired, scrutinizing the changes in Myers' expression intently. Yes, I did greet her, Myers affirmed with a nod. She wasn't angry, was she? Luo Tian asked. Not at all. Angels are not so easily provoked, Myers replied with a playful smile. That's good to hear, Luo Tian responded, then asked, have you contacted the sister from the 6th universe? Yes, Myers replied, her expression filled with anticipation. Wonderful. At long last, I shall meet Bados. How long until we reach the god of destruction's realm in the 6th universe? Luo Tian queried, his excitement palpable. In that moment, Luo Tian felt acutely aware of his tender age, merely 5 years old. At such a young age, it seemed he could accomplish little. He yearned to grow up swiftly. Yet, according to the Scion race's characteristics, his appearance at 5 would remain unchanged for many years. It appeared that Scions retained a youthful visage until around 15 or 16. This was to facilitate better concealment of their true identities. Aside from a slight increase in height, there were negligible changes. It was only around the ages of 18 to 20 that Scions would experience a sudden growth spurt, attaining adult size and features, which they would maintain until nearing 70. But that was of little concern. 5 years old was merely 5 years old. One day, I shall grow up. Just one more month, Luo Tian sighed, feeling the passage of time drag on unbearably. He then glanced at the large robot, standing nearby. Currently, due to issues with its intelligence system, this colossal machine had lost much of its functionality. Nevertheless, entering its body to exert control posed no obstacles. Luo Tian didn't require the robot to possess its own intelligence. He needed to devise a plan to modify this robot as soon as possible. Luo Tian mumbled quietly as he regarded the immense machine. Keeping this robot around is indeed a dilemma, Myers acknowledged seriously. Are there any exceptional scientists in the 6th universe who can modify robots? Luo Tian asked again. Myers fell silent. I expended a considerable amount of angelic power to create a wormhole, enabling our spacecraft to traverse swiftly to the edge of the universe. Are you still dissatisfied with my efforts? Is that insufficient? Luo Tian looked at Myers, taken aback. I never anticipated we would arrive in such a distant star region so swiftly. Well, I suppose we must go to the 6th universe and find a way to modify this robot. He felt a tinge of helplessness, but then his eyes brightened suddenly, and he regarded Myers with keen interest. Myers felt a bit embarrassed. Please, do not look at me that way. Your gaze resembles that of someone admiring a beauty. I am a man. Melis, harness your angelic power to transform this robot, suggested Luo Tian. Melis finally comprehended Luo's intent. A brief silence ensued. Your angelic power is quite pure. I thought you could manage it, Luo Tian remarked with a hint of regret. Melis chose to remain silent. Your words strike a chord, he responded, swiftly diverting the conversation as he guided the spacecraft into the void. The void, in essence, is a realm of chaos, an uncharted expanse of the universe. This is the void, said to be grander than the cosmos itself, Melis explained succinctly. Traversing the void allows access to several other universes. However, just as Melis concluded his statement, Broly suddenly pointed out the window. A robot, Broly announced. Both Luo Tian and Melis turned their gazes toward Broly's indication. Upon seeing it, Melis's expression instantly darkened, and Luo Tian too was momentarily taken aback. Broly, meanwhile, scratched his head, glancing between the robot inside the spacecraft and the outside world. Lord Mosca. Melis's voice fell to a hushed tone, his face slightly paling. He must be here to find his son in the 7th universe, Luo Tian speculated, furrowing his brow. He has arrived. Quickly, think of a way to conceal the robot aboard our ship. Melis urged anxiously, aware that discovery would lead to significant complications. Luo Tian recognized the gravity of the situation and wasted no time. He approached the robot and unleashed his angelic power. The energy swiftly transformed into a concealing ability, cloaking the large robot from view. Yet Melis remained uneasy and quickly added, "I should accompany you." He understood that Luo Tian's angelic power was still not sufficiently refined. The approaching individual was none other than Lord Mosca, the god of destruction from the third universe. Despite being the weakest among the gods of destruction, he still posed a formidable challenge for any mortal to surpass. Should he lay eyes on the robot, the situation would likely become untenable. Together, Luo Tian and Melis channeled their angelic power to envelop the robot, converting it into a hidden state. Suddenly, the spacecraft came to an abrupt halt mid-flight. Broly, caught off guard, tumbled forward and collided with the seat ahead. Luo Tian and Melis, adept at maintaining their balance, emanated a radiant light akin to stars, stabilizing themselves. They both peered forward, and through the windshield, a towering green robot came into view. This robot bore a striking resemblance to the one within the spacecraft, albeit significantly larger, almost as if the interior robot were a mere miniature version of its colossal counterpart. Luo Tian understood that the robot before him was none other than the god of destruction, Mosca, from the third universe. At that moment, Mosca also widened his mechanical eyes, scanning the interior of the spaceship. Just then, Luo Tian and Meruz had successfully concealed the robot from view, and thus, Mosca remained oblivious to its presence. Chirp chirp. The robot's voice echoed. What did he say? Luo Tian turned to inquire of Meruz. How do you understand him? Luo Tian asked in astonishment. Broly, open the door. Luo Tian commanded Broly. Broly rose from the ground, rubbing his head, and nodded readily, subsequently making a gesture as if to tear something apart. Don't act recklessly. He is a god of destruction, and even I might not stand a chance against him, Meruz said, his expression growing increasingly grave. He speaks the truth. You mustn't act foolishly this time, Luo Tian cautioned. Broly immediately displayed a look of disappointment. I thought I could tear him apart, he muttered, refraining from further comment as he approached to open the spaceship's hatch. As the hatch swung open, a massive mechanical hand suddenly reached out, seizing Broly's head as if it were a baseball. With a swift motion, Mosca flung Broly into the void of space. Nonchalantly, Mosca then swaggered into the spaceship. Chirp chirp. Chirp. Mosca emitted a series of peculiar sounds, gesturing towards himself and looking at Luo Tian and Meruz with a questioning gaze. Luo Tian remained silent, casting his gaze towards the void where Broly had been thrown. Though Broly had been ejected, he was not severely harmed, albeit rolling through the void for several hundred somersaults. Chirp. Mosca turned to Meruz with a skeptical look and began to stride towards them. Luo Tian glanced to the right, noting that Mosca was now less than a meter away from the concealed robot. A mere swipe of his hand could potentially reveal its presence. Meruz became noticeably anxious. Should Mosca discover the hidden robot, it would spell trouble. Chirp chirp. Chirp. The lights on Mosca's head flickered as he uttered another series of strange words. Luo Tian turned to Meruz. Can you still comprehend him? I thought you could, Luo Tian replied. Just then, a small door on Mosca's abdomen suddenly opened. And in the next moment, a little red imp with 2 horns emerged from within. Have you seen anyone who looks strikingly similar to me? The red imp asked. This little imp was none other than Muru, the father of Muse. Luo Tian and Meruz shook their heads in unison, indicating they had not encountered anyone resembling him. Who are you? Your spacecraft is quite extraordinary, capable of traversing into the realm of the void. Mir did not press further, but instead gazed at Loden and Mels with a smile. At that moment, Mir had drawn a few centimeters closer to the cloaked robot. Humph. Is this not the sort of thing that the Supreme Kai enjoys doing? Mir chuckled softly, for in this vast universe, there truly exist those who cherish the maintenance of peace. Mels remained silent. Where are you intending to go? Mir inquired, directing his gaze toward Mels. Just wandering about. Mels replied. Wandering about can lead you to the void? Who do you think you're fooling? Mir laughed, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Mels, then casting a glance at Loden. Mels felt uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gaze. What do you mean by that? Do you want me to reveal my true identity? Who exactly are you? Mir questioned Mels. I am a galactic patrolman, Mels answered, gesturing toward Loden. This is my friend, Loden. I have no interest in him. Mir showed no inclination to acknowledge Loden. Mels pressed on. Are you not going to speak the truth? You are truly just an ordinary galactic patrolman? Mir continued to scrutinize Mels with a smile. Mels covered his forehead, genuinely at a loss for words. Must you insist that I tell the truth? I really do not wish to easily expose my identity. However, at this point, I realize that if I do not reveal it, he may resort to force. Currently, even I may not stand a chance against him. After all, I am merely a novice angel. Fine, I shall speak the truth, Mels said, preparing to reveal his true self. This could not continue any longer. If this fellow were to stir, inadvertently touching the concealed robot nearby, it would indeed spell disaster. However, just as Mels was about to unveil his true nature, a tremendous rumble erupted. Broly, within the void, suddenly unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy. A vast aura erupted from him, waves of energy crashing forth like a tsunami. With a crack, a deep green radiance enveloped Broly, his hair standing upright, transforming into a vibrant green. The legendary Super Saiyan transformation initiated. Broly directly entered the fabled Super Saiyan mode. Loden glanced toward Broly, noticing that after his transformation, his eyes gleamed with intensity. It appeared that the angelic power Mels had provided him had not yet waned, allowing him to retain his clarity of mind. Whoosh! Broly shot forth like a streak of green light, rapidly speeding toward the spacecraft. Do not destroy the spacecraft. Loden shouted. What are you talking about? Muir was taken aback. Yet, just as Muir's words left his lips, Broly had already charged forward, seizing Muir by the head. Crack! Broly, ever mindful of moderation, pressed Muir's head and executed a magnificent turn. Whoosh! Broly propelled Muir out of the spacecraft. With a swift kick, Luo Tian propelled Moscow off the spacecraft, sending him hurtling into the void. Beerus, holding his forehead, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Why did this scene feel oddly familiar? The last time, it was Myras's son, Muse, a rather mediocre opponent whom Broly could easily vanquish. However, the current individual before him possessed a terrifying level of strength. Though he had departed from the robotic Moscow, his power was at least on par with that of a trainee destroyer god. No, to be precise, he was potentially even more formidable. The two of you stand no chance against him. We must vacate the spacecraft, Luo Tian urged Beerus. Beerus found wisdom in Luo Tian's words. Regardless of the situation, safeguarding the spacecraft was paramount. Even without it, they could still soar through the cosmos. But at their current pace, it would take an eternity to escape the void realm. By then, he would have to carry them away, and he sincerely wished to avoid revealing his true identity at this juncture. The Grand Priest had once advised him to conceal his true form unless absolutely necessary. After Luo Tian and Beerus exited the spacecraft, Luo Tian waved his hand towards it, exerting a force that propelled the vessel forward, gradually increasing the distance between them. He then swiftly approached the robotic Moscow to inspect him. The hatch on Moscow's abdomen remained shut, yet this posed little concern. That small robot could open mechanical doors using angelic power. Perhaps this larger entity could do the same. Luo Tian unleashed his angelic power upon Moscow. To his astonishment, as the angelic energy enveloped Moscow, it vanished in an instant, seemingly nullified by some peculiar force. What was happening? Luo Tian turned to Beerus with surprise. Moscow possesses an extraordinarily potent energy. Your angelic power is ineffective against him, Beerus explained, shaking his head gently. How could humanity possibly create such a powerful robot? Luo Tian pondered, feeling perplexed. The ingenuity of humanity knows no bounds. There is nothing to be astonished about, Beerus replied with a hint of nonchalance. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian found himself at ease. It was indeed plausible that humanity could construct a robot with the strength of a destroyer god. Take, for instance, the future Android 16. Although not as powerful as Moscow, it was nonetheless a creation of humankind. Additionally, Android 16 was a true robot, not a mere modification of a human body. The technological advancement of the third universe far surpassed that of the seventh, particularly in the realm of mechs, where it excelled beyond all others. Why don't you give it a try? Luo Tian suggested. Beerus replied. Are you not content with claiming his son's robot for yourself? Now you wish to usurp Destroyer Moscow as well? Do you not aspire to become an angel? Beerus inquired, rendered speechless. Give it a try. It won't cost you anything, Luo Tian urged. All right, I shall give it a go. Mels replied helplessly as he stepped forward, channeling his angelic power over Moscow. Bang! The celestial energy Mels released was swiftly shattered by the invisible force surrounding Moscow. This won't work, Mels sighed, shaking his head. The wormhole I created earlier consumed a significant amount of my angelic power. It seems hopeless. Luo Tian, somewhat disheartened, lifted his gaze toward the distance. In the far-off realm, Broly was pressing down on Miru's head, searching for celestial bodies or meteors to collide with. However, this was the void realm, an expanse of nothingness devoid of planets or meteors. Broly searched in vain for a suitable target. Chapter 93, The Newly Born Universe of the Void Realm. Bang, bang, bang. Broly unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Miru's body. Miru appeared indifferent, allowing Broly's strikes to land without resistance. In the next moment, Broly seized Miru's right foot with his left hand and his left foot with his right. Oh no! Mels exclaimed, torn between laughter and despair. Are you trying to rip Miru in half? Do you think anyone can be torn asunder like that? With a sudden, forceful pull, Broly exerted all his strength. Yet, there was no further action. Miru's form remained unyielding. What is this? Do you intend to tear me apart? Miru responded, suddenly intrigued. A scornful smile gracing his lips. Broly, bewildered, blinked in astonishment at Miru. Why couldn't this fellow be torn apart? Bang! Miru delivered a powerful kick that struck Broly squarely in the face. Broly let out a cry, his body flying backward. Muse swiftly closed the gap, launching another fierce kick at Broly. Broly soared upward with a roar. Humph! To dare challenge this god of destruction, you must be seeking death. Muru's demeanor grew increasingly contemptuous as he vanished and reappeared directly above Broly. Bang! Muse struck down with force, hitting Broly squarely in the chest. Broly plummeted rapidly downward. Whoosh! Muse moved again, positioning himself directly beneath the falling Broly, delivering yet another kick. Bang! Broly was once more propelled into the sky. Bang! 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 Muse moved with blinding speed, becoming a streak of crimson light. Broly screamed in agony from the relentless assault. 1 minute later, Muse grasped Broly by the tail, gently descending before Luo Tian and Mels. Upon closer inspection, Broly had reverted to his normal state, appearing utterly exhausted. Although Broly was heralded as the legendary Super Saiyan, the disparity between his current age and Muse was stark. Daring to challenge me, Muse, today I shall obliterate you, Muse proclaimed, conjuring a swirling mass of purplish-red destructive energy aimed at Broly. Wait, Mels interjected, unable to contain himself. Oh, no need to rush. Once I've dealt with this little monkey, it will be your turn, Muse replied. Milu gazed at Melis with a mocking expression and coldly remarked, "You are the first human to initiate an attack against me since I ascended to the status of a god of destruction. I am the apprentice angel, Melis." Melis promptly declared his identity. Milu momentarily paused, his surprise evident as he scrutinized Melis. After a few seconds of silence, he inquired, "An apprentice angel?" Milu examined Melis from head to toe. Indeed, Melis affirmed with a nod. "Is this true?" Milu's expression bore a hint of skepticism. Suddenly, Melis emanated a faint aura of angelic power. In an instant, a pale blue halo appeared around his neck, and his skin transformed into a delicate blue hue. "Oh!" Milu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Now do you believe me, Lord Milu?" Melis asked, gazing at him. Subsequently, Milu glanced at Broly with a smile and inquired, "So, is this fellow the god of destruction you trained?" Melis remained silent. "He is not the god of destruction I trained. He is the one fostered by Luo Tian." Milu then pointed at Luo Tian, chuckling, "And that little creature with the long tail, he's your trained Supreme Kai, isn't he?" Melis, in resignation, nodded in affirmation. "The god of destruction you've trained lacks proficiency," Milu scoffed, delivering a slap with disdain. Bang! Milu's strike landed squarely on Broly's back, causing him to emit a muffled groan and spew blood as he hurtled toward Melis. Melis frowned, gently raising his hand to catch the approaching Broly. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed, a glint of murderous intent flashing within. Swiftly, he approached and assessed Broly's condition. Broly was on the brink of death. Having survived such a grievous blow without being killed outright by Milu was a stroke of fortune. Luo Tian understood, well, that Milu was merely toying with them. With a stern countenance, Luo Tian retrieved a mystical bean from his pocket and placed it in Broly's mouth. He had departed Earth in haste, and Bulma's storage ring had yet to be completed. However, this did not imply that he had not brought any mystical beans. He had merely packed a few, believing they would suffice. After all, Luo Tian possessed healing abilities himself, reserving the mystical beans for critical moments. "Broly, quickly consume this," Luo Tian urged the barely conscious Broly. Broly, with drooping eyelids, seemed to comprehend and laboriously chewed the mystical bean. Snap! In an instant, Broly's eyes widened, and his body regained vitality. He then warily fixed his gaze on Milu, his eyes brimming with unyielding combat spirit. It was merely luck that he had not perished. He had provoked me first. Milu chose not to dwell on the matter of the mystical beans, instead lightly chuckling. "Apprentice Angel, I suggest you find another god of destruction. This one is still lacking." Melis remained silent. "By the way, have none of you ever encountered someone who bears such a striking resemblance to me? And what of a robot that closely resembles Mosco?" Milu inquired, for he was my son, and it appeared he had ventured into the 7th universe. "Should you happen upon him, do remember to inform me." With a disdainful huff, Milu turned and soared towards Mosco. Upon Milu's arrival beside Mosco, the hatch at Mosco's abdomen swung open with a sudden snap. Milu entered the mechanical body of Mosco seamlessly. In an instant, Mosco's form flickered and he appeared behind Loden and Meruz. Meruz frowned, sensing the tension. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Mosco's mechanical fist struck Broly squarely. The impact sent Broly hurtling backward once more, accompanied by a muffled thump. A series of mechanical squawks erupted from Mosco. The hatch at his abdomen opened again, revealing Milu's head, adorned with a triumphant grin as he called out to Meruz. "I truly believe you ought to consider a different destroyer. He simply cannot measure up. This is for your own good. Should he be overpowered by another destroyer, cultivating a new one will not be an easy task." With that, Milu closed the hatch once more. The mechanical sounds continued to emanate from Mosco, filled with an air of arrogance and mirth. Mosco was enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, which quickly dissipated into the ether. Loden, maintaining a stoic expression, approached Broly and enveloped him in the power of the angels, hastening his recovery. Gradually, Broly regained his composure, though a sense of bewilderment clouded his spirit. In this moment, The weight of reality bore down upon Broly's tender heart, for he had not anticipated the existence of such formidable beings in this world. Can I truly succeed? Doubt crept into Broly's mind. You are the legendary Super Scion, the mightiest warrior in the cosmos. Once you reach adulthood, no one shall rival you, Loden asserted gravely. Broly's eyes shimmered with newfound determination. One day, he shall regret challenging you, the fabled Super Scion. Loden encouraged him, gently patting his arms. I will grow up. Broly affirmed with vigorous nods. Keep pushing forward. I have faith in you. Loden reiterated, witnessing the moisture gathering in Broly's eyes. Though Broly exhibited great valor, he remained but a mere 5-year-old child. Meruz let out a resigned sigh, taken aback by Mosco's fierce onslaught. Have the destroyers lost all sense of honor? He pondered. Had it not been for my unique status today, he could have obliterated our little team. What? Meruz inquired, intrigued. How could he show you, a trainee angel, such blatant disregard? Loden questioned. Meles lowered his head, his voice subdued. I am but a novice angel, and our kind has always been averse to conflict. It is not so much a matter of disrespect. After all, if I do not reveal my true identity, he would undoubtedly slay all 3 of us without hesitation. Luo Tian observed Meles, lost in silent contemplation. There seemed to be little fault in this reasoning. He recalled the manga Dragon Ball Super, where Beerus also displayed a lack of courtesy towards Meles, referring to him simply as boy and inquiring whether he had learned any culinary skills in the mortal realm. Of course, Beerus harbored no malice towards Meles. However, this god of destruction from the 3rd universe, Mosca, seemed to possess a hint of malevolence. Could this be tolerated? Meles, the apprentice angel, could endure it, but Luo Tian could not. He would remember this slight. Previously, Luo Tian had weighed his options carefully. Even if he were to enter the robot and challenge Mulu, the odds of victory were exceedingly slim due to the vast disparity in power. There was no need to confront a true god of destruction at this moment. Yet, Luo Tian believed that with a few more years of diligent training, he might not necessarily be outmatched by the weakest god of destruction in the universe. Furthermore, by that time, Broly would have grown significantly stronger as well. Let us set off at once, proposed Meles. Agreed, Luo Tian nodded, offering no objections. The most pressing concern was to reach the 6th universe swiftly and learn the essence of Ultra Instinct under Bados' guidance. Simultaneously, it was vital for Kampa to provide proper training for Broly. Enhancing their strength was paramount. Revenge could wait. It would be noted for future reference. If there is something to discuss, feel free to speak openly, Luo Tian remarked. Luo Tian understood that to become a true angel, one must first possess a tranquil heart, something Meles was keenly aware of. I know that Mosca's actions have stirred your anger, he advised. You are mistaken, Meles, Luo Tian replied. Shaking his head, Meles looked momentarily puzzled, unsure of Luo Tian's meaning. While I aspire to become a true angel through training, it does not mean I will shy away from my affections and grievances. Luo Tian reflected, those who treat me well, I shall remember forever. Just as I do with you, Meles. Meles felt a flush of embarrassment color his cheeks. I also remember those who have wronged Broly, Luo Tian added. So do I. Broly chimed in, nodding vigorously. Meles found himself at a loss for words. I feel as though you are leading me astray, he admitted. The spaceship resumed its journey, swiftly traversing the void. Days passed, and Luo Tian suddenly noticed a vast expanse of darkness outside the side window of the spacecraft, dotted with glimmering stars. Are we about to leave the void? Luo Tian inquired. Meles turned slightly, immediately shifting his gaze toward that direction, a look of surprise crossing his features. Is there a problem? Luo Tian pressed. Something feels off, Meles murmured, shaking his head gently. What do you mean? Luo Tian inquired. It seems that this space does not belong to the 12 universes, Meles pondered. Oh, could it be a newly birthed universe? Luo Tian asked. I am uncertain, Meles replied, shaking his head once more. Let us investigate, Luo Tian suggested. After a moment's hesitation, Meles nodded in agreement and took control of the spacecraft. The vessel altered its course within the void and soared towards the expanse of stars. It took a full 10 minutes for the spacecraft to traverse the void and enter this peculiar starry realm. The spacecraft gradually came to a halt, and the hatch opened. Luo Tian, Meles, and Broly emerged from the vessel. As Luo Tian surveyed the starry expanse, he realized it was not particularly vast. In fact, it could hardly be termed a starry sky, as the area contained only a handful of celestial bodies. A brief glance revealed to Luo Tian that this region was even smaller than the solar system that encompassed Earth. At the core of this area, a colossal star blazed, radiating waves of intense heat. A pure white planet orbited the star at a considerable distance, moving languidly in its celestial dance. I never anticipated the existence of such a diminutive universe, Luo Tian remarked with a sense of wonder. Indeed, Meles echoed, sharing in the sentiment. However, after this moment of reflection, Meles suddenly became aware of something, turning to glance at a diagonal rearward direction. Luo Tian followed Meles' gaze and discovered that the area he was observing was, in fact, the pure white planet. How strange. Mels exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized the white planet intently. What is it? Luo Tian inquired. Was that merely an illusion? I sensed a fleeting trace of angelic power emanating from that pure white planet. Mels contemplated aloud. Could it be that an angel has been born in such a small expanse? Let us venture closer to find out, Luo Tian proposed. You are correct, Mels agreed. The three of them swiftly made their way towards the white planet. A few minutes later, they landed upon its surface. The planet appeared modest in size, merely slightly larger than the moon. Its surface was smooth and rounded, seemingly crafted from jade. The entire sphere exuded an immaculate aura, presenting a world shrouded in white. Luo Tian felt as though he had entered a dimension where time and spirit intertwined. Yet, the flow of time here matched that of the outside world. How peculiar. Luo Tian mused, his expression thoughtful. Indeed, it is quite strange. The angelic power I sensed earlier came from this very spot, yet it seems to have vanished inexplicably. Mels pointed to a nearby location, explaining to Luo Tian. How are angels born? Luo Tian asked curiously. Aren't they created by their parents? Mels was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to such a question. He fell silent for several seconds. In principle, angels are formed from the essence of the universe, Melis elucidated. Oh, Luo Tian examined Melis from head to toe. Our bodily structures are indeed constructed from angelic power. Melis added once more. This universe is truly wondrous. Luo Tian could not help but exclaim. Broly, seeming somewhat perplexed, circled around Melis, as if to study him by knocking him senseless. However, my sisters, Bados, and I were directly shaped from angelic power by my father and mother, Melis continued. What about the process? Luo Tian inquired. Is it really that simple? He asked, somewhat disappointed, as he had anticipated a far more intricate procedure. Ahem. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your thoughts, nor impose human reproductive concepts upon us angels, Melis said, wiping the sweat from his brow with a sigh of resignation. I said nothing. It is you who have misconstrued, Luo Tian corrected him. Melis fell silent. So, if I wish to conceive with another female angel, would it also involve our hands facing each other? Luo Tian queried. Melis responded, you are merely 5 years old. Has your Scion planet already begun such education at this early age? Melis was momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Tian nodded. Melis, rendered speechless, silently wiped his brow and eventually nodded in resignation. You say yes or no? Broly insisted earnestly. Yes, yes, yes. Melis exclaimed, nodding repeatedly. One is sufficient, Broly corrected. Melis turned to leave. I am truly defeated by you two Scions. I should take my leave. Luo Tian, however, was not in a hurry to depart. Instead, he circled the pristine white planet, finding nothing particularly extraordinary. Broly followed closely behind Luo Tian, mimicking his actions and observing the planet with a semblance of seriousness. Let us go. Luo Tian ascended into the air. Broly chuckled, performing a gesture as if tearing apart the planet, seemingly still irked by his earlier failure to shred Muir. Do not be so crude. How lamentable it would be to shatter such a beautiful planet, Luo Tian admonished. Broly sheepishly scratched his head. Let us proceed, Luo Tian said, no longer speaking, and flew into the sky. Broly trailed behind him. However, not long after Luo Tian and the others had departed, the white planet suddenly erupted in layers of resplendent angelic power, akin to twinkling stars. The angelic energies swiftly coalesced and transformed, manifesting as an enchanting and exquisite woman. She possessed cascading silver hair, and her form and features were crafted in perfect golden proportions. What was most astonishing was that her skin, as pure as freshly fallen snow, bore no trace of blue, instead radiating a subtle golden hue. The woman parted her crimson lips, her bright eyes gazing toward a distant spaceship. Yet, as soon as she uttered these words, the radiant angelic power enveloping her gradually dissipated. Soon, the woman's form dissipated upon the white celestial body, vanishing without a trace. The realm of nothingness. The spaceship traversed swiftly through the boundless chaos of the cosmos. Days passed. Luo Tian suddenly beheld a vast expanse of brilliant starlight before the spacecraft. Stars adorned the celestial tapestry, with rivers of galaxies manifesting within, creating a breathtaking panorama. We have arrived. We are now in the 10th universe, 6th universe, Myers exclaimed, nearly revealing too much in his excitement. Luo Tian, puzzled, inquired, is it the 10th universe or the 6th universe? He turned to Myers for clarification. It should indeed be the 6th universe. Myers discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. What a blunder. It appears I am ill-suited for deception. Is that so? Luo Tian regarded Myers with skepticism. Absolutely, Myers affirmed with a vigorous nod. I must maintain this ruse. I cannot allow you to unearth my fib. How much longer until we reach the God of Destruction's realm? Luo Tian ceased his doubts and posed the question. Still quite some time, he sighed. There's no other choice. This ship is the fastest among our galactic patrol fleet. If it were one of your Scion vessels, it would take at least a year or two. Myers emphasized this point. Do not be misled by the advanced technology of your Scion race. There remains a significant disparity compared to our galactic patrol. Patience is the only course, thought Luo Tian, choosing not to elaborate further. In about 20 days, we shall meet Beerus. How splendid. Beerus, I traverse dimensions to see you. Do you have any idea of the hardships I endured? My longing to meet you is immense. The spaceship left a trail of luminescence as it sped towards the distant horizon. Days continued to unfold. In the 10th universe, on the planet of Ramses. This was the domain of the god of destruction. Typically, such realms bear the name of their respective god of destruction. The deity of this universe is Ramses. Hence the planet's designation. Ramses, a majestic pink elephant with an elongated trunk and an imposing stature, presided over this domain. The angel, Kes, stood atop the planet, staff in hand, silently observing Luo Tian within the spacecraft. Is this lad truly cultivating angelic powers? He appears quite young, perhaps around 5 or 6 years of age. Yet, why does he disdain our 10th universe, insisting on venturing to the 6th? Once you arrive here, I shall reveal to you that this is indeed the 6th universe. Once you are firmly rooted in the 10th, I will disclose the truth. I wonder what thoughts will cross your mind. Kes beamed with delight. Kes, what are you grinning about over there? Ramses approached, casting a curious glance at Kes. What is happening? Ramses paused momentarily. Someone will come here shortly. You must inform that individual that we are in. Kes began to speak, but suddenly turned her gaze towards another direction. Above the sky, a dazzling stream of light, akin to the brilliance of stars, flickered. Whoosh. Someone swiftly descended near KSA. Upon seeing the newcomer, KSA's eyes widened in astonishment. Bados? What brings you here? KSA exclaimed, gazing at Bados in surprise. Oh dear, I was just bored and decided to take a stroll, Bados replied with a mischievous smile, casting a peculiar glance at KSA. What is the matter? Am I not welcome? You're usually welcomed, but today is somewhat special, KSA candidly admitted. Why must it be at such a critical moment? Did you come because it's that time of the month? Bados teased, eliciting a silent response from KSA. KSA rolled her eyes, her chest rising and falling in irritation. Is this how you engage in conversation? Oh my, how rude. Bados quickly offered a bow. All right, since you're here, I shall take you to that delightful place we spoke of to savor some delicacies. Absolutely. I came here just for the food, Bados nodded enthusiastically. However, I must wait for someone first, KSA pondered. You go ahead, Bados. Waiting for someone. Is it an important guest? Bados inquired. Indeed, KSA replied with a slight smile. Then I shall wait with you, Bados stated earnestly after a moment's thought. KSA remained silent. Nearby, Ramsey was idly sniffling, spraying the nearby flora, feeling rather bored. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two celestial beings, Ramsey swung his trunk and approached, speaking in a deep voice. Hey, Bados, where's that fellow, Zyampa? Didn't he accompany you? No, Lord Ramsey. Bados flashed a radiant smile at him. How dull, Ramsey remarked, a hint of disappointment in his tone, then turned to KSA. You mentioned waiting for some important guest? Ramsey. Bados. Never mind. You two continue your chat. I shall take my leave to work, Ramsey expressed indifferently, seemingly uninterested in KSA's affairs. Suddenly, a violet-red glow erupted from Ramsey's form. Whoosh. He transformed into a streak of violet-red flame, swiftly vanishing from sight. Watching Ramsey's disappearing figure, Bados wore a contemplative expression, turning back to KSA. Her bright eyes blinking as she asked, Sister KSA, who exactly is this important guest? You will find out in 2 hours, KSA thought rapidly. Contemplating how to sustain the earlier fib, it seemed increasingly challenging, especially with Bados present. If it were another angel, the deception might have been simpler. For a moment, KSA felt a pang of worry. It would be best if Bados left now. Otherwise, they might entrap Myers as well. 2 hours is quite a while, Bados sighed softly, her eyes blinking quickly as she stretched. Well, never mind. I shall go indulge in some food first. All right then. Chris awaited the words of Bados. As the staff in her hand projected the silhouette of a celestial body, this very planet, adorned with delectable fruits. Now that I know, I shall dine on that planet while I wait for you. Bados gently tapped her forehead, the staff softly striking the ground. With a resounding crack, a radiant brilliance akin to the stars erupted from Bados. In a flash, she transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the opposite direction of Lamsey, swiftly vanishing from sight. As Chris watched Bados' disappearing figure, her anxious heart finally found solace. She has finally departed. How splendid. Yet, a sudden realization struck her. She felt she had overlooked a crucial matter. The direction Bados is heading seems to coincide with that of Myers. Could they possibly cross paths? This thought sent a chill down her spine. In haste, Chris activated the crystal orb atop her staff to contact Myers. Chapter 94, The First Encounter with Bados. In the 10th universe, amidst the vastness of cosmic space, Luo Tian and his companions were swiftly navigating their spacecraft. In approximately 20 minutes, we shall arrive at the realm of the destroyer of the 6th universe, Myers explained calmly to Luo Tian and Broly. Just as he spoke, he felt a slight tremor in his staff. I must take a call, he stated, immediately making his way to his room. Mir surmised it was likely Chris reaching out and decided it best to receive the call in private, lest Luo Tian become suspicious. Here, take this, Broly said, handing Mears a device resembling a mobile phone. Thank you, Mears replied hesitantly, extending his hand to accept it. However, no sound emanated from the device. Broly glanced at the communicator and shook his head at Mears. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Mears found himself at a loss for words. Is this what you meant by taking a call? You deceive me. Broly fixed his gaze on Mears without blinking. Choosing silence, Mears abandoned the device. Swiftly retreating to his room. Once inside, he immediately retrieved his staff and gazed into the crystal orb. Indeed, it was Chris who had called. His intuition had proven correct. It was wise to have come to his room. Mears resolved that after this matter, he would no longer engage in deceit. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if he had betrayed a cherished friendship. Chris, he activated the video call mode. Mears, are you nearing our location? Chris inquired. Did you intentionally initiate the video call from your room? Chris noticed that the background appeared to be a sealed chamber, prompting her to ask curiously. Yes. Mears affirmed with another nod. Thus, the staff resonated for such an extended period before you initiated communication. Is that correct? Crix inquired once more. Indeed, Miles replied. I surmised it was because Sister Crix sought to connect with me, hence I took the liberty of entering the chamber to respond. Surely there was no need for such formality? Crix remarked, momentarily taken aback. The crystal orb of the staff is visible solely to us angels. With a touch of discretion in our speech, even that Luo Tian standing nearby would pose no issue. What? He can perceive the happenings within the crystal orb? Crix expressed her astonishment. Yes, Miles affirmed with a nod. Oh dear, what a remarkable affair. Crix exclaimed, her long lashes fluttering rapidly. It is no wonder the High Priest would assign him to accompany my training. Indeed, Miles concurred, unable to restrain her curiosity. Was Sister Crix's purpose in contacting me solely to convey this? Oh, I nearly overlooked something significant. Crix interjected hastily. Something of importance? Miles queried, slightly perplexed. Just now, Bados visited me, and it was quite the predicament, Crix lamented with a mix of laughter and frustration. What? Miles responded with a bittersweet smile. Sister Bados came to see you? That is not the crux of the matter, Crix sighed. What do you mean it is not the crux? Miles questioned. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Sister Crix, your manner may lead me into trouble. I am still in my probationary period. Yet others may perceive me as an angel prone to deceit. The thought alone is disheartening. I managed to redirect her, Crix promptly added. No. I sent her off in a direction seemingly opposite to yours, with an approximately 89 likelihood that she will encounter you. Crix blinked her long lashes as she delivered her analysis. An 89 probability? That is quite high, Miles replied. Thus, I reached out to inform you that it would be prudent to greet her and make your swift departure, Crix suggested, lowering her voice. Moreover, she is eager to sample fruits on that planet she has never tasted before, so she likely lacks the time to engage with you, carrying a 35 chance of disregarding your presence altogether. Understood, Sister Crix, Miles sighed. At this juncture, we can only proceed one step at a time. Best of luck. Upon concluding the conversation, Crix terminated the call. Outside the chamber, Luo Tian sat languidly in the armchair, boredom gnawing at him. Broly, too, was restless, pacing with impatience. After a month of traversing the cosmos aboard the spaceship, ennui had indeed set in. Suddenly, Luo Tian sensed a formidable angelic presence approaching rapidly from afar. Who could it be? He mused, momentarily startled, before rising to his feet. Could it be Bados come to retrieve me? This is quite the honor. Luo Tian distinctly perceived that this overwhelming angelic force was closing in at an astonishing pace, expected to arrive within no more than 10 seconds. With a decisive clap, Luo Tian made his way to the control room, gently bringing the spaceship to a halt. Broly, please open the door, he instructed. Luo Tian, however, wore a look of bewilderment. All along, Broly has been utterly obedient to me. When I asked you to open the door, why did you refuse? Luo Tian immediately turned to glance at Broly, who appeared to be easily discarded. Broly pointed to his own head, and Luo Tian suddenly recalled that previously, when Broly attempted to open the door, Moscow had seized him by the head and flung him outside. It seemed that Broly had developed a psychological barrier. Never mind. Luo Tian had no time to dwell on Broly's concerns and swiftly approached the hatch, opening it and soaring out into the vastness. Broly hesitated for a moment, but upon realizing there was no immediate danger outside, he too became exuberantly animated. Finally, he could stretch his limbs after being cooped up in the spaceship. Once outside, Broly scanned his surroundings and fixated on a nearby planet, gathering energy in his mouth. What are you doing? Luo Tian suddenly inquired. Broly swallowed the energy and pointed at the planet, mimicking a tearing motion with his hands. Wait until I become a true angel. I will find you a suitable universe. And then you can tear it apart at your leisure, Luo Tian responded with a smile. Broly's eyes sparkled with increasing anticipation. Just then, a brilliant light streaked across the starry sky in the distance. Hey, over here, over here. Luo Tian waved his hand toward the approaching figure, his gaze fixed intently on the angel coming their way. Despite the considerable distance, Luo Tian instantly recognized the enchanting angel he had longed to see. Her name was Bados, a beautiful angel with a ponytail. With a swoosh, Bados approached, bringing with her a gentle breeze of fragrance. Luo Tian inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful aroma that emanated from her. It was unlike the artificial scents of human women, which often reeked of cosmetics. Angels, after all, possessed a natural essence. Young one, do you require assistance? Bados inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity as she regarded Luo Tian. Who are you calling young one? Are you searching for your mother? Bados asked again. Luo Tian was at a loss for words. Aren't you here to fetch me? He asked directly. Bados. The two were clearly not on the same wavelength. Oh dear, I must go eat some fruits I have never tasted before. I can't chat any longer, Bados declared. Preparing to depart. Let us go together, Luo Tian proposed. Very well, Bados pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. How much could a little brat eat anyway? I want to eat too. Broly suddenly sensed that Luo Tian might abandon him, causing him to feel anxious. Then let us all go, Bados nodded in consent. However, just as Bados finished her sentence, Meru's hurriedly flew out from the spaceship. Oh my, who do I see? Bados exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with surprise as she turned to Meru's. Sister Bados. Meru's promptly approached and bowed. Isn't this Meru's? What brings you here? Bados inquired, puzzled. Melston suddenly sensed that the situation was rather precarious. Luo Tian, deep in thought, turned to glance at Melston, seemingly disinclined to speak immediately. Hadn't they already exchanged pleasantries? Yet, from the looks of things, it appeared that Bados was completely oblivious. The reason I am here is to take Luo Tian for training. Melston lowered his voice, whispering in Bados's ear, this is also the High Priestess' intention. However, as Melston spoke, he noticed that Luo Tian was attentively eavesdropping. Melston felt genuinely speechless. This was not how it was supposed to go. Oh dear, the High Priestess' intention? Where are we going for training? Bados raised an eyebrow slightly. Aren't we going to your place for training? Your father said you should personally teach me, Luo Tian interjected. Bados paused, glancing between Luo Tian and Melston. Is that truly the case, Melston? She inquired, for angels ought not to deceive one another. Feeling somewhat awkward, Melston scratched his head. Melston, what are you hiding from me? I consider you my best friend. Luo Tian gazed intently at Melston, his expression serious. Melston felt a wave of guilt wash over him. So do I. Broly chimed in from the side. Melston hesitated, not wanting to engage with Broly, but after a moment, he finally confessed, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. I'm sorry. Luo Tian, I tricked you. This is not Universe 6, it is Universe 10. I'm here to take you to meet Sister Kess from Universe 10. Summoning his courage, Melston spoke the truth. If he didn't reveal the reality, he felt he might suffocate under the weight of his secrets. After uttering these words, Melston felt a significant relief from the pent-up emotions he had been harboring, especially when he noticed that Luo Tian bore him no ill will. Melston exhaled a sigh of relief. Wait a moment. Melston, you should tell this young one, Bados observed, noticing that Luo Tian was nestled in her embrace, wearing a look of contentment, which left her momentarily speechless. If it weren't for your youth, I wouldn't allow you to be this close. You should tell this young one that this is Universe 6, Bados clarified, now comprehending the situation. I'm sorry, Luo Tian, Sister Bados, Melston sincerely apologized, bowing to both of them. And me, Broly pointed to his own nose, implying that Melston should also apologize to him. Melston chose to ignore Broly. Why are you everywhere? Melston, I must say, I admire your courage for daring to defy the High Priest's wishes, Bados remarked with a hint of amazement. No. The High Priestess' intention was for me to escort Luo Tian to Sister Kess in Universe 10, Melston clarified. Bados appeared somewhat bewildered, remaining silent for several seconds. Then what does this have to do with our Universe 6? She asked, genuinely perplexed. Because Luo Tian mentioned he likes the number 6 and wishes to come to Universe 6 to learn from Sister Bados, Melston explained candidly. I simply like 666. Luo Tian exclaimed, clinging tightly to Bados, as if fearing she might disappear. What are we learning? Bados asked, slightly taken aback as she looked down at Luo Tian. Smack. Suddenly, a brilliant light, akin to that of the stars, erupted from Luo Tian. Upon witnessing the celestial power emanating from him, Bados rubbed her eyes in astonishment. Her expression, one of sheer disbelief. Oh my, did I see that correctly? Was that truly celestial power? Bados gasped, her mouth agape in surprise, utterly adorable. The perplexing matter was that he was training with a simplified version of the ultimate instinct. Mels whispered into Bados' ear, claiming it was exchanged from Brother Whis with a starchy sausage a year prior. Bados replied, this doesn't add up. I recall that the simplified version of ultimate instinct only serves to strengthen the body and prolong life, nothing more. It cannot cultivate celestial power. She shook her head, murmuring. Moreover, even with the true ultimate instinct, a human's cultivation would yield only formidable strength. There has never been a precedent of a human attaining celestial power. Brother Whis had stated the same. Mels nodded. Thus, Brother Whis consulted the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest wishes to nurture Mr. Luo Tian and has specifically requested that I escort him to the 10th universe so he may cultivate into a true celestial being. I see, Bados responded thoughtfully. However, Mr. Luo Tian mentioned that the number 6 is his lucky number, which is why he chose to go to the 6th universe. Mel's explained helplessly. I also informed Sister Kess, who suggested that since Luo Tian is unaware of the numbering, we could simply allow him to perceive the 10th universe as the 6th. By the time Mr. Luo Tian realizes, he will have already established himself there. Bados exclaimed, no wonder Kess seemed a bit awkward upon meeting me. She suddenly comprehended the situation. So, what should Mels do now? Whom should we entrust Luo Tian to? I wish to offend no one. Mels, focus on your own affairs, Bados chuckled. I'll handle the rest and negotiate with Sister Kess. Really? That is wonderful. Mels was eager to relinquish this burden. I've become quite inept due to such trivial matters. I've deceived Luo Tian and betrayed the trust between us. I feel I've wronged him terribly. Now that Sister Bados is here, I should make a swift exit. I believe I am better suited for training with the Galactic Patrol. At least there, one encounters only good and evil, devoid of such complexities. Mels, you must also strive diligently. Perhaps the day I become a true celestial being will arrive even sooner than yours. Luo Tian laughed heartily. Mels replied, I highly doubt that. With a hint of confidence, she added, after all, my starting point is considerably higher than yours. I will surpass you. You must work hard, Mels, Luo Tian said. Patting her shoulder, Mels fell silent, pondering how words of encouragement had somehow turned into a motivation for her. Soon after, she glanced at Broly and flew over to him. Speaking earnestly, Mr. Broly, I hope you become a god of destruction soon. Broly, having heard about the god of destruction from Luo Tian and Mels, nodded eagerly at her words. Let us all strive together. Mels extended her hand in camaraderie. Let us do it, Broly nodded once more. Farewell, Sister Bados, Mr. Loten, Mr. Broly. Mels waved to the trio before boarding the spacecraft. Robot, Broly reminded. Understood, Mels wiped his brow. A farewell ceremony so splendid, yet you, a mere robot, have utterly ruined the ambience. With a swift motion, Mels pushed the robot outside and waved once more at Loten and the others. Whoosh. The spacecraft ignited, swiftly departing. Only Loten, Bados, and Broly remained, accompanied by a rather peculiar robot. Bados inspected the robot closely, a sudden sense of familiarity washing over her. The design bore a striking resemblance to that of Lord Mosco, the god of destruction from the third universe. This is the robot used by his son. Loten candidly revealed. Oh, I see. No wonder it looks so similar. Bados nodded, her ponytail swaying. So, you and the son of Lord Mosco from the third universe are good friends, then? Not quite. Loten shook his head. Loot. Broly interjected, pointing at the robot. What have you done to him? Bados inquired, her surprise evident as she turned to Broly. Broly made a tearing gesture. Bados covered her forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. By the way, Mels mentioned that Mr. Broly is to become a god of destruction? She asked again. Since I aspire to be a true angel in the future, I certainly require my own god of destruction, Loten replied with a grin, not denying the assertion. Bados fell silent. Your ambitions are quite extensive. Seeking a god of destruction at such a young age. Do you truly believe you can become a genuine angel? What are your thoughts, Mr. Loten? Bados queried. We currently reside in the 10th universe. Will you stay and train with Sister Kess? Or will you accompany me to the 6th universe for training? My dream lover is a beautiful girl with a ponytail, Loten stated. Bados' cheeks flushed slightly. This child certainly knows how to charm. Then come with me to the 6th universe, Bados responded, offering no objections. And I must mention, my guidance may very well rival Sister Kess's. I believe in you. Loten nodded vigorously. What an endearing little fellow, Bados chuckled, beckoning. Let us depart. Without hesitation, Loten soared into the air, landing on Bados' back and wrapping his arms around her. You really are quite forward, she remarked. Broly scratched his head, agitated and pacing. What about me? What shall I do? Grateful light sparkled in Broly's eyes as he nodded appreciatively and quickly darted towards the robot. Bang! In the next moment, Broly's head collided with the robot's abdomen, causing him to grimace in pain. With a wave of his hand, Loten invoked a surge of angelic power that enveloped the robot. Crack! The hatch of the robot's abdomen swung open. Broly rubbed his aching head and promptly entered the machine. With a resounding thud, the hatch sealed shut. Broly attempted to manipulate the robot, his excitement manifesting in animated gestures. It was evident that he sensed a significant enhancement to his own power upon taking control of the machine. Luo Tian obediently nodded, tightly embracing Bados from behind, while his tail playfully coiled around her waist. Bados, considering Luo Tian's youth, chose not to admonish him too harshly. Suddenly, with a brilliant burst akin to the stars themselves, Bados ceased her words. Subsequently, she bestowed a portion of her angelic energy upon Broly, who was controlling the robot. In an instant, Bados, along with Luo Tian and the robot-controlled Broly, transformed into two dazzling trails of light, swiftly soaring through the cosmos. Oh my! Broly exclaimed in astonishment. Is it possible to fly this fast? This is truly eye-opening. Within mere minutes, they caught up with Meruz's spaceship. Farewell, Meruz, Luo Tian waved at the spacecraft. Meruz, positioned by the window, returned the gesture with a wave and let out a sigh of relief. Taking a deep breath, he made a challenging decision. A staff appeared in his hand, and he immediately established contact with Crix through the crystal orb atop the staff. Meruz, have you encountered Bados? Crix inquired. Indeed. Meruz acknowledged with a nod. What transpired? Crix pressed on. For a moment, Crix was at a loss for words, falling silent for several seconds. So, you're implying that Bados intercepted my personnel in my universe, is that correct? Crix asked. I just remembered. I have a crucial matter to discuss with the Galactic Patrol headquarters. My sincerest apologies, Sister Crix, Meruz declared before promptly ending the call. At last, Meruz felt a weight lift from his shoulders. From here on, let the two sisters contend amongst themselves. It was no longer his concern. He resolved to diligently train, striving to become a true angel in due time. He could not allow a mere human to surpass him. Such a scenario would bring disgrace to the angels. Should I also consider training a god of destruction? He pondered. But who would be suitable for such a role? Is there anyone more fitting within our seventh universe? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Majin Buu. If I guide him properly, could he potentially become my god of destruction? The notion of having a subordinate like Luo Tian's god of destruction filled Meruz with a sense of accomplishment. In the current seventh universe, Majin Buu seemed to be the best candidate for the role of god of destruction. Who else could there be? However, he had heard that Majin Buu was a being of pure destruction, seemingly difficult to control. I suppose I shall try and see, he concluded. After all, once Broly transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan, he tends to lose his rationality. Luo Tian possesses ample patience for him, and thus, he resolves to extend the same courtesy towards Majin Buu. With this delightful decision made, Myers glanced at the spaceship's speed and suddenly felt it was moving rather sluggishly. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bados descended from the heavens with Luo Tian and Broly, landing on a planet bathed in purple hues. Most of the flora here was violet, while the sky and sea shimmered in a pale yellow. Near the ocean, an unusual plant bore oval-shaped fruits, many of which had fallen to the purple earth below. This was precisely the fruit that Kusu had mentioned, rumored to be quite delectable. Bados smacked her lips, resembling a true gourmand in that moment. Luo Tian remarked, "Isn't this just a color-changing coconut? Does the sixth universe lack coconuts?" Broly, having not tasted normal food in quite some time, was drawn to the notion of edible fruit. He immediately emerged from the robot, approached, and picked one up, taking a hearty bite. Crack! Broly crushed the coconut with a single bite, chewing on the shell with a puzzled expression that deepened as he scratched his head. "It's not tasty," he declared. "Not tasty." Bados was momentarily taken aback. "Perhaps you should try the juice inside?" Luo Tian suggested, puncturing the coconut with a finger, creating a small hole. He then dipped his finger in the coconut water and offered it to Bados. "Give it a taste." Bados glanced at Luo Tian, rolling her eyes. "I have hands. You know." With that, Bados poked another coconut, creating her own hole. She took a sip of the coconut water, and in an instant, her eyebrows danced with delight. "Oh my, let me try?" Luo Tian held Bardos's finger to sample a taste. "Don't you have your own?" Bados replied, somewhat exasperated. "Yours is sweeter." Luo Tian noted after sampling his own finger. "I bet you won't believe me until you try it." He extended his finger towards her again. Bados, feeling somewhat annoyed, thought, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Yet, she dismissed the notion, recognizing that he was merely a child, a mere 5 years of age. Broly, scratching his head in confusion, looked at Luo Tian and asked, "Why are you tasting someone else's? Is yours not good?" Upon hearing this, Broly's eyes lit up, savoring the earthly delights. He then turned the coconut upside down, opening his mouth to catch the juice, gulping it down eagerly. Bados followed suit, tilting her coconut and sipping it. A few droplets of coconut water slipped from the corner of her mouth, rolling down onto her chest. Luo Tian, witnessing this, momentarily found himself lost in thought. "Delicious," Bados exclaimed, smacking her lips in sheer enjoyment. "Drink slowly." Luo Tian leaped into the air, gently wiping the corner of Bados's mouth with his finger. "What are you planning to do now?" Bados inquired. Her face was soft and remarkably elastic, appearing as if it could be easily broken. Luo Tian found himself curious about the composition of an angel's skin. It felt so incredibly real. According to Mels, angels were formed from the power of angels. Was Bados also a product of such divine energy? How wondrous. At that moment, Luo Tian's thoughts wandered slightly. If he were too forceful, would she dissipate? He quickly dismissed the thought. The imagery was too brutal. Chapter 95, KSI, Will You Not Choose Me? Bados was savoring coconut juice, casually planting her staff into the sand beside her. Suddenly, Luo Tian noticed the crystal ball atop Bados's staff flickering incessantly. "Bados, your staff is flashing. Is someone calling?" Luo Tian approached, intrigued. "It doesn't matter," Bados replied, immersed in her delicious coconut juice, indifferent to any incoming calls. "Shall I answer it for you?" Luo Tian stepped closer, examining the crystal ball atop the staff. Having consumed his fair share of coconut juice in his previous life, he felt little novelty in such matters. "Let me give it a try," he said, grasping Bados' staff and scrutinizing it closely. With a surge of angelic power, Luo Tian pointed at the crystal ball. In an instant, a video image materialized within the orb. Through the crystal, he glimpsed KSI inside the staff. KSI appeared taken aback, surprised that Luo Tian had unexpectedly connected the call. "Hello," Luo Tian waved at KSI. "Ah, you must be Mr. Luo Tian," KSI remarked, gazing at him. "That's right." Luo Tian nodded. "Where's Bados?" KSI inquired further. "She's over there enjoying some fruit." Luo Tian gestured in Bados' direction. KSI glanced over, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, KSI asked directly, "So, are you planning to follow Bados to the 6th universe?" "Yes, that's my intention," Luo Tian affirmed. "Isn't it better to stay in the 10th universe? What makes me inferior to Bados?" KSI replied, taking a few steps away to showcase her figure, even flashing a charming smile. "Oh dear, you're putting me in a difficult position." Luo Tian scratched his head. "What is so difficult about it?" "Just say the word. Choose me or choose Bados," KSI smiled. "Just look at how Bados eats. It's quite unrefined." Luo Tian glanced back at Bados, who was once again lifting a coconut, tilting her head back to pour the juice into her mouth. The coconut juice dribbled down the corner of her mouth, staining her chest. "Isn't that rather unrefined?" KSI asked with a laugh. Luo Tian swallowed hard. "How do you drink coconut juice like that? Isn't it a bit wasteful?" "Hey, I'm talking to you." Chris noticed a hint of dazedness in Luo Tian's gaze and hurriedly remarked, "Indeed, it's quite unseemly." Luo Tian nodded nonchalantly in agreement. "Therefore, let us remain in the 10th universe," Chris suggested. "However, I find her quite endearing in this state," Luo Tian added as a supplementary thought. Chris, somewhat irked, felt her chest rise and fall with agitation. "In what way am I inferior to Bados?" she challenged. "How about this?" Luo Tian proposed whimsically. "Pretty sister, do tell." Chris fluttered her long eyelashes. "Oh dear, a splendid idea, but you must choose one or the other." Chris, not easily fooled, promptly dismissed Luo Tian's impudent request. After speaking, Luo Tian lightly gestured with the angelic power on his finger towards the crystal ball, effectively ending the call. "Why do I feel as though I owe you something? You come to me when you hit a bottleneck in your cultivation? Since you've chosen Bados, why seek me out?" Chris had made up her mind. Even if he approached her, she would not guide him. "Oh my, Mr. Luo Tian, your performance skills are impressive. You can hold my scepter and converse with yourself for such an extended period." Bados approached with a cheerful smile, remnants of white coconut juice lingering at the corners of her mouth. Luo Tian did not rush to wipe it away, silently observing Bados, suddenly recalling scenes from a past life. "What did you just say?" Luo Tian inquired. "Who contacted me earlier?" Bados asked. "Is that so?" Bados did not elaborate, picking up the scepter to examine it closely, indeed discovering the call records with Chris. Bados glanced at the scepter and then at Luo Tian, a glimmer of suspicion appearing in her bright eyes. "Oh my, is it truly remarkable that you can communicate through the scepter?" Bados questioned. "Indeed," Luo Tian affirmed. "Then can you see Chris on the other end of the scepter?" Bados probed further. "She's rather cute," Luo Tian commented. Bados responded, "Can you really see her?" "Oh dear, I finally understand why the Grand Priest urged you to cultivate diligently. Perhaps you could genuinely become a true angel." Bados mused. "I will strive earnestly." Luo Tian nodded vigorously. "Very well." Luo Tian, not opposing, casually asked, "Does the 6th universe lack such fruits? Make some time for me to find them. I do enjoy watching you drink coconut juice." Luo Tian expressed with a hint of nostalgia. Bados replied, "What is so special about my drinking coconut juice? Don't we all drink it this way? You call this coconut juice?" Bados inquired. "Coconut juice, what a fitting name. Let us stick with that." Bados smiled and nodded. "What about Broly?" Luo Tian suddenly realized Broly had vanished, leaving only the robot lost in contemplation. He was nearby. Perhaps something drew him away, Bados speculated. Luo Tian pointed towards the robot, controlling it as he and Bados soared into the sky, scanning the surroundings for Broly's figure. In a distant thicket, both Luo Tian and Bados simultaneously spotted Broly. In addition to Broly, Luo Tian noticed another presence, a little girl, to be precise. The girl was entirely enveloped in green, adorned in a delicate lavender bodysuit, her short silver hair framing a visage that was both charming and beautiful. Suddenly, Luo Tian felt a sense of familiarity with this little girl, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. In the heart of the jungle, Broly, in front of the girl, shattered a boulder with a single punch, grinning widely like a fool. "How wonderful! How wonderful!" the girl exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Broly's grin widened, his bashfulness evident as he scratched his head, his cheeks flushing with color. Immediately thereafter, Broly executed a magnificent backflip, landing gracefully. "You are amazing," the girl chirped, her excitement palpable. "Hee." Broly appeared somewhat shy. "My name is Chilai, what is yours?" she inquired, tilting her head as she gazed at him. "Broly," he replied, scratching his head once more, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. "Are you an alien?" You look so strong. As she spoke, she reached out to feel Broly's arm, marveling at its firmness. No wonder you can shatter rocks with a light punch. I can tear mountains apart, Broly declared, gesturing towards a nearby peak. Luo Tian observed. He had once been able to say no more than 6 words, yet upon encountering the lovely girl, he appeared to have matured significantly. Luo Tian sighed. This future god of destruction seems to have fallen head over heels for the girl. Bados nodded, witnessing Broly flaunt his strength before her. What concerns me most is that he might impulsively tear the girl in two, Luo Tian lamented. Bados replied with a silent nod. A brief silence ensued. So, the son of the god of destruction from Universe 3, Mosca, was torn in half by Mr. Broly? Bados remarked, torn between laughter and exasperation. Later, with the assistance of Meruz, we ventured into the underworld, discovering a fellow named Muse who, while waiting in line, caused quite a ruckus and was subsequently placed in the soul-cleansing machine by King Yanluo for reincarnation, Luo Tian recounted candidly. Bados was momentarily speechless. Did you go to the underworld to bring him back to life? She inquired. Bados chose to remain silent. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Broly struck a nearby stone hill with tremendous force. The mountain cracked open instantly. Broly thrust his hands into the fissure and pulled with all his might. With a thunderous roar, the stone was forcibly ripped apart. Hee. Broly beamed foolishly at Chilai. Incredible, incredible, Chilai exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. I've even torn the moon. Broly boasted once more. Can that moon be torn apart too? Chilai pointed at the waning crescent in the sky. Broly nodded vigorously, energy surging within him as he prepared to leap into the air to tear the moon asunder. Wait, don't tear it. Chilai urgently grasped Broly's arm. Broly paused, perplexed. What a pity it would be to destroy such a beautiful moon, she implored. Oh, Broly nodded thoughtfully. Hey, Broly, when you grow up, can you come and marry me? Chilai quietly asked, her cheeks flushed and her toes playfully scuffing the ground. Can I eat you if I marry you? Broly inquired, scratching his head. You look quite delicious. Look, he can now say 10 words. Luo Tian marveled. Bados retorted, is that really the crux of the matter? Suddenly, Luo Tian realized that Zilai was not from the 7th universe. They were currently in the 10th universe. This was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Perhaps one day she would find herself swept into the 7th universe. Additionally, Broly, why do you resemble Kakarot so closely? It seems rather edible. Broly, let us depart. Luo Tian declared abruptly. Broly gazed up at the sky, spotting Luo Tian and Bados above. Huh, are those 3 who can fly your friends? Zilai inquired curiously. As Broly gradually ascended into the air, Zilai exclaimed, wonderful, wonderful. Broly, you are truly remarkable. We're leaving, Broly said, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Broly nodded vigorously in understanding. Following that, he soared upward, appearing beside Luo Tian. Do you not intend to stay and accompany this little girl through a peaceful life? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Broly resolutely shook his head. Oh, why not? Luo Tian was taken aback. Luo Tian reflected momentarily, realizing that Broly had not forgotten the torment inflicted by Moscow. Broly nodded, casting a lingering glance at the green-skinned girl below. With determination etched on his face, he turned and unhesitatingly entered the robot. With a swift motion, Luo Tian leaped onto Bardos's back, embracing her tightly from behind. Bardos remarked, your actions are remarkably practiced. With a flick of her wrist, Bardos's staff lightly struck the air, radiating a brilliance akin to stars, which quickly enveloped Luo Tian and the robot. Before departing, Bardos collected several coconuts into her spatial realm. In a flash, Bardos, carrying both Luo Tian and Broly, transformed into a brilliant beam of light, swiftly leaving the purple planet and venturing into the vast cosmos. By the way, Bados, are there any highly advanced scientists in the 6th universe? Luo Tian inquired. Indeed. Bardos nodded, asking, is there something you need? The 7th universe? Bardos pondered, our 6th and 7th universes are mirror universes, generally. A scientist you encounter in the 7th universe should have a counterpart in the 6th universe. Does the 6th universe also have a planet called Earth? Luo Tian casually asked. Earth? Let me check, Bardos said, beginning to search for Earth in the 6th universe with her staff. She inquired, are you referring to the Earth in the 7th universe? Yes, Luo Tian affirmed. Approximately 10 seconds later, Bardos successfully located Earth in the 6th universe. However, upon observing the state of Earth in the 6th universe, her expression became somewhat complicated. Oh dear, what a pity. Earth in the 6th universe has been destroyed, Bardos sighed, explaining that it had perished due to a war involving what humanity termed nuclear weapons. Currently, the planet was barren from nuclear radiation, devoid of any life, let alone humans or scientists. Let us go to Earth in the 7th universe, Luo Tian proposed. Bardos seemed reluctant to agree. Do you not have a fondness for exquisite cuisine? Luo Tian gently murmured into Bardos's ear. There exists a plethora of delightful delicacies on Earth in the 7th universe that you would surely adore. Is that truly the case? Bardos inquired, taken aback with a hint of surprise. Indeed, I have ventured to Earth and indulged in its culinary wonders. The food there is exceptionally delectable. Luo Tian replied with a smile. Uh-huh. Broly nodded fervently from the side. Bados glanced at Broly, her hesitation dissipating, and resolved to embark on a journey to Earth. Are the 7th and 6th universes mirror universes? Luo Tian queried once more. Yes, Bados affirmed, lightly tapping her forehead, her ponytail swaying, even brushing against Luo Tian's face. Luo Tian felt no disdain. Instead, he was captivated by the refreshing fragrance emanating from Bardos's ponytail. How delightful. If we could exchange the Earth of both universes. It would spare us the long journey for culinary delights, Luo Tian proposed. Bardos's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, what a splendid idea. She exclaimed enthusiastically. Is there a feasible way to accomplish this? Luo Tian asked. Alas, it may not be possible. While I could theoretically exchange the two planets, the inhabitants, humans, animals, and other beings, might perish in an instant. It is a grave concern, Bados reflected, shaking her head gently, her expression turning serious. The detachment from their original orbits could spell disaster for them, subjecting them to extreme cold or unbearable heat. Is there truly no alternate solution? Luo Tian pressed. Let us first explore Earth. If the cuisine there is indeed as delightful as claimed, we shall surely find a way, Bados replied with a sly smile, her eyes twinkling mischievously. In the cosmic expanse of the 7th universe, Mosca abruptly halted amidst the stars. Chirp, chirp, Mosca emitted peculiar mechanical sounds. Given the velocity of Luke and Muse, it seemed improbable that they had ventured far beyond this galaxy. Why had they not yet made an appearance? Could they have encountered peril? Contemplating this, Mosca's expression shifted slightly. Yet, he promptly shook his head, dismissing his own apprehensions. Luke possesses the ability to amplify Muse's strength 50-fold. Among all I have encountered, it is rare for anyone to rival him. Only that squad of apprentice angels stands a chance against Muse and Luke. However, that individual is merely an apprentice angel and would never intentionally target my son. I am well aware of my son's character. He would undoubtedly disclose his identity. Furthermore, they share no conflicting interests, making it unlikely that he would be harmed. Moreover, he is an apprentice angel, known for their amiable disposition. Wait a moment. What of the apprentice destroyer god and the apprentice King Kai accompanying that apprentice angel? Surely, they would not wish to harm my son. No, certainly not. Mosca again dismissed his concerns. Yet, the more he denied these thoughts, the more unease settled within him. For a month, Mosco had searched the 7th universe. Yet he found nothing. Perhaps it was time to consult my angel, Cambry. Mosco retrieved a communicator and promptly established contact with Cambry from the 3rd universe. After a brief exchange, Mosco expressed his concerns regarding the mysterious disappearance of Mr. Muse. Ah, Mr. Muse is missing? Very well, I shall investigate. Cambry feigned surprise before reassuring Mosco with a pat on his chest. Do not worry. It is likely nothing serious. Mosco inquired further. Murdered? Is that a possibility? Cambry gently shook his head. After concluding the call, Cambry undertook a serious investigation and witnessed the gruesome moment when Broly tore Muse in half. Concurrently, he meticulously examined the events that transpired in the underworld, observing Muse being cast into the soul-cleansing machine for reincarnation, leaving Cambry momentarily speechless, holding his head in disbelief. After contemplating his response, Cambry reconnected with Mosco. Do you wish to hear the good news or the bad news, Lord Mosco? Cambry asked. The good news. Mosco replied eagerly. Suddenly, the hatch of Mosco's chamber burst open, and Myru emerged from the robot, seizing the communicator and shouting, Cambry, tell me how he died. Cambry sighed, wishing Myru remained oblivious. Speak. Myru clenched his fists, trembling with intensity. Who do you think you're fooling? Is there truly a dead zone for your staff? Myru demanded. His expression icy. Indeed, our angelic powers sometimes encounter unreachable realms, hence the existence of blind spots, Cambry weakly defended. With a chilling glare, Myru accused. So it was the apprentice angel's underlings, wasn't it? Is that why you hesitate to reveal the truth? Cambry was taken aback by Myru's astuteness. Apprentice angel? Who might that be? Cambry feigned ignorance. An apprentice angel from the 7th universe. Do not pretend you are unaware. Myru's voice grew colder. Are you referring to Mels? I have heard he is training in the 7th universe, but he could not possibly target Mr. Muse specifically, Cambry defended Mels. His inability does not preclude the actions of his two subordinates. Myru quaked with fury. Two subordinates? Cambry was momentarily taken aback. Enough. You need not say another word. Myru snapped. Cambry fell silent. You mentioned earlier there was good news. What is it? Myru suddenly recalled Cambry's initial statement. The good news is that Mr. Muse has already been reincarnated, Cambry stated with a neutral demeanor. Cambry, you dare to label this as good news? How outrageous. Myru shouted, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Reincarnated? How could it happen so swiftly? This defies logic. In just a month's time, how could one possibly be reincarnated? Given my son's conduct and his numerous transgressions, he ought to be condemned to hell. How could he have undergone reincarnation in such a brief period? He should be in the underworld. Myru exclaimed in a fit of rage. What did you say? He bellowed, his voice reverberating through the entire galaxy, causing it to tremble violently. In Chao Difu. King Yinluo. I will not let this go. Muiru, filled with thunderous wrath, immediately entered Mosk's body. With a resounding thud, the hatch on Mosk's abdomen sealed shut. In a swift motion, Mosk plunged downward. Calm yourself, Lord Mosk. Do you intend to confront King Yinluo in the underworld? This is the 7th universe, not our 3rd universe. Cambelli urgently implored. Mosk remained silent, a crimson light radiating from his form. If you recklessly slay the gods of other universes, Lord Mosk will face consequences, Cambelli quickly added. Chirping in anger, Mosk's destructive energy surged uncontrollably. With a deafening boom, the galaxy was reduced to nothingness, utterly obliterated by Mosk's wrath. Although Mosk was seething with rage, he understood that Cambelli was correct. As a god of destruction, he wielded supreme power, yet it did not grant him the liberty to act without restraint. Despite being merely a minor deity overseeing the underworld, Mosk could not easily annihilate him. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I shall exact vengeance for my son. Muiru clenched his mechanical fist, steam billowing from above his head. He suspected that it was the apprentice god of destruction beside Melis who was responsible, yet he lacked evidence. This matter could only be investigated discreetly. Muiru was confident that, apart from that apprentice god of destruction, no one else in this star domain possessed the capability to kill his son. Just wait, you little monkey. It must be you. Muiru seethed through gritted teeth. In the 7th universe, amidst the cosmic expanse, a radiant streak, akin to a star, streaked across the starry sky. Astonishingly, a massive spaceship trailed behind this brilliant light. At that moment, Melis was piloting the spaceship at an impressive speed through the cosmos. He felt that the spaceship's velocity was too sluggish, so he decided to fly himself. Traveling at a swift pace, he soon beheld the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol in the distance. With a smile, Melis gazed at the grand space station of the Galactic Patrol. Suddenly, Melis came to an abrupt halt in the vastness of space. He then transformed into a dazzling streak of light and sped towards the realm of the Supreme Kai. At the Galactic Patrol headquarters, team members quickly spotted Melis's spaceship and approached to greet him. However, there was no response from within the vessel. The welcoming team members exchanged puzzled glances, opened the spaceship's hatch, and ventured inside, only to find it completely empty. Melis, are you there? They called out, searching high and low for him. Good luck finding him. Did something unfortunate befall the esteemed member of the Mel's team? The Galactic Patrol officers were engulfed in profound sorrow. As one of the most distinguished members of the Galactic Patrol, Mel's held a prestigious reputation within the ranks. In the realm of the Kais, the Supreme Kai and Jebit remained quietly vigilant regarding the seal of Majin Buu. The events that transpired a month ago were gradually fading from their memories. At present, the Supreme Kai deemed it paramount to maintain unwavering attention on the movements of Majin Buu, for vigilance must not wane. Today, yet another day passed with the seal of Majin Buu remaining precarious, prompting a reflective sigh from the Supreme Kai. Do you think that the legendary Super Scion can truly defeat Majin Buu? Jebit inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. I believe it is quite feasible. I have engaged in combat with Majin Buu and am aware of his capabilities, the Supreme Kai pondered. I sense that the legendary Super Scion would likely hold the advantage. It would be splendid if the legendary Super Scion Broly could be persuaded to vanquish Majin Buu, Jebit remarked with excitement, only to shake his head in resignation. Unfortunately, it seems they have no intention of confronting Majin Buu. I have observed that the legendary Super Scion Broly appears to heed the words of that individual, Loden. If we can convince Loden, I believe it should not be a significant challenge, Jebit proposed. However, I get the impression that the individual named Mel seems to be their leader. The Supreme Kai expressed a differing opinion.